2 days had already passed by the time Knight Chevany received news of Wild North Town's fall. Hilariously, they only found out about it because a few patrolling leather-armored cavalrymen wanted to sneak off to the town to have fun with some women, only to discover the Norton family flag being flown at the walls of the town, causing them to rush back as quickly as they could to make the report. At that time, Knight Chevany was in the middle of drinking some water, and when he heard of the news, he dropped his cup in stupor. Within moments, he reasoned that the true reason they didn't receive any attacks for the past 2 days was due to that. The mercenaries who had been attacking their troops with guerrilla tactics were all gathered at Wild North Town. Whether Knight Hennard was okay at Wild North Town was none of Chevany's concern. He was instead considering whether there was a chance he could take the town back. Otherwise, the wealth gained from the massacred citizens of Wild North Town would never end up in the hands of the Duke. While he would definitely be rebuked if he failed to punish the Norton family, his fate might end up being worse than that if the Duke found that all the riches that he could have had ended up in another party's hands. The enraged Duke might even strip him of his status as a knight and exile him from the Loggins family. To Chevany, that was a humiliation he couldn't afford to bear for the rest of his life. Wrap up and get ready to move. Pack up all the camping gear and be prepared to attack Wild North Town, Knight Chevany ordered. After keeping all their stuff, the whole group of soldiers headed towards the town, and by the time they arrived, it was already the evening. Ignoring the cries of fatigue of his soldiers, the anxious knight commander ordered his men to fell more trees to construct siege ladders during the night so that they could besiege the town on the next morning. After having breakfast the next day, Knight Chevany rallied his men into formation and marched towards the town with 20 siege ladders. From his estimates, even if the Norton family took over the town with the aid of mercenaries, they must have lost quite a number of their own men, considering that over 700 soldiers of the Northland Army, 1 gold-rank knight and a few other silver-rank knights were stationed there. No matter whether the Nortons used a surprise attack or some other tactic to occupy the town, it was hard to imagine the few men they have left would be able to defend it effectively. That way, Chevany felt that the 2,000-plus soldiers led by him would be enough to put pressure and break through the defense of the Nortons and allow him to take the town during the first wave of attacks. Lorist stood on the walls and stared coldly at the enemy that was approaching gradually from a distance. Further away near a small hill, a green smoke signal could be seen spiraling towards the sky. That was the signal they had agreed on, and it signified that Josk and the others were already near the enemy camp and were ready to attack at any time. They really plan to take back the town in one fell swoop? They only have a measly 2,000-plus people. I really don't know where Knight Chevany got the confidence for that. Lorist mused before he turned back to the 4 mercenary leaders and said, "Have your men come back up here? I no longer need him to stay hidden. Back when we took the town, our victory has already been set. Tell your crew members that I will reward 1 gold ford for each enemy killed during the first wave of attacks." The 4 mercenary leaders were rather satisfied with that arrangement, as they had earned quite a huge sum of money from working for the Norton family this time around. Other payments aside, the loot that the mercenaries collected were enough to make them smile with joy uncontrollably. The soldiers of the Duke were nothing but moving crates of money to them, and each of their money pouches contained at least 4 to 5 gold fords. To mercenaries like them who fought with their lives on the line for a living, that was already 1 or 2 years' worth of income. Even though the riches were gained from the massacred folk of the town, according to the original agreement, the loot of dead soldiers belonged to anyone who killed them. That's why the mercenaries did not fear the superior number of enemies at all and were delighting in the thought of the extra money they could make. Upon seeing more and more troops equipped with grey leather armor appear on the walls, Knight Chevany's confidence sunk, and he thought that the situation had far surpassed his expectations. Are these really the mercenaries the Norton family hired? No way. Given how desolate the dominion of the Norton family is, how did they find so many mercenaries to employ? There's almost 1,000 of them. However, if they really are the family soldiers of the Nortons, then the Duke really has made a huge mistake this time and has severely underestimated their true might. "Stop advancing," ordered Chevany as he raised his hand. "Longbowmen, march forward and suppress the enemies who are defending the walls. Sword and shield infantry, ready your defenses." As the longbowmen shot their arrows in parabolic arcs at the walls, the guards defending it raised their shields and wooden boards. Another 100 or so soldiers on the walls counterattacked with their own longbows. While the Duke's longbowmen were suppressing the soldiers on the walls, other soldiers holding long siege ladders quickly approached it. As they placed their wooden boards and used them to cross the moat, their allied longbowmen stopped firing and rushed forward along with the sword and shield infantry. The guards on the walls then shot their arrows directly downwards at the sword and shield infantry and the pikemen of the enemies. Having lost the defensive support of the sword and shield infantry, the casualties beneath the walls soared all of a sudden. However, that was still worth it in Knight Chevany's eyes. 10 plus of the 20 siege ladders have already been laid with soldiers ascending upwards to the walls. Contrary to his expectations, however, the guards on the walls cheered as each soldier of the Northland army reached them. Normal guards would fight for their lives to make sure that none reached the top of the walls instead, causing Chevigny to feel both confused and intrigued at the same time. The situation on the walls seemed to already be set. The 4 mercenary crews each took a side of the wall where 5 or 6 of siege ladders were placed. Every time an enemy soldier got up, there would be up to 5 mercenaries waiting for him. Given their superior combat abilities, it didn't take long for the Northland Army soldiers to perish under the blade and pike of the mercenaries. After killing off the invading soldiers, the mercenaries stacked the bodies together for loot collection after end of the battle. Sol, are they treating the ladders like a monster spawners? Lorist stared at the whole situation, dumbfounded. Currently, Waxima, Jim, and tens of other guards were completely unharmed despite the enemy rushing up onto the walls so relentlessly. Knight Chevigny was getting even more confused. Why does it seem like chaos is not breaking out on the walls even though so many soldiers have went up? Even the silver-ranked knights I sent up seem to have disappeared completely. The more he waited, the more anxious he got. The bad omen he felt got worse the longer he waited. Just as he was unsure of whether the battle was going well for him or not, loud, savage cries rang out from behind him. Turning to his back, the knight saw a group of soldiers slaughtering away at his camp and setting fire to the tents. The single squad of pike infantry soldiers were so terrified that they were running desperately away from their enemies within the sea of flames like cowardly rats. Blow the horn! Retreat! Everyone, retreat and save the main camp, shouted Knight Chevigny, who was at his wits' end. The casualties were far too huge. The original 2,300 plus soldiers were only left with 1,700 and the first attack took the lives of more than 500 of their men whose bodies were nowhere to be found. The silver-ranked knights that served Knight Chevigny were also mowed down to fewer than 10 people. More than half of the supplies in the camp have been destroyed within the fires and the remaining ones that we managed to salvage can last us at most 5 more days at 2 meals per day. Sir, if we don't turn this around by taking the town, we are going to be completely crushed, reported the logistics officer. Knight Chevigny let out a long sigh before he said, "You may go back. I need some time to think." After sitting in deep thought for a long time, Knight Chevigny took out a blank beastskin and started writing a letter. He described every detail about the expedition, from the massacre of the Wild North town citizens and the riches he found there, as well as the fortifications of the walls of Maplewood's Bastide and the trap which he fell for that caused him to lose control of the town. The whole letter was so lengthy that it took up a number of beast skins. After that, he rolled them all up and put them into a silver tube which he then sealed with candle wax before he called for his 2 other attendants. "I will bring the army back tomorrow. The 2 of you should hide yourselves well, and when nobody is scouting around this area after our departure, try to sneak out from the entry at Morgan Hills. Make sure the contents within this silver tube reach the hands of our Lord Duke, understood?" One of the attendants asked curiously, "Sir, why do we need to do it this roundabout way?" Knight Chevigny sighed again as he said, "I suspect that we will no longer be able to return. The Norton family has already forced us into this predicament and they'll definitely not let us off so easily. I myself am not sure of what would happen during our trip back, so I have decided to send you 2 to return to the Duke using the route through Morgan Hills as insurance. Make sure to be extra careful. This letter must definitely reach the hands of the Duke so that he will be informed of the true strength of the Norton family." When Lorist saw the enemy pack up and leave for the direction of the hidden path they used to enter the Dominion, he was elated. They're heading the way of their deaths. It appears that the enemy is still unaware that the route had already been destroyed. Lorist brought Josk and the mercenaries from the 4 crews and 2 squads of family soldiers to tail the Duke's men from their rear. When the enemy entered the long caverns, Lorist had his men seal off the entrance and awaited their eventual return. After 2 days, a huge battle seemed to have erupted within the caverns, and during the afternoon, a silver-ranked knight holding up a white flag could be seen walking towards Lorist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137 Aftermath Matters. Pierce. The longsword entered his chest and emerged from his back. Knight Chevigny froze up as his hand lost all its grip and released his sword, letting it fall to the ground. Lorist looked at him with a sympathetic gaze and said, "What was the point in doing this?" As blood started flowing out of his mouth, Chevigny said, "A failure of a commander like me. Doesn't D deserve any sympathy? It's all because of my impotence that caused the expedition to fail and the whole army to be decimated. Only with my death can I atone for my mistakes for the Duke. It's not your fault," Lorist consoled. The real mistake was the Duke's decision to stretch out his claws to the Norton family after his eyes were clouded by his greed. Actually, you've already done pretty well and even caused me to be unable to find any opportunities to deal with your main camp. If it wasn't for the lax soldiers within the town that allowed us to conquer it, I don't know how long this battle would have lasted. Is that so? said Knight Chevany as his speech started to slow. After that, he spread both his arms as he fell to the ground with his face looking skyward while wearing a tranquil, smiling expression on his face. Lorist looked at the knight who had collapsed solemnly before he said softly, "I wish you a pleasant journey." On the 29th day of the 8th month in year 1767 of the Grindian calendar, of the 4,000 men sent by Duke Loggins of the Northlands to eliminate the Norton family, only 1279 survived after they surrendered to the Nortons at a nameless cavern within the Bladech Mountains. The expedition of the Duke ended with his complete loss. The commander of the Northland army, the head of the family knights of the Duke and the head of that expedition, 3-star gold rank Knight Chevany, was forced into a corner by the forces of the Norton family and requested for an honorable duel to the death from the newly appointed head of the Norton family, Norton Lorist, and passed away at the age of 53. Back then, the silver rank knight who held the white flag told Lorist that Knight Chevany was willing to order his men to surrender to the Norton family without any resistance on the condition that he be allowed a chance to challenge Lorist to a life and death duel. Despite the objection of Josk, Waxima, and the others, Lorist accepted that condition. To Lorist, it wasn't difficult for him to face off against a 3-star gold rank knight like Chevany. His aim was to force the knight to give up and admit defeat. However, Chevany fought with the intention of dying in the first place and didn't care about his own safety. Taking risky moves that put himself in harm's way to attack Lorist incessantly, he gave Lorist quite a bit of trouble. It was also the first time the other people present their witnessed Lorist's skill with the sword and his tenacity. Waxima and the other 4 mercenary leaders were flabbergasted by Lorist's performance. Nobody could have imagined that the iron-ranked Lorist who couldn't even manifest a blade glow would be able to match up against a 3-star gold knight and even take the upper hand, as was shown with his constant suppressing of the knight's attacks. Had it not been for the fact that he had shown mercy as he was unwilling to take the knight's life, Knight Chevany would have been crushed in the beginning seconds of the duel. The longer he fought, the more hopelessness Chevany felt. He understood that he wasn't Lorist's match and he felt that being shown mercy by the enemy was a humiliating thing. That's why when Lorist stabbed forward with the intention of forcing Chevany to duck backwards, Chevany chose not to and rushed straight into the sword. Lorist, unable to retract his blade in time, watched as his sword pierced through the abdomen of the knight. The 1,000+ men of the Northland army who surrendered were disarmed and swept of their belongings completely before they were placed under the supervision of the family soldiers and were ordered to set up their camp. The surrendered silver-ranked knight told Lorist that many of the soldiers went nuts and started killing each other within the dark cavern when they noticed that their only escape route had been destroyed, resulting in the deaths of more than 400 of their own. That was why Chevany had decided to surrender for the sake of allowing his men to live while he resolved to die himself. Even if he had managed to defeat Lorist, Chevany had planned to end his own life. Lorist on the other hand stayed near the nameless cavern for 3 more days and he ordered the surrendered soldiers to once again enter it and retrieve the bodies of their comrades and bury them within the cavern and had the surrendered logistics officer make markings of their names on makeshift gravestones so that their family members could one day pay them tribute. He also had a marker stone erected with the new name of the cavern, Chevany Cave, carved into it as a memorial to remember Knight Chevany by. To Lorist, the battle itself was fairly straightforward, the troublesome part was the aftermath. That was especially the case given the massacre of the folk of Wild North Town which had led to numerous problems which he had to settle. The moment he returned to Wild North Town, he met with a messenger sent over from Firmrock Castle bearing Shadecamp's letter that reported that the knighthood competition would end in another 3 days and according to tradition, the organizers, Viscount Kenmays and Lorist, had to show up at the closing banquet to show their respect for the victors of the competition. Shadecamp hoped that Lorist would attend even if the battle was still ongoing so that they wouldn't be accused of being disrespectful. It was fortunate that the battle had ended within 20 or so days. Lorist instructed Josk and Polobins to bring 2 squads of family soldiers to escort the surrendered troops back to Firmrock Castle while he stayed at Wild North Town for another 2 days so that he could settle some more matters before he returns to the Bastide. He also sent a few orders to the supervisors at Firmrock Castle. He ordered Butler Boris to move the laborers and their family members who were within the castle back outside the camp as the battle was over and they were no longer under threat outside. Their moving out would also allow for the construction work to continue. He ordered Old Man Balk to bring someone to accompany Grandmaster Sid to forage the nearby mountains for iron veins and other construction materials. Supervisor Kedden's task was to manage and delegate work for the surrendered soldiers when Josk and Polobins bring them over. Lastly, Lorist sent a letter to Telesti to inform her that the threat is already no more along with some cringy flirtatious statements. He also stated that she could start designing the Valley City after she finished making arrangements for the construction work. Lorist honestly felt that Telesti was a great candidate for being the wife of him, the Baron of the Norton family. While she wasn't among the ranks of the most stunning beauties in Grindia, she definitely looked quite pleasant with her decent figure and fair skin. The most important point of hers that Lorist admired was her wise and knowledgeable aura that fit Lorist's tastes. Moreover, Telesti was unlike most other noble ladies who only knew how to dress up and demand to be spoiled, she was also a scholar. Just like a certain saying in Lorist's previous life, While Telesti could definitely progress far in her life by relying on her looks, she didn't do that and instead focused on her studies and research. Her independent and headstrong personality was what attracted Lorist the most. As he spent time with her, Lorist knew that she felt some attraction for him, given that she tolerates his insolent acts like hugging and kissing her once in a while. Even though it always ended with her being mad, it was more of a knee-jerk reaction due to her being too ashamed to admit her hidden desires. She wasn't willing to renounce the oath she made to stay single and strive only for truth and knowledge. That was also a rather troublesome issue for Lorist. He was quite frustrated that she would take that kind of inhumane oath out of all other oaths that could be made. Having received his order, Supervisor Spiel rushed over as soon as possible to take charge of making an inventory of the supplies and wealth gained from Wild North Town. Lorist was prepared to move everything that he could use to Maplewoods Bastide and abandon Wild North Town altogether. What he had to focus on was constructing a proper valley city at Morgan Hills. As for the acres of farmland that was cultivated at Wild North Town, while it was a waste to not utilize it, there was nothing much he could do about it but think of it as giving the land a period of time to recover. He would make a proper decision when Charade and the rest of the convoy arrives. The 4 mercenary crews were also paid in full. All the crew leaders felt that working for the Nortons was an extremely worthwhile effort as they got paid quite highly and didn't lose many men throughout the battles. Compared to some other Dominion lords who only used mercenaries as enemy fodder to take the brunt of battle, the young Norton family leader himself frequently rushed into battle with the mercenaries following tightly behind him. Taking the last battle at Wild North Town for example, even though the mercenaries were utilized as the main defense for the town, they had done so willingly because the money pouches of the enemy soldiers were filled to the brim with coins. Waxama and Jim on the other hand escorted the surviving womenfolk of Wild North Town back to Maplewoods Bastide. No matter their past, they were still relatives to many of the people within the Bastide. Lorist planned to let them rest up for a bit before sending them to Firmrock Castle where they will be free to form new relationships and families with the youths over there and start their life afresh, effectively leaving their torturous past behind. There was still one remaining problem to be solved, and that was the disbandment of Hosky's mercenary squad. 20 or so of them were willing to join the forces of the Norton family while 30 plus others and some injured mercenaries were not willing to leave their life of freedom and join the 4 mercenary crews within the past few days. However, that caused the intersection point at the magical Dragon Mountains to be unguarded. If the Norton family sent a squad of soldiers to defend it, that would affect Lorist's future plans. After giving it some thought, Lorist decided to pick one from the 4 mercenary crews and contract them for the defense of that area. The crew that Lorist favored the most was the Razorpike mercenary crew as they were formed by retired military officers and commoners and were the most disciplined among the rest. It could be seen from the results of the battle that they have the lowest number of casualties while also being the ones who raked in the most gains. However, their leader Sandro refused the offer as he had already agreed to take up 2 other missions and had to go fulfill them. The second person Lorist seeked out was crew leader Richard of the Cromwell mercenary crew. Similarly, he refused to accept the contract as he was worried that his crew would lose quite a bit of men from fighting the barbarians. Lorist then offered the same contract to the Nightbat mercenary crew leader Alamp Maxon. As the oldest of the mercenaries, he didn't refuse Lorist's offer outright, but he stated that the pay offered was too low and demanded for 100 gold fords every month as well as an increase in the bonus for the number of barbarians killed. That demand was so laughable that Lorist couldn't even get angry even if he wanted to. The price at which he paid Hosky's silver-ranked squad members in the past was 1 imperial gold coin per month while iron and bronze-ranked members got 50 imperial silver coins each month. The total would only amount to a little more than 100 gold fords per year. It was quite ridiculous for the Nightbat mercenary crew to request for 10 times the price even though they only have twice the members of Hosky's squad. The Pentasword mercenary crew on the other hand accepted Lorist's offer without a second thought, but they also brought out a condition of their own. The leaders hoped that the family members of the crew members would be allowed to move into the Norton family dominion and become subjects of the Nortons, which caused Lorist to be quite surprised. The leaders of the crew said that there was no other choice. They mentioned that the crew was originally formed from members from a few different villages with the aim of earning enough to pay off their oppressive Dominion lord that demanded huge amounts of tax. Recently, the taxation got even worse and the citizens of the villages could no longer hold out. While the mercenary crew could defend the citizens from military oppression, taxation was not something they could avoid. To add to that, their villages were near Windberry City and they frequently got harassed by the soldiers of the kingdom. After participating in the operation with Lorist, the 5 leaders of the crew made up their minds as they found the way the Norton family treated their own subjects to be exceedingly benevolent. After seeing the abandoned farmlands of Wild North Town, they felt that it was a good opportunity for them to move over. Lorist was elated at the proposition as the Dominion lacked people the most. He expressed his welcome to not only the family members of the crew but also the rest of the citizens of the villages to move into his dominion, with the promise that they would be granted farmland as long as they move over, and that he would only tax them 30% of their harvests as well as 10% of other miscellaneous economic activities such as fishing, hunting, firewood gathering, etc. If any household had members serving in the Norton family's military, they would also receive many tax exemptions. One of the leaders, Dobov, was extremely excited to hear that as his village had to pay a tax of 70% of their harvest and 50% in other categories as well, causing his family and friends to be unable to live comfortable lives and being unable to sustain themselves for the long run. Lorist threw in another offer and said that all the mercenary crew members would receive the same benefits that the family soldiers did, and that there would be a regular pension should any member of the crew perish from facing off against the mountain barbarians. With that settled, it was time to consider how to free the villages from the grasps of their dominion lord. Dobov said he was quite confident that he could pull that off, and Lorist gave him 2 months' time and 50 gold fords as a deposit, causing Dobov to rush to begin his plan excitedly. After handling all those matters, Lorist let out a breath of relief and handed the task of moving the supplies and riches at Wild North Town to Waxima, Spiel, and Pajik while he returned to Maplewood's Bastide with Reedy. After greeting the old butler and checking on Belnick's health condition as well as spending a steamy night with Irina, he left for Firmrock Castle with Reedy and Jim on the next day. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138 News of the Ken Mays Family. Lorist felt that he had failed quite horribly as a Dominion lord. Recalling the days when he was first transported to Grindia, he had endeavored to read as many books as he could to understand the new, foreign world he found himself in, including even novels about knights that were rather popular reads. However, all such novels depicted nobles and dominion lords to be people who spent all day enjoying luxuries and fine wine while being surrounded by beauties. They were either busy organizing dance parties or flirting with other noble ladies, and if they were bored, they would hunt and organize night competitions. Even if war broke out, nobles would sit behind their armies, as there were more than enough heroic knights who were willing to do their bidding and fighting in their steads on the front lines. Some nobles were even depicted to have epic romantic encounters on the battlefield. Looking back at himself, he had been running all over the place to complete his tasks like a dog, and there was still so much to do. Even though he had many subordinates, most of the things had to be settled by him personally, as they involved decisions that only he, the Lord, could make. In the case of battles, he also participated in them personally and rushed at the very front. According to the books, I'm no Dominion lord. I'm just a coolie. Besides that, before he even rested after he arrived at Firmrock Castle, a huge group of people were lined up outside his room waiting to make their reports. The first group was Telesti and her iron-ranked butler, who stated her intentions after giving a respectful bow. Telesti hoped that Lorist would see her in 1 or 2 days to solve the problem of the wells and the castle's water supply. Curious about the issue, Lorist asked about it and understood after hearing the explanation. The new residential area had 2 solutions for their water supply. The first was to make a well at every household, which would mean that the workload would be huge. The second was to have a well for each street district. But that might cause some congestion when the residents line up to get water. There was also the fact that wells were hard to construct given that the castle was built right beside the mountain. Telesti hoped that Lorist could make his decision as soon as possible. Sigh, they're even asking me about matters like this. My head hurts. The next person who entered was Supervisor Kedden, who had seen the captives Joskin gang brought over. He had no idea what to let the captives do. Lorist said tiredly, "What do you have to hesitate about? Just let them gather building materials, since they're energetic soldiers. The hard-working ones will get better food while the lazy ones will get the whip. If some try to escape, just hang them. Let the laborers who were originally doing all that be their managers to monitor and correct their work. After that, have Ovidus send some family soldiers there daily to do surveillance on the captives." After that was Butler Boris. He reported many trivial matters like how the liquor stores of the castle were nearly empty. Ever since the business sector was completed, 2 taverns started operating, and the laborers who had recently gained freedom and payment would go there to drink a cup or 2 to pass time. Similarly, the family soldiers and the immigrants also did the same, causing the 2 taverns to boom with business. However, given that the alcohol sold there had been taken from the Redriver Valley Bastide, it was bound to run out sooner or later. Coupled with the knighthood competition organized jointly by the Nortons and the Ken Mayses, which required them to provide a huge amount of free alcohol, the remaining stock within the warehouses could only last for 5 days at most. Gosh, if we're running out, then start producing some. Common ale is the easiest to make. Just go check if any of the immigrants or laborers have any experience in producing ale and the problem will be solved, Lorist said. But, milord, last time you mentioned that food supply was the most important resource in a battle and put Supervisor Hansk in charge of it. Now that we are still constructing the city, no agricultural work has been done and there wasn't any harvest for the past 2 years. The food we took from Redriver Valley Bastide would only last us for 1 year or two at the most, and given the increasing population within the castle, consumption would increase as well. How can we spare any more of that to make ale with? Asked Butler Boris. Wow, he even quoted my words. Lorist held his forehead and said, that's no longer an issue. Let Hansk make more ale with the food we have. I'm sure you've heard that the Duke slaughtered the folks at Wild North Town, and after defeating them, we discovered enough food within the town to last us for 5 years. Thus, the food problem is solved and I will have Maplewood's Bastide send some over after a period of time. Oh? You haven't left yet? Is there anything else? Lorist asked. It's about this. Butler Boris said hesitantly. We've arrested a few women who were working as prostitutes within the camp. Ha! Lorist mused as he focused his attention on this topic as any man would. Where are these women from? Why would they work as prostitutes within the camp? 2 of them are new immigrants who came over from the Kenmays family's dominion, and they started seducing men after they were brought over here. Another 5 were originally slaves who felt that the work delegated to them was too tiring after regaining their freedom and returned to their old jobs. Lorist had heard Butler Boris mention once that the 200 or so female slaves were originally meant to be rewards for the laborers of the Kenmays family, and that the workers that performed well could spend a night with one of the women. Milord, according to their testimony, there are tens more women who are like them that fortunately weren't arrested by us. How should we deal with this? I need your advice. The butler asked. Sigh. Lorist crept back to his table and said, why the heck would we punish them? If they are willing to do it, let them continue. Men need women, and the opposite is true as well. We need each other. Given that the men far outnumber the women at Firmrock Castle, and most of them are healthy and virile youths, they require an outlet for their sexual needs. How about this, Butler Boris, go build a brothel so that the prostitutes can be managed by us more easily. We will offer them protection from harm and a safe environment for their work in exchange of 30% of their earnings. Milord, other Dominion lords would collect 70% of it. Forget it. They work hard to earn their money, and it's already enough for us to take 30% of it. Also, issue a notice that private prostitutes who are found to be operating without permission will be punished for 1 year of unpaid labor in the brothel if they are captured. Sheesh. What's wrong with this world? A Dominion lord like me is actually managing prostitutes like a pimp. How agonizing. After Butler Boris left, Lorist started to sigh again. However, he had no choice but to meet the rest of the people outside. This time, 2 people entered the room at once. Lorist seemed to recognize the 2. The elder one stepped forward, stood straight, and reported, Milord, the both of us have been sent by Sir Pat to check on the forces of the Kenmays family. We only just returned yesterday. Lorist finally recalled that they were the members of his personal guard who used to be bandits and understood why their faces seemed so familiar to him. However, Lorist still couldn't remember their names. Ah, yeah. Don't just stand there, grab a seat. There are chairs right there. Your mission must have been tiring. Fortunately, you were careful enough to not be detected and returned here safely. Sit down and tell me about your findings. Thanks, milord, said the 2 guards. The first thing that came out of their mouths startled Lorist quite a bit. Milord, the Kenmays family forces have successfully conquered the dominion of Count Lopez. What? Count Lopez's dominion? Where is it? Lorist said as he searched frantically around the beastskin map of the Northlands but was ultimately unable to find it. Get Butler Boris, Shadecamp, and Old Man Balk here. Oh, Balk has gone with Grandmaster Sid to search for resources. Oh well, just get Boris and Shadecamp here first. I recall that there was a map at the Redriver Valley Bastide that depicted the locations of the new noble families that were just recently entitled by the second prince. It should be somewhere around here, go look for it, said Boris to Shadecamp, who didn't know who Count Lopez was. Seemingly recalling something about a map thanks to the reminder, Shadecamp searched around and found it in the end. Look, milord. The small hill over here is on the border of Viscount Kenmays' dominion and Count Lopez's dominion. It's only 10 or so meters tall without any water source and is quite barren. After the forces of the Kenmays family entered the Bastide of Count Lopez, we mingled with the civilians by disguising ourselves as a group of mercenaries who were tasked to collect medicinal herbs near the magical Dragon Mountains and infiltrated the Bastide. We heard that the Count did indeed request Viscount Kenmays for help to resist the barbarian invasion. It seems that the Count fought a battle with them and incurred huge casualties while he himself got injured pretty badly. The citizens within the Bastide were all afraid that the barbarians would succeed in their invasion as well, the elder guard said. That's weird, isn't this year the Cubahuesan festival? The mountain barbarians shouldn't be invading Count Lopez's dominion at all, said Lorist, wondering curiously about the situation. Milord, it was said that Count Lopez attacked them first. One day, the troops he led encountered a group of barbarian farmers and they launched an attack to steal all their livestock. In the end, they were attacked by a lot of barbarian cavalrymen when they were on their way back, and that hard-fought battle caused the Count to be injured and many of his men to be sacrificed. The barbarians didn't continue their chase and merely said that they would settle the debt once the festival is over, so Count Lopez called Viscount Kenmays to send some troops over to prepare him for the upcoming invasion. Oh my, even if you had a death wish, this doesn't seem like a nice way to go. Can it be that the Count doesn't know that it's the Cubahuesan festival this year? Those livestock were sacrifices to their god for their ceremony at Smormulgen Mountain. Uncultured people like the Count sure are scary. For him to even dare to violate their sacred traditions and steal their sacrifice without knowing. Lorist really didn't know whether he should praise the Count for his bravery or be awed with his greed. Back then, I also thought that the Viscount was truly going to help the Count out, so I had prepared to return on the second day, said the younger guard. But as I had drunk quite a bit of alcohol on the first night, I got up rather late the next day and discovered that a curfew has been enacted by the forces of the Viscount, and while entry to the Bastide was allowed, nobody could leave. Also, the Bastide of the Count was also flying the three-ringed flag of the Kenmays family. Up until the night before, we received some news at the tavern that Count Lopez had passed away from his serious injuries. Before he died, it was said that the Count had willed for the dominion to be passed on to the hands of Viscount Kenmays, as the Count didn't have a son of his own and his two daughters were far away at the royal capital. The Viscount even managed to inherit the noble title of Count Lopez. Ever since, the Kenmays family has sent some people to officially apologize to the mountain barbarians and compensate for the Count's mistakes. Rumors said that the compensation even included Count Lopez's head. The non-citizens within the Bastide were only let out after 3 days of curfew, and the Kenmays family also announced that they wanted to recruit new soldiers and would offer a tax exemption for those who sign up. They seemed intent on having all the youths within the Bastide join them, and the both of us were even held in question for 2 whole days. However, using our cover as mercenaries who were sent on a mission, they didn't do anything to us. When we left, we noticed that the guards within the castle were no longer the soldiers the Viscount brought over at first. After searching around, we found a trail left by a huge band of people heading in another direction. We followed it and spent a day to reach this spot here, and it seemed to be a dominion of another noble. However, it has also been conquered by the Kenmayses, as the castle was also flying the flag of the Kenmays family. Viscount Sartre. Lorist mused as he looked at the marked location on the beastskin map. I know Viscount Sartre. He was a noble back during the days of the former empire, and all his family members died during the years of civil war. His dominion had also been laid to waste during the chaos. After the formation of the second prince's kingdom, his original dominion was occupied by the second prince. To avoid being criticized by other nobles, the second prince gave the Viscount another dominion somewhere in the Northlands as a replacement. He was simply an old and lonely noble, said Butler Boris. The elder guard hurriedly continued his report. We no longer dared to enter the Bastide again, and we stayed in the wilderness to keep watch from afar. 3 days later, the Kenmays family's forces set out and headed east. Tailing them from behind, we ended up at Baron Encaport's dominion, where the Kenmayses set up camp outside the castle. We saw a group of people who seemed to be the leaders of the army entering the town for a visit, so we remained near them. All of a sudden during midnight, sounds of killing and fighting broke out from within the castle, followed by the opening of the gates and the lowering of the drawbridge. The forces of the Kenmayses subsequently rushed in, and during daybreak, the flag of the Kenmays family replaced the original one of the castle. So we stayed outside the town for another 5 more days and discovered that the Kenmays family's forces had left a company of guards at the castle of the Baron and headed back to the dominion of Viscount Sartre and left another company of men there too. The remaining forces then returned to the dominion of the Kenmayses, and we followed them back here. Lorist opened his drawers and took out 2 grey-colored money pouches which were made from goat leather. Those were actually prepared by Shadecamp for Lorist to use as rewards, and each of them contained 5 imperial gold coins. Lorist handed the pouches to the 2 guards as he said, "Thank you for your hard work. This is your reward, take it. Make sure to rest up and relax when you go back." "Thank you, milord," said the 2 guards before they left. So, the Kenmays family really did make a great move. Lorist finally understood the real reason why the Kenmays family wanted to make up with the Norton family despite the losses they had suffered. Given that the Norton family had antagonized the Duke and were occupied with him, they used the opportunity to solve their other problems while the Duke had his attention focused on the Norton family. So they targeted the Dominion Lords of the Eastern Northlands? What a wise move they have taken. Milord, I still don't understand why the Kenmays family did what they did. Viscount Sartre and Count Lopez are both newly entitled nobles of the Northlands like them, and Count Lopez is also favored by the second prince. Doesn't the Kenmays family fear the backlash of swallowing up the Count's dominion? Asked Butler Boris. They definitely have their own reasons for daring to do so, Lorist said as he smiled coldly. Their plot was definitely well executed. Knowing that Duke Loggins had his attention on us, they used the opportunity to conquer the eastern area. Look at the map here. The dominion of Viscount Kenmays, Count Lopez, Viscount Sartre, Baron Ancaport already make up the most of the eastern Northlands. I'm sure that the smaller nobles there will also fall to the Kenmayses as well. When the Kenmays family take over the whole of the eastern Northlands, they will be free to reign and even Duke Loggins wouldn't be able to do anything to them. I'm sure that the Northlands will once again descend into a period of chaos. Then, my lord, should we also cause some trouble for the Kenmays family so that they don't complete their conquest of the eastern Northlands so quickly? Shadecamp asked. Lorist lowered his head and made some quick calculations before he said, "It's already too late, and we don't have the manpower and resources for that either. Don't forget that after Duke Loggins hears about the decimation of his 4,000-strong army, he will be completely enraged and send more men over here as payback. What we have to focus on now is to complete the construction of Firmrock Castle as soon as possible and train our family forces while also making some other preparations for the invasion of the Northland Army. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 139 Celebratory Banquet. Outside the walls of Firmrock Castle, large grandiose tents could be seen with colorful bunting flags strung all over. The spot where the knights originally fought had a huge red carpet placed all over it and rows of long wooden tables and benches were placed upon it. On the tables, various dishes could be seen including smoked beef, baked apples, fist-sized white bread, huge pieces of grilled mutton, etc. Other than that, a huge basket filled with blue strawberries, a specialty of the Northlands, were free for the taking as well. It was the closing ceremony of the knighthood competition that the Norton family and the Kenmays family jointly organized. Wandering knights, freelance knights and family knights were all seated at the tables regardless of status, heartily munching away at the food and enjoying the alcohol. Some of them were even offering food to the commoners that were serving them. All of the wandering and freelance knights were wearing a knight badge made of iron while the family knights mostly wore a silver knight badge. In the battle force-driven world of Grindia, that was an invisible wall that clearly differentiated the statuses of the various knights. It was also rather difficult for one to obtain the certification required for a knight badge. In most cases, only landed noble families, huge armies, gold-ranked knights and academies that had the qualification for knight training could issue such badges given the authority and status it provided to the bearer. If wandering or freelance knights passed on their skills to their successors, they could also pass on their knight badges as well. Lorist himself owned a knight badge as he had completed the knight training course back in his days at the Dawn Academy. Once one reached the iron rank, received training for the skills and etiquette of a knight as well as having a bit of family background and paying some fees, one would receive a knight badge and become a squire. If one reached the silver rank, one would become a proper knight and be able to choose the path of wandering and freelance knights or pledge oneself in service of a lord. Naturally, most poorer commoners could choose to become attendants to a knight and slowly rise to the ranks of a proper knight as well. For example, the leader of the Cromwell mercenary crew, Richard, was a one-star gold fighter but he didn't have a knight badge. That would mean that he didn't have the right to join the other knights at the table. However, as a one-star gold mercenary, he naturally received invites to the banquet from other Dominion lords and didn't have to sit together with the knights anyway. As for poor old Jim, he was merely a silver-ranked mercenary and given that he didn't own a proper knight badge, not even that of the Norton family, he could only pout and lie on the walls of the castle as he looked at the expanded Ovidus and Pat bring their badges to enjoy the food that was served there. Given his merrymaking loving personality, Jim hated that he couldn't join in the festivities and was nagging and cursing bitterly at the other two to spoil their teeth and hurt their stomachs from overeating. Lorist on the other hand was dressed in formal garments. The formal attire for nobles of the Christian Empire had a rather simple design. It was a large white robe with a straight collar which was worn with a V-shaped sash which was draped over the head. The sash was rather wide and it extended down from each shoulder all the way to the knees. An intricate belt was then wrapped around the waist to fasten the sash with the robe. The sky blue sash looked really grand as its sides had laurel leaves that were embroidered with golden thread with a blooming jasmine flowers amidst them. That was the insignia of the Christian royal family which identified that the Norton family was under the jurisdiction of no one but their members. In the middle of the sash was a golden roaring, raging bear and a small golden sword. The bear was the insignia of the Norton family while the golden sword represented the status of the Norton family as one that became landed nobles due to military achievements. Shadecamp said, "My lord, you look extremely good in this attire, very noble and exalted." This was actually Lorist's first time wearing those clothes and he felt quite uncomfortable in them. Even so, he had no choice as he had to attend the banquet of the nobles later and he had to be in formal attire for the function. "How is Miss Telesti's health?" Lorist asked. Shadecamp shook his head and said, "She's still down. I've asked Vinny, but she said that the young miss was unwilling to get up from her bed." Lorist originally wanted to invite Telesti to attend the banquet with him. The night before, he went to her room to brainstorm a solution for the matter of the wells as well as make his invitation. Unfortunately, Telesti was experiencing her period. Upon noticing that she was still suffering from contractions, Lorist sincerely thought of telling her about a method that would help her. Cough, cough. Ahem. It has been said that after having intercourse for the first time, the contractions would go away eventually. The moment he uttered that, Lorist was chased out of the room by the embarrassed and angered young lady who was tossing everything she could get her hands on in his direction. Sheesh, as the proverbs say, the dog bites Lu Dongbin, and was unable to recognize his goodwill. Instead of appreciating my suggestion, she chased me out of her room like that. It's not like I was lying about it. In my past life, I had a secretary who had problems with her husband because of this. Back in his past life, Lorist's secretary who had unbearable menstrual cramps during her university days went to the doctor for some help. But no matter what medicine she consumed, the pain was still unbearable for her. In the end, the doctor gave her that exact suggestion, and the secretary casually gave her first time to a guy that was wooing her, and her problems ended. Naturally, she broke up with that man after graduating university, but her relationship with her husband back then was always rather awkward as she was no longer a virgin when they married. When the secretary told him that story, she was naked in Lorist's embrace, basking in the afterglow of intercourse. However, back then Lorist wasn't interested in her relationship problems with her husband, but rather how she solved the problem of the cramps in the first place. The secretary merely said that her symptoms faded after her first experience, and gradually, her periods didn't hurt anymore. Back then, Lorist thought that the secretary couldn't be lying, as there was not a real reason to, given their casual, yet intimate relationship. Since Telesti didn't believe in that method at all, Lorist couldn't do anything about it either, as there was no way he could use an example from his past life to prove his point. Having been shut out of the room, Lorist returned to his own residence, crestfallen. Josk stood at the castle gates and awaited Lorist's arrival. Waxima was still at Maplewood's Bastide, so among the rest at Fernrock Castle, only Josk, Pat and Ovidus were qualified to attend the banquet as family knights. Palobins and Jim were still not yet knights of the family, so one of them took Ovidus's place to train the new recruits while the other was pouting and nagging on guard duty atop the walls. Lorist, Shadecamp, and Reedy got down the walls. Upon seeing Josk, Lorist wanted to curse out loudly. "This guy actually looks far better than me, his lord." Lorist wore the formal attire of nobles while Josk was equipped with a shiny, silver knight armor that was immensely attention-grabbing. Coupled with his handsome features and slightly woeful gaze, Lorist understood that there was no way the attention of the other noble ladies would be focused on him. Reedy bore the banner of the Norton family with Shadecamp leading the group in front. Lorist and Josk on the other hand were mounted, and they rode towards the campgrounds at a leisurely pace. Along the way, jesters could be seen performing comedy sketches, servants ran around busily with various dishes in their hands, and the dancers gave a stunning performance as they were immersed in the festive music. Some bards even climbed up to high platforms and sung of ancient legends, whereas certain magicians staged fire-breathing shows. Upon seeing Lorist passing through, all of them halted their performances and bowed to pay their respects. From time to time, some knights would stand up from their benches and salute Lorist by patting their hands on their chest. As Lorist gave nods of acknowledgments to the saluting knights, he asked Shadecamp, "Who are they?" "I don't know them, so why are they saluting me?" Frustrated that his lord was such an absent-minded person, Shadecamp said, "Me lord, did you forget the report I made to you yesterday? 29 wandering knights were willing to serve our military force and hope to be promoted to become our family knights one day after they gain some achievement." "Oh, my apologies. I really did forget," Lorist said. "Are they all silver ranked?" Sigh. "Me lord, if you didn't add the criteria for them to be good at archery, we wouldn't have accepted so many of them in the first place. In actuality, there are 17 of them who are still iron ranked, and they've just received their knight badges not long ago. Originally, they just wanted to watch the competitions, but upon discovering that the archery competition didn't have a battle force requirement, they joined immediately. Pat said that they were quite good with the bow and arrow and recruited them right away." Hee, Lorist chuckled happily. Pat did the right thing. While they are iron ranks now, they will soon break through to the silver rank. Hopefully, we might have another gold-ranked marksman like Josk in the family one day. "Impossible," Josk interjected. "Not one of them will have the talent at archery like I do. And there is only one Green Benny, so they will only be good archers at best." Green Benny was what Josk called his green longbow. It was rumored that the longbow was originally made from a bone of a magnificent dragon that had been excavated from an ancient ruin, which took the Grandmaster up to 10 years to craft. One fateful day, it was acquired by Baron Omidor, who later gifted it to Josk as an engagement gift between Josk and his daughter.
Shut up, Josk. I will have someone make a bow that's better than your green Benny.
You better bet on that, said Lorist in a dissatisfied tone.
Oh, didn't Viscount Kenmay say that he was recruiting knights for a knight brigade as well? How many did he get?
Lorist asked as the thought occurred to him. Milord, there were 89 wandering knights who joined the side of Viscount Kenmays and entered his brigade, said Shadecamp with a solemn expression. Aside from the Kenmays family, the Phelan family, also known as the family of the Pegasus, recruited around 50 wandering knights. Some other Dominion lords also recruited 1 or 2 knights themselves, while the remaining knights didn't pique any of the other nobles' interest and weren't recruited.
Then, how many knights have participated in the competition?
Lorist asked as he looked at the tens of long wooden tables and benches that were lined up and seated to the brim with a rough estimated headcount of 1,800 people. Milord, the knighthood competition was ongoing for 27 whole days and over 37 Dominion lords came over due to the fast and strong rumors. It was said that 2 Dominion lords who were at war halted their battles and led their knights here just to join in. Around 600 wandering and freelance knights came over as well.
The noble families should have also brought roughly 800 knights of their own.
37 noble families was roughly half the total number of all the nobles within the Northlands. News of the competition really did spread far and wide. However, Lorist didn't expect that there were actually that many wandering and freelance knights within the Northlands.
600 was a bit too many.
It didn't take long for the group to reach the tent where the banquet for the nobles was being held. The Kenmays family did live up to their reputation as the owner of the largest construction merchant guild within the former empire, given the size of the tent they prepared, which could easily accommodate hundreds of people within for a grand ball. After their arrival was reported, Lorist, Josk and Shadecamp headed inside the tent while Reedy stood guard outside and looked after the horses with the banner of the Norton family in his hand.
Shadecamp reminded, Milord, the person who is coming forward to greet us is Viscount Kenmays himself.
It was Lorist's first meeting with Viscount Kenmays. He was a person of slightly shorter height than Lorist and the length of his blonde hair reached his shoulders. He looked rather handsome and his face was cleanly shaven with a rather pointy chin. His face bore a bright and graceful smile which gave him an elegant bearing which fit his image of a good-looking guy well. Lorist turned to his back and looked in Josk as he thought, only that fellow can compare with the Viscount's looks.
Josk on the other hand was quite confused and asked, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face?
Lorist didn't answer him. The Viscount was also dressed in the same noble robes as Lorist, with the only difference being that his blue sash had silver embroidery of the stonecrop plant that enveloped the 3-ring insignia of the Kenmays family and the rose which symbolized the royal family of the Iblia kingdom.
Viscount Kenmays laughed out and greeted them. With both his hands opened wide, he said, I finally get to meet the Lord Baron. I've long heard about your reputation and it's about time I get to meet you in the flesh. It truly is my honor.
Lorist on the other hand observed carefully and could detect the flash of seething anger from the Viscount's eyes. Smiling, he thought, this guy is still holding a grudge about the 100,000 gold fords I've taken. Similarly, Lorist opened his hands to give the Viscount a passionate hug and said, I myself have also been anticipating our meeting. However, I've been rather busy recently and couldn't find any time. Fortunately, I got to see you here today as I have long wished. After the two exchanged false pleasantries, the Viscount brought Lorist around and introduced him to the nobles that attended the banquet as well as the many noble ladies there. Lorist admired the Viscount's ability to perfectly memorize and recite the family backgrounds and history of all the nobles there. He could even recall the heroic tales each family had. No wonder that guy can mix well in situations like these so freely and get the attention and liking of those noble women. When Lorist felt a little fatigued from keeping his smile up, the introductions finally ended and everyone got to their respective seats to enjoy the delicacies prepared by the cooks hired by the Kenmays family. Among the Dominion lords that attended the banquet, Lorist paid attention to 2 in particular. One was the Viscount, who was pretending to be friendly and amicable with him even though Lorist detected the hint of hatred from his eyes. The other was Baron Phelan Chalvaud, the head of the family of the Pegasus. While the Baron seemed harmless and friendly enough on the surface, Lorist could feel a ferocious savagery from the Baron, who was also a 1-star gold-ranked knight.
1. It is a Chinese proverb based on the immortalized poet Lu Dongbin. See Wikipedia.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 140 Shock.
The large tent was quickly filled with the tables that were brought within it by the servants. The difference between these tables and those which the knights sat by outside was that these were far more intricate, and the servants even laid a fine, white linen tablecloth onto them before they placed vibrant flowers and baskets of assorted fruits upon them. In total, there were 20 long tables lined up into 2 rows. On either side of each table were 12 chairs in total. Lorist took a few looks before Viscount Kenmays told him that since the night competition was organized by their two families, there was no master seat. It was possible that he merely didn't want the Nortons to use the opportunity to steal the spotlight. Even so, Lorist felt that this arrangement was apt as it symbolized the equal standing between the two families. The few tables in the middle were reserved specifically for Dominion lords. Apart from Lorist and Viscount Kenmays, who were seated face to face at the first table given their status as the organizers of the competition, the rest of the seats were arranged according to the relative titles of the attendees, with some noble ladies sandwiched in between. The sidemost tables were prepared for the guests or gold-rank knights who were invited to the banquet by the Dominion lords. Lorist noticed that apart from Josk, only 2 other gold-rank knights were brought over by their lords. Shadecamp, on the other hand, had a seat for himself over there, as he had played a large part in the committee of the competition. Given that it was Lorist's first time attending a formal nobles' banquet, he tried his best to behave cordially and seriously. That aside, Viscount Kenmays, who was seated directly opposite him, was chattering away, impressing his listeners with the vast knowledge he had. They were especially enraptured with his unique interpretations of the major events that had happened during the course of Grindian history. As he cut the steak with his silver utensils and brought them to his mouth while listening to the incessant tales of Viscount Kenmays, Lorist heard a mention of Moronti City. All of a sudden, Viscount Kenmays turned to Lorist and said, "I've heard that Baron Norton had left the Northlands and studied at Moronti City for more than 10 years. Something quite major happened over there last year, didn't it?"
Last year? I don't remember anything particularly significant.
I don't think anything noteworthy happened before I left. Lorist shook his head and said, "Last year, after I received the summons from my family, I began my journey back immediately, so I'm afraid I'm not informed about what you are referring to." "Oh, then you must have made your move too early." Back at the Dawn Academy within Moronti City, there was an iron-ranked instructor called Locke who dueled all the silver-ranked instructors within the academy sector. Up to 30 silver-ranked instructors were defeated by him during that time. After that, the iron-ranked instructor Locke stepped down from the dueling platform and has gained a fearsome moniker of Iron Locke the Silver, undefeated for beating all his challengers without losing even a single duel. It's a shame that I had something else on my hands back then and wasn't able to make my way to the city to witness the wonder myself. What a shame," said the Viscount with utmost regret.
"No worries, this one is sitting right in front of you.
You can open your eyes wide and observe to your heart's content."
"Oh, I know about that. Instructor Locke's swordsmanship truly is profound."
"He is really deserving of that moniker," said Lorist without the slightest hint of embarrassment nor shame. Viscount Kenmays changed the subject quickly and said with a smiling face as he raised his silver cup, "This knighthood competition lasted 27 whole days, and Baron Norton, you only showed up today on the closing banquet.
Don't tell me that you got bored of seeing fights like these back in the city and can't be bothered to witness the competitions between the knights? Baron Norton, shouldn't you at least try to explain the reason for your absence?"
Lorist raised the silver cup in his hand in a similar fashion and said, I really didn't have a choice, as there were really too many matters I had to settle within my dominion. I'm sure all of you here know that I just succeeded the dominion and the title recently, and I hope you can tolerate my absence because of that. Even so, Lord Viscount, no, I should address you as Lord Count now. I've heard that Count Lopez has passed his title and dominion to you.
I really have to congratulate you for this. Here's a toast to your amazing achievement."
Even though Lorist didn't say it that loudly, every person within the tent didn't miss a single word, and chatters resounded throughout the tent. By the time it finally quieted down, the gazes of everyone within the tent were focused on Viscount Kenmays. A few Dominion lords even seemed rather restless on their seats, as if they wanted to return to their dominions right away. Baron Phelim of the family of the Pegasus even seemed like he was in deep thought. Viscount Kenmays' face froze up with a smile, but he quickly recovered and made a pained expression as he said, "Sigh, I'm sure that most of you know that I've been here for the most part of the competition, so I really didn't expect that something of that magnitude would happen.
All of you know about the close and intimate relationship between Count Lopez and my father.
It truly is a tragedy for the Count to have been injured during an encounter with the mountain barbarians.
Didn't he write me a request for help some time ago?
After I received it, I brought my family's forces to his dominion right away so that he may command it to defeat the barbarian threat. Not in my wildest imaginations would I have thought that the Count would entrust his title and dominion to me on his deathbed and request that I take care of his 2 sisters from the threat of the mountain barbarians. While taking care of his family is something is definitely an obligation I intend to fulfill, I still have the issue of the barbarians to worry about."
"How troublesome." Lorist tried to console him and said, "The Kenmays family is indeed one with a rich mercantile background.
I'm sure that you will manage to find a way to make up and coexist with the mountain barbarians. As long as they don't launch any assaults, then I'm sure that you'll be able to bring the dominion the Count left you to prosperity within no time."
"Thank you for your kind words, Lord Baron.
Then again, I've heard that you refused the demand of Duke Loggins not long ago and even hurt his gold-rank knight who was sent there as an ambassador and incited the Duke's rage in the process, causing him to announce his deployment of the Northland army to punish your family. I wonder if you need our help to console the Duke and put in some good words for you.
Perhaps he may consider sparing the Norton family. Viscount Kenmays retorted.
There is no longer a need for that, Lorist said in a dissatisfied tone as he chugged a few gulps of wine. He continued, that Dogshead Duke Loggins has sent 2 regiments of the Northland army numbering around 4,000 people led by gold-ranked Knights Chevany and Hennard to invade the dominion of my family. After they entered the dominion, they massacred all the folk of Wild North Town right away. Lorist paused and could clearly see the look of perturbation and delight that flashed past quickly on the face of Viscount Kenmays.
A massacre of the whole town?
Viscount Kenmays muttered stammeringly. The part of the announcement that made the Viscount feel delight was the fact that the Duke's men had already entered the Norton family dominion using a new, yet undiscovered route. The part that made him perturbed was the massacre of the townsfolk. Given the scarce population within the Northlands, even if 2 lords were to start an all-out war with one another, they wouldn't lay their hands on the non-combatants and would at most pillage them for their goods. Duke Loggins on the other hand massacred a whole town at the Northlands, and news of that would definitely incite strong animosity and objection from the other nobles in the Northlands. Nobody liked to deal with a greedy and cruel superior noble. Soft chatters once again filled the tent as the various nobles discussed with one another the things Lorist had just said. Knowing that Josk was a knight of the Norton family, the noble ladies gathered around him and offered their condolences, causing Josk to feel awkwardly uncomfortable and struggle to respond while sweating out in anxiety. Many nobles looked at Lorist with sympathetic gazes as the 2 regiments numbered around 4,000 men and the gold-ranked knights of the Duke would definitely give the Norton family a hard time. Even though Lorist was attending the banquet like nothing was happening, in the eyes of the other nobles, he might probably have to surrender and be stripped of all his belongings to be able to escape the predicament he was in. They believed that the only reason Lorist was there was so that he doesn't lose any face, as most of them knew the temperament of the Duke quite well. However, Baron Phelan was the only one who looked at Lorist with suspicion as he found that Lorist's face didn't have the slightest indication of worry at all, as well as the audacity Lorist showed when he insulted the Duke in front of all the nobles. A person who was getting ready to surrender to the Duke's forces would definitely not be able to utter something like that.
That's right.
The males, the elderly and the infants were all killed, with only 1,000 or so women and young girls remaining to be sold to slave traders. That son of a bitch of a Duke can't be human, for him to even be willing to do something so heartless. The reason I wasn't able to be present during the competition was because I had to deal with all that. I only managed to settle all of it during the past few days, just in time for today's banquet, Lorist said as he used his fork to stuff yet another piece of steak into his mouth and accidentally smearing some oil on his cheeks. Wow, your family chefs are really great. This taste is wonderful. Sold to slave traders. How terrifying. Lorist turned his head and saw one lady beside Josk who pretended to faint sickly into his embrace, perfectly emulating what a model benevolent noblewoman would do once she heard about the cruel and indifferent nature of reality. Poor old Josk didn't know what to do, as he couldn't hold her tightly nor let her fall to the ground and had no choice but to gaze at Lorist and signal for help. Ha, it's your own fault for looking so good and dressing up so flashily like a peacock, Lorist thought as he pretended to not see anything. If Lord Baron, you, are enjoying the steak, why don't I order another serving for you, said the Viscount as he twirled the silver cup in his hand non-stop. After arduously waiting for Lorist to have another gulp of meat and wine, he asked impatiently, what happened next? Ha? What about it? Lorist asked while he seriously considered whether he should get another steak. Well, didn't you say that the Duke sent 4,000 men into your family's dominion and massacred the citizens of Wild North Town? What happened after that? Viscount Kenmays had the sudden urge to smash his silver cup into Lorist's face as he thought, can't you finish your story before you take another bite? How long has it been since you had any steak? Don't tell me the forces of the Duke swept your dominion clean to the point that you can't even get some yourself? Oh, you were talking about the Duke's force of 4,000. They're completely decimated. While they entered the dominion quite easily, there's no way I would just sit back and let them waltz out, Lorist said candidly. Clang. The cup Viscount Kenmays was holding fell straight to the floor. Directly following that, a few other clangs could be heard as the nobles stared blankly at Lorist. You? What did you say? What was that about decimation? Viscount Kenmays couldn't care less about the cup he had dropped and pestered Lorist for a more detailed explanation. Come on, what's so surprising of the Duke's men being completely wiped out? You're already this old and yet you couldn't hold a cup properly, how uncouth. And to think that I was planning to have you do me a favor. It seems that I have to seriously reconsider it, Lorist said slowly and calmly. How can that be? Viscount Kenmays cried out loud. Back then, when the new nobles that were just entitled by the second prince, the one who had the most military might was one of the second prince's gold-ranked guards. Due to being entangled in an affair with the queen of the Iblia kingdom, the guard was exiled to the Northlands and demoted to a baron. Probably due to the sponsorship of the queen, the gold-ranked guard managed to bring around 1,000 soldiers into the Northlands and wasn't willing to submit to the duke. In the end, the duke sent 2,000 Northland army soldiers led by Knight Chevany and conquered the new baron's castle within a mere 3 days. The head of the gold-ranked guard could still be seen hanging from a wall within the duke's mansion in Gildusk City. Viscount Kenmays could recall the times he saw the head for himself during his visits to the duke. That was the reason why all of the nobles within the Northlands feared the duke so much and didn't dare to antagonize him lest they had to face the brunt of the Northland army, causing the duke to grow ever more arrogant and dare to reap more profits from the nobles. Now that Lorist mentioned that he had defeated over 4,000 soldiers of the Northland army, the nobles were all filled with shock and doubt. "Oh, that's right, what about Knight Chevany and Knight Hennard?" asked Viscount Kenmays hurriedly. Even though Lorist said that he had wiped the duke's men out, if he said that the gold-ranked knights leading the soldiers managed to escape, then there was a huge possibility that Lorist was lying. Hennard might have managed to run away. Given that Viscount Kenmays was an acquaintance of Knight Chevany, he understood that the knight definitely wouldn't leave his men behind given his stubborn and old-fashioned personality. "The favor I was about to ask of you is in part related to that," Lorist said. He asked the Viscount in a steady tone, "I heard that you have quite a close relationship with the dog's head of a duke?" It's passable." "What did you mean by the involvement of the favor with the knights?" asked Viscount Kenmays as he once again felt the unbearable urge to tear Lorist's mouth open. "Can you not dally around when talking about something so serious? It's like this, Knight Chevany had sacrificed himself heroically on the battlefield. I have his body and I hope that you can help me transport it to his family. Other than that, we have captured Knight Hennard and 10 plus other silver-ranked knights. They hope that they will be able to pay a ransom for their freedom, so I will pass the name list to you later. Tell their family members or friends within the army to come here and pay the ransom," Lorist said. Shouldn't you be giving the name list to the duke?" Viscount Kenmays asked curiously. "Well, I've thought about it before," Lorist said. "Those silver-ranked knights think that the duke wouldn't bother to pay their ransom. So, they'd rather pass the word to their family members and friends for their help." Viscount Kenmays listened in shock before he thought in realization, what a great, calculative move. If rumor of that spreads within the Northland army, who would still be willing to serve the duke? His marvel aside, the Viscount was more than willing to help out with that task as causing the duke trouble would be good for the formidable reputation he was trying to build up for his family. "Very well, I'm more than happy to help you out with that," said Viscount Kenmays. He looked at Lorist and asked sincerely, "Given that you've wiped the men of the duke out, I'm sure that you've sustained quite some amount of casualties. Don't hesitate to come to me should you need any help." Lorist looked at the Viscount and thought, are you still pining for the return of the 100,000 gold fords? Are you trying to see if you're able to launch an attack if my family is weak from weathering the duke's assaults? Oh, the casualties truly are horrible. Lorist said as he sighed deeply. We actually lost up to 30 brave men with almost 100 injured soldiers. It truly is horrible. Viscount Kenmays turned and left immediately as he had better things to do than listening to Lorist's bullcrap. Hey, don't go just yet. Didn't you say you want to help out? Lorist called out from behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141 The Whereabouts of the Convoy. Within the main tent, Josk, Waxima, Ovidus, Pajik, Pat, Jim, Polobins, Reedy, Supervisors Hansk, Kedden and Spiel, Butler Boris, and Shadecamp were seated neatly in 2 rows as they listened to Lorist speak. Apart from Belnick, who was preparing to break through to the gold rank, and Old Man Balk who accompanied Grandmaster Sid to forage the Dominion for resources in Pescia, whom Lorist didn't like too much, all of the Norton family knights and officers were gathered there. Yesterday, Shadecamp has already transported the remains of Knight Chevany to Viscount Kenmays, and the freedom of the silver-ranked knights and Knight Hennard will have to be negotiated with the Duke. I believe that we will have about 3 months to rest and recuperate, since it will take some time before the Duke finds out about the defeat of his troops. He'll definitely be unable to launch an attack on us right after that, since he has to both consider how many soldiers he has to send over lest they get wiped out by us once again. If the number is large, I doubt that the Duke would be willing to spend so much funds on the expedition, Lorist said. The people within the tent instantly broke into laughter. It can be seen that Viscount Kenmays is not on the same side as the Duke. Given that the Kenmays family is focusing their attention on the eastern Northlands, they need us to keep the Duke's hands tied and also hope that us and the Duke will wipe each other out. That's why they will definitely try to stir something up after we hand them the name list. Even if the Duke is willing to pay the ransom for the silver rank knights, I believe that he definitely won't bother about the 1,000 plus surviving soldiers that we have captured. I know that the Kenmays family will definitely take this opportunity to spread that around to affect the morale and loyalty of the Duke's soldiers. Even if the Duke sends his soldiers to attack us, he will have to wait until the issue of the captives, which we can even intentionally delay, to be settled first. However, that doesn't mean that we fear the attack of the Duke. As long as he dares to come, we will make him run away with his tail between his legs. I, on the other hand, would like to see if the Duke will be able to weather through the loss sustained through the defeat of his army this time around. If the Northland army has to be downsized, I wonder if he can still act so brashly in the Northlands. I believe that by then he should be unable to control the other landed nobles and will find it tough to even protect himself, Lorist said with a cold smile. Next, I would like to use this period of temporary peace to reorganize our forces and give them proper training to increase their combat efficacy to prepare for the tough times to come. Shadecamp, do read out the plan you drafted for the reorganization of the family's forces to everyone, Lorist said as he nodded towards Shadecamp. Shadecamp stood up and took out a beastskin document and said, the guard squad will be reorganized to include 120 people who fit the criteria of having iron-ranked battle force. They will be equipped with a riding shield, a pike, hauberks and chain mails, a sidearm of their choosing, a quiver of javelins and 2 mounts. The squad leader will be Pat and the vice squad leader will be Polobins. A squad of mounted archers will be formed with the leader and trainer being Josk. During the recent knight competition, we have recruited 29 wandering knights and 22 of them have shown themselves to be quite capable in archery. They will be added to the 120-man squad and the requirements for other recruits will be having battle force of iron rank and above, good archery skill and good horse handling. They will be equipped with hauberks, leather armor, longbows, 3 quivers of arrows, a long sword, an arm shield and 2 mounts. Lorist then turned to Josk and said, Joe, I will leave the mounted archers squad to you. This will be the main offensive unit of our forces, so you must train them well. Josk knocked his fist onto his left chest and said, Milrod, I promise to make the mounted archers squad the sharpest blade we have in our arsenal. Shadecamp continued, a company of cavalrymen will also be formed. The company will contain 4 main squads with another supply squad with the total number of men being a full 600 people. The commander of the company will be Waxima and the only requirement for recruits would be having battle force at the bronze rank and above. They will each be equipped with a hauberk, a chain mail, a riding shield, a riding lance, 2 mounts, and 1 sidearm of their choice. The guards will also be reorganized into 2 companies. The commander of the first company is Pajik and the commander of the second is Ovidus. Similarly, each company will have 4 main squads and 1 supply squad at a total of 600 people. Each company consists of 1 sword and shield infantry squad, 1 longbowman squad, 2 pike infantry squads and 1 supply squad. They will be equipped with hauberks, square shields, bucklers, pikes, longbows, long swords, throwing axes, javelins, etc. Additionally, 2 more defense units will be formed and the members will be recruited from those who don't make the criteria of the aforementioned units. Each squad will have from 100 to 120 members and they will be equipped with grey-colored leather armor, pikes, long swords, longbows and various types of shields. Shadecamp then placed the beastskin document down before he bowed to Lorist and went back to his seat. Lorist looked at his seated subordinates and said, Did you all understand that? I hope that you all can come up with your own methods to carry out the training and reorganization and show them to me for approval. Other than that, I will be stationing one of the defense units at Maplewood's Bastide with Pajik being the subleader for now. This unit will be responsible for the defense of the Bastide. As for the defense unit here at Fernrock Castle, it will be in charge of regulating order, ensuring security, patrolling, and guarding the warehouses. Ovidus will be the sub-leader of this unit. Given that we don't have enough soldiers for now, begin the training even if the units are not yet filled up. I will set up another camp for new recruits at Fernrock Castle which will be left to Shadecamp, Pat, and Polobins. I will be the chief instructor over there. The recruits will learn to awaken their battle force within the camp as well as basic military regulations. After they receive basic training, they will then be sent to different units depending on their own individual capabilities until the space for the units are filled up. Other than that, Supervisor Hansk will be the chief finance and resource officer of the family and will be in charge of our supplies and finances and its distribution. Butler Boris will take charge of civil and business matters, Shadecamp will manage the arsenal of the family's forces and Supervisor Kedden will manage the camp of the captives. When Old Man Balk returns, he will take over production and manufacturing while Supervisor Spiel will work on agriculture. I will be leaving the food supply and the family's sustenance to you. By the time we defeat Duke Loggins, the Northlands will no doubt fall into another period of chaos. Without the iron grip of the Northland army, the ambitious Dominion lords will start to act. We can't do much apart from preparing for the worst so that we will be able to survive during the troubled times to come and lay a firm foundation for our family's strength.
This will have to depend on you all, Lorist said as he rose to his feet and bowed to his men. The rest of them got up and returned the bow as they said in unison, "My lord, we will definitely do our best to serve you." Lorist clapped his hands and said, "All right, go do your stuff. Jim and Reedy, stay back for a while." Everyone left the tent with the exception of the two. Jim said in a troubled fashion, "My lord, why didn't you give me any assignments?" Lorist laughed and said, You must have been quite impatient just now. The reason I didn't give you any task is because I have a mission for both you and Reedy. Reedy, when we left the convoy, it was the 2nd month. And now, it's almost the 9th month already, but the convoy still hasn't arrived yet. That's why I will leave the task to locate the convoy to Jim and you. Find out why they have been delayed for so long. Jim, bring a few of the mercenaries that joined our forces over with you as well and pretend to be a group of mercenaries on a mission. Do be careful on your journey and get anything you need from Shadecamp. I've also written a few letters for Charade, Potterfong, Els, Turman, and Yuri. Tell them I miss them. Oh, and these letters are for Elisa and Howard. Yes, me lord. We will definitely carry out the task successfully, said the two of them as they saluted in unison. The castle is down. We have entered the gates. It's our victory. We have won. As they let out their excited cheers, the guards tossed their sun hats high up in the air. The banners at the foot of the hill were waved frantically as the soldiers cheered for yet another one of their victories. Charade, who was mounted, looked from his vantage point at the top of the hill towards the flag of the Dominion Lord in the distant castle get lowered and replaced by that of the Norton family. However, the expression he wore was a displeased one as he solemnly said to the guard beside him, "Come, let's go back to the tent." Within the tent, Els was lying down on a soft couch and reading a night novel. His left leg was wrapped up by a huge and thick bandage. He had gotten hurt 2 months ago when he was impaled on the leg by a silver-ranked knight with his riding lance. It would take at least half a year to recover from an injury of that degree. Charade went into the tent with a gloomy face, prompting Els to ask out of curiosity, "What's wrong? Didn't we succeed in taking the castle? Why the long face?" Sigh. Charade let out a long tired breath. "I'm not happy about this at all. Even though I know this is a pit hole, we had no choice but to jump straight into it. It really feels super bad to be used by others like this." Els also quieted down at that statement. Originally, they thought that the journey through the Andanak Kingdom would be a mere walk in the park. However, it actually turned out to be a road filled with countless thorns, and the northbound convoy had to carve a bloody passage out with their own hands. 3 months prior, they had already arrived at Ben Citadel that was located at the border between the Redleys Kingdom and the Andanak Kingdom, which Potterfong had conquered with his heavy armored cavalry. However, they received a piece of bad news during their stay. Charade had planned to give up Ben's Citadel to the soldiers of the Andanak Kingdom, as that would relieve the convoy of any baggage before they resumed their journey up north through the Andanak Kingdom quickly. However, Potterfong, who arrived one step earlier at the former imperial capital, now the royal capital of the Andanak Kingdom, didn't manage to meet the third prince, Andanak I. After asking around, he found that the third prince had fallen sick and the matters of the kingdom were currently managed by his son, the First Highness. That was why Potterfong decided to visit the First Highness, Delwick, but Delwick refused to send any soldiers to be stationed at Ben's Citadel and told Potterfong that currently, the influence of the royal family was only limited to the royal capital, as many nobles of the kingdom had formed an alliance to resist and grapple with the royal family, and he had no other choice and couldn't spare any help to the convoy even if he wanted to. Potterfong subsequently went to contact his acquaintances from the White Lion Legion, and the news he got shocked him deeply. The Andanak Kingdom was truly in a dire state, given that the third prince had been at his sickbed for more than a year. The First Highness, who had relied so much on the stronger nobles within the kingdom, had become their plaything. Among the 3 most reputable armies within the empire, the White Lion Legion had been disbanded, the Fierscale Legion had joined the Melian Duchy, and the royal family's local defense guards only had 1 regiment of troops remaining and were barely able to defend the royal family with the meager amount of taxes collected from the capital. The former population of 500,000 of the capital had declined to a mere 50,000, with the once merry business districts turning into abandoned slums. Back when the empire got divided into many powers, the third prince faced the most brunt of the Ford trade union, as he was the one who was officially named by the emperor as the true heir of the imperial family. Even though the Andanak Kingdom was founded on 3 of the most prosperous provinces of the empire, without any trade and business going on, and given the fact that the agricultural produce wasn't enough to sustain its own population, the kingdom began its steady journey to decline. Following that, the Dominion lords tightened their choking grip on their citizens to squeeze more out of them and even fought each other to expand their territory. The third prince's Andanak Kingdom was merely an afterthought after that. The First Highness's claim that the royal family didn't have power outside the capital was also true. Having received that information, Potterfong quickly returned to Ben's Citadel to discuss the state of affairs with Charade.
He didn't expect that information about the resources and wealth the convoy had would actually be leaked by one of the First Highness's retainers to the alliance of Dominion lords who turned their gazes to the convoy. Charade decided right away to leave Ben's citadel unguarded and departed with the whole convoy. On the 5th day of their departure, however, the convoy encountered the forces of the alliance at the Green Plains. The alliance that was formed by 37 different noble families had around 30,000 troops and they had come to rob the convoy. But after their first few defeats, they changed their approach and demanded that the convoy give up 2/3 of everything they had in exchange for safe passage. Charade refused the unreasonable demand outright and the two parties were at a stalemate. Back then, the Noble Alliance had 30,000 soldiers. Even though the convoy was made up of more than 50,000 people, only 15,000 of them were combatants and they were severely outnumbered. After 20 days, conflict broke out once again. The Alliance launched their attacks first, followed by counterattacks from Charade and Potterfong. What was surprising was that the soldiers of the Alliance broke formation almost instantly when the convoy's soldiers charged, and given their far inferior gear, the first battle was completely dominated by the northbound convoy. With minimal casualties, they even managed to capture 17,000 enemy soldiers. Upon discovering the true might of their own troops, Charade and Potterfong were elated. Charade instantly ordered his men to pay the Noble Alliance back for the trouble they have caused, and as the convoy passed through the dominions of each noble, they took the castle of those dominion lords and hung the nobles who joined the alliance publicly and took everything they had to replenish the supply of the convoy. The attacks the convoy launched didn't deplete its forces in the least. Of the 17,000 captive soldiers, Charade had the ones who knew useful skills such as smithing, crafting, cobbling and tailoring assimilated into the members of the convoy, and had the remaining 14,000 or so men split into 4 different suicide units which were given simple equipment and sent to attack the castles of the other Dominion lords with the promise that they would regain their freedom if they were victorious. They would also be offered the chance to join the convoy on the journey to the Northlands to start their lives anew. At first, things progressed smoothly and the castles of 2 Dominion lords were successfully conquered. But it did not take long for something troubling to occur. A group of vagabonds started tagging along the convoy from behind in hopes that they would be able to receive protection as well as going to the Northlands to live the peaceful and blissful life there that Charade had so loudly proclaimed. When Charade was busy brainstorming a solution for that issue, a group of people arrived at the main camp of the convoy's forces, and their leader was the second son of the third prince, the Second Highness, Auguslo. Accompanying him was the gold-ranked female knight, Norton Glacia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Charade the Demon. My apologies, Second Highness. Even though the Norton family is under the jurisdiction of the Chrisson royal family and you are one of its members, currently, you represent the royal family of the Andinak Kingdom. Also, our lord has willed that we lead the convoy all the way to the family's dominion and didn't say anything about helping the Andinak royal family solve the issue of rebellious dominion lords within your kingdom, Charade said as he refused Auguslo's request. The aim of the Second Highness in coming over with his group of 20 was to try to mediate between the convoy and the alliance of nobles so that they could come to a truce and stop battling. After all, that was the request of his most intimate and loyal subordinate, Norton Glacia. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could purchase some food supplies as the kingdom had been struck with a severe lack of resources due to the trade embargo of the Ford Trade Union. The Second Highness believed that the alliance would give him some face as he was the one who led the White Lion Legion and the Fierscale Legion during the times of the Civil War and kept the first and second princes in check so that they didn't reach the imperial capital. Many of the Dominion lords within the alliance had received help from him before and thus owed him some form of favor. However, as he was on his way to the convoy, he heard that the convoy's forces managed to utterly crush the soldiers of the alliance. This news filled the Second Highness with shock as he didn't expect that the convoy's escort troops would actually be that powerful. Upon seeing Glacia's elated and excited reaction, Second Highness Auguslo started contemplating his next move. While the Second Highness had gained some stellar achievements in the military, he wasn't favored by the other nobles within the Andinak Kingdom. To them, having great achievements translated to being willing to achieve anything regardless of the cost. While the third prince did rely on the Second Highness to lead the 2 armies to resist the assaults of the first and second princes, it had drained the kingdom of its much-needed resources and caused it to become a desolate husk of what it used to be. Additionally, the Second Highness was a rather stubborn person and nobody liked an impulsive and forceful king. That was why the nobles gave their support to the First Highness and caused the Second Highness to be exiled back to his own principality at an island near the western coast of the kingdom by the third prince, Andinak I. Being drained of resources and vitality from the constant battles of the Civil War, the Andinak Kingdom could no longer sustain 3 large armies, resulting in the White Lion Legion being disbanded and the Fierscale Legion joining the Melian Duchy to resist the second prince with their aid. The royal family's local defense guards had also been downsized quite substantially given the state of finances of the kingdom to the point that they were left with only 1 regiment of troops. Having lost the military power necessary to control the kingdom,
the nobles no longer took the Andenac royal family seriously. Coupled with the third prince falling sick due to an unknown disease, the weak-willed First Highness got pushed around by the nobles when he took over, and that allowed the pride and arrogance of the nobles to inflate even more. They began to blatantly ignore the laws of the kingdom and oppressed the citizens, all the while forming their own private armies and dividing the territory of the royal family among themselves, which eventually resulted in the formation of the alliance for the sole purpose of putting pressure on the Andenac royal family. Having witnessed the state of the kingdom, the Second Highness resolved himself to one day unify the Christian Empire and restore the imperial family back to its former glory. It was too bad that he didn't have a reliable force of his own at the moment, and even his personal guard and the garrison soldiers within his territory numbered to only 300 people. And while his elder brother the First Highness wasn't the best at resisting external threats, it was the opposite when it came to internal threats, given the almost paranoid awareness he had towards his own younger brother, which he deemed a potential hazard to his own regime, to the point that he stopped giving any subsidies to the Second Highness, using the excuse that the kingdom was running severely low on funds. Even if he had the will, the Second Highness couldn't do much without any soldiers and power of his own. But when he saw the might of the convoy of the Norton family, he started having his own plans. The sole reason he went to the convoy was to borrow food and troops to restore stability to the Andenac kingdom by way of eliminating the noble alliance and forcing the First Highness to abdicate and grabbing the throne for himself. But Charade saw through his intentions right away and refused his request immediately. "Is Abelide the family head right now?" Glacia asked. "Abelide? Who's that?" Charade asked the beautiful female knight with a curious look on his face. Glacia's expression suddenly changed as she shouted, "Who the heck are you? Why are you impersonating the people of the Norton family?" She already had her hand to the hilt of her sword. "We are no doubt knights of the Norton family. Our lord is indeed Baron Norton." "Oh, the current Baron Norton is Norton Lorist," Charade said as he brought out his knight badge and infused his battle force into it to manifest the misty form of the roaring raging bear. Stunned, Glacia asked after she hesitated for a moment, "Lorist? Are you talking about little Locke? That crybaby? The one who has snot all over his face? Wasn't he exiled to Moranti City?" But everyone within the tent burst out in laughter at hearing the childhood nicknames of their lord. Resisting the urge to laugh, Charade replied, "Yes, milady. Locke was indeed exiled to Moranti City, but he received summons from the family a year ago. Currently, he is the only person left within the direct line of succession, and he had no choice to return to the Dominion to inherit the Dominion and his title. Many of us here are friends of his back at Moranti City, and we were accepted into the family as knights by him and are on a mission back to the Dominion with this convoy. May I ask who you are and what relationship you have with the Norton family?" "What did you say? Little Locke is the only one left that can succeed the Norton family? Then what happened to Abelide and Norwesk?" Glacia asked hurriedly, before she regained her calm and realized her abrupt behavior. "Apologies, I am Norton Glacia, Lorist's elder cousin sister. My father is Lorist's second uncle, and he used to be the vice-captain of the Knight Brigade of the Empire's local defense force. I offer you my greetings," Charade said as everyone within the tent saluted Glacia. "The names you mentioned just now referred to the first and third young masters, right?" Charade asked. "It's like this." Charade told Glacia everything he knew about the state of the Norton family, causing Glacia to burst into tears. The Second Highness hugged her as he tried to comfort her. "I thought that losing my father was one of the worst things that could have happened to me. But to think that the family had gotten even worse over the years." Glacia mumbled. "Mistress Glacia, please calm your feelings and trust that the Norton family will once again return to glory under the leadership of Locke. The journey of the convoy will be an important cornerstone to restore the family, so I am afraid that I cannot accept your Highness's request, as I have to ensure that the people and resources within the convoy arrive at the Northlands safely," Charade said. "If that's the case, there's even more reason to accept His Highness's request. With the military might of the convoy, you'll be able to easily wipe out the forces of the nobles who are going against him. Just capture their bastards and take their resources so that you'll have enough to last the whole journey back. I've been to the family dominion before, and I know that it is a desolate place deprived of every kind of resource. That's why the more you bring back to the dominion, the more beneficial it will be to the family," Glacia argued. "If you agree to help me out, when I take control of the imperial capital, I will instantly raise the rank of the Norton family from a baron to a count," promised the Second Highness. "I also won't take your supplies for free. I can offer you the equipment and gear of the White Lion Legion that was disbanded long ago in exchange for your help and supplies. I believe the Norton family will stand to benefit quite a bit from gaining these equipment." But Charade started to hesitate as he couldn't think of a reason to refute the offer. While a rise in rank was nothing of note, the equipment of the White Lion Legion was a different story altogether.
Being the main offensive force of the Christian Empire, the White Lion Legion used quality equipment which boasted excellent offense and defense that were crafted by the best smiths of the empire. They were easily 2 times better than usual equipment, and the armor charade wore was garbage in comparison. Other than that, the White Lion Legion had 89,000 members which were fully equipped and divided into 4 regiments. Including the stuff of the supply units, Charade estimated that there would easily be 100,000 sets of gear in total. If they could obtain all the gear of the White Lion Legion, then the Norton family would not have to worry about weapons and gear for more than 10 years. As long as they were able to form an army and provided with those equipment, the family would unquestionably be able to reign supreme within the Northlands and develop the dominion with the peace and security that came with it without the slightest worry about the chaos and turmoil of the lands. The Second Highness didn't have much of a choice either, as the White Lion Legion had been disbanded and all that remained was their equipment. Even so, many sets had been used and worn out over the course of the conflict within the Empire, and the sets in good and bad condition combined only numbered around 70,000 instead of the 100,000 Charade believed it to be. Originally, the third prince, Andanak I, had planned to sell those gear for a high price to purchase the much-needed food and other resources to stabilize the kingdom. However, the Ford Trade Union was only willing to offer less than a tenth of the cost required to manufacture the gear to take advantage of the Andanak kingdom's desperation. In a fit of rage, the third prince stopped all negotiations immediately and even cut off trade ties with the Ford Trade Union. The people of the trade union were also infuriated by that response, as during the past 100 or so years, the White Lion Legion was involved in all the invasions the Empire made on the Falic Plains, and they were even the biggest contributor to the Empire's successes. To them, it was already very generous of them to offer to purchase the equipment at that price. They had intended to have the equipment melted down and made into a monument to commemorate the dissolution of the Christian Empire, with the insignia of the White Lion Legion placed at the very bottom to symbolize the complete triumph of the trade union. Since the third prince wasn't willing to sell the gear, they gave up and didn't bother to convince him otherwise anyway. Without trade, the once lively imperial capital started to regress as the quality of life gradually worsened. The embargo also caused the nobles of the Andanak kingdom much distress, and some of them even lusted after the gear that was left and used in the warehouses of the empire. The Second Highness himself didn't have any other choice either, as the Andanak kingdom's finances are in the red, and he had to offer an appealing proposition for the Norton family for them to be willing to help out. After brainstorming, he came up with 2 methods, the first of which being granting the family more territory and land as well as a higher ranking title. That was something the Second Highness was extremely unwilling to do, as the Andanak kingdom only encompassed 3 of the provinces of the former empire, with the already limited land split between many noble families. Given that there were more than 100 noble families within the kingdom, even the royal family's territory had to be reduced. That was why he planned to eliminate the nobles that were causing trouble and only spare the ones who were loyal to the kingdom to lay the foundation for the restoration of the Christian Empire. Giving the Norton family a higher title and part of the territory taken from the purged nobles was akin to luring in yet another tiger after chasing away a pack of wolves. As the Second Highness was still unsure of the loyalty of the Norton family, he refrained from that thought to save himself some trouble. The second method he could use was to offer the equipment of the White Lion Legion, as he observed that the convoy took their defense and security very seriously, with even the most basic foot soldier being equipped with metal armor. He thought that the gear of the mighty White Lion Legion would prove very alluring to the convoy, and he was right. Even though Charade was able to keep his calm when he heard that offer, the 3 within the tent that had relatively high positions in the convoy stared straight at him. Those 3 were Potterfong, Lodwales, and Mons Malak respectively. As they were former members of the White Lion Legion and were all commoner officers, the Second Highness couldn't recall their faces even though they have met before. Upon hearing that the Second Highness was willing to give them the equipment of the White Lion Legion, the 3 felt completely ecstatic, but they couldn't reveal their thoughts openly and could only stare hard at Charade in hopes that he would accept the offer. In the end, Charade nodded. The results of the negotiation were as follows. The convoy would use 100,000 gold fords to help fund the formation of a 20,000-strong army for the Second Highness and supply them with equipment and food. The new army would accompany the northbound convoy and cooperate with them to defeat the nobles of the alliance, and the spoils of war would be split evenly among the 2 parties for the whole period until the Second Highness ascends to the throne. The Second Highness, on the other hand, would agree to raise the rank of the Norton family to that of a count when he goes into power, with no change or addition to the size of the dominion. Additionally, the gear of the White Lion Legion would be completely handed to the Norton family, and it was promised that there were no less than 70,000 sets in total, and any additional sets would be given to the convoy for free. Even though the convoy was biting the short end of the stick, given that they had to go to battle almost immediately and the Second Highness only had to make promises without actually putting anything up front, Charade agreed to the deal in consideration for Glacia's standing. Other than that, he also had plans of his own that would ensure that the convoy wouldn't suffer much losses either. Also, he felt that it was a good opportunity to get on the good side of the Second Highness and pave a way for the family's influence into the Andenac Kingdom, allowing the family's trade convoys to one day be allowed passage through the territory of the Andenac Kingdom to Viscount Tim's dominion at the Red Lease Kingdom. Cherade's plan was simple. He would use the convoy's main force in the open field battles and scouting missions, as he was confident that the armored cavalry unit of the Norton family would be able to utterly crush any enemy resistance without trouble. He also considered it to be a good chance for the soldiers to gain experience. The battles which would cause the most casualties were the sieges, and he planned to have the convoy's ranged units aid in the effort. That way, he could minimize the casualties of the convoy's forces and also resupply the convoy with the loot they took. What was there for them to lose? After the expedition began for 2 or so months, the forces of the convoy swept past the Hanstmost province and the central province of the Andenac Kingdom under Cherade's leadership, forcing 35 Dominion lords to submit and swear their allegiance to the Second Highness in the process, and earning him the moniker of Cherade the Demon. He also used the youths among the captives and vagabonds to form a 20,000-strong army for the Second Highness as per the agreement, which was used to encircle the imperial capital, giving the First Highness no choice but to abdicate and pass the throne to the Second Highness. The Second Highness also fulfilled his side of the bargain and gave all 73,645 sets of gear of the White Lion Legion to the convoy, and also signed the certificate of the entitlement that was testament to the elevation of status of the Norton family leader from a baron to a count, complete with the official imperial seal. On a side note, the Second Highness also hoped that the convoy would continue to fight for him and help him restore the empire. Cherade refused the request without hesitating, and the Second Highness merely laughed it off without stirring up any fuss. But when Cherade announced that they would be departing immediately to resume their journey back to the Northlands, the Second Highness asked for a favor, since the convoy was headed for the final province of the Andenac Kingdom, the Walbasia province, which was also the main stronghold of the Noble Alliance, which the Second Highness couldn't reach his hands into no matter how hard he tried. The Second Highness made an optimistic request for the convoy's troops to clean up the rebellious nobles as they had done during their passage through the previous 2 provinces. Cherade shook his head and said, "My apologies, Your Highness, the convoy has already been delayed for too many times and we have to head for the Northlands immediately. As long as the nobles don't stop us on our tracks, we won't act against them for no reason." The Second Highness laughed and said, "But there is a lot of food within that province." "Well, no matter if you can't help it." In the end, the convoy parted with the Second Highness on friendly terms, and Glacia had even written a couple of letters meant for Lorist and entrusted them to Cherade. And so the convoy continued its journey north, but Cherade and the rest quickly felt that something was not right. By the time the convoy reached the Walbasia province, the vagabonds that followed behind them numbered more than 100,000. After making some inquiries, Cherade found that he had been duped. As the population within the Andenac Kingdom was quite dense, the food shortage that plagued it caused the citizens to wander around to forage for food for their survival. And somehow, rumors that the northbound convoy was handing out food and bringing people to settle down within the Northland spread and caused many of the vagabonds to seek it out. Enraged, Cherade wrote a letter to the Second Highness about the issue, to which the Second Highness responded, writing, "The Andenac Kingdom has roughly 400,000 vagabonds. Due to the efforts of the convoy, which freed up more land in the Hanstmost province and the central province, I have only managed to settle 100,000 of them down despite the best of my efforts. I cannot do much about the rest who chose to follow the convoy. However, if the convoy is willing to clean up the Walbasia province, the extra land might be enough for another 100,000 or so people to settle down." It was at that moment when everyone's face froze up. There was no way that they would be able to travel quick with so many vagabonds slowing them down. However, they couldn't just leave them be and ignore them, as they might be prompted into attacking and robbing the convoy out of desperation. 100,000 desperate and hungry people was no small threat. On the other hand, if Cherade chose to feed the vagabonds, the food source that would last 60,000 people for 3 months might run out within only 1 month. The only solution was to attack the bastides and castles of the Dominion lords within the province to attain more food to feed the vagabonds, as well as help the Second Highness settle some of them down within the province. That was the main issue that plagued the convoy, which caused Cherade much grief and frustration, as he had no option but to jump into the abyss despite knowing what lay below. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143: The Experiences of the Messengers. Looking at the 200-plus new recruits training within the camp, Lorist shook his head in disappointment. They were mostly recruited from the citizens who moved over from the Kenmays family's immigrant town. Compared to the slave laborers of the Kenmays family, their physical capabilities were far inferior, as most of them were malnourished. That was because the slave laborers were integral to the profits of the Kenmays family, so it's understandable that they were well fed. These immigrants are different in that it's already considered for them to have infrequent meals that allowed them to barely survive. After being brought to the Northlands by the Kenmays family, the immigrants were given some farmland and small amounts of supplies before they were left to fend for themselves, and they would also be required to pay a tax after 2 years, so it wasn't weird that they couldn't even afford regular meals.
It'll take at least 6 months before they can be put to good use, Lorist thought as he stroked his chin.
After that, he saw the iron-ranked butler of Telesti entering the new recruit camp and hurriedly rushing towards him. The butler greeted him and said, "My lord, my mistress had requested that you go over to the construction site's base of operations. She has something she needs to discuss with you." The reason Telesti asked Lorist to go over was to talk about the construction of the residential areas. Given that the main castle was constructed next to the mountain range, it was as high as 6 stories, and that allowed it to be defended easily and be exceedingly hard to attack. 3 out of 6 stories of the castle was already completed. However, there were 2 large expanses at both the mountain ranges beside the castle, and residential areas for the knights and the staff of the castle were planned to be built over there. Currently, the blueprints for the residential areas had been completed and it was awaiting Lorist's approval. The slope of the mountain range to the north of the castle was larger and had relatively more level terrain, and Telesti had come up with 2 plans with the aid of Grandmaster Siroba. The first was to construct larger houses which the land could only fit 38 of. The second was to make the houses smaller so the area could fit 58 of them, 20 more than the former plan. The slope of the mountain range to the south of the castle was steeper in comparison, and it could only fit 11 such houses at most. Lorist had to decide which housing arrangement they were going to use. Looking at the completed replica for some time, Lorist felt that he wasn't too satisfied with it. After giving it some thought, he told Telesti, "How about this? The slope to the northern side of the castle can be split into 4 levels, so construct larger houses atop the first 2 levels and build smaller ones at the lower levels. As for the southern slope, I recommend constructing multi-storied buildings, maybe about 3 floors each. I hope that the base area of these buildings can be larger and each room shouldn't be as small as the ones within academy dorms, maybe around 4 to 5 rooms. The size of the small houses in each building would do that." Just as he left the base of operations, he saw Palobins approach him. Palobin said, "My lord, 2 beggars showed up and they claimed to be the messengers of the convoy and requested to meet you."
"Messengers of the convoy?"
Delighted, Lorist asked, "Where are they?" "They are waiting outside your room," said Palobins as he handed over the reins of the horse to Lorist. Even though it hasn't even been 10 days since Reedy and Jim left, news of the convoy is already here. "It seems that they'll be here soon," thought Lorist happily as he rode quickly to the southern walls of the castle. Upon getting into the building, he saw 2 haggardly dressed men whose faces were completely smudged in grime, and one of them was even wrapped in a dirty bandage. No wonder Palobins thought they were beggars. Seeing Lorist come over, the 2 beggars burst out in tears as they kneeled down and cried, "My lord, we're finally able to meet you again." Lorist said, "You are, ... "My lord, I am Roar and he is Mort, and we are part of the guards for the convoy." "Have you forgotten us?" said the uninjured guard as he sobbed. "Roar and Mort, they are Elsa's subordinates. Then again, their current form looks horrible." Lorist squatted down beside a busybody guard who was doing nothing but snickering and said, "You blind fool, what are you doing sitting there and laughing like that? Go get your brothers some water for them to wash themselves. Get Shadecamp to come here as well." After washing their faces and changing their clothes, the 2 messengers looked more familiar in Lorist's eyes. Shadecamp, who just rushed into the room, recognized them right away as he was the one who used to bring the guards around to make an inventory of the things the convoy obtained. "Roar, Mort, why have you come here?" "Sir Shadecamp, we're here to pass a message." Upon the mention of their mission, the 2 started to cry again. The letter was given to Lorist and there were 5 pages in total. Charade mentioned in the letter that the battle on the Green Plains was a huge success and that Els had injured himself. The letter also described the meeting of the convoy with the Second Highness and Glacia and their agreement in much detail, as well as Charade's intention to gain the equipment of the White Lion Legion. After reading the letter, Lorist felt both happy and perplexed. He was glad because his elder cousin's sister, who was quite fat back in the day and bullied him frequently, had become a gold-rank knight. However, he was troubled that the convoy was still caught up within the Andanak kingdom and it didn't seem that they would be arriving anytime soon. It was possible that snow would start to fall after Charade and gang cleaned up the rebellious Dominion lords of the kingdom. Given that it was already the 9th day of the 9th month, winter was coming and the snowfall would definitely make it much harder for the convoy to travel. Looking at the date of the letter, Lorist was shocked to see that it had been signed on the 28th day of the 6th month. "You guys took 2 whole months to travel here?" Lorist felt weird at that time frame as he had only taken 1 month to travel from Geldos City to the Northlands. Why did it take so long for the messengers to arrive? The 2 messengers continued their sobbing as one said, "My lord, when we left, there were 12 of us. But now, only the 2 of us remain." Lorist asked concernedly, "What happened?"
"Milord, the 12 of us were fully armed and had 2 mounts each. When we passed through the Andanak kingdom, we came under frequent bandit attacks, and by the time we reached the Madras duchy, there were only 7 of us left. Within the duchy, things mostly went on fine until we arrived at Whitestone town, which was near the Henliff suspension bridge. Just as we were about to cross the river, we heard some merchants who came from the other side mention that Duke Loggins intended to send his troops to punish the Norton family who have disrespected him, so we didn't dare to use that route and headed for the ferry port downstream. After we crossed the river there, just as we were about to get some food and rest within a town, the garrison force of the town labeled us bandits and wanted to arrest us. As a result, only 5 of us emerged alive and we lost all our luggage and mounts. Those garrison soldiers were also frightened by our tenacity and no longer dared to chase us. Having no choice but to travel on foot, we traveled for another 5 days to the dominion of Baron Farid. Initially thinking that we could get some help from him, we didn't expect him to treat us as vagabonds and capture us while also taking all our armor, weapons and money. After working a month of forced labor under the Baron, we were enlisted by him into his forces because he had gone into conflict with some other viscount. We were shoved to the battlefield with nothing more than a pike. After 2 days of fighting, Waylon and Esk perished and I, Mort and Gilson managed to escape in the midst of chaos. However, Gilson had gotten hit by 3 arrows and didn't make it. Ever since, Mort and I didn't dare to enter any more towns and wandered in the wilderness for 6 days before we finally arrived here," said Roar as he delivered his experiences while sobbing all the way. Lorist thumped on the table in anger and said, "Unbelievable. What did you say that Baron was called? And what's the name of that town, dot?" Needless to say, the Baron was one of the new nobles that had just been entitled by the second prince. Northlanders were usually very amicable to guests, and travelers to towns would usually get aid from the townsfolk. For messengers like them, Northlander nobles would treat them to dinner like honored guests apart from providing the basic necessities like accommodation and supplies. Naturally, they stood to benefit from getting news from outside the Northlands from visitors, and some more generous nobles might even give some money to reward them for the information. Ever since the entitlement of the new nobles at the Northlands, the atmosphere and culture there had degraded. When they lacked resources, the new nobles would impersonate bandits to pillage others, and if they didn't have enough citizens, they would kidnap people from nearby villages. Many old landed nobles of the Northlands were currently in conflict with the new nobles because of those issues. During the knighthood competition, one noble who participated was recognized by some to be one of the bandit leaders who robbed another noble family's merchant convoy. So, Baron Farid, Lorist thought as he looked at the map and found the dominion of the new Dominion Lord, which was only 2 days of travel away from the Fernrock Castle and next to Count Spensiad's dominion. As for the town that Roar mentioned, it was under the jurisdiction of Viscount Darwaff, and that town may be an immigrant town that was constructed only recently, given that the members of their garrison were merely ruffians that dared to prey on messengers. That town was slightly further away and it would take 5 days to travel there by horse, so Lorist made a mental note to settle them at a later date. "Ask the guards outside to get Knight Josk and Knight Waxima to come here," Lorist instructed Shadecamp. "What's the status of the convoy right now? Is Els recovering from his injuries well?" Lorist asked Roar and Mort. Roar replied, "During the Battle of the Green Plains, our forces' losses were low and less than 1,000 of the soldiers were killed or injured. Had Sir Els been fine, he would have led us back on our mission to deliver the letter. Back then when we were at Ben's Citadel and preparing to send some information here the first time, Sir Els had volunteered to be part of the messenger team, but he later changed his mind when Sir Potterfong returned." "Wait a second, you said that a message was sent back when the convoy was still at Ben's Citadel?" "That's right," Roar replied, before he recalled something and asked, "Don't tell me that you didn't receive the first message and didn't see any of our messengers?" Lorist merely shook his head. Roar and Mort looked at each other with expressions of surprise. Roar continued, "Milord, they left 1 month before our departure, and Sir Charade's message contained a report on the status of the convoy as well as the news Sir Potterfong received at the imperial capital. The leader of the 12 messengers was Krymer, and he's one of the guards that Milord may remember. However, if they haven't arrived yet, then based on our experience, they might have got into some trouble. If they're alive, we'll find them. Even if they're dead, we'll locate their corpses. Nobody will be able to get away scot-free for harming the messengers of the Norton family. I will definitely make sure you lot have a satisfactory answer to this," Lorist said as he ground his teeth. No wonder he felt that Charade's letter seemed to not be extensive enough, given that the rest of the information had been in the previous letter he sent, which had disappeared along with the first group of messengers. "Brief me on how the convoy is doing." "It isn't mentioned in these letters," Lorist said. Roar and Mort began to explain what happened with the convoy after Lorist had left. "What? The convoy now has more than 4,000 carriages and 50,000 people? And the escort force has grown to 15,000 strong?" Lorist was so surprised that he almost jumped in shock.
No wonder the convoy was able to take out more than 30,000 soldiers of the noble alliance and even received a request from the Second Highness to help him root out the rebellious nobles of the kingdom. Lorist now understood why Charade was so confident in accepting the request of the Second Highness. The convoy's strength had actually grown so much that they could play a pivotal role in deciding the future of a whole kingdom. It seemed that Lorist did not have to worry about the safety of the convoy. Given that it had already been more than 2 months since the letter was written, the convoy had probably completed the assignment given to them by the Second Highness. At that moment, Josk and Waxima reported their arrival before they entered the room. Lorist pointed to the dominion of Baron Farad on the beastskin map and had Roar and Mort tell the knights about their experiences, causing both of them to fume with rage.
"This noble is truly shameless," Waxima said. "My lord, we must give Baron Farad the retribution he deserves."
"Nobody should ever be allowed to treat our messengers like that," Josk proclaimed.
"Heed my orders.
Bring the mounted archers squad and a cavalryman company to that dominion and hang this Baron Farad at the entrance of his bastide. Burn his castle down and make a huge wooden plaque to explain why we did all that. Perhaps the new nobles would stand to learn something about the traditions and customs of the Northlands as well as the regulations between nobles from the Baron's mistake," Lorist instructed.
"Your will is our command, my lord.
We will exercise it with utmost precision," said Josk and Waxima in unison as they saluted.
"Don't leave just yet. This time, you will have to make your passage through the dominion of Count Spensiad.
I will write him a letter so he doesn't misunderstand the reason our forces are approaching his dominion. Also, Roar and Mort said that there was a group of messengers before them that never managed to arrive here.
Make sure to ask around to see if you can also get some information about them."
"Understood, my lord," Josk and Waxima replied.
Roar and Mort then stood up.
Mort said, "My lord, please allow us to accompany them. We want to bring the bodies of our comrades home."
"You've just arrived after a long journey. Are you sure you can handle it?" Lorist couldn't force them to stay either as their reason was extremely compelling.
"We can handle it, my lord," Roar said.
"How about this? Rest for a day and depart tomorrow.
I will also check Mort's health for a bit, and if you're fine, I'll allow the two of you to go together and even let you be the ones to personally hang Baron Farad."
"I'm sure you'd be happy to do that." "Shadekampf.
Bring 20 guards with you and tag along to help them find the bodies of their heroic comrades. We will have a funeral for them and bury them at the martyrs' graveyard at Fernrock Castle when their bodies are sent back," Lorist said.
"Yes, my lord," replied Shadekampf. The martyrs' graveyard was built on a hill opposite the Fernrock Castle's main building. All family soldiers and guards would be buried there when they pass on so that future generations can easily honor them and pay their respects there. "Thank you, my lord," mumbled Roar and Mort emotionally.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 144 Hennard's Ransom.
By the time Josk and Waxima brought their men back, 6 days of the expedition had already passed. Lorist was currently taking a walk on the walls with Baron Kimura, who had hurriedly rushed over from far away. The reason for his visit was to negotiate the release and ransom of the captured gold-ranked knight Hennard and the other 10 plus of silver-ranked knights.
"Kimura, is my hearing getting worse or did you mistakenly tell me a wrong number?"
"I really can't fathom that a gold-ranked knight's ransom would only be 100 imperial gold coins. That's not a ransom, that's just humiliation to the gold-ranked knight in question as well as an insult to the Norton family. There's no way I will accept the price offered by the Duke." Lorist was also quite shocked as he had even prepared to negotiate for a higher price. But never would he have thought that the Duke would offer such a ridiculous figure. If word of that laughably low sum truly spread out, then Knight Hennard would have no other choice left to him but to commit suicide. As an example, during the knighthood competition, defeated knights had to offer up their mounts, armor, and weapons to the victors or pay an equivalent ransom. Normally, those were worth somewhere from 30 to 40 gold fords, which was equal to 100 to 150 imperial gold coins. However, the case with the Duke's knights was that they were captured as enemies on the battlefield as opposed to being defeated in a friendly competition. If a silver-ranked knight was taken captive on the battlefield, all the belongings he carried with him would belong to the victor by default, and if he wanted to regain his freedom, he had to first buy his equipment, mount and attendants back. If the price of all that was 50 gold fords, it would be multiplied by 2 and the resulting 100 gold fords would be the ransom that had to be paid separately for the knight's freedom itself. In conclusion, a silver-ranked knight would have to pay around 150 gold fords in total to regain his freedom, attendants, mounts and gear to be allowed to leave. The one who captured the knight might even host a banquet to get to know the knight better before sending him off. Additionally, if a captured knight had a noble title, he would have to pay another ransom that is fitting of the status of the title, as true nobles were worth far more than quasi-nobles like normal knights. This was an agreed-upon convention on the battlefield and no noble would dare to violate it. But the main point was that it only applied to silver-ranked knights. Few gold-ranked knights would actually end up being captured on the battlefield due to their far superior battle prowess. In terms of battle force, gold-ranked battle force would last longer on the battlefield and had superior attack, defense, and endurance. It wasn't possible to subdue a gold-ranked knight unless a huge sacrifice of troops was made or the knight was caught off guard by surprise. The best method to deal with a gold-ranked knight was to use another gold-ranked knight. Battles between two gold-ranked knights would always become the focal point of the battlefield, and unless one was far superior than another in terms of technique, the loser would usually end up dead with the victor heavily injured and not faring much better. Then again, gold-ranked knights being held captive was not without precedent. The foreign duchy's gold-ranked knight Bizia was a prime example of this, as he had collapsed unconscious after sustaining injuries from fighting against the forces of the Redleys kingdom and became the captive of the first prince. Duke Foreign had to offer 3,000 gold fords as well as a precious treasure sword to be able to sway the first prince to release the knight, and that incident was frequently mentioned among the nobility for some time. Duke Loggins's offer of 100 imperial gold coins only converted to roughly 30 plus gold fords, and that made Lorist very troubled. Even though Hennard wasn't captured on the battlefield and was instead apprehended while he was drunk, it wasn't like Lorist asked for 1,000 gold fords in exchange for his freedom. But at least 500 to 600 gold fords would be fair, right? After all, the ransom was in a sense the measure of worth of the gold-ranked knight. This wonder of a duke really has no brains. Offering a price like that is really just an act of digging his own grave. If word of this got out, who would still be willing to serve him? What the heck is going on? The more Lorist wondered, the more curious he got. Kimura, please don't joke around with me, alright? This is crucial to the pride and dignity of the knight, and it isn't something that should be treated lightly. I don't believe that Duke Loggins is that uninformed to be able to make that laughable offer. Lorist told Baron Kimura solemnly. Apart from showing a bitter smile, there was nothing Baron Kimura could say in response. 10 days prior, Viscount Kenmays made a visit to the mansion of the Duke at Gildusk City. He brought with him the corpse of Knight Chevany as well as news of Knight Hennard's and the other silver-ranked knights' capture and the loss of contact of the Duke's 4,000-strong army, which shocked the entirety of the citizens of the Duke's dominion, causing the word to spread all over the Northlands. In a fit of rage, Duke Loggins once again smashed up his just-cleaned-up study and shouted maniacally that he wanted retribution and cursed loudly at the Norton family. He even swore to kill off everyone who was related to the Norton family. Baron Kimura and another gold-ranked knight, the vice-leader of the Northland army, Bitsun, expended great effort to calm the Duke's rage and got him to start plotting another expedition against the Nortons. By the time the Duke calmed down and started to plan, all three of them were dumbstruck as they found that they no longer had enough soldiers they could mobilize to mount an attack. It was quite shocking that the once 20,000-strong Northland army, which had been reduced to only have 16,700 plus people left, could only mobilize 5,000 plus men of two regiments. Given that the 4,000-strong troops were already completely defeated, there was no way another 5,000 could make that big of a difference, was there? There were many reasons for the inability of the Duke to deploy more troops. The main one was that the Northland army could be considered to be a relatively small army and that there were only 21,000 members that were split into two divisions. Additionally, the Northland army wasn't optimized for full-scale open-field battles and was instead modeled after a defense army. The southern part of Duke Loggins's duchy had a capital city, a citadel, 3 bastions and 7 towns, as well as the entry at the suspension bridge. These places had to be defended to ensure the security of the duchy, especially the capital city, the Henliff suspension bridge as well as Frest citadel near the bridge. Those 3 locations were crucial points of defense against the forces of the second prince, and every one of them only had a regiment of troops, which was just enough to keep those places secure. The other factor was due to the Duke wanting to save his military costs. After the formation of the Northland Army, he had disbanded the various garrison forces all over his dominion because he felt that the Northland Army was more than enough to keep the dominion in check and could be used to fill the place of the garrison forces of the towns and bastions, thus saving him more money. Additionally, he believed that no dominion lord in the Northlands that caused him trouble would ever require him to mobilize the entire army. Usually, he only needed to send 2,000 soldiers to take care of such minor insurrections. Now that over 4,000 of his soldiers were wiped out, it was like he had gotten a waking slap straight to his face as he realized that he didn't have any means to retaliate against the Norton family. The other problem was that of the 5 gold-ranked knights that served the Duke, Knight Tabak had been injured by Lorist and needed over 1 year of rest to recover. The most accomplished Knight Chevany had died on the battlefield, Knight Hennard had been taken captive, and only 2 gold-ranked knights remained. Knight Auerdam was tasked with defending the Henliff suspension bridge and the Frest citadel. The vice-commander of the Northland army, Bitsun, was busy defending the capital of the Dominion. Even if the Duke deployed his troops, there was nobody suitable to lead them. As he pinched his nose to stop the blood from flowing out, the Duke instructed Baron Camorra to negotiate for the release of Knight Hennard and painfully took out 400 gold fords for the ransom. As for the silver rank knights and the captured soldiers of the Northland army, he felt that they could wait until his troops defeat the Nortons and free them later. Knight Bitsun, however, felt that 400 gold fords was far too less and the Nortons definitely wouldn't release Hennard for that kind of sum, and requested the Duke to raise the ransom so that they may get Hennard back as soon as possible and have him report what he had witnessed from the battles within the Norton family's dominion so that they may be able to better prepare themselves. But the Duke insisted that 400 gold fords was already the most he was willing to pay. As the three of them continued to discuss the matter, the butler of the mansion reported that one of the attendants of Knight Chevenix had returned with a report about the happenings throughout the expedition. The attendant of Knight Chevenix looked really haggard. He explained that he had experienced much trouble while crossing the Morgan Hills with his comrade due to having met a magical beast, a blackback iron-toothed leopard, during their travels. His comrade had sacrificed himself to kill the beast while he managed to escape the mountain range after many other life-threatening encounters and made it back to Gildusk City in one piece. Even though he was injured and worn out, he still fulfilled the task given to him by his master out of loyalty and made his way to the Duke's mansion immediately to pass the silver tube which contained the letter to the Duke immediately. Duke Loggins took out a stack of rolled-up beastskin documents from the tube and started reading. Knight Bitsun and Baron Camorra were both rather interested with the contents of the letter, but since it was in the Duke's hands, they had no choice but to wait patiently. As for the attendant who delivered it, he was sobbing in a corner after hearing about his master's death. The things that happened next would forever be ingrained within the psyche of Baron Camorra. He saw the Duke's face redden with rage as both his eyes seemed to be about to fall out of their sockets with steam seemingly gushing out of his nostrils. All of a sudden, the Duke totally lost it and started rampaging about. This wasn't like his usual fits. This time, he was stomping all over and hurling anything he could get his hands on, including the tables within the meeting room, as he cursed at both Knight Chevenix and Knight Hennard. Those two bastards. I want to kill them so badly. I want to tear their corpses into 1,000 pieces. How did the two of them manage to lose all that gold? My 300,000 gold fords. My gold coins. Chevenix, it's all their fault. Why didn't they send my gold coins back first? Hennard. Why did he fuck up his job in protecting the gold? My money. My money. Baron Camorra was completely dumbstruck. Seeing the beastskin documents fall to the ground, he picked them up and hid at a corner where he would be safe from the airborne objects hurled by the Duke and started reading. Knight Bitsun also joined him to take a look. They quickly came to understand why their lord reacted the way he did. It's all your fault, Chevenix. If you had merely reported the decimation of the army, then that would be the end of that. Why did you have to tell the Duke about the massacre of the Wild North Town citizens and the amount of wealth they had there? You even specified that it amounted to roughly 300,000 gold fords. For that kind of wealth to have fallen into the Duke's hands only to be taken away again. How else would he react but freak out completely? Perhaps because he was not able to resist hearing his master being berated by the Duke so senselessly, the attendant spoke out and said, Lord Duke, Knight Chevenix has already sacrificed himself heroically on the battlefield, but... The Duke, whose bloodshot eyes had been completely clouded by the wealth that had escaped his grasp, turned to look at the attendant as he started rambling unintelligibly, causing everyone within the room to feel a chill down their spine. Died on the battlefield? He thinks that his mistakes will all be rectified with his death? Even if he's dead, I won't spare him. He lost all my money, my 300,000 gold fords. He has erred greatly. He must pay for his mistakes. Men. Men, roared the Duke loudly as his voice echoed throughout the halls of his mansion. Destroy Chevenix's family completely right now. Confiscate all their goods, exile his family members and feed his corpse to wild dogs. He actually dared to lose my 300,000 gold fords. Milord, you can't do that. Knight Bitsun and Baron Camorra said in shock in unison as they hurriedly attempted to stop the Duke's order. I can't? Why not? It's Chevenix's fault. Why didn't he transport the gold back first and insisted on attacking the Norton family's castle? Why did he bring the 300 longbowmen with him away from Wild North Town and cause the town's defenses to weaken, thus allowing for the ambush to succeed and causing my gold to fall into the hands of the enemy? Why did he give up after only one failed attack at Wild North Town after it was captured and then retreated even though he had 1,700 soldiers under him? He actually sat on his arse and witnessed the gold being taken away by the enemy. How could he have done that? Tell me, if he wasn't at fault, then who is? Shouted the Duke back to the two of his subordinates, causing the both of them to be completely speechless. And you? Said the Duke as he turned his attention back to the poor attendant. You are a shameful deserter and a coward just like your master. You have betrayed my trust and lost my gold. My men. Hang him right away. Hang him this instant. The attendant who had labored tirelessly to complete his mission was completely shocked by the loss of the Duke's temper and didn't even make a sound as he was dragged outside. Baron Kimura could only feel his heart shudder as his whole body shivered from the sheer terror. He suddenly realized that the Duke before his eyes now looked more foreign than ever. When a guard entered the mansion again to report that the attendant had been hanged at the flagpole outside the mansion, the Duke started to calm down. Kimura, go to the Norton Dominion tomorrow and tell them that I intend to pay the price for Hennard's and the Silver Rank Knight's ransom. Remember, Hennard's ransom will be only 100 Imperial gold coins and the Silver Rank Knights would be 10 Imperial gold coins each," said the Duke while his eyes remained bloodshot with rage.
Baron Kimura's expression changed as he said, "Me my lord. That's still far from enough, dot."
Duke Login said in an eerily calm voice that caused Knight Bitsun and Baron Kimura to shiver in fear, "Tell the Norton family that I won't be spending a single copper coin more for those sinners' release. The reason I want to pay their ransom is not because I want to help them regain their freedom but rather because I want them back here so I can punish them thoroughly. They shouldn't have lost my gold coins." After that, Baron Kimura stepped out of the Duke's mansion in a daze and saw the corpse of the attendant that was still hung up high. As he turned back and exchanged his gaze with Knight Bitsun, the two of them stood there without uttering a single word. Finally, Knight Bitsun broke the silence and whispered ever so quietly, "The Lord Duke has truly gone insane this time. You better look out for yourself. And you might want to tell Hennard that staying as a captive of the Norton family is far better than coming back here, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 145 Release.
Atop the castle, Baron Kimura looked at the distant group of people approaching with the knight leading it holding up the banner of the Norton family.
"Is that the army of your family?" asked Baron Kimura. Lorist merely nodded. "What have they set out for?" he asked again.
Lorist laughed and said, "They went to teach the newcomer nobles of the Northlands a lesson on the customs of the people here. One noble actually dared to capture and give trouble to the messengers of the family, so I had my soldiers hang that guy in front of his own castle."
"And who may that be?"
"Some guy called Baron Farad." Baron Kimura furrowed his brow and thought before he said, "I know that guy and he's very good at horse breeding. Originally, he was the breeder of the second prince and he even saved his life once during their second attack against the Melian duchy. After that, he was made a baron and sent to the Northlands. That guy is rather stubborn and the moment he arrived, he attacked the nearby Baron Slater and even killed all his family members before taking over the Dominion." Lorist gave a surprised look at Baron Kimura before he asked, "Why did Duke Loggins leave him be without doing anything about it? Isn't he supposed to be in charge of the Dominion Lords of the Northlands?" "Well, Baron Farad was a noble entitled by the second prince so it wouldn't do the Duke any good to antagonize him," said the Baron as he shook his head. "The Duke said that since the old noble of the Northlands don't really treat him with respect, he'll lord over the new ones. As long as they pay their taxes to him, he wouldn't give them any trouble. That way, the second prince won't have anything to pick with the Duke as well. So the Duke does fear the second prince after all," Lorist said as he chuckled. "No wonder even though everyone in the Northlands know the Duke's ambition of forming his own duchy, he hasn't made any concrete moves just yet." "So that was the reason. With that small, little gut of his, there's no way he's gonna achieve anything great." Baron Kimura no longer continued to speak. He regretted running his mouth too much and allowed Lorist to guess the truth of the situation without too much trouble. "Kimura, forgive me for being candid about this, but as nobles, we have to have the behavior and pride befitting of one. I'm sure you understand as well that the values the Duke holds is considered a violation against the traditions of nobility and I really find it hard to understand the Duke's intentions." "Can you enlighten me about them?" Lorist asked as he once again changed the subject to the ransom of the knights. Sigh. "Actually, the Duke isn't planning to pay the sum as a ransom for their freedom but rather as a reward for apprehending criminals. If a criminal who escaped from Count A's territory was captured at Viscount B's territory, Count A can send someone to Viscount B's dominion to bring the criminal back for punishment. At the same time, Count A had to pay Viscount B a fitting bounty as a sign of gratitude and that was an unspoken convention among the nobles." "Wait, what did you say? A reward for handing back the criminals? What does that even mean? Don't tell me Duke Loggins thinks that Knight Hennard is a criminal?" Lorist cried out in surprise. Baron Kimura merely nodded bitterly. Lorist widened his eyes as he said, "That's far too ridiculous, right? Isn't this just the Duke trying to save himself some money on the ransom by exploiting this tradition? I've long heard that the Duke was quite the miser, but he actually used this method to free his gold-ranked knight? Does he think that others are idiots? Nobody in their right mind would label someone a criminal just because they lost in the war. It's true. The Duke truly thinks of Knight Hennard and the other silver-rank knights as criminals, and the reason he sent me here was to bring them back for their punishment, said Baron Kimura as he stared to the ground, seemingly wanting to bore a hole in it and jump inside to hide his embarrassment.
I can't believe this,
Lorist said as he shook his head.
Unless your Duke has truly gone insane.
It's just not right for anyone to be labeled as a criminal just because they lost in a war.
Sigh, I guess I better make it clear.
It's only a matter of time before word of the Duke's actions spread across the Northlands anyway.
I was bound to be humiliated the moment I was sent here.
I only hope that this young lord of the Norton family will refuse to release Knight Hennard, for it will be far worse for him to return to the Dominion as a criminal than to stay here as a captive, thought Baron Kimura. The Duke's actions against the family members of Knight Chevany had completely stoned the hearts of his men to the point that even the Baron himself lost all confidence and hope.
It's not because he was defeated.
He is going to be punished for losing the money of the Duke, Baron Kimura said.
Huh? They lost his money? What does that mean?
Lorist asked as he got even more puzzled.
Baron Kimura snickered cynically before he continued, didn't they take over Wild North Town already and gathered up the 300,000 gold fords worth of wealth only to lose it to you?
The Duke was extremely mad at that fact, and he thinks that the 300,000 gold fords of wealth already belonged to him, and losing it was tantamount to causing him to lose his money.
That to him was unforgivable. That's why the Duke sent me here, to bring by them back to punish them. Good soul. What kind of reasoning is that? Lorist finally came to a realization. He asked, how did Duke Loggins know about that sum? It's all Knight Chevany's fault.
After failing to take back Wild North Town, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to make it back to the Dominion and decided to write a letter about the details of the battles in your Dominion and sent his 2 attendants back to deliver it. Only one of the attendants survived the trip and managed to pass the letter to the Duke. Chevany really shouldn't have written about the gains they got in Wild North Town. The Duke was enraged upon seeing it and started to blame Knight Chevany and Knight Hennard for losing the gold that could have been his because they didn't focus on sending it back first. Not only did the Duke hang the attendant by labeling him a deserter, he also exiled the family members of Knight Chevany and left them to starve on the streets without any belongings whatsoever.
That's...
Lorist was completely flabbergasted at what he had heard. He did not have a single doubt that the Duke had gone completely insane. Understanding what Lorist was about to say, Baron Kimura continued, the Duke even ordered the corpse of Knight Chevany to be tossed into the wilderness to be fed to wild dogs. However, Knight Bitsun had already secretly sent someone to sneak the body away and give it a proper burial. We will also secretly take care of Chevany's family members and help them leave the Northlands when the Duke forgets the matter and is no longer paying any attention to it. Your Duke is truly the incarnation of greed itself. Given his almost maniacal fixation on wealth, he'll definitely want to vent his frustrations on the family members of Knight Chevany. While he isn't doing it now, one day he might think of selling them to the slave traders. You had best help them move away from the Northlands as soon as possible, Lorist said.
That was indeed within the realm of possibility.
The Duke who had lost it no longer cared about the opinions of others, and if he truly did that, the Northland army was bound to crumble from the chaos. Fortunately for the Duke, the presence of Knight Bitsun still managed to hold the army together. However, it was only hanging by a thin thread that could snap at any moment given the rumors that were spreading around, which caused the army's morale to drop significantly. As the commander of the army, Knight Chevany had always acted rather righteously and he was beloved by his subordinates. Many soldiers felt that the Duke's treatment of Knight Chevany was ridiculous and were already at their boiling point. If the family members of the knight were really sold to slave traders, then it was possible for the soldiers to even revolt.
Oh Lord Duke, do you have anything in your sights other than money?
Without the Northland army, no matter how much money you have, you won't be able to keep it safe. Baron Kimura nodded towards Lorist gratefully for the warning and decided that he should head back to the Dominion quickly so that he can help the family members of Knight Chevany move as soon as possible. I think what happened to Knight Chevany was truly a shame. He was a magnificent leader. Even though we were enemies, I have to agree that he is a stellar gold-ranked knight. He had already did all he could. The true irreversible mistake was made when the Duke sent his soldiers against us and gave Chevany an enemy he could not defeat. Originally, he didn't have to die, but for the sake of asking me to spare his subordinates and atoning for his failure to the Duke, he decided to put himself in harm's way when he dueled me and upheld the pride of a knight till the very end. I deeply respect him for doing that, and he is a true, chivalrous knight, Lorist said. If anything, the only mistake Knight Chevany made was pledging his allegiance to a madman like the Duke.
Sane people can never reason or converse with the insane, especially the paranoid ones.
Duke Loggins is an embarrassment to all the nobles of the Northlands, and he had dug his own grave this time. I believe that even now, he is still obsessed with the 300,000 gold fords that were never his in the first place and is dreaming of getting it from my hands. Lorist laughed as he pointed at the soldiers who were entering the castle and told Baron Camorra, "These are the forces of my family.
If the Duke wants the money, he will have to ask them for permission first."
Looking at the soldiers from the walls, Baron Camorra felt conflicting emotions assailing him and didn't say a word. After receiving news that 4,000 plus Northland Army soldiers had lost, they thought that the Norton family forces must have sustained heavy casualties as well. However, Baron Camorra discovered that the Norton's forces seemed to have increased even more after visiting Fern Rock Castle. From the walls that were fully staffed by patrolling guards and the sight of the new recruits who were practicing military drills, all of them were fully equipped and armed with metal armor. The most surprising part was that the Norton family was still able to send out soldiers to deal with the noble that had did ill to their messengers.
Baron Camorra could only laugh cynically as he was forced to admit that the Norton family's power was going to be a huge hurdle even for someone like Duke Loggins.
Josk, Waxima and Shadecamp ascended the walls followed behind by Roar and Mort. "Milord, we have completed your assignment and hung Baron Farad at the front of his own castle," reported Josk after he saluted.
"How are the casualties?" Josk shook his head as Waxima started to laugh out loud.
The two of them looked rather delighted.
"Milord, we didn't have any casualties." Shadecamp stepped to the front as he reported.
"Well, apart from a few soldiers who injured themselves when they fell from horseback because they still weren't used to being mounted. Sir Josk said that they would only get used to riding after falling a couple more times, so it's nothing to worry about."
Everything went perfectly well. "Tell me what happened in detail," Lorist instructed.
"Milord, when we arrived, Baron Farad was leading a few hundred men to fight against a nearby noble, Viscount Skim.
Josk and Waxima ordered the soldiers to intercept the Baron's forces immediately and crushed them within an instant.
As Baron Farad attempted to escape, Josk used an arrow to kill his mount from afar and managed to capture him. He was quite the feisty guy and even said that he was a favored subordinate of the second prince and warned us to watch our backs. We ignored him and took over his castle before Roar and Mort personally hung him from a wooden rack. Sir Waxima also erected a wooden plaque beside it and stated the reason he was put to death," Shadecamp concluded. Lorist nodded with satisfaction as the mission was completed without any casualties with the best possible outcome.
"Milord, that Baron Farad was actually quite a poor guy.
We ransacked his whole castle and only found 300 imperial gold coins. On the other hand, his stable was rather plentiful and there were more than 400 fine horses there as well as 2 herds of goat and tens of cows. An interesting fact is Baron Farad had constructed his own castle at another noble's dominion because his own dominion was in fact a desolate place devoid of any resource. It was only later that Viscount Skim told us that Baron Farad had occupied the dominion of Baron Slater and everything within the dominion belonged to the Slater family in the past. Viscount Skim also said that Baron Farad also kidnapped his subjects from their villages to force them into labor for the construction of his castle, so we returned the citizens of the Viscount back to him. The rest who remained were the former subjects of Baron Slater, but we weren't able to find the Baron himself and we heard that his whole family had been eradicated by Baron Farad. That's why we brought the citizens back here along with their livestock and left the castle and its inhabitants to the discretion of Viscount Skim," Shadecamp said.
"Good, you did very well. Have you found the bodies of the messengers of our family?" Lorist asked.
"Yes, we have. We brought them back after we cremated them and put their remains into urns," Shadecamp replied.
"All right.
We'll have a burial for them at the martyrs' graveyard tomorrow morning.
Roar and Mort, you two should really get some rest now that your task is complete." "Thank you, milord," said the 2 messengers gratefully.
"Also, Shadecamp, get Pat to escort Knight Hennard and the other 10 plus silver rank knights over here."
"Baron Camorra, let's settle the issue today. We'll wait within the room for now."
"After you," Lorist said. After that, Pat brought the knights to the walls and entered Lorist's reception room, filling it to the brim. Knight Hennard was delighted to see Baron Camorra as he quickly called out, "Sir Camorra, did the Duke ask you to come to pay our ransom?"
Baron Camorra responded by making a forced smile.
Lorist clapped his hands to call for the attention of the others before he said, "I apologize, but I have to tell you all some bad news. I believe that the ransom offered by Duke Loggins is completely unacceptable, so I refused Baron Camorra's request."
The whole room erupted into chatters right away and a silver rank knight could even be heard saying, "You see?
I knew the Duke would be stingy and offer a low price for our ransom."
Some even said, "Lord Norton, tell us how much you want. If it's okay with you, we'll make up the difference for ourselves."
Some of them made a wild guess and said, "I think the Norton family must have asked for a ridiculous price." Knight Hennard approached Baron Camorra and asked him in a low voice how much the ransom offered by the Duke was. But the Baron merely stayed quiet.
"Please quiet down, everyone," Lorist said. The room returned to its former tranquility with everyone's eyes trailed on Lorist.
"To clarify, the reason I refused the Duke's request is because the price offered is a complete insult to knights like you as well as our family.
Can I ask how much the Duke offered? Knight Hennard interjected.
Lorist looked at him before he pointed directly at him and said, yours is 100 imperial gold coins and theirs are 10 imperial gold coins each.
What did you say?
Knight Hennard was so shocked that he almost jumped, with the rest of the knights being stupefied as they thought, nobody would accept that kind of price. I'd also like to mention that the money offered was not as a ransom for your freedom but a gratitude fee for sending you lot back to him as criminals, Lorist said. Knight Hennard's eyes turned bloodshot as he turned to Baron Camorra and asked, is what he said true, Dut?
Baron Camorra nodded with much reluctance. Why? What crimes did we commit? Are we considered criminals just because we became captives?
Knight Hennard bellowed as his voice turned hoarse with rage.
Becoming a captive is not a crime.
But the Duke believes that you are at fault for losing the wealth at Wild North Town to us, which was worth about 300,000 gold fords, and cannot forgive you no matter what. He thinks that the 300,000 gold fords worth of wealth already belongs to him.
Baron Camorra, should I continue or do you want to say it yourself?
Lorist said as he turned to the Baron and feigned a smile. Baron Camorra looked at Lorist with a complicated expression as he replied exasperatedly, let me tell them the rest. He understood that if Lorist was allowed to continue, he might intentionally infuse some provocative statements as he explained away. It was better for the Baron himself to tell it as it was and let the others understand that the Duke had only made those rushed decisions because of his anger. Sigh, I really didn't want to make this visit, but the Duke forced me to come here, so I had no choice. And so Knight Bitson thought that it was better for you guys to stay with the Norton family as captives instead of returning to the Dominion.
When the Duke regains his calm, we will once again come to negotiate for your release. That was the only way the Baron could have consoled the knights. There's no need to negotiate anymore.
I plan to restore their freedom without collecting a ransom as an act of opposition to the despicable actions of the Duke.
He only wants money and is willing to throw away even his pride in standing as a noble for it.
But the Norton family believes that a knight's pride and dignity is not something that can be infringed upon so lightly, and I don't want to receive any more insulting offers from the Duke.
That's why I hereby proclaim that you are all free to go.
You can collect your mounts and belongings later, and if you have any attendants, you can also tell us about them for their release. It's already getting late, so I request that you gentlemen stay for one more night before leaving tomorrow. Lorist then took out a sack filled with coins and said, Baron Camorra, here is 100 gold fords.
Please pass this to the family members of Knight Chevany. This is my way of showing respect to a true knight like him. I hope you can help me out with this.
Baron Camorra looked at Lorist before he finally let out a long sigh as he received the sack and said, Lord Norton, you've won completely and thoroughly.
I will definitely pass this on to his family members on your behalf.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 146 Departure.
The coming of fall during the 9th month blanketed the Morgan Hills and Black Forests with a new coat of gold. Lorist stood at the southern gates as he sent off Baron Camorra. Occasionally, the freed silver-ranked knights would show up before Lorist to pay their respects before following their attendant to the side to wait for the rest of their comrades before leaving. Baron Camorra looked at the silver-ranked knights that gathered in the distance with a solemn expression. Eventually, he could no longer resist and said, Your move was truly a stroke of genius. Even though I already know that the knights would stir up a storm for the Northland army when they return, I was unable to come up with a suitable contingency plan even after pondering over it for the whole night. Sigh, the Lord Duke has truly made a huge mistake this time. Without the suppression of the Northland army, I'm afraid the Northlands would fall into another period of instability and chaos. Lorist laughed lightly as he said, The time of peril has long descended upon the land, and it's only a matter of time before the Northlands become embroiled within it. On my journey back from Morani City to the family's dominion, I've seen much of the artifacts of war, from hungry peasants, rising bandit groups and homeless vagabonds. I initially thought that with the natural borders the Northlands has, it would remain the haven for the people in chaotic times like these and would be able to stay unified throughout.
But I was wrong.
After arriving here, I discovered that the Northlands was faring even worse than the outside world and is rife with conflict and wars.
You can even seemingly hear the cries of and sufferings of the people carried by the distant winds that blow by, but...
Lorist stopped smiling and continued, As the Duke of the Northlands who has formed the Northland Army, Duke Loggins had the responsibility to pacify the Northlands and restore peace to it by unifying the nobles here and make this place to be the exemplar for the other nations across the continent.
But what did the Duke do?
He used the Northland Army as the instrument of his reign of terror and even waged wars with it to expand his wealth.
Even though he took so much resources from other Dominion lords, what did he use them on?
All of it was used to fund his luxurious and wasteful life of debauchery without even benefiting the Northlands in the slightest. Sometimes, I feel that it truly is laughable that the Duke even has ambitions to form his own duchy. While having grand ambitions is a commendable thing,
his fault was in his lack of courage and self-awareness. Who would ever truly support him in his endeavors? Even if the nobles of the Northlands are currently loyal to the Duke, it's only because they fear the Northland army. Nobody likes an incompetent, self-centered and morally bankrupt person lording them around. Now that your Duke has truly run into our family and crippled his own army as a result, he should have been trying his best to console his troops and buy back the freedom of the captives and learn from this lesson. But what did he do instead? His heart and mind is filled with thoughts of nothing but gold coins to the point that he angered even the knights who had sworn fealty to him. Did he really think the money was his? What an unreasonable, heartless, stubborn and unrighteous fellow. Baron Camorra, is such a person really worthy of your loyalty and service? I believe that if he were given a choice between a bag of gold coins and your survival, he'll definitely choose the former without hesitating even a bit and leave you for dead. I really feel that you're worth more than that, Baron Camorra. You are a talented person. While the Duke has definitely given you your current position and privilege, it's only because you're of use to him and not because he appreciates your true capabilities and potential. Also, you are right in that I have benefited from releasing Hennard and the other knights so that they can mess with the Northland army and cause the Duke to be unable to pose any threat to the Norton family in the future. Without the Northland army, I'd like to see how that Duke of yours plans to get the money he craves so much from my hands. You should know that the funds are the spoils my family got rightfully from the result of the conflict, so I will definitely use it on developing my dominion. While the outside world is filled with chaos and strife, I will make the Norton family's dominion a haven on this land of suffering. Developing a dominion requires more than just money. Talented people and resources are equally as important, interjected Baron Camorra. Having been listening to Lorist's lecture for so long and being unable to counter any of his points, he had to find some way to vent his frustrations. You only have money, but you don't have the ability to convert that money into resources that you can use. What you need most right now is a way to establish a trade route with the outside world and a peaceful environment that will allow you to foster your dominion. Otherwise, no wonder how resolute you may be, your words will remain as only empty promises. Lorist nodded and smiled before he said, "You're right. I am currently trying my best to build that safe environment that my dominion requires to flourish." He turned to his back and pointed to Fernrock Castle before he continued, "You can already see it for yourself. This is the fruit of our recent efforts. Even though we were at war, I've never stopped the construction of the cornerstone of my dominion's safety. Gold coins are useless if I can't convert them into resources, and the family does lack an established trade route. But don't forget that merchants are beings who are inherently drawn to profit. When word of the family requiring goods and having more than enough money to pay for it spreads out, the merchants will naturally come knocking at our doors to make trade. I believe that as long as we continue to work hard, we will definitely be rewarded for our efforts." At that moment, Knight Hennard with his 2 attendants and 4 servants left the southern gates of Fernrock Castle and arrived before Lorist and nodded to Baron Camorra. He saluted Lorist and turned around before he lightly prodded his horse with his boots, causing it to let out a soft neigh before it rode towards the path in the distance. The rest of the silver-ranked knights also started to follow behind with their respective attendants and servants. Baron Camorra let out a sigh before he said, "I should take my leave now. I only hope that they won't cause too much trouble when they return." Lorist laughed out once again and said, "The Northlands is like a dam at its breaking point." Duke Loggins, who had been serving as the dam wall, thought that he could go on standing without any worries. "The hole I just made on that dam is only a small defect. As for when it will collapse into rubble, even I don't know the answer to that. Since we're going to part here, let me give you some advice. If things don't go well for you, prioritize your own safety. The doors of the Norton family will always be open to you." Having received such a frank invitation, Baron Camorra was shocked. Feeling the urge to say something, he resisted it and got back up on his horse and waved to the 4 guards who had escorted him to Fernrock Castle and rode towards them quickly. As Lorist ascended the castle walls slowly, he saw Josk leaning on the crenels of the walls as he looked at the cloud of dust rising in the distance as a result of the mounts of the people who were traveling away. "Aren't you going to train your troops today?" Lorist asked. "Nope, I let Pete handle it," Josk replied. Pete was one of the knights who had joined the Norton family after the knighthood competition. His full name was Pete Poolist, and he was one of the more famous wandering knights of the Northlands. Being only 25 years old, he had already reached the 2-star silver rank in battle force training and was also the winner of the archery section of the knighthood competition. Shadecamp only managed to successfully recruit him after telling him of the presence of Josk, a gold-ranked marksman, who was serving the family. Josk had once praised Pete in front of Lorist, saying that Pete was the second most talented person in archery, only inferior to himself, to which Lorist said sarcastically, "Soul, are you really praising him or are you just praising yourself?" Josk sighed as he passed over a thick beast-skin document. "What's this?" Knight Hennard handed it to me before he left without saying anything else.
Lorist opened the document and saw a hand-drawn map with details like bridges, castles, bastions, cities and towns with rows of other text at the side of the map. The longer Lorist studied it, the wider his eyes got before he finally laughed out loud.
Isn't it merely a military planning map? What are you so happy about? Josk asked.
No. Lorist said with a tone full of admiration. Joe, look. We no longer have to worry about the Duke sending more troops to attack us. The Suspension Bridge, the Citadel, and the capital of the Northlands, Gildusk City, all require 3 regiments of troops in total to defend, while the 3 bastions and 7 towns require at least 10 companies. I didn't think that the Duke would also use the Northland Army as a makeshift garrison force for his territories. I really have to hand it for him for thinking of such a method. Of the 20,000 soldiers of the army, more than 4,000 have been wiped out by us. Now that he only has around 16,000 left, deducting the 12,500 soldiers he needs for the defense of his territory, he can only send around 5,000 soldiers at most.
Could the 5,000 soldiers really accomplish what the previous 4,000 couldn't?
Even though I bet that the Duke would definitely not be satisfied with this turn of events, even if he were to decide on sending out more soldiers, he would still need someone to lead them. I don't have to worry about Hennard going back to serve the Duke now that he has done this. Heck, he might even backstab him for a change. Tabak would still need another year at least to recover, and the other 2 gold-ranked knights of his won't be able to leave their posts either.
The Duke couldn't touch our family even if he wanted to. Lorist said. Then we won't have to be going into battle anytime soon, right?
Josk asked. Perhaps. The Kenmays family have already turned their attention to the eastern Northlands and have also expressed their desire for peace with us. You also know that the Duke's situation looks quite dim as Hennard, and the other knights will definitely try to rile up as much trouble as they can when they get back. The Northland army might even revolt with all the recent incidents, and the Duke will definitely have lots of stuff to settle. Before restoring the situation of the Northland army soldiers, he definitely wouldn't be able to start more expeditions against us. If nothing out of my expectations happens, we should have a period of peace in the near future. But that doesn't mean that we can relax, and Viscount Kenmays must still be holding a grudge at the fact that his money had been taken by us, so he definitely wouldn't let a chance to cause us some trouble slip by. As for Duke Loggins, being a madman, there's no telling what he would do based on our common sense. Perhaps he might even rally up the whole of the army without caring about his own dominion to launch another expedition against us for the sake of mere gold coins. That's why we have to always be alert and prepared just in case something goes wrong. Also, Joe, I am thinking of leaving Fernrock Castle for some time. I can only be at peace if you're in charge of this place, Lorist said as he looked at Josk.
Where are you planning to head to? Josk asked. I was thinking of going to seek out the convoy.
Ever since I read the letter delivered by Roran Mort, I've been rather worried that something else has happened to the convoy after they sent the letter, and have been losing sleep at night because of that. I can't help but feel unsettled by all that, so I plan to use this period of peace to seek them out. Lorist said as he looked into the distance.
Then who are you going to bring with you? Josk asked again.
Lorist gave it some thought before he said, I guess I'll have Pat come along with me.
Everyone else is busy with their own tasks.
I can only have Pat come after having Paulobins take over his duties at the new recruit camp.
That won't do,
Josk said as he shook his head.
With only Pat and you, there are only 2 people. That's far too dangerous.
Think about it, Roran Mort initially traveled in a group of 12 and only 2 of them survived the journey.
How about this?
I'll agree to your request to stay here to guard the place, but you must bring the mounted archers squad with you.
Only with Pete leading them will I be able to rest assured.
If you refuse, I will start packing my luggage right away to tag along with you. Lorist said frustratedly, all right. I will bring the mounted archers squad. Well, you should understand that with my skills, I shouldn't run into any trouble anyway.
Don't you think that bringing the whole squad along is a little too high profile,
Josk said solemnly, My lord, the outside world is rife with dangers, and if you travel in a pair, you'll definitely attract a lot of unwanted attention. However, if you bring the mounted archers squad with you, then trouble will actively try to move out of your way. Only with that will you be able to make a swift and uninterrupted journey and find the convoy quickly enough. Lorist nodded and said, Fine, you've convinced me thoroughly. Instruct the guards to notify the mounted archers squad to make preparations for departure tomorrow. Outside Nadega's city, which was located at the border of the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy, were tightly packed tents, and the main camp of the northbound convoy was in the middle of those tents.
Everyone within the large tent looked crestfallen and sullen. Why did the Madras Duchy refuse our request for passage? They even sent the Iron Guard Legion to secure the border to prevent every single person from entering. Charade said to the rest of his comrades within the tent. Potterfong gave it some thought before he replied, I don't understand it myself.
Nadega City is only 50 or so kilometers from the border of the Madras Duchy, and we should have been able to cross the border after passing through Lichtana Citadel. But when our vanguard arrived there, we noticed that the forces stationed at Lichtana Citadel were on high alert as if an enemy invasion was about to happen. The defense troops at the Citadel forbade our entry, and a few days after that, the Iron Guard Legion was mobilized to secure the border. When we sent someone to inquire about the matter, the Iron Guard Legion's commander sent an officer who said that the convoy will not be allowed to enter the Madras Duchy under any circumstances. Charade was incredibly troubled by that matter. In actuality, everyone knew the reason why the convoy was refused entry into the duchy, but they didn't mention it to save Charade some face.
The reputation of Charade the Demon had long spread far and wide ever since the convoy's voyage through the Andinak kingdom, which resulted in the deaths of more than 80 Dominion lords followed by the eradication of their families. It was only natural that the Madras Duchy would reinforce the border the moment they heard about Charade's approach. Other than that, the 100,000 plus vagabonds that followed behind the convoy were akin to locusts that would sweep everything clean in their wake.
We can't even enter if we pay a toll fee? Charade asked as he clung onto the slightest glimmer of hope left.
Potterfong looked back at him and shook his head.
What if we only send a few across? Can't we form a merchant convoy in the name of the royal family of the Andinak kingdom to send in tens of carriages?
It's pointless.
The officer from the Iron Guard Legion already mentioned that they are planning to seal the border off completely for no less than a year and a half.
Don't mention merchant convoys, even smaller groups of people won't be allowed entry, Terman interjected.
Sigh.
Charade turned to an accountant he had recently promoted and asked, how much food do we have left?
Sir, after sweeping the whole of the Walbasia province clean, the food we have will be able to last the convoy and the vagabonds for 3 months at most. However, it's already the 9th month and winter is coming in another 1 month or so. Many of the vagabonds lack the necessary clothing to survive the winter, and if we don't make preparations to weather through the season, the old and weak will freeze to death en masse when the snow starts to fall. Replied the accountant respectfully. Pass these instructions down that the family soldiers' treatment will not change and every member of the convoy will receive 3 meals a day, but the amount will have to be rationed.
As for the vagabonds, they are allowed only 2 meals a day, with each person getting 1 bowl of porridge per meal. It's fine as long as they don't starve to death. When the convoy is able to move, we will feed them just enough so that they have sufficient energy to travel along with us.
Potterfong, increase the surveillance of the vagabonds and instantly quell any trouble the moment you see it. Also, have the vagabonds collect some firewood and dig pits in the ground to start preparing for winter. Additionally, we will have to send some men out to purchase more food and clothing just in case.
Charade's hatred for the vagabonds that followed the convoy was deep-seated.
Had it not been for them, the convoy would have never fell into such a predicament. Perhaps they might even have arrived at the Northlands by now and met up with Lorist. Originally, he thought that bringing the vagabonds to the Northlands as human resource would be a good thing, but now Charade hated himself for his greed and tendency to overthink things.
Couldn't he have waited for the convoy to reach the Northlands first before sending people out to bring the vagabonds in?
It was primarily his fault that the convoy ended up in so much trouble.
It's not good, Sir Charade. Dulles of the Carabalista unit cried as he entered the tent.
Taking ragged breaths, he continued, Edma and Womp both went to join the Second Highness and brought 2 companies of family soldiers with them.
Edma and Womp were both the old students of the Dawn Academy and were acquaintances with Lorist, Terman, and Charade.
They currently held the positions as company leaders within the forces of the convoy. Ever since the convoy's forces started eradicating the nobles of the Walbasia province, the Second Highness followed behind them with his own force of 5,000 to help some of the vagabonds settle down. Had it not been for him cleaning up all the trouble, the convoy would have far more than 100,000 vagabonds following behind them now. However, after the Second Highness found that Potterfong and several others used to be ex-officers of the White Lion Legion, he had frequently visited them at the convoy to try to recruit them, but Potterfong and the rest refused his advances. On the other hand, Charade's father-in-law was moved by the offer and privately asked Charade himself to join the Second Highness's side, only to end up being severely reprimanded. In the end, Charade only had to say, if Milord Lorist finds out about this, to cause Angelic to shiver in fear and kneel down to plead for forgiveness immediately. Since the Second Highness wasn't able to recruit the higher-ranking officers of the convoy, he proceeded to turn his efforts to the former students of the Dawn Academy, and within but a month, 7 of them had already defected to his side. However, this instance today was going too far, as the 2 members left with the 2 companies of soldiers which were placed under their command.
What kind of bullshit is this? Deploy our forces and have them surround Nadega City.
If the Second Highness isn't willing to return the soldiers of our convoy, we will declare war with him immediately and turn back to the imperial capital and fuck up the entirety of the Andinak kingdom, roared Charade as he smashed his fist onto the table. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 147 Dilemma.
Charade was truly enraged, but no one within the tent took his words seriously. The act of surrounding Nadega's city to threaten the Second Highness could be considered an act of treason and was not something that can be joked around with. Everyone understood that the Andanak kingdom's ruler was the true heir of the imperial family, so the Second Highness could be considered a superior noble of the Norton family.
Unless Charade was willing to forsake his status as a knight of the Norton family and attack Nadega's city as a common aggressor or bandit, he wouldn't be able to deploy any soldiers for that purpose.
Turman, write a letter to the Second Highness and request him to send our family soldiers back. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, I believe that the reputation of the Andanak royal family will definitely suffer, Potterfong told Turman.
Alright, I'll be on it now, Turman said as he got up and left the tent. Alright, it's settled. This is nothing too serious and there's no need to get that mad over it. I suspect that it's merely Edma and Womp's fault for being over-eager and the Second Highness doesn't know about this matter either, since this incident will damage the reputation of the Andanak royal family more than it will ours, Potterfong told Charade. Potterfong was correct.
As a superior noble, the Second Highness can instruct the Norton family to some degree and things like borrowing soldiers or resources were always within the realm of negotiation. Even if he did poach the ex-students of the Dawn Academy, it wouldn't be much of a problem either as they weren't sworn knights of the Norton family. In the first place, they only agreed to head to the Northlands with the convoy and whether they wanted to pledge their allegiance to the Norton would come after their arrival. That's why the Second Highness had all the right to recruit those men and they can't be blamed either for joining him for the better incentive. However, the troops they brought with them were the soldiers of the Norton family and the Second Highness must have some screw loose if he chose not to return them. On the Grindia continent, revolt is one of the biggest taboos among nobles. A junior noble who directly went against a senior noble without just cause would automatically be ostracized by other fellow nobles whether he was punished or not. And should that really come to pass, there was no way that the noble family would ever rise back into power. For example, the family of the Pegasus, the Phelim family, had joined an alliance of 7 families to go against Chrisen IV for the sake of the silver moon-shaped stone, but they weren't considered to have revolted and the descendant of the Phelim family, Baron Phelim Shelvode, was even praised and encouraged to restore his family. The reason for that was simple, what the Phelim family did was not considered revolt because the reason they were at war with Chrisen IV was because they refused to offer up the silver moon-shaped magic stone to the Chrisen imperial family and Chrisen IV was the one who waged the war to try to forcefully obtain it in the first place. The alliance of the 7 noble families were just fighting in self-defense. Even though they were defeated in the end, Chrisen IV did not announce them as traitors because in the eyes of the other nobles, the New Moon War was merely an act of bullying by Chrisen IV against the few unlucky noble families. When a senior noble was powerful enough, the junior nobles had no choice but to do the very minimum required of the senior nobles' instructions. However, when the power of junior nobles exceed that of the senior nobles, they could outright ignore the instructions of the senior nobles because of a simple clause. If the junior noble felt that the senior noble's actions or instructions harmed the interests of his own family, he could refuse to carry out the instructions of his senior noble. That was the sacred right of every noble and senior nobles couldn't infringe upon it no matter what. However, Charade's near declaration of war would be exempt from the clause and be considered an act of treason. Similarly, it was a huge taboo for a senior noble to obtain the resources or men of a junior noble without the latter's agreement and that action itself would incite the scorn of the other junior nobles and cause them to leave the senior noble en masse. Now that the strength of the northbound convoy surpassed that of the Second Highness, the Norton family could turn their backs on him and join the side of the first or second prince without any repercussion. If that were to happen, it would already be too late for the Second Highness to show any regret. In conclusion, antagonizing the convoy was an act that only an imbecile would dare to dream of doing. Additionally, the Second Highness did not lack troops at the moment as he could simply recruit more vagabonds into his army, given that the kingdom's arsenal had quite a substantial amount of gear left. It truly was far from worth it to antagonize the convoy over 2 small companies of soldiers. Turman raised the tent flap from outside and said, "The Second Highness is here." Charade said in an annoyed voice, "Ask him to buzz off." "I don't feel like seeing him." Even if he didn't, Charade still had to meet the Second Highness. Even though Charade was the chief of the northbound convoy, he was still a family knight of the Nortons and the Second Highness was the senior noble of the Norton family. Unless Lorist was here, nobody could stop the Second Highness from entering the tent, especially when he had Norton Glacia following beside him. The Second Highness had come to apologize for the issue regarding the 2 companies of soldiers and even graciously returned them. However, the more Charade looked at the Second Highness, the more disgruntled he became as he thought that most of the troubles the convoy now faced was thanks to him. Even though Charade was usually a calm and rational man, he was toyed around by the Second Highness's ploys and only noticed it after he was exploited.
Potterfong on the other hand made an open objection to the Second Highness's act of poaching the members of the convoy at perilous time like that. Even though the members who were recruited were not the family knights of the Norton family, they held important positions within the convoy. Their departure would create a lot of trouble for the convoy. While Potterfong was not against the Second Highness recruiting talented people from the convoy, the least he could do was to tie up loose ends first and allow them to accompany the convoy back to the Norton family dominion before asking them to serve him. The Second Highness also expressed his apologies for that matter and said that he was too rash because talented men were truly hard to find and the Norton family's convoy had an unexpected number of them. To restore the glory of the Christian imperial family, he said, he had to recruit as many talented people as possible. That was why the people within the convoy was too tempting for him to resist. However, he promised that he won't allow the troops of the convoy to join his side and also agreed with Potterfang's suggestion to let the ones he recruit accompany the convoy back to the Northlands first before allowing them to start serving him. In the end, there was not much Potterfong could do as only a few including him, Turman, Charade, the injured Els, and the patrolling Yuri had been accepted by Lorist as the knights of the Norton family. The likes of his old acquaintances from the White Lion Legion like the gold-ranked Lodewales, the 3-star Silver Mons Malik, who was in charge of the vagabond camp, and the gold-ranked mercenary, Chino Friar, the gold swordsman Angelic who filled in for Els temporarily, the captain of the Carabalista unit, Dulles, the captain of the Herbalist unit, Lunmort as well as the rest of the former students of the Dawn Academy who formed the backbone of the convoy's forces were not yet Norton family knights. So, there was nothing that could be done if they were recruited by the Second Highness. To the ambitious former students of the Dawn Academy, the status of a knight of the royal family was far more alluring than that of a family knight. Even though the state of the Andanak kingdom despite all the work the convoy has done under Charade's leadership was still rather indeterminate given that apart from the sea to the west of the kingdom, it was surrounded by enemies on all sides and the embargo the Ford Trade Union placed on it was also quite problematic. However, with greater risk comes greater reward, and joining the Second Highness now represented a chance for them to gain achievements for themselves and hopefully be elevated to the status of nobility by way of those achievements. Should that ever happen, they would be able to stand on equal grounds as Lorist and have higher status than most normal people. Fortunately, most of the men who were poached by the Second Highness were only average at best. For instance, Edma and Womp were merely company captains and the more accomplished former students had already been promoted to become regiment captains, thanks to Charade's keen oversight on the staffing of the convoy. With more than 20,000 soldiers, 5,000 carriages, and more than 60,000 members in total, coupled with the 100,000 plus vagabonds that were following behind, it was plain to see that the rather desperate circumstances of the convoy had forced many to adapt and improve themselves till they were fit to be appointed for a higher post in the convoy. The Second Highness also came for another reason. He wanted to know when the convoy would start traveling north again. Charade told the Second Highness without a shred of hesitance that the convoy had been forced to stop as the Madras Duchy forbade its entry by securing its border with the Iron Guard Legion. It was possible that the convoy would have to weather through winter at the Andanak Kingdom and find another way to pass when spring comes next year. That's why Charade hoped that the Second Highness could supply them with more food and clothing so that the vagabonds tagging behind the convoy would be able to survive the winter. However, the Second Highness refused that request and frankly told the rest of them that the Andanak Kingdom cannot afford to bear the burden of sustaining more than 100,000 vagabonds. Even though he had collected half of the spoils the convoy got from wiping out all those noble families from the former two provinces, the recruitment drive for the Second Highness's forces had sapped much of his resources dry. As for the spoils the convoy obtained from the Walbasia province, Charade didn't offer any of it to the Second Highness and most of it went to the sustenance of the vagabonds instead. Currently, the convoy had only one choice and that was to attack the Madras Duchy to get enough resources to sustain its livelihood. According to the Second Highness, if there really wasn't a way, the convoy could engage in a path of slaughter and perhaps even fan the vagabonds' rage and use them to attack Liktana's citadel. Even if 100,000 vagabonds couldn't take over the citadel by themselves, they would be able to at least wear the soldiers of the Iron Guard Legion down to their breaking point. By that time, the convoy only had to give the Madras Duchy a little shove with its own forces to be able to conquer the citadel and allow the convoy to continue their journey towards the Northlands unimpeded. Upon hearing that, everyone within the tent felt their hairs rise. While the Second Highness said that with a casual tone, the moment any of them thought about sending the 100,000 vagabonds to face off against the Iron Guard Legion, they couldn't help but imagine a mountain of bloody corpses that would surface as a result. With the obviously phenomenal death count that the vagabonds would suffer, even an abyss wouldn't be able to fit all the corpses of the vagabonds that would die from the conflict. Even Charade the Demon felt a chill run down his spine when he imagined the fearsome possibility. "No, there's no way we can do that," Potterfong said as the first one who made his objection heard. Even the ruler of the Redlease Kingdom, the first prince, who was known for his mercilessness and brutality, only conscripted vagabond youths to become enemy fodder. If the convoy were to force even the women and children into a siege, the name of the Norton family would forever be tarnished across the whole of the Grindia continent.
Not only would they be stigmatized by the other nobles, they would also be scorned by the commoners.
200 years of proud family history would spiral to ruin just like that. The Second Highness waved his hands in futility and said, "Well, I don't have any better solution than that. You can either try to besiege Lictana Citadel or starve to death while waiting for winter to pass. If you really don't intend to utilize the vagabonds, the least I can do is to offer 10,000 of my men to aid your convoy in taking the citadel. However, this battle won't be an easy one as the Iron Guard Legion is famed for their defensive tactics. Back then they managed to hold out against my Lord Father's 60,000 soldiers for more than half a year with only 8,000 troops. Now that their numbers have been expanded to 28,000 people by Duke Madras and given the fortifications of Lictana Citadel, occupying it with only 20,000 from the convoy and my 10,000 soldiers is practically an impossible task. It was true that if things continued like this, the convoy would be stranded there and be unable to head up north, and the supplies they had could only last them and the vagabonds for 3 to 4 months at most. By then, the convoy would no doubt implode and disintegrate. On the other hand, if they picked another route, they would have to enter the Iblia kingdom. With the vagabonds being a huge burden on the convoy, there is no doubt that they'd be sitting ducks on for the second prince's ambitions. Additionally, the Iblia kingdom's state was even more chaotic, and the second prince's plundering had deprived most territory within the kingdom of food and other resources, causing the convoy's future to be even more uncertain. The 3 months of additional travel during which they wouldn't be able to resupply as well as having to defend against the attacks of the second prince was nothing short of a one-way road to death. So, changing routes was out of the question. The best route to head to the Northlands was still the route through the Madras Duchy, which had a distance of around 650 kilometers. If the convoy traveled 15 kilometers per day, then it would only take them 40 to 50 days to reach the Northlands. The only issue was the securing of the Madras Duchy's border, which stopped the convoy and the vagabonds from crossing it entirely. If they did not use the method the Second Highness suggested, even with the support of his 10,000 troops, they weren't confident that they would be able to occupy Lictana Citadel, which was defended by the famed Iron Guard Legion. As the realization settled upon those present within the tent, the atmosphere within turned solemn and heavy. At that moment, the flaps of the tent were pushed apart as Yuri rushed inside with an excited expression as he said, "Guys, guess who's here?" Following behind Yuri were Reedy and Jim. The moment Charade saw Reedy, he was utterly delighted and asked, "Ray Reedy, you're here? Where's milord? Our lord misses you all very much and has instructed me to bring you a couple of letters while also checking on your status. Oh, and this is Jim, a former silver-ranked mercenary who has been recruited into our ranks by our lord. Come, Jim, let me introduce you to the others." Reedy brought Jim around and introduced him to everyone within the tent. However, when he saw the Second Highness Auguslo and Glacia, Reedy was confused as he didn't recognize the two of them. Turman hurriedly informed Reedy of the identities of the two, one being the Second Highness of the Andanak Kingdom and the other being Lorist's elder cousin sister, causing Reedy and Jim to hurriedly bow and salute them. Reedy and, Jim, save the pleasantries for later. Wasn't the border of the Madras Duchy sealed up? How did the two of you make your way here? Charade asked impatiently. Oh, it's all thanks to Jim. We heard that Charade the demon caused the border of the duchy to be sealed up. However, Jim knew some folk at the fishing village near Egret Lake who helped the 7 of us cross the lake with their fishing boats, replied Reedy with a face full of smiles. Charade blushed in response as he didn't expect that his reputation had already spread so far. You came in a group of 7? That's right. The other 5 are guards of the family who used to be mercenaries. That's why we traveled under the pretense of traveling mercenaries and made our way here without much incident. Right after crossing the lake, we bumped into the light cavalry scouts of Sir Yuri who brought us back here, Reedy replied. Reedy, is milord doing well these days? What about the situation of the family dominion? Potterfang asked. Milord is doing great. As for the situation of the dominion, well, it's a long story. Ever since we followed milord back to the family dominion, all sorts of developments unfolded. It all began like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, The Mounted Archers Unit. After 5 days of traveling with the Mounted Archers Squad, just before Lorist arrived at the ferry port near Metropolis River, he arrived at a field where 2 Dominion lords were facing off against each other in a battle with around 200 troops on both sides in total. Well, using battle to describe this situation is indeed a little too much. At most, it's only a village-scale skirmish. Only 4 to 5 men were mounted and the troops they led were mostly farmer soldiers who were dressed rather raggedly and only equipped with farming tools. As the neutral side, Lorist was prepared to enjoy the show from the sidelines. But it was a shame that the 2 Dominion lords didn't share the same sentiment as they merely trash-talked each other instead of going straight into battle.
Getting more impatient, Lorist thought, just start fighting already and make way for us to pass.
What's the point of sitting there and doing nothing and being in the way like that? Isn't that like going to the lavatory and occupying it so that others can't use it? Pat, go ask them if they're going to start fighting or not.
Otherwise, demand them to make way for us to pass. Had it not been for the 5 carriages full of supplies he brought along with him, Lorist would have chosen to cross the wilderness instead of taking the main path. But it just couldn't be helped, as the mounted archers' arrows and the rest of the food and camping gear for the 100+ people as well as the hay for their mounts had to be brought along. It was only thanks to Shade Camp that they were able to stuff all that into 5 carriages. Lorist couldn't help but lament that he only needed 2 rucksacks and mounts if he traveled with only Pat, and regretted agreeing to Josk's proposition to bring the mounted archers squad with him. The squad that was led by Pete only had 97 people instead of the usual 120 of a full squad. However, due to the rest of the supply carriages, Lorist had to bring along another 20 guards. Since Roar and Mort were so willing to tag along, he appointed them to be the captains of the guards to manage the security of the supply carriages. Pat came back with a troubled look and said, "Me lord, they want us to continue to sit here, and even said that they would come to collect a toll fee from us after they settle their differences."
Huh?
Lorist looked back at the 5 supply carriages and realized that the 2 idiotic Dominion lords had mistaken his group to be a guard escort for a merchant convoy.
"Soul. They want to collect toll from me?"
Lorist said as he smiled.
"Pete, bring the mounted archers with you. I'll give you 10 minutes to chase them away. Capture 2 of them and ask them what they're fighting over," ordered Lorist calmly.
"Yes, me lord," said Pete, before he whistled to signal for the mounted archers behind him to get into 2 neat formations and led them to begin the charge. As they approached the spot where the 2 Dominion lords and their men were, the mounted archers stopped their horses and drew their longbows wide. Without delay, Pete gave the order to fire and sent out a volley of arrows towards the 2 factions. The 2 Dominion lords were completely befuddled, as merchant convoys usually didn't interfere with battles like that. As the volley of arrows blanketed their troops, all hell broke loose with cries of pain and agony resounding throughout the battlefield. Pat had ordered his men to fire 3 volleys in total and whistled once more to instruct them to put away their bows. Subsequently, they drew their swords and split into 2 groups that charged towards both factions. As expected, the soldiers of the 2 factions crumbled instantly, and the 2 Dominion lords were the first to ride away as they saw the mounted archers approaching. The soldiers they left behind fared even worse as they melted into an undisciplined mess. "Our mounted archers are truly quite formidable. They managed to defeat a few hundred people without even incurring a single casualty. No wonder Milord requested for their formation at that time," Pat praised. Before he finished, an audible thump could be heard. Turning his head back, Pat saw that Lorist had actually fallen from his mount. Surprised, Pat asked, "Me lord, what's going on?" Lorist wiped the dust off his face as he stood back up from the ground. Waving his hands, he said, "I'm fine. I slipped off the horse 'cause my legs weren't in the stirrups, Colindot. By the gods, that isn't the mounted archers I had in mind." When he saw the troops in action, he was so shocked that he actually fell off his horse. "Those are not mounted archers. They're just bowmen on horses. How did that idiot Josk train his men?" Pete brought a few captives over and reported, "Me lord, according to them, this path is frequently used by merchant convoys, and Viscount Darwoff set up a customs point nearby to collect toll. The 2 Dominion lords near here also wanted a part of the profit and decided to set up another customs on this path for themselves. However, this path is at the border of the dominions of those 2 nobles, and both of them insisted that the area belonged to them. The battle that was supposed to occur back then was to be used to decide which family would own that area. Well, it's too bad that their settlement had to be disrupted. Then again, it's their fault for picking the wrong place and barring my way. When was the customs point further ahead formed? How many guards are there, and what is their estimated battle strength?" Lorist asked the captive that seemed to be a squad captain, given his wearing a half-body leather armor that most of the other captives weren't equipped with. "Since half a month ago, me lord," replied the captive quickly. "There is a squad of garrison soldiers stationed there, and they were originally part of the garrison of Viscount Darwoff's newly built town. Just recently, they were also appointed to guard the customs point and collect toll. I really don't know how formidable they are, but they're quite well equipped, with some of them even having metal armor." "Metal armor," recalled Lorist suddenly, before he called out, "Roar, Mort, come over here for a bit." "Ah, me lord, when we passed by this place and were about to enter the town next to the customs point to get some rest, the garrison soldiers came to apprehend us and even called us bandits," Roar said. "Pete, bring your mounted archers squad and capture all of the garrison soldiers there. Pat, accompany Roar and Mort over there to see if they are indeed the garrison soldiers that attacked them. If they are, hang them at the customs point on the spot," Lorist instructed Pete and Pat. He was not prepared to witness another performance of the so-called mounted archers.
"All right, me lord. We'll head out now," Pete said. What do we do with these captives?"
After hearing that question, the captives all started to shiver. The moment they heard Lorist instruct for the garrison soldiers to be hung, they felt that their fates had been set in stone.
"My lord, please have mercy,"
said the captives as they kneeled and cried for Lorist's forgiveness in front of his mount. "Just release these guys. You there, go to the carriages and get some bandages and medicine for them so that they can help fix up the injured ones over there."
"Let's go," Lorist said.
Just as they were a few kilometers away from the customs point, Lorist and the rest of the carriages were greeted by a scene of the corpse-filled ground with a few other captives who were clutching the back of their heads with their hands and kneeling on the ground. Roer and Mort were currently constructing wooden frames with the help of a few other mounted archer troops. Lorist noticed that a few of the archers were bandaged up.
Seeing Pete and Pat coming over, Lorist asked, "What's wrong? Are there any casualties?" "Just 6 lightly injured men.
It won't be a problem and they'll recover in another 10 days. It was mainly due to some of the enemy guards who had been hiding within the building. They got hurt when we were trying to flush them out," Pete replied. "My lord, we finally managed to get the ferries on the other side of the shore to come over,"
Pat said.
Lorist took a look around the area that he had once traveled by during his initial journey back to the Northlands and noticed many changes. The main thing that caught his attention was the ferry port, which had 2 additional ferries. Over there, a group of half-naked boatmen were giving their best at cranking the windlasses to help the ferries dock at the bank of the river. It seems that Baron Silas had earned quite a bit of money from the service and even added 2 new ferries to accommodate the increased demand. Just now when we were fighting off the garrison soldiers, the boatmen all jumped into the river in fear and we spent quite a bit of effort to call them back.
"I promised to give them 1 imperial silver coin each," Pat said.
Lorist nodded and thought that the boatmen did indeed deserve a tip given how hard they worked. Back then, the place was but a piece of desolate land. But after only half a year, a town had already been built on a hill in the distance.
However, the town seemed rather tightly fortified and numerous people could be seen wielding weapons and pointing towards the customs point.
It was apparent that the battle at the point had alerted the garrison troops within the town of the presence of Lorist's forces whom they believed to be enemies. They were currently doing their best to prepare for the imminent attack. Roer and Mort had already erected tens of tall wooden frames and were hanging the captives by force. After only a few were hung, the rest of the captives frantically begged to be spared and some of them even started running in the direction of the town in desperation. However, Pete had long been prepared for such a possibility and ordered his dismounted archers to fire a volley of arrows in the direction of those who tried to escape and turned them into human porcupines. The soldiers on the walls of the distant town started shouting and screaming out loud at what they had just witnessed. Lorist, however, ignored all the fuss and was currently lecturing Roer and Mort.
"Are you guys idiots?
Not only did you not tie them up, you didn't keep the rest at a spot where they couldn't see the wooden frames and hang their comrades in front of them.
Even pigs would try to escape after seeing that. What do we now given that they're all dead?
Whatever, just hang their corpses up anyway. They actually dared to rob my messengers, I wonder how they got the guts to do that. Pete, make a plaque and carve the reason why we put these men to death on it."
"Understood, me lord." On the opposite bank of the river, another squad of armed guards showed up.
Given that they had just witnessed the spectacle over at the other side, it was only natural that they would be on alert. "Pat, bring some men across the river first and tell Baron Silas that an old friend has come to visit to calm him down for a bit. I will pay him a visit later after I cross the river, but—"
"My lord, I think you should just cross the river now," Pat said.
"There's no need," Lorist said as he pointed at the town in the distance.
"Those people over there seem to be up to something.
I'm prepared to go teach them a lesson." The 100-plus men and the 5 carriages took more than 3 hours to be ferried across the river. Lorist was one of the last people to be transported across. Just as the ferry was approaching from the other side for the last remaining 8, more than 100 soldiers within the town on this side of the bank exited the town gates and rushed towards them as they brandished their blades and spears with the intent to kill. Lorist's javelins and the arrows of Pete and his men instantly skewered more than 20 of the bravest soldiers of the town who rushed at the front. Following that, Lorist and Pete got mounted and raised their riding lances as they charged into the remaining group. After the flurry of thrusting spears and slashing swords, only 30 lucky men of the original group managed to survive and ran towards the town again with their tails between their legs before shutting the gates entirely.
It seemed that they wouldn't come out anymore no matter what.
That was refreshing, Pete said as he waved his lance around to shake off the fresh blood that coated it.
"Let's go."
"The ferry is approaching," Lorist said. Pete, back when I was at Moranti City, I read a book that mentioned that during the Dark Ages that followed the fall of the magical civilization, a type of mounted archer unit emerged. Those archers were able to fire their arrows from horseback and could even shoot backwards while their horses rushed forward to eliminate any enemies that dared to give them chase. Anyone that fell into their sights would never be able to escape, and they never engaged the enemy up front. Instead, they were skirmishers who rode their horses near their enemy's flank and used hit-and-run tactics to harass them until the enemy formations crumbled. Lorist was using this opportunity during their time on the ferry to impart upon Pete what he believed mounted archers should be, just like the Mongol mounted archers he had read about in his past life. They could regroup and disperse at will, and their mobility allowed them to show up on the battlefield or vanish within moments. In one instance of those legends, they even managed to obtain victory over an enemy which had 10 times their own numbers after 4 months and didn't have many casualties. Every time their enemy sent out a group of soldiers to pursue them, they would entrap them and lead their enemies along as they shot from afar until they wore the enemy numbers down. According to the books, that tactic was called kiting because it was much like how a person would pull a kite along and never getting close to it.
Milord, I understanding what you're trying to say. You want a mounted archer unit that can do all that, right? Pete asked. Lorist nodded happily at Pete's quick understanding.
However, it's a shame that it is not possible with our troops. The mounted archer unit that you described can only exist in legends, and it's not possible to pull off in real life, Pete said regrettably.
Why? Lorist asked with a surprised tone.
Milord, firstly, we don't have suitable bows for that purpose. While the bows that some nobles use when they hunt can be shot from horseback, the firing distance is not far and can only reach around 40 meters ahead because they're relatively weak, don't fire with much force. While that is sufficient for hunting animals like turkeys and rabbits, it's completely useless against magical beasts or soldier formations. Of all the bows available to us, the one with the strongest force and the farthest firing distance is the longbow. It can fire arrows that hit targets 100 meters away and even pose a threat to gold-ranked knights. Even though the bow itself has weaker tension than a hunting bow, hunting bows can only shoot as far because of the heavy arrowheads that are used to hunt magical beasts. Pete continued to educate Lorist about archery. The longbow is recognized by most, if not all, as a bow that is able to fire the fastest and deadliest arrows, which makes it one of the most crucial ranged attacking methods for offense and defense alike. However, it's not suited to be used on horseback even if the horse is not moving because it's exceedingly hard to draw it and maintain balance on the horse at the same time. Sir Josk had spent huge amounts of effort to even make sure that our men can fire when their horses are stationary. Of all of us, only Sir Josk can continually fire arrows on horseback without falling off, while the rest of us would lose balance after only 3 shots. Additionally, if we don't use longbows, we won't be able to match the enemy's firing distance, and if we approach them too much, we would be attacked instead and be unable to retaliate. That's why, to form the ideal mounted archer unit that Milord had described just now, the first problem that has to be solved is creating a type of bow that can be used on horseback that can also rival the firing distance and strength of a longbow. Other than that, we also lack the horses that can perform like those used by the mounted archers you described. Of all the horse breeds on the Grindia continent, none of them would be able to fit those criterias, Pete explained. Lorist mumbled in puzzlement. Pete continued, Milord, the mounts of the mounted archers you read about must be robust and have excellent endurance and stamina. They must also be able to recover their energy quickly to be able to run long distances, as well as being agile and reactive enough to be able to travel on both flat and mountainous terrain to be able to escape enemy pursuit. They must also be hardy enough to be able to resist cold and hot weather, as well as having high resistance to diseases. Perhaps the most important requirement they must have is to be able to consume huge amounts of feed and also digest them at a quick speed. No horse on all of Grindia is capable of that. Is this guy talking about the Mongol horse? 1. The horses the Mongols used were quite common across the Eurasian continent, but to think that Grindia doesn't have this kind of breed. That's just a real shame, thought Lorist with much frustration. Pete further dulled Lorist's hopes as he said, Milord, look at our mounts. These Northlander horses are different from other breeds, and they can be considered to be the more balanced type among their kind. While they are easy to raise and take care of, they are far from being able to serve the role of those horses used by the mounted archers you talked about. Also, the reason 3 out of 5 of our carriages are filled to the brim with grain and oats is because we are worried that we won't be able to find enough feed during our journey. If we don't have enough, the horses would lose weight, and when coupled with a long-distance journey, these Northlander horses would end up completely useless. If the mounted archers that you mentioned rode Northlander horses, each rider would have to bring at least 7 to 8 mounts with him so that he would always have a fresh mount to switch to and loads of horse feed to be able to maintain the horse's physical condition. Using the battle you mentioned as an example, 2 regiments consisting of 2,000 riders would require at least 10,000 Northlander horses. While Xeno horses and Balagali horses are better for long-distance trips and have great endurance, the way to feed and maintain them is even more complicated than that of Northlander horses. Lorist had no choice but to admit that Pete made quite a few good points. Lorist wanted to form mounted archer units after all, not horse breeders. Even if each rider could take care of 8 horses on his own, there was also the problem of them being mistaken as a horse merchant. Stroking his nose, Lorist suddenly felt rather embarrassed as he had made the decision to form a mounted archer unit without even understanding the basics of archery and horsemanship. Had it not been for Pete's explanation, he might have blamed Josk for not trying hard enough to make the unit of his dreams. It was primarily the fault of the knight training course instructors back in the Dawn Academy who always said that knights should be brave and courageous during a charge and that using a bow is an act of cowardice. That had caused Lorist to neglect archery training almost entirely to the point that he could only use javelins to attack enemies at a distance. Oh well, I guess after I settle most of the pressing matters and have enough time, I can go find some people to start research on whether we can make bows that are shorter than longbows that they can be used on horseback. I'm only worried about whether its firing range and strength can compare to that of a longbow though, pondered Lorist during the rest of the journey. 1. A special breed of horses native to Mongolia. See Wikipedia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149 Blockade. When Lorist arrived at the western bank of the Metropolis River, he noticed Baron Silas standing at the port wearing the golden-threaded extravagant plate armor that he had gifted him the last time they met. The insignia of Baron Silas's family had already been engraved upon it. A rhombus-shaped icon of a gemstone could be seen in the center of the armor. The moment the Baron saw Lorist, he broke into a smile. Having not met him for more than half a year, Lorist noticed that the Baron had gotten a little fatter. Originally, the plate armor was a little too big for the Baron. However, some fatty meat could be seen protruding from the opening at his waist. On the other hand, the Baron had quite a bad memory as he had forgotten what Lorist's name was. Naturally, Lorist didn't take any offense as he understood that it wasn't easy to remember the name of someone whom one didn't get to meet often. I'm called Norton Lorist. As an old friend, feel free to call me Locke, Lorist said. Ah, that's right, you're Baron Norton. I recall that you've gifted me with a nice carton of wine before. Baron Silas said with delight. Lorist was completely speechless. Pointing at Baron Silas's armor with his horsewhip, Lorist reminded in an unsatisfactory tone, Baron, that armor you're wearing is given to you by me. Don't tell me you forgot. Blushing with embarrassment, the Baron seemed to finally recall who Lorist was and said, Hee, old brother of mine, I'm really sorry about that. It's because far too many nobles come to visit and this one is always busy receiving them as guests. I'm also getting a little old and you know what that does to one's memory, so I hope you bear with me. Back then you brought a convoy through here to get to your dominion to inherit your title, right? You look far better than you were back then. I'm sure that things have been going well for you? It's all right. Your business also looks like it's flourishing. You even got 2 new ferries. As they always say, money will come knocking if you're at the right place and at the right time. Lorist said as he laughed. The Baron shrugged and said, those 2 boats weren't purchased by me. Oh, right. Just now I saw you and the rest fight on the opposite bank. Did you get into trouble with the garrison soldiers of Viscount Darwoff's customs point? It's nothing serious. The soldiers at the custom point dared to rob my messengers because they took a fancy to their metal armor. It's fortunate that 2 of them managed to get back to report what happened. On the way here, I figured I might as well clean up scum like them by hanging them all to death, Lorist said candidly without batting an eye. Baron Silas clapped his hands in admiration and said, Great. It's only right that those fools who don't know what's best for them to be taught a lesson. A few months back, Viscount Darwoff even sent his men here to demand me to share half of the transport fee for the ferries to him and threatened that he would seal off the banks from the other side if I didn't. Did he think I was an idiot? That Viscount only occupies half the area of the opposite bank and I can easily move my port to another spot. Naturally, I refused his demand and changed where my ferries docked. It would only take the passengers a little more time to reach the main road anyway. Then why was it switched back here? Lorist asked as the current port was the same one he used back then. Baron Silas pointed at the 2 new boats and said, You've noticed the new additions to my inventory, right? After noticing that I ignored his demands, the Viscount commissioned for someone to build him 2 new boats to set up a new ferry port to compete with my business. However, when the ships were complete, he realized that more than 50 kilometers along the western bank of the river was within my dominion and he had no place to dock his ferries. In the end, he sent someone to negotiate for him to have a share in the profits of the dock in exchange for investing the 2 ferries with me. Even so, I didn't give him the slightest damn and in the end, he had no choice but to gift the ferries to me so that I would move the port back to the original location. That way, he can also profit a little from collecting a toll at his newly formed customs point over there. Old friend, you should know that I am quite lacking in academic and martial disciplines. My only redeeming point is my generosity and eagerness to help to others." Hearing his plight, I decided to accept his ferries and move my port back to the old spot. However, many merchant convoys came to complain to me that the Viscount is getting more overboard with the toll as of late. I've been long worried about something like that happening, as it would deter merchants from using my ferry service. How would I survive then? Just as I was about to send someone to warn them, you came over and taught them a lesson. How fortunate. To show his welcome and accentuate his friendship with Lorist, Baron Silas gave him a hugely generous discount of 5% off for the ferry service. However, he wasn't able to invite Lorist back to his bastide for a meal, as he had no choice but to stay put at the port. That was because many merchant convoys would use his ferry service to cross the river for a rather huge sum of money, and he was willing to sit there and collect the sum himself rather than let his subordinates handle it in fear of them embezzling his money. Since that was the case, Lorist decided to set up camp on the spot and depart the next day. He also invited the Baron to have dinner with him, to which the Baron gleefully accepted. He even had his servants bring a few bottles of fine wine over. With the tables and chairs were laid alongside the riverbank, scales of sparkling silver could be seen blinking within the river due to the light of the silver moon, giving the scenery an almost ethereal quality. Lorist felt that enjoying his meal there was an extremely soothing and tranquil experience. It's no wonder that Baron Silas mentioned that he was satisfied even though he only had normal bread every night at the port. The cool breeze from the river washed away the heat and drought brought upon the land during the day. Even though it was already autumn and cool breezes blew rather often, the heat of the sun was not one whit inferior to that of summer. After bathing by the river and refreshing himself, Lorist donned nothing more than a loose robe and dined together with Baron Silas. Since it wasn't a formal banquet, the Baron didn't mind Lorist's casual appearance. Instead, he expressed his envy for Lorist's healthy and lean physique. "Back when I was studying at the imperial capital, I also had a figure like yours. Those days were good. We would leave the academy after class and mess around all over the place to hook up with beauties." Baron Silas rambled nonstop as he started to recall the good old days of his youth and misadventures. "I apologize for letting you see such an embarrassing side of me. When one gets old, one can't help but reminisce the days of one's youth," said the Baron apologetically. After all, it was only his second time meeting Lorist, so he felt that it was slightly inappropriate for him to be talking about himself on such friendly and informal terms. "It's fine. Your stories were rather interesting as well. Everyone has a tale or two of their rowdy youth that they'd love to share," Lorist said as he raised his silver cup to toast the Baron. Baron Silas downed half the cup before he asked, "By the way, why have you brought so many men with you this time? Would you mind telling me about it?" "Well, Viscount Tebry Tim is a good friend of mine whose dominion is in the northwestern part of the Red Lease Kingdom. His family has always had business relations with ours, and we have been trading with him using the produce from the Northlands for other resources that we need." Lorist recited out an answer he had long prepared beforehand. "The Red Lease Kingdom? Where is it? I feel like I'm forgetting something," said the Baron as he scratched on his head. Still unable to figure out what was on the tip of his tongue, he ordered one of his attendants to bring him a beastskin map. Upon seeing it, he recalled the thing he was struggling to remember. "Ah, brother, I think you have to take a detour around here. Look, the route starting from Venade City all the way to the Lictana Citadel at the border of the Andanak Kingdom has already been completely sealed off. Apart from army supply convoys, other merchants or people are forbidden to use this route." Lorist took a look at the map, and there was indeed a red line along the path from Venade City to Lictana Citadel. The border between the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy was also colored red. What's going on? Did the duchy go to war with the Andanak Kingdom? Why has the border been sealed off as well? Lorist asked. "No, it's something more fearsome than war. Brother, have you heard of a man called Charade the Demon and his misdeeds within the Andanak Kingdom?" Baron Silas asked as he lowered his voice mysteriously. "No, I haven't. You should know that my dominion is located within the Northlands that has always been rather isolated. News of the outside world hardly travel all the way there within a short period of time," Lorist said as he shook his head curiously. Feeling troubled, he thought, Charade the Demon couldn't possibly be referring to that fatty, right? What did he do to cause such a big stir to the point that he was labeled a demon? Charade led an armed convoy and even gathered more than 100,000 vagabonds as he rampaged through the Andanak Kingdom while spreading his poison throughout all 3 provinces within the kingdom and paving out a path of blood in his wake. Like locusts, the people of the convoy killed wherever they went as well as pillaged and devoured whatever they set their sights on, leaving behind only a piece of desolate wasteland. Of the 130-plus noble families within the Andanak Kingdom, less than 50 of them remain thanks to the effort put in by the Second Highness. The other nobles have all been sent to the gallows by Charade the Demon.
Right now, the Andanak kingdom is practically completely sapped dry. That's why the demon turned his sights on our Madras duchy. It's fortunate that Lord Duke Madras noticed the threat early on and sent out the Iron Guard Legion to secure the borders to stop Charade the demon from entering our duchy. If he does get in, it'll be over for all of us. Thinking back at the fate suffered by the Andanak kingdom, it truly would be a fearsome nightmare if the same were to happen here. Baron Silas continued his embellished account of the rumors he had heard from the merchant convoys that crossed the river, which painted Charade as a green-faced, fanged demon boasting a huge size of 3 meters in height and breadth, complete with horns on his head and a demonic tail sprouting from his hind. The worst part was that Baron Silas actually believed that Charade had to consume at least 99 human hearts during every single one of his meals, coupled with hot sauce made from fresh human blood. Resisting the urge to laugh out loud at hearing the Baron's description of Charade, Lorist thought that even if Charade morphed into a demon like that, he still wouldn't lose all rationality and go on a rampage. However, as it was the first time Lorist heard of news of his convoy from another party, he looked at the red line on the map with worry, as it meant that the convoy was prevented from advancing towards the Northlands. The more he thought about his friends of the convoy, the lesser he smiled. "How long has the blockade been enacted?" Lorist asked. Unhappy that Lorist had interrupted his imaginative story, Baron Silas replied, "It should have been around 1 month already. 30 days more or less." "Then is there word on when it will be lifted?" Lorist asked again. "I don't really have much of a clue about that. The merchant convoy that came along yesterday was originally on its route to trade within the Andanak kingdom, and they stayed at Venade City for more than 10 days. After hearing that the blockade would be around for at least a year and a half, the merchants decided to turn back and return. I say, brother, if you're heading to the Redley's kingdom, you'll have to take another route. First, get to Venade City and head to the Farkle Duchy from there. After that, travel through the Handra Duchy to arrive at the Foreign Duchy, and you can enter the Redley's kingdom from there. However, that route is more than twice the original distance you have to travel, and you will be passing through war-ravaged lands, so there are many variables to look out for," Baron Silas said as he looked at his map. "That's right. That was why I was worried that the blockade would be upheld for a long time. This is the route that we've always used. If we use another, we won't be familiar with it, and our safety would also be put at risk." "That's far too much trouble," Lorist agreed as he nodded. "Actually, I believe that staying within your own dominion is much safer. In times like these, it's quite dangerous to bring your merchant convoy outside even if your family soldiers are capable. Things can still go wrong one way or another," Baron Silas said as he sighed. Lorist shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, unlike you, I don't have such a profitable service which allows you to earn money just by sitting still and collecting transportation fee. My dominion is in the Northlands, and without making trading trips like these, I wouldn't have any income at all. I'm not in the position to sit still and do nothing, am I?" Baron Silas raised his wine cup again and said, "Then, here's a toast to your safe journey and the profits you will make from it." The two of them continued to make merry before they parted. Upon returning to his tent, Lorist asked Pat, "Hey, do you remember the flag and family insignia Tim gave us? Did you bring it along?" Surprised, Pat said, "We should have brought it." "I remember Shadecamp putting those 2 items in a chest somewhere. He said that with those 2 items we will be able to pretend to be Mr. Tim's men when we need to do something that is inconvenient for our family." Lorist nodded and said, "Spread the word to everyone to not refer to themselves as soldiers the Norton family but rather escorts for the merchant convoy of the Tebri family. Also, hang up the flag Tim gave us on the horse carriage." "What's going on, me lord?" Pat asked. "Charade and the northbound convoy have gotten into some trouble. The Madras Duchy actually blockaded their borders to stop them from entering. I have a feeling that they already know that the convoy belongs to us. The Norton family and I worry that trouble will find us if we travel so openly without hiding our identities," explained Lorist. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 150 Small Mountain Village. Venade City was the largest city of the Madras Duchy and was also the main business hub with the largest collection of goods and resources available for purchase. The main reason for its prosperity was its incredibly strategic location between the main highways from various locations. To its south was the Andanak Kingdom, to the north was the Northlands, to the east was the Farkle Duchy and the Shabaj Duchy, and to the west was the capital and center of administration of the Madras Duchy, Shalisk City. Being conveniently located at the center of all those places, Venade City flourished as the trading hub of the Madras Duchy. Lorist and his mounted archers squad had traveled for 5 days straight and covered around 500 kilometers of ground to arrive at the city. Right now, they had no choice but to stay within the city for a day or two to gather some news and information as well as let the horses rest, since they had worked hard to travel up to 100 kilometers of distance every day for 5 days straight and were already reaching their limits.
After renting a campsite at the southern suburbs and settling the mounted archers down, Lorist left Pete in charge and brought Pat and 5 other guards to enter the city and look for an inn. The last time when Lorist brought Ovidus and his smaller convoy to the Northlands, he had stayed outside Venade City for only one day and left in a hurry after Shadecamp bought the necessary supplies.
This was Lorist's first time entering the city.
Compared to Moranti City, where he had stayed for 10 years of his life, Venade City wasn't all that big. However, the mercantile atmosphere there was not one whit inferior to that of Moranti City, as evidenced by the narrow streets that were filled up with stalls on the side with crowds so dense that brushing against others while walking through the streets was but a common occurrence. The incessant bargain calls of the stall owners made Lorist feel that he had returned to the familiar Moranti City. Perfume Beauty Inn was located at the southern district of the city along with many other high-class inns. It was also a favored gathering spot for nobles and big merchants. Even though the cost of the services provided was rather high, it was still able to attract a healthy number of customers.
Lorist reserved 4 rooms within the side building of the inn.
After taking a bath, he sent 2 of the guards to inform Pete of his place of residence within the city and brought Pat and the 4 other guards downstairs for a meal. They occupied 2 huge tables and listened to the conversations around them as they enjoyed their food. After listening for a while, Lorist was rather disappointed because even though the merchants were talking about how the road to the Andinak kingdom was sealed off, it was mostly filled with complaints and guesses of when the blockade will be lifted. The rest of the conversations were mostly about the goods they were trading and whether to return the way they came. Lorist continued to eat and raised his head occasionally. After a while, he noticed that Pat was looking at the spot behind him. Surprised, Lorist turned back to look before breaking into a smile.
Behind him was a small lounge where many elaborately dressed women sat.
From time to time, the guests of the inn would pick the ones of their fancy and negotiate a price for their services before they brought them into their rooms.
You're feeling the urge? If you'd like to do it, you can go pick one.
It'll be fine as long as we leave by 11 tonight, Lorist said as he looked at the sandglass on the counter and continued, it's only 7 right now, and 4 hours is plenty of time. With a blushing face, Pat said, I wasn't. I was just curious so I looked.
You really don't want to?
No, I have to protect my lord by staying by your side, Pat said as he shook his head resolutely.
It's really safe here and we're just a merchant convoy.
Nobody here recognizes me and as merchants, if you don't pick a woman when you're at an inn, you'll stand out even more. Look at those other 4. The moment they saw the women, they fell into a daze. If you really don't want to have some fun with them, you can accompany me out on the street for a stroll. I was thinking of getting a few more detailed maps for our travels. Give the guards 1 gold fort each to pay for the services of the women so that we look and behave like normal merchants, Lorist said. Pat handed the 4 guards 1 gold fort each, causing their faces to redden with excitement. Pat reminded them to not expose their cover and told them to leave the inn by 11 at night, to which the 4 guards nodded fervently. Had Lorist not been there, they wouldn't have held back and would be rushing to pick one woman to accompany them for the remainder of the night. Lorist then left the inn along with Pat and visited 2 night markets and bought a few maps and travel journals when he reached the bookstore. What surprised Lorist was that the bookstore actually had the blueprints of the fortifications of Lictana Citadel for sale. The owner of the bookshop said casually that after the blockade was put in place to restrict entry for people outside, Lictana Citadel became a hot topic for many, and some who liked to theorize about battles would buy one of those blueprints and discuss how the citadel would be defended or attacked. This fortification blueprint is replicated directly from the one within the archives and it's a bestseller.
Mister, would you like one yourself? Asked the owner of the bookshop.
All right, I'll have one too so that I can think of the best way to attack the citadel when I have nothing better to do, Lorist said.
Well, the citadel is only an inanimate structure. The real defenses are managed by the guards who are alive and adaptive. As long as the Iron Guard Legion is there, the Lictana Citadel will not be conquered, said the bookshop owner proudly and confidently as he rolled up the blueprints along with the maps and handed them to Lorist. Lorist merely nodded at the owner's remarks.
When he returned to the inn, Lorist holed himself in his room for 2 whole days as he analyzed the terrain and maps of the path from Venade City all the way to Lictana Citadel. He also instructed the server of the inn to find him a guide who was familiar with the route to the Farkle Duchy so that he may better understand the situation over there. On the other hand, he had the guards visit the many inns within the city to gather more information about the situation of the blockade without drawing too much attention. To the servers of the inn and the other merchants staying there, Lorist was merely a noble of the Redleys kingdom who was worried about how he would return home. On the 3rd day, Lorist checked out of the room and returned to the southern suburbs where the camp of the mounted archers was located. At night within the tent, Lorist gathered Pete and Pat to plan for the journey to come.
We will be leaving tomorrow morning and will be heading west along this road towards the Farkle Duchy.
This is a mountainous area with rather complicated terrain and I've heard that bandits would show up near that area. However, ever since the border was closed off, this route has been seeing quite a lot of traffic from mainly merchant convoys, and the Madras Duchy also stationed a regiment of garrison soldiers there to police the area and maintain its security. So, there has been no news about bandit encounters for a month or so. It will take us about half a day to arrive at the small mountain village here. According to the information I've gathered, a company of garrison soldiers is stationed there because there is a path near the village that stretches through the forest to a hilly area. Over there, the path forks into two new roads, one of which leads directly to Lichtana Citadel and the other to Egret Lake. We have two choices at the moment. First, we can choose to cross Egret Lake to reach the Andanak Kingdom. I'm just worried that we won't be able to find a ferry when we reach there, and our numbers, horses and carriages would definitely pose a problem. Fortunately, the paths along the way is wide enough for all of us to travel on. The other choice is to use the path heading to the citadel and make our exit through there. Lichtana Citadel is constructed upon the Lidden Mountains that stretch all the way to the coast at the west, and that is a route we won't be able to use. At the eastern slope of the mountain on which the citadel stands is the route connecting the two nations. That path is sandwiched between a few small hills, and it is around 500 meters away from the citadel. The hills are called the bread hills by the locals because they resemble small pieces of puffy round bread right out of the stove of an oven. There are reports that a military base is built there with a regiment of Iron Guard Legion soldiers stationed to guard it from both sides of the path. Further ahead, the Bread Hills, is the Egret Lake, which is around 50 kilometers wide. That is the natural border between the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy. However, apart from the route through the hills, the rest of the place is covered by a huge forest. I didn't hear anything about a second path leading to the lake. Currently, quite a number of tower outposts have also been erected at the 500-meter stretch between the Lidden Mountains and the Bread Hills to completely secure the border. Pat told me that the base at the Bread Hills is also equipped with 10 proper ballistas just like those at Lichtana Citadel, which have a firing distance of up to 300 meters. Even if the tower outposts are destroyed, the Citadel and the base can still cover that path with their ballista fire. That's why, we will not use this path unless worst comes to worst. If we do, we will definitely be paying a huge price at our own expense. When we arrive at the village in the mountains tomorrow, we have to make sure to inspect the security of the patrolling guards and check whether we can slip by the place without being noticed. If we truly can't, then we have no choice but to cross it by force and abandon our mounts and carriages to cross the lake. During noon, Lorist brought his men to the village and was allowed entry after showing the badge of the Tebri family to the garrison soldiers there. Outside the village, 3 merchant convoys could be seen parked there as their men had their lunch. After finding an empty spot, Pete instructed the mounted archers to start cooking. The villagers also brought out their homemade liquor and food and offered them up for sale. It seemed that the blockade had unexpectedly given the village a huge boom in business, as the villagers had profited quite a bit from the merchants who were willing to purchase their hunted or picked goods, thus putting smiles on all the villagers' faces. After having lunch and resting for about an hour, Lorist instructed his men to pack up and prepare to depart. That was actually a secret signal to make battle preparations, as there was no way they would be able to slip by the path that was defended by a squad of garrison soldiers unnoticed. They were about to barge their way through. As they were packing up, loud noises poured out from the gates of the village as a squad of proud garrison soldiers marched out with 8 captives who were dressed like mercenaries. Pat went over to look and his expression stiffened all of a sudden. Heading back to Lorist, he said, "Me lord, bad news. The captives are actually Reedy, Jim and the rest." "Huh? What did you say?" Lorist asked, shocked. He turned to look and saw that the captives who were restrained and tied up were indeed Reedy and Jim. Jim's shoulder was even bleeding. It seemed that they were not apprehended without a fight, as the rest of the men who dressed like mercenaries seemed injured as well. The company leader of the garrison soldiers emerged from a wooden hut with unkempt clothing as he muttered and complained. 2 crimson-red kiss marks could still be seen on his exposed chest, and it was obvious that the apprehension of the captives had disrupted his pleasant time. The company leader looked at the crowd of people who were taking interest and told the squad leader something before ordering Reedy, Jim and the other captives to be locked into a nearby stone building. Lorist walked up to them and asked with a curious voice, "Hey, Captain, what's up with these captives? Are you catching slaves?" "Slaves your ass," cursed the company leader, before he suddenly recalled that he was talking to a noble. Even though Lorist wasn't a noble of the duchy, he was, after all, a viscount, and his status far exceeded that of the company leader. Quickly adjusting his clothes, the man said, "I pay you my greetings, Lord Viscount. These men have actually attempted to sneak past the border by crossing the Egret Lake. They were captured as per the Lord Duke's orders. How do you plan to deal with them? Sell them to slave traders? They look like healthy young men and I think they would fetch quite a good price," Lorist said. "Darn noble, to think that you're also a part-time slave trader," thought the company leader before he said, "We don't engage in slave trade."
People who sneak through the border like that will be given a trial during the night and beheaded in front of a crowd. Look, me lord. The tree to the east is where the heads of such people are hung. Lorist only just noticed a huge tree at the east of the village where no less than 30 heads were hung. It's such a shame, and to think I was going to offer a good price for them. Lorist said as he made a disappointed expression. Please forgive me, Lord Viscount. We can do naught but obey the orders of the Lord Duke. I'll have to take my leave now and I wish you a swift journey as well, said the company leader as he saluted before he left. Lorist walked back with a dark expression and told Pete and Pat, think of an excuse for us to stay here until the night. Inspect the defenses of the village during the afternoon and we will act at night to wipe them out and rescue Reedy, Jim and the others. Pete said, me lord, why don't we just attack now? Lorist shook his head as he said, we can't, there's too many people right now. There are already about 6 merchant convoys nearby and we will not be able to prevent news of our assault from spreading out if that's the case. The guards near this area will be able to react instantly the moment they hear about our attack and surround us completely. We only have a squad of men while this place is defended by a whole regiment of soldiers. I don't wish to sacrifice the lives of hundreds just for saving the lives of a few men. However, during the night, the convoys will have left because there's only half a day's worth of travel from here to Venade City. Most of the people coming to this village wouldn't be staying for the night. That way, we won't have to worry about alerting the rest of the soldiers in the area when we wipe out the enemies here. Within the hut the company leader entered was the most beautiful woman of the village who was a young widow. Usually, many young men of the village would flock around her, but they stopped doing so after the arrival of the company leader. Just as he was about to resume his quality time with the woman, he heard his door being banged on loudly once again. What the heck is going on this time? Roared the company leader in rage. His formerly erected member had been startled into limpness from the sudden banging on his door. Captain, the Lord Viscount who was talking to you just now fell off his horse just as he was about to leave and seemed to have broken a few bones. Now, they can't leave because the Viscount is out cold. His men have already sent someone to Venade City to look for a herbalist and the rest want to set up their camp within the village, reported the guard outside. That's great news. That cursed slave trader Viscount got what was coming for him, said the company leader happily. Make sure to inform the men to behave within the village. I will visit the Viscount myself during the night. If there's nothing else, stop interrupting me and scram. After that, he lowered his head and said to the lustful widow beneath him, now, precious. Help me up again with that wonderful mouth of yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151 Bypass. By the time the company leader left the hut of the widow, countless twinkling stars could be seen in the night sky. Having taken a nap with the widow in his arms for the whole afternoon, enjoyed a meal she carefully prepared and being seduced into bed by her, the company leader spent quite an amount of effort during the intercourse with the cat-like woman and ended up asleep from exhaustion while basking in the afterglow. Feeling refreshed after stretching his body, the company leader checked his surroundings out and noticed that the soldiers that should have been standing guard outside his door were not there. After a while, he remembered that he had asked them to scram and thought, so those bastards actually went to slack off after that. They better not let me find them. Otherwise, I'll definitely give them a good whipping. Mumbled the company leader, before he noticed that his surroundings were abnormally quiet. While it wasn't weird for the villagers to go to sleep early, the army camp should still be generating quite a bit of buzz. Why, then, was it so quiet? However, when he saw the silhouettes of soldiers walking about in the distance, he regained his calm and believed that he had merely overslept and that the time was probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. Even so, there was a slight stench of blood wafting around in the air. The company leader pinched his nose and felt like scolding someone. The mercenaries who were trying to cross the border must have been beheaded given the smell. Curses, couldn't they kill those men at the spot where the tree is outside the village? When he saw the extra tens of tents at one corner of the village, the company leader recalled that those belonged to the guards of the Viscount who had fallen off his horse. Seeing the campsite that was illuminated by a bonfire with people going in and out of it, the company leader thought that a herbalist from Venade City must have already been invited over to give treatment to the Viscount and felt that he should go over there to pay a visit. Before he entered the campsite, a guard came out from it and said respectfully, "Sir, the Viscount invites you inside to have a chat." Not suspecting a thing, the company leader walked inside and asked, "I see that the Lord Viscount is conscious now. He shouldn't be too badly injured, right? If he can still move, I believe you lot should go to Venade City now. That place is far better for the Lord Viscount to recover than this small village." The guard merely nodded in agreement as he led the company leader to the entrance of Lorist's tent. Pushing the folds of the tent and entering it, the company leader was stunned by what he saw.
The Viscount, whom he thought would be lying in bed and moaning in pain, was actually sitting right in front of him and smiling like a fox towards him. When he looked around, the company leader saw two people who were dressed like mercenaries wolfing down food at a corner within the tent. The one on the left was even eating as another guard helped him to remove his armor and bandaged him up. These two look rather familiar. All of a sudden, the company leader suddenly realized that those two were the mercenaries he had captured just that afternoon. Tisk. The company leader grunted as he drew his sword and generated a silver-colored blade glow and said, "You. Who the heck are you? Shut up and just sit there obediently." "I have something to ask you later," Lorist said as a murderous glint flashed past his eyes, causing the company leader to feel immense dread that made his arms and legs wobble and shiver as if he, a small ant, had appeared before a great dragon and could not muster the slightest will to resist. "Continue your story, Reedy," Lorist said. He turned to his disciple who was still eating. "My lord," Reedy said before he swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth. The fatty is so troubled that he already ran out of ideas. The rest didn't know what to do either. That's when I suggested that I would make my way back to you for instructions. So, 4 days ago, I brought Jim and 10 other guards to cross Egret Lake and reach the forest nearby here by using the small path along the swamp. Yesterday, we thought we would be able to arrive at the main route to Vanade City by crossing the hilly area before traveling straight to the Northlands. However, we did not expect to encounter a group of bandits hiding within that forest, and our battle alerted the nearby patrol troops. The bandits escaped swiftly, but as we were not familiar with the terrain, we ended up being captured. You're really lucky to have bumped into us. Otherwise, your head would have been hung up at the tree over there already," Lorist said. After that, he waved to the company leader and beckoned him to get closer. "You, come here." The sword-wielding company leader was shivering all over. "You. Don't you fear that I will alert the soldiers in the camp? At that time. You won't be able to escape even if you try. Go ahead then. Call out to them as loudly as you can. As for all 427 soldiers within the camp, that's roughly a company, isn't it? Well, if you can wake them, then I'll kneel and start praying to you right this instant," Lorist said. Put. Reedy and Jim broke into laughter immediately, with Jim even spitting out a whole mouthful of ale. "I'm impossible." The company leader quickly recalled the stench of blood within the air and experienced complete despair. If the ones he thought were decapitated were sitting there dining as if nothing happened, then who were the ones who were killed? As for the ones he saw in the distance making their patrols, he only caught a glimpse of their silhouettes and didn't get close enough to recognize who they were. Thinking back at the 100+ men of the Viscount's escort. Clang! The sword of the company leader fell to the ground. He proceeded to ask with a voice filled with despair, "Is there a chance for me to be spared?" "That will depend on your behavior," Lorist said as he looked at the company leader. "I'll be honest and tell you this, the convoy that is stranded at the border actually belongs to my family. My purpose is to travel there and meet up with them. So, I want to use the small path branching from the fork nearby to reach Egret Lake. If you help me arrive at my destination safely, I promise that I will let you go in the name of my family." The company leader shook his head and said, "It's pointless. Even if you release me, I wouldn't be able to avoid certain death anyway. Losing a company of men is already punishable by death, and there is no chance that the Duke will spare me or my family." "Well, then it's even more straightforward. You can follow me across the lake, and when we reach the Andanak Kingdom, I'll give you 100 gold fords. You can take on a new identity and begin your life anew there. If they don't find you here, they'll think that something bad befell you to cause you to go missing in action. That way, Duke Madras will not act against your family either," Lorist advised. After thinking for a few moments, the company leader said, "I want to bring a person with me." Lorist smiled and asked, "Is it that young widow you were with?" The company leader nodded. "All right. It's a deal. I thought that a brute like you wouldn't be so sentimental. It truly is worthy of praise. In the name of the Norton family, I pledge that as long as you help me get across Egret Lake, I will definitely fulfill my due obligations to you." As the first light of dawn seeped in from the ends of the horizon, Lorist and his men disguised themselves as the garrison soldiers of the Madras Duchy by donning their equipment and headed to the fork. When they arrived, they got into a neat formation. The garrison squad leader stationed there walked over in a hurry and asked with a surprised tone, "Huh? Company leader Bose, why are you here? Isn't it a little early for you to switch with us for your shift? There should be 2 more days left, right? Gah, I don't even want to talk about it. These bastards here harmed 2 women within the village and caused quite the commotion. I brought them out on patrol duty as an excuse to toss them here so that the villagers don't find them for now. Quickly gather up and tell your soldiers to keep quiet about this when they get back. Just say that you were sent on patrol duty instead of being switched out for your shift," said Bose the company leader in an annoyed voice. Understood, said the squad leader as he rushed back excitedly to rally up his men as he thought, hooray! Nobody would want to stay at the middle of nowhere here where we won't be able to even enjoy ourselves. That group over there actually got into trouble by messing with some women and came here to hide it out. Who knows how long they will have to stay here. They're getting what they deserve. Quickly, the squad of garrison troops stationed there gathered and got into their formations. After taking the roster, the squad leader returned and said, reporting to the company leader, the 7th squad of the garrison soldiers has gathered with all 104 members present. However, the company leader merely said, my work here is done. What did that mean? Before he comprehended the meaning behind those words, the squad leader heard a loud fire. Arrows fell like rain on the defenseless squad of soldiers, causing cries of agony to ring out incessantly. You! Cried the squad leader in shock before he felt a cold, searing pain that caused his body to shiver uncontrollably. Apologies, I'm merely doing this for the sake of my own life. I had no choice, said the company leader. The savage face of the company leader would be the last thing the squad leader saw before his untimely death. Double check if they're really dead by giving each of them a stab. Toss the corpses into the entrenchment over there so that they won't be discovered too quickly, instructed Lorist. The next patrol over here is at 8 tonight, and even if they discover this, they will have to report it to me back at the village. After discovering the situation there, it will be another 2 hours before word of this can reach the main troop. That's why, we have the whole morning for us to make our haste. However, the fork up front is stationed with a company of garrison soldiers who are in charge of patrolling the lake. I can get them to open the gates of their camp, but after that will be up to you. Also, you promised me that you will not let them discover that I helped you out on this, said the company leader as he told Lorist about the situation while using the map as reference. Lorist nodded and said, don't worry, I will make sure that any garrison soldier that sees you doesn't live to tell about it. But receiving the map the company leader handed him, Lorist told Pat and Pete, the moment the gates are open, start killing right away when they still don't have a grasp on the situation. After conquering the campsite, use the logs of the fence of the camp and make them into rafts. Additionally, assume a defensive position at the hill between the campsite and the lake just in case reinforcements arrive. That's all. We will depart immediately. By the time they arrived at the camp near the lake, it was already the afternoon. The 4 guards at the gates recognized Bose and thought that he was there to deliver supplies given the 5 large carriages that he brought with him. Without making any report, they opened the gates only to have their throats slit by Reedy and the others. Pete and Pat led the 100+ mounted archers into the camp and got into position at the very middle of it before they started shooting their arrows in every direction, causing one garrison soldier after another to fall to the ground. Sounds of slaughter and demise intertwined within the camp. To the company of garrison soldiers camped over there, their main duty was to patrol the bank of the lake as well as the small path that led to Lictana Citadel and take care of the illegal entrance into the duchy as per the orders of the Duke. They were never prepared for such a large-scale assault, and some of the soldiers were even unaware of what was happening even at the moment of their deaths. Lorist led Jim and Reedy on horseback and rushed straight into the camp and began to slash at the tents with their pikes just in case they missed out any soldiers who were hiding within. As for the company leader and the few squad leaders who were in charge of the camp, they were nailed to the ground without being able to react by Lorist's javelins the moment they emerged from their tents. Given that the campsite wasn't that huge, it didn't take long for the sweeping operation to be completed. Pat came over with a serious expression as he reported, "Milord, there are a total of 308 corpses of the garrison soldiers within this camp. 1 squad is still missing." Lorist furrowed his brow and looked at company leader Bose, who was standing by his side. After giving it some thought, the company leader said, "Perhaps they went on a patrol already. However, I have no idea whether they went to the bank of the lake or the small path heading to the citadel." Before he finished his sentence, Jim called out and pointed into the distance, "Over there, dot." Lorist turned his head to look and saw a hill in the distance where a squad of garrison soldiers could be seen heading towards the camp. However, they stopped all of a sudden, probably because they were able to see the corpses within the camp given their higher vantage point and didn't know what to do next. "Pete, bring your mounted archers to exterminate them quickly. Try your best to not let too many escape," Lorist ordered. With but a whistle, the mounted archers rushed towards that hill under Pete's lead. "I'm going too," Jim said before he and his guards mounted their horses and gave chase. "All right. Reedy, Pat, use these horses to uproot the logs used for the fence of the camp. We need to work fast." Lorist then instructed the remaining mounted archers to tie a rope to each wooden log and fasten the other end to a horse before prodding the horse forward to pull the log from the ground. "Wait, milord," company leader Bose said as he stepped forward to stop Lorist. What's wrong?" Lorist asked. "Milord, the part of the logs that are embedded in the ground is not needed. The upper parts of the log have already long dried up, but the ones beneath the ground are still moist. If you make a raft with the whole thing, it would be hard to get an even buoyancy. It's better if the moist parts of the logs are cut off first so that the rafts can be more balanced and able to sustain heavier weights," explained the company leader. Lorist understood immediately and said, "Cut off the lower parts of the logs as he just said." "Milord, please give me a sword. I'd like to help out too." "Also, the wooden warehouse can also be dismantled to be made into a raft," said the company leader. "Return his sword to him," Lorist told Reedy. Bose drew his sword and circulated his battle force to generate a blade glow which he used to hack at the wooden logs. By the time he cut off the fourth log, the blade glow dissipated and the longsword was stuck in the middle of the log. "Not bad, it seems that using battle force for logging is rather fast," Lorist said. "Pat, have the silver rank troops focus on chopping off the logs. Reedy, bring some men to dismantle the warehouse." By the time the warehouse was mostly dismantled, Jim and Pete returned. "Milord, more than 10 managed to escape into the forests and we didn't continue to pursue them," Pete reported. "How are the casualties?" "There are none. The moment they saw us approach, they ran immediately. Given that they were near the lake, there wasn't anywhere else to run to and more than half jumped into the lake in desperation only to be shot to death by our arrows. However, a lucky few managed to sneak into the forests. As we didn't have any way to cross the swamp, we could only watch them run from afar. Sir," company leader Bose said as he approached while wiping off some sweat. "It will take around 1 hour to travel from here to Lictana Citadel on horseback. Assuming the escaped soldiers take 2 hours to get there, the reinforcements will arrive here 1 hour after that. We have 3 hours of time left at most. All right. Everyone, make the best use of your time. Have the horses pull the logs which have their bottoms severed straight to the lake bank and construct the rafts there. Reedy and Jim, search the camp again to find more materials we can use to make the rafts with," Lorist said as he clapped his hands a few times. 5 huge rafts were constructed in total with each being able to hold 1 carriage on it. The rest of the horses including those found within the camp were rushed into the lake so that they would swim across to the other side. The 100+ men on their respective rafts pushed against the bank with their oars and gradually paddled their way to the other side. As the skies turned darker, a thin layer of mist blanketed the lake. Occasionally, sounds of horses neighing could be heard amidst the silent sound of the paddling oars pushing against the water of the lake. The distance between both banks of the lake was about 500 meters. Just as the 5 rafts passed the midsection of the lake, sounds of soldiers and horses arriving at the bank behind them could be heard. "Well, they sure did take their time," Lorist thought as he laughed out loud. They quickly arrived on the opposite bank and were about to rejoin with their stranded comrades. The next step Lorist had to take was to figure out how to get them back home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152 Noble Rank Elevation. Here's the third sponsored chapter of the week thanks to James C. of the USA and Juan S. of the Philippines. Managed to finish it before sleep. Have a nice time reading it. Lorist pushed open the tent's flaps and entered it. At that moment, everyone was stunned, followed by a burst of excited laughter. "Me, my lord. Why have you come?" Charade cried out excitedly as he jumped in surprise. He was so shocked by Lorist's surprise visit that he had knocked the table in front of him over when he jumped, causing a mess of ink, pen, and beastskin to manifest on the ground. Lorist laughed before he said, "I'm here to bring you all back home." Even though it was just a simple sentence, it caused half of the people within the tent to tear up immediately. Some of them were so moved that they even cried uncontrollably. Dulles was one of the Dawn Academy students who had willingly followed Charade to join the northbound convoy. He was also appointed by Lorist to fill an important role and was made into the captain of the Caraballista unit. He had traveled and weathered through the hardships with the rest of the convoy from the 2nd month to the 9th month, 7 whole months. Having been stuck in their current predicament, Dulles started to feel even more hopeless. However, when he heard Lorist's words, he had been so moved that tears trailed down all over his face. Lorist gave Dulles a hug before he told the rest within the tent, "Nothing and nobody can obstruct us on our way back home. It must have been rough for you guys to have made your way here. Right now, the only thing between us and the Northlands is the Madras Duchy. I'm not bothered by a single Iron Guard army. Even if they're all Iron Men, we will still bash them into smithereens." Lorist continued to hug the rest of them one after another. By the time he reached Potterfong, the man who was the first to pledge his loyalty to Lorist, Potterfong teared up and said, "Me lord, it's all because of our incompetence." Lorist interjected and said, "No, you have all done very well." The last one Lorist greeted was Charade. When he saw the fatty, he noticed that the pot belly he used to have had vanished and the once rounded and puffy face had become slightly more firm and chiseled.
Charade's cheeks also seemed to have sunk deeper inside and he no longer looked bouncy and chubby.
Wrinkles could be seen on his forehead with a few strands of white hair growing out from his bangs. It was apparent that the stress and burden he had bore had a lasting effect on him. Lorist spread both his arms and hugged Charade tightly before he said, "Brother Charade, it must have been tough." Charade merely sobbed quietly without saying a single word. After they all calmed down and returned to their seats, Lorist announced his decision that he would hold a grand banquet tomorrow to knight the officers of the convoy who have made significant contributions to officially make them the knights of the Norton family. Lorist smiled as he said, "Originally, I planned to award you guys after you all arrived at the Northlands. However, now that the convoy has expanded this much, it really can't be excused if I don't promote those who have done well into the ranks of our family knights. For now, I will knight a group and there will be another knighting ceremony once we return to the family dominion. I hope the rest of you can come up with a list of candidates with contributions and discuss whether they qualify with Charade. However, you must also notify them in person if they are selected. If they believe that better opportunities lie elsewhere, we won't force them to join us. After tomorrow, the convoy will undergo a reorganization and it will start to get really busy. However, our efforts will help ensure that our journey ahead will be a less arduous one. Everyone, I hope you can persevere for a little bit more. Even though we still have quite a number of troubling things to settle, they shall not obstruct our journey back to the Northlands, our home. I have confidence that I will be able to bring all of you back. However, I'm only a single human and not a gigantic titan nor a flame-breathing dragon. I will need all of your help and assistance to bring a convoy of this size back home. So, I am in your care." Lorist stood up and the rest within the tent bowed towards him respectfully. As night encroached upon day, the once noisy campsite gradually quieted down. Countless people fell into deep slumber while basking in the gentle light of the silver moon. Only Lorist, Charade and Potterfine remained within the tent. Reedy had left once he made them some macks and stood guard outside the tent. "Your biggest mistake was your greed, which the Second Highness didn't fail to exploit. Had you refused the Second Highness's request after the battle at the Green Plains and led the convoy up north, I'm sure that no one would dare to bar your way. I know that part of the reason you agreed to it was because of my elder cousin's sister. Additionally, I'm sure you have benefited quite a bit back from the time in Geldos City and thought that the convoy can't hurt to have more resources. However, you forgot one important thing: the more resources you have, the more burden it will be on the convoy." Lorist was currently analyzing and criticizing Charade's mistakes. "Our convoy is not unlike a gigantic snake. Even though it is huge, it is also quite agile. Occasionally eating a rabbit or a goat wouldn't cause it to lose its agility. However, if you force it to swallow a few bulls at one go, it will stop moving altogether. In that situation, our convoy would become the ideal prey for other predators. Disposition determines fate, Brother Charade. You are a talented man and I've personally witnessed it back at the Slough Bastide. Baron Miranda was also extremely full of praise for you. However, your greedy and miserly personality has caused you to miss out on the big picture. You were only focused on getting all the benefits without being willing to give any of the opportunities up, and that trait is ideal for the Second Highness to exploit you to his advantage. The other mistake you made was that after you cleared up the nobles of the 3 provinces of the Andanak Kingdom, the Second Highness got all the benefits while you had to shoulder all the fault and blame. Did you know how surprised I was when I heard rumors about Charade the Demon? Even if the nobles had obstructed the convoy and even attempted to rob it, you shouldn't have acted too emotionally. Think about it: if you hadn't hung the nobles personally and merely captured them and handed them to the Second Highness, he wouldn't have been able to lay all the fault on the convoy and would instead have to trouble himself over how to take care of the rebellious nobles himself." Lorist lifted his silver cup and took a sip of the max that was slightly cooled. Charade muttered, "It's completely my fault. I've always felt that something was off and had a hint that the Second Highness was exploiting me somehow. However, I wasn't able to see where went wrong myself and only understood after you explained it to me. Locke, you've changed quite a bit as well, and you've started to see things so distant in the future from now. You're turning more lord-like by the moment. Lorist laughed out and said, "I have no choice, people change after all. After becoming the Dominion Lord, I experienced the burdens and pressure firsthand that came with the position, and all that forced me to adapt. Brother Charade, you don't have to feel too bad about yourself either. As the chief supervisor of the convoy, you are no doubt the best candidate I could ever hope for. However, as the leader of the convoy, you're still rather lacking because you lose sight of your goals a little too easily, just like Potterfong here. While you, Potterfong, may be a great general, you wouldn't be a fitting leader. I can see that the two of you have already done your best to bring the convoy all the way here by yourselves and even expanded it into what it is today. Then again, I am also partly at fault for this. If I had given you guys a deadline to arrive at the Northlands, all this might not have transpired.
I understand that you have gathered the vagabonds because you considered the lack of manpower the family was having. Given the current situation, as long as we are able to bring them all back, within a few years, we will be able to turn the Dominion into a haven amidst the chaotic times of war where people can live without worry. Then, what should be our next step? Charade asked excitedly. Lorist's arrival made him feel that burden he bore lightened up significantly. The past half a year of planning and worrying had fatigued him both mentally and physically. He was worried that if he were to go on like that for another 6 months, he would first die from the exhaustion before arriving at the Dominion. There's no rush, Lorist said. I've already heard about the situation of the convoy briefly from Reedy. It's fortunate that you guys are here to ensure that the convoy hasn't disintegrated in the midst of all this trouble. The reason I am going to promote a few members of the convoy is to calm their hearts and minds for now. Start working on the list tonight and ask the candidates tomorrow about what they think about joining the family knights. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. 1. These are the words of an ancient scholar who lived a few millennia ago. I personally think that it makes a lot of sense. Upon hearing that the new family leader of the Nortons had arrived at the convoy, the Second Highness left at noon the next day with Glacia to the campsite. Lorist held his right fist to his chest with his left arm behind his back and bowed down slightly to the Second Highness. This was the traditional salute of a junior noble to a senior noble. The Second Highness was extremely elated and he hugged Lorist after he returned the salute to express his friendliness. After that, it was Glacia's turn. She still remembered how Lorist looked back then, but she couldn't bring herself to believe that the crybaby from her childhood had grown into a fine young man with such a stellar physique who had also assumed position of the Norton family head. After hearing about the recent situation of the family and recalling the harsh experiences of the past, Glacia hugged Lorist and cried for a while. In the end, Lorist teased her by asking when she would marry the Second Highness and give birth to a healthy baby, causing her pout and stretch her hand to pull onto Lorist's ear, forcing him to beg for mercy. After messing around for quite a while, they started to talk seriously about the matters at hand. The Second Highness sounded casual and straightforward as he told Lorist about the troubles the convoy was facing and gave his opinion that the convoy would only be able to last 4 more months with its food supply. He also stated that the Andanak kingdom would not be able to sustain more vagabonds in its current state. When food runs out completely, the convoy would no doubt crumble, and the chaos that resulted from so many people panicking would cause the Andanak kingdom that had just settled down from the recent conflict to fall into another period of instability. The Second Highness requested that Count Norton solve the problem of the convoy right away lest the worst-case scenario comes to happen and cause both parties grief and loss. Lorist merely laughed and politely pointed out that he had only inherited the title of a baron and cannot be called a count. He even instructed Reedy to return the certificate that signified his status as a count back to the Second Highness. At that moment, everyone within the tent was completely flabbergasted. Lorist's refusal of the elevation in rank from the Second Highness was something that no one had been able to predict. Could that be a gesture that signified the Norton family's refusal to continue serving the Second Highness, and by extension, the Andanak royal family? After recovering from the shock, the Second Highness asked Lorist whether he had done something wrong or disrespectful, or if the Norton family had refused the promotion because it intended to dissociate itself from the Andanak royal family altogether. Lorist said with a serious face, the Norton family prides itself in its oath that any of its members would not bend their knees to anyone apart from those of the Christian imperial family or the elders of the Norton family. The Andanak royal family is indeed the rightful heir to the legacy of the Christian imperial family, and that is recognized publicly as well. So, the Norton family will not go against its oath and will naturally continue to serve the Andanak royal family. However, the Norton family is unable to accept the elevation conferred upon us by you, the Second Highness, because that is akin to sullying the pride of a landed noble family like us with an honorary title. To us, this is not an elevation but rather an insult. That's why we humbly refuse your offer. Charade was the first one to understand the implications of that statement, and he hurriedly gave himself a harsh slap to his cheek as he had made a grave mistake in accepting the elevation in rank conferred by the Second Highness on Lorist's behalf the first time around. Had it not been for Lorist's reminder, he would have accepted the title of the Count on behalf of the family, and that would potentially cause the Norton family's status to fall from that of a landed noble family to an honorary one. Els and Turman gave Charade weird looks and wondered why he slapped himself so hard. Charade proceeded to explain his mistake to them in a low voice. Normally speaking, a landed noble's elevation in title must be followed by either enfeoffment of another piece of land to add to their original territory, or a complete move from the original territory to another bigger one befitting of the new title, with the original territory returning to the hands of the senior noble. Currently, the conferment of the title of a count to the Norton family would cause it to bear a count's title without having the territory to back it up. If Lorist had accepted the title, in accordance to the law of nobility, that would be equal to surrendering his original status as a landed baron back to the Second Highness in exchange for the honorary title of a count, which had no real bearing and right over any dominion or land. Soul, this fellow really is devious, Lorist thought.
Apart from Charade, whose impression of the Second Highness could only worsen at this point, Els, Turman, and the rest within the tent gave the Second Highness looks of distrust. The Second Highness himself, on the other hand, was shocked, as it was not his intention to lay such an elaborate trap for the Norton family, and it was nothing more than a silly mistake on his part. He believed that if the Norton family dominion was not so desolate, the area it actually covered could be considered to be equal to the combined areas of 2 whole counties. He had elevated the status of the Norton family because he believed that given the existing territory of the Nortons, they could be considered to be ruling over a county, and the Second Highness himself wouldn't need to infeff any additional land of the kingdom to them. He also thought that giving the Norton family a higher title would allow them more freedom to act within the Northlands, so that they would be able to aid the Second Highness to act against the Duke of the Northlands, who was under the rule of the Second Prince. The fact that such a loophole that allowed a senior noble to claim a junior noble's dominion by means of conferring a title with no substance to a landed noble existed completely eclipsed the Second Highness. That kind of elevation was nothing but an insult to landed nobles, and some who reacted more strongly over something like that might even bear a furious grudge against their senior nobles for such a transgression. Lorist's behavior could already be considered rather courteous and low-key. The Second Highness himself stood up and bowed towards Lorist as he apologized. "This is completely a mistake on my part, and I wholly apologize to you for it. As a token of my misgivings, I am willing to infeff the whole of the Northlands to the Norton family." Lorist rudely ignored the Second Highness and continued to twirl the silver cup in his hand non-stop. Glacia, who was seated behind the Second Highness, could no longer stand it and stood up as she said, "Locke, you're far too insolent. His Highness has already admitted his mistake and apologized, and is even willing to give the whole of the Northlands to the family. What more do you want?" Lorist laughed and said, as expected of a good woman who sticks up to his man, "All right, Cousin Glacia, please ask the Second Highness whether the Northlands is under the rule of the Andenac Kingdom." An atmosphere of silence filled the whole of the tent, and even Glacia was made completely speechless. The gazes of everyone present were currently focused on the Second Highness as they awaited his response. At that moment, the Second Highness felt like slapping himself in the face, just like Charade did, as he had made yet another grave mistake. Given that he had long wanted to reunite the Empire and restore the Christian imperial family back to its former glory, he had unconsciously promised the Northlands to the Norton family and forgotten that the Northlands was in fact part of the territory of the Second Prince's Iblia kingdom and not his Andenac kingdom. As he pondered over the issue frantically, cold sweat built up on his forehead. If word of him promising the land of another kingdom to a noble family spreads out, the Andenac kingdom would definitely become the joke of the decade. Additionally, that promise of the Second Highness would be taken as an example of how empty his words were, which don't hold any real weight. More importantly, that would further push away the Norton family, which was currently of most aid to the Andenac kingdom. With a flash of insight, the Second Highness suddenly came up with a solution. Slightly smiling, he said to the rest within the tent, "Of course. I intend to offer up the whole of the Northlands to the Norton family as a token of my apology." Everyone was surprised, with Glacia even exclaiming in shock, "Your Highness! You!" The Second Highness waved his hand before continuing. "I haven't finished what I have to say yet. That was just to make up for my mistakes, and it is not an additional enfeoffment. I have also decided to infeff my own principality to the Norton family to add to their existing territory to fit the elevated title of the Count. As for the Northlands, while it is still not under my rule yet, I promise that when I exterminate the Madras Duchy, if the Norton family has already taken control of the Northlands, I will confer upon the Norton family the title of a duke and make the Northlands the inheritable dominion of the Norton family for generations to come." Lorist smiled as he thought, so this Second Highness is quite quick-witted after all. He managed to turn the whole awkward situation around with but a few words. If the Madras Duchy truly were exterminated and taken over, then the Northlands would be able to connect directly to the Andenac kingdom, and if the Norton family has taken control of it by then the Northlands would naturally fall under the rule of the Andenac kingdom. That way, the promise of the Second Highness to grant the title of the Duke to the Norton family would no longer merely be an empty one. However, Lorist was quite curious where the principality of the Second Highness was. Given that the territory might be even larger than that of accounts, why was the Second Highness willing to give it away? Charade handed a map over to Lorist and pointed to a spot on the map while silently cursing out. "This Second Highness truly is devious. Milord, it would be wise for you to be more careful." Lorist turned to look at the map and saw that the principality was actually a small island separate from the main continent. While the area was indeed roughly that of a county's, more than half of the island was covered by mountains and beaches, and not much land could be used for agriculture. It was no wonder Charade was still mad. Lorist laughed before he said, "All right, since the Second Highness has already said so, then the Norton family will accept the conferment of the title of the Count by the Andenac royal family." The Second Highness proceeded to wipe off his nervous sweat and returned to his seat as the atmosphere within the tent returned to its former calm. 1. Words by Suanzi in his work, The Art of War. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153 Trivial Problems. Trivial Problems. And here we are, back for the first regular chapter of the week. Enjoy. Your Highness, can you tell me more about the military strength of the Madras Duchy? Lorist asked. The Second Highness nodded and cleared his throat before he said, "All right, let me tell you all I know about the situation of the Madras Duchy." Lorist stood up and pushed the table in front of him aside and helped Reedy hang a large beastskin map up for everyone within the tent to see. That was an enlarged map of the Madras Duchy which Charade had hurriedly tasked somebody to copy from a smaller map the night before. "Your Highness, here you go," Lorist said as he passed a thin wooden pointer to the Second Highness. While this method of presentation was new to him, the Second Highness quickly understood the use of the pointer, which was thin on one end and thicker on the other. He walked up to the map and started his presentation in a similar fashion as a teacher giving a lesson. The Madras Duchy is formed by 3 provinces in total. First, we have the Jungchandler province to the south of the duchy, which is directly linked to the Andanak kingdom. To the east of that province is the Farkle Duchy and the Shabaj Duchy. I'm sure all of you can see from the map that this province is mostly covered by mountainous areas and swamps as well as the Egret Lake. So, it doesn't have much farmland and only houses 35 landed noble families there. The Delamotte province is the largest province of the Madras Duchy and it is separated from the Northlands by the Metropolis River. It is connected to the Iblia kingdom to its south and its southern area is mostly grasslands with the exception of the Sanderson Hill Range. This province is known for being the largest food producer of the duchy and its production alone can sustain even 3 of the most populated provinces back during the time of the empire of about 2 million people. As long as we are able to take control of this province, we will be able to easily sustain more than 400,000 vagabonds, not to say much about 100,000. Ever since the founding of the Madras Duchy, a group of landed nobles were moved to the Delamotte province and right now there are more or less 100 plus noble families over there. Only Kobo City remains the personal territory of Duke Madras within that province. Lastly, we have the Sigillar province at the east of the duchy and that is the main base of Duke Madras. The Sigillar province is only connected to the Jungchandler province and it has been under the personal rule of the Duke ever since the moving of the landed noble families to the Delamotte province. The Madras Duchy is estimated to have a population of about 170,000 people and they mainly use defense troops. Most of the dominions of the landed nobles and their towns use garrison soldiers as the main defense force and if a huge battle comes, the Madras Duchy will gather up the garrison forces of multiple territories to form a temporary army to be deployed on the front lines. Other than that, the Madras Duchy has also formed 2 general-purpose armies. The first one is the Sea Mountain Legion, which is the local defense army that was formed back in the day of the earliest ancestor of Duke Madras. The Sea Mountain Legion boasts a number of 24,000 soldiers who are fully equipped and they are stationed at the Sigillar province for the whole year round and are the most trusted troops of the Duke. The other one is the Iron Guard Legion, which is responsible for securing the border by guarding the Lichtana citadel. They number about 28,000 soldiers in total and have a reputation of being one of the strongest armies in terms of defensive strength. The Second Highness smiled as he continued to speak to the rest within the tent. Actually, the battle that brought the Iron Guard Legion to fame involved my Lord Father. During the 4th year of the Civil War in the Empire, the once hesitant Duke Madras received encouragement from many and finally decided to form his own duchy. Back then, I was leading troops in the White Lion Legion and fighting back against the troops of the First Prince while the Fierscale Legion of the Melian Duchy continued to push back the Second Prince's forces time and again. All looked well and we thought at that time that the rebellion of the First Prince and the Second Prince would be eventually quelled. However, none of us expected that Duke Madras would found his own duchy back then and even chose to maintain neutrality and aid no one in particular. They also sealed off their borders and that caused the imperial capital and the 4 duchies of the Central Empire to be cut off and we were no longer able to receive any support in terms of resources from them. The food supply from the Delamotte province was also stopped and the situation at the front lines changed all of a sudden. We could not press our attacks and could only resist defensively. Back then, only by breaking the blockade of the Madras Duchy could we stand a chance to reunite the empire. Thus, my Lord Father led more than 63,000 troops of the royal family's local defense guards and managed to take over the whole of the Jungchandler province. However, when they arrived at the Delamotte province, all 60,000 plus soldiers were stopped in their tracks at Kobo City. Back then, the only force defending the Kobo City were garrison soldiers that were gathered from different nearby areas and they only numbered a little more than 8,000. However, those garrison soldiers actually managed to stop my Lord Father's assaults and caused him to be unable to enter the Delamotte province even after 6 months of battles to the point that he coughed out blood in rage. In the end, due to my Lord Father's refusal to retreat despite the fact that the second prince had sent his forces to engage in a pincer attack with the Madras Duchy's Sea Mountain Legion, only less than 20,000 of the original 63,000 troops managed to survive. The garrison force that defended Kobo City was also only left with less than 1,000 people. However, Duke Madras, who was enthralled by their performance, termed them the Iron Guard Legion and reorganized them into a formal army that excelled in terms of defensive power. Ever since that battle, the Empire's situation suffered even more, and due to the lack of food and other supplies to sustain the army, we had no choice but to retreat from the front lines, only to be surprise attacked by a division of the First Prince's forces that went around the front lines to attack the imperial capital. While we rushed there the moment we heard of the news and eliminated that division, the imperial capital had already been devastated. The former glory and grandeur of the imperial capital was lost completely, and it had turned into a desolate, lifeless mess of burning buildings and homeless vagabonds. From that point of view, it could be said that the true perpetrator that caused the imperial capital to head down the path of ruin was Duke Madras. However, no matter how much I loathe him, I didn't have the ability to punish him for that grave misdeed. Now, I believe he had sealed the borders because he wants the vagabonds to once more ravage the Andanak kingdom. After all, the worse shape we are in, the less he has to worry about. That's why we have to use the vagabonds to attack Lichtana Citadel while we still have enough food. Even if we're unable to take it in the end, the deaths of the vagabonds will also save us a lot of trouble. It's not like I want to leave the vagabonds for dead. However, it is beyond my ability to do otherwise, as I cannot sacrifice the rest of the 150,000 citizens who have just recently settled down in the Andanak kingdom to resume their former lives. Lorist laughed as he stood up to interject the Second Highness's long speech. Your Highness, there's no need for us to do this, nor is there a need for us to attack Lichtana Citadel. In fact, time is on our side, and there are many ways to save the 100,000 vagabonds without having to resort to sending them to their deaths. A buzz of chatter resounded throughout the tent. The vagabonds were the biggest burden of the convoy currently, and the amount of food they consumed was truly too enormous. Even though the Second Highness's suggestion to use them to take over the Lichtana Citadel sounded cruel, many of them also believed that there was no other way to solve the issue. Could you enlighten us about that method of yours? Asked the Second Highness in surprise as he looked at Lorist and wondered why he believed that he had more than enough time. Lorist took the wooden pointer from the Second Highness and walked up to the map and started pointing to it. Look over here. You seem to have forgotten about Egret Lake. It is the largest lake within the borders of the Empire, and it is also the natural border between the Madras Duchy and the Andanak Kingdom. Let's talk about the first problem, the lack of food. Given that the lake has many fish, couldn't we solve it by fishing? Other than that, there are many vegetables and herbs like seaweed which we can obtain from the lake. By relying on just that, we will be able to sustain the vagabonds with minimum expense on our own food supply. While it was forbidden to fish there as it is the border between two nations, we don't have to give a damn about it now. I believe that Duke Madras wouldn't care about this either as long as we don't approach his side of the lake bank. You all should also be aware that winter is coming within 2 months. By the time the freezing cold descends upon us, the Egret Lake will become frozen. That way, we will be able to cross it without having to go past Lichtana Citadel and continue our journey north. That's why I mentioned that time was on our side. After Lorist finished what he said, the whole tent turned abuzz. At that moment, many thought, that's right, why didn't we think of crossing the lake after it has frozen up and fixated ourselves with the path through Lichtana Citadel? And if our food can only last us for 3 months, the Egret Lake has plenty of fish and seaweed to meet our needs. Since they've forbidden fishing over there for quite some time, there must be a healthy population of fish within the lake now. The catch will definitely be plentiful, and we might be able to get enough food to last us half a year, not to say much about only a month or two. The Second Highness patted on Lorist's shoulder warmly and said with a brilliant smile, as expected of Count Norton. I heard that you were a talented student back at Dawn Academy, and it seems you have not failed to live up to your reputation and managed to solve 2 huge issues in one go. That way, we no longer have to worry about the vagabonds, huh? Your Highness, I think it's better if you just called me Locke. Calling me Count all the time is a little too formal, replied Lorist with a laugh. All right, I'll call you Locke if you call me Allo, the Second Highness said. Sure, Allo. I'll have to rely on your help for the fishing. I will need some fishing boats and nets, and I myself will also get some men to make more nets. We have to proceed as soon as possible so that we can dry the fish in time for easier preservation, Lorist said. The Second Highness nodded and said, all right, that will do. You truly have the whole thing thought out well. I'll get to it right away. Lorist pulled on the Second Highness's arm to stop him and said, well, it's not like I need everything done right this instant. There will be a banquet here tonight, and I hope that you can attend it. I will be knighting a few members of the convoy, and I'd like you to be a witness for the ceremony, but
Surprised, the Second Highness laughed out and said, "All right, I will stay to witness the splendor of the knights of the family of the Raging Bear." The banquet during the night was very merry and plentiful. Apart from the people of the convoy who were all given a nice meal with meat and some alcohol, even the vagabonds could let themselves loose and eat as much as they liked. There was a total of 48 people with contributions who were made into knights of the Norton family. What made Charade pissed was that 26 of the original 74 candidates had refused the offer, as they had already promised the Second Highness that they would join the Knights of the Andenac royal family and would leave after the northbound convoy completes its journey. 7 of the 26 were even the senior students of Dawn Academy. Lorist, however, didn't mind that, as everyone had their own goals and nothing good would come from forcing them to stay. All was fine as long as the ones he prioritized, namely Mons Malek, Lodewales, Chino Freyar, Dulles and Lundmord, didn't leave. To sum it all up, apart from one senior student, Zivos, who had perished in combat, 16 of the remaining 37 joined the Second Highness and only 21 of them became the Knights of the Norton family. Charade, Turman, Yuri and Els, who was still recovering from his injuries, stood beside the Second Highness and intentionally spoke in an audible volume about how the Second Highness had repaid the convoy's help by sabotaging it and poaching its members, causing the Second Highness to feel awkward beyond measure. In the end, Glacia could no longer stand it and had Lorist bring the 4 troublemakers away. The first ones to make their oath of allegiance were the gold-ranked knights, Lodewales and Chino Freyar, followed by Mons Malek, Dulles, Lundmord and the remaining 19 senior students of the Dawn Academy. The 27 silver-ranked knights who have made significant contributions were next, and they were mostly knights who used to serve the noble families that were wiped out by Count Cabri. They joined the convoy after being rescued and managed to distinguish themselves from the rest by making significant contributions during the rest of the journey and were selected as family knight candidates as a result. When the last knight pledged his loyalty to Lorist and the Norton family, Lorist turned to Jim, who was standing beside Reedy with an envious face, and waved towards him. Thinking that Lorist had something he needed him to do, Jim ran in front of him and saluted before he said, "Me lord, what do you need me for?" Lorist stepped forward and tapped onto Jim's shoulder as he said, "Jim, you've followed me along for quite some time now. Even though you still behave like a mercenary now and then, your loyalty, hard-working attitude and bravery definitely stands out more than the others. Are you willing to become my knight and fight under the banner of the roaring Raging Bear?" Naturally, Jim replied without hesitating as he looked at Lorist with a solemn expression. "My lord, you didn't even have to ask." Els and Potterfong burst out in laughter uncontrollably. Reedy then came over and gave Jim a kick before he said, "Idiot, my lord is going to accept you into the ranks of the family knights. What are you still doing? Kneel down and make your pledge." "Oh," Jim said excitedly. "My lord, can I truly, really, become a knight of the Norton family?" Lorist nodded with a smile. Jim hurriedly tidied up his attire and kneeled on one knee in front of Lorist. Just as he was about to make his pledge, he saw Reedy make a facepalm as he said, "Idiot, it's not that leg. It should be the other one that kneels." The pledging of a knight also had certain standards to abide by. The proper way to pledge was to kneel on the ground with both hands or with one hand placed on the left knee. Jim blushed as he changed his posture once more and recited the pledge as many knights before him did. "I, Jim, am willing to pledge my loyalty to the Norton family and follow my lord Lorist from now on. I will carry out my duties to shield the honor of the Norton family knights. I am willing to become the sword of Lord Lorist and fight until my last breath under the banner of the Raging Bear." Lorist drew his sword in a formal gesture and tapped onto both shoulders of Jim twice before he said, "Rise, my knight." Potterfong then came over with a silver Raging Bear badge and put it on Jim's left chest before he gave him a tight hug and said, "I welcome your participation, my brother." The knights who just joined the order were making merry during the banquet. Lorist went to the Second Highness's side and toasted him with his wine cup before he noticed Glacia beside him, who was silently crying. "What's up with her?" Lorist asked. "She's so happy for you that she started shedding tears of joy after seeing so many talented men take you as their lord. It seems that the day the Norton family returns to its former glory is no doubt nearing," explained the Second Highness. "Hee, your highness, actually, you've deprived me of 29 fine knights from your poaching, you know," Lorist teased before he raised his cup to toast him and took a gulp of his wine. "Your highness Allo, you can just bring them away with you when you leave later." "Why? Didn't you need them to escort the convoy back to the Northlands first?" asked the Second Highness. Lorist shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I don't wish to hinder their future careers. Your highness, you should also be busy restoring the Andenac kingdom, and I'm sure you could use the help of those extra hands. I'll let them join you early so that they can rack up some achievements for themselves. It will take too much of their time for them to follow the convoy. Also, I've already recruited quite a number of family knights and I'm going to reorganize the forces of the convoy soon, so there's little point in having them stay with us any longer." The Second Highness didn't hesitate as he nodded and said, "All right. I will bring them with me when I leave later.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154 Lorist Strategy. Lorist Strategy. Second regular chapter of the week here, things are going to get serious. On a side note, some of you may have noticed that I've struggled to meet 4 sponsored chapters a week for TRL. I really apologize for that, as the examination season is coming up and I'll be translating at a slower rate of maybe 4 chapters a week, including the regulars, or 5 when I have more time. This release rate will only be temporary and I'll most likely be able to return to the usual rate in the coming 1 or 2 months. I'm still pondering over this and haven't made a concrete decision yet. I might also take a week off sometime in the future to set the things in my life back into motion because the backlog of things I need to do is building up. Other than that, I hope you continue to support TRL from now on. Just a bunch of blind, cruel and inhumane wolves. Charade muttered as he watched the Second Highness and Glacia leave with the rest of the knights who have joined their side. Lorist laughed out loud and patted on Charade's shoulder as he said, "Let's go. We have to go back and discuss something really important. We don't have much time." "Huh?" Charade was stunned. He quickly caught up to Lorist and asked, "Wait, Locke, what are you planning? There's still 1 month from winter right now and it'll take another 2 or 3 months for the surface of Egret Lake to freeze. We have more time than we need. Why are you saying that we don't have time all of a sudden?" Lorist stopped in his steps and turned to Charade before he whispered, "Did you think I would really let the convoy wait until the lake freezes over before we move?" "Huh?" Seeing Lorist turn and continue walking, Charade said anxiously, "You have to explain it more clearly. There are too many eyes here. Let's talk about it when we get back." When they arrived at a tent beside the main tent, Lorist instructed Reedy, "Get Potterfawn, Loadwales, Friar, Malik, Els, Pat, Turman, Yuri and Dulles to come and ask Angelic to gather the guards to patrol around." Even though Angelic was a gold-ranked swordsman, in terms of status, he was more like Lorist's attendant and servant because he had signed a servant contract for 10 years to preserve his life back then. While Lorist had wanted to promote him into a family knight, Angelic had refused and said that given his old age, he was not too fond of any more fighting. Additionally, his granddaughter Mollyze had already gotten pregnant with Charade's child, so he can't wait for the arrival of his great-grandchild. The elderly Angelic was pretty open-minded and he doesn't think that being Lorist's attendant despite being a gold-ranked swordsman was an embarrassing thing. Instead, he thought that it was rather good as he was more free to do what he wanted. Additionally, Potterfawn and the others treat him rather well for being Lorist's attendant and would even give him a friendly greeting when they met. When Lorist was not present, Angelic was basically a free man that was not restricted by anyone and he thought that it was also quite a decent way to live. Of all the knights Lorist had summoned, Loadwales seemed to have drunk quite a bit of alcohol, but he was still sober. When everyone was seated, Lorist had Reedy pour each of them a cup of tea before he announced the reason he called for another emergency meeting. "In another 15 or 20 days, I am prepared to lead the convoy and the vagabonds into the Madras Duchy to reach the Northlands as soon as possible." Everyone within the tent were stunned to hear that proclamation. Even Charade couldn't help but cry out, "My lord, how are we to cross the blockade? The Ironguard Legion has sealed off the border completely and if the convoy is going to attack Lictana Citadel, there's no way we would win." "Who told you that I was going to attack Lictana Citadel?" Lorist questioned back. But how would we be able to enter the duchy without first going through there?" Charade asked as all eyes within the tent gazed at Lorist with a curious look. He. Lorist started laughing out as he shook his head and said, "You guys. How do your brains work? What is our goal? Isn't it to bring the convoy and the vagabonds back to the Northlands? What business do we have in taking over Lictana Citadel? To let our livestock graze over there? You guys have forgotten that our aim is not to conquer the Madras Duchy but only to pass through it. That's why we do not have to consider our supply line and taking over Lictana Citadel is of even less importance to us." Lorist brought over the frame with an enlarged map of the Lictana Citadel and the area around it. Using the wooden pointer to trace on the map, Lorist said, "Look here. Right now, army bases have been set up at Lictana Citadel and the Bread Hills to seal off this space in the middle as well as the main highway. If we take over the Bread Hills, then how would the Ironguard Legion within the Citadel react? They will definitely believe this to be a precursor to a much larger attack by us and they definitely wouldn't act rashly and would secure the Citadel even more. Let's say we take over the Bread Hills. If the ballistas are set up high at the Citadel, they would have a firing range of roughly 300 meters and it could cover the main highway completely. But who said we have to use the main highway? We can use this 200-meter broad path over here beside the Bread Hills. After all, we only need around 100 meters of width for our convoy and vagabonds to be able to pass through. Even though the Ironguard Legion is famed for its defensive capabilities, we're not going to engage in a siege with them. If they come out,
I'd like to see how well they do in an open field battle. Milord, your words ring true, Potterfong said as he slapped his forehead in realization. That's right, as long as the convoy and the vagabonds are able to make it through, it's enough. Only the Second Highness's troops would have to conquer the citadel to make sure that they have an established supply line that wouldn't get cut off. Since we're only passing through, there's no need to factor that in, and we only have to defeat the obstacles that are ahead of us. This is all the fault of the cunning Second Highness. He had already pulled us into this troublesome situation, and now he's pushing the suggestion that we can only pass through the Madras Duchy by conquering the Lictana citadel. And we were restricted by his train of thought and didn't think of looking for any other way. Charade exclaimed as he approached the map and gave it a close look. Ha, that Madras Duchy considers us an army. So that's why they made those kinds of arrangements. If we just circle around the citadel like Milord says, the rest of the journey would be swift and smooth. The atmosphere within the tent heated up once more as they all realized that their troubles had been for naught, and that was another option for them that they weren't able to see. Lorist waved his hands to signal to the rest to quiet down and used the wooden pointer to point at the map as he said, "The Bread Hills is the place we truly need to conquer. As long as we occupy it, then the convoy and the vagabonds can depart immediately. For now, there is a regiment of Ironguard Legion troops stationed there, and there is an army camp at the Bread Hills. I heard that the camp has at least 8,000 Ironguard troops, and they are stationed there so that they can be switched out regularly to defend the Bread Hills. When it comes to the terrain, the Bread Hills is not a good place to defend because it lacks a secure water source. If we can take the main camp, we could effectively cut off the water supply of the troops stationed up the hill, and within 3 days, they will definitely crumble without us having to even put up a fight. Either they surrender to us or they come at us in a suicide attack. That's why, the focus of this operation should be this army camp near the Bread Hills. Look here, if we attack from the front, we must risk being in the firing range of the ballistas that are positioned up at the hills, and we must first take them out before we can reach the army camp. However, taking over the base at the Bread Hills won't be easy either because the army camp will continue to reinforce them incessantly. That's why attacking from the front is a bad idea that will cost us innumerable casualties. You guys remember that I proposed for us to fish for food, right? Actually, my true aim is not to fish but to use the fishing boats to establish a floating pontoon bridge so that the family's forces can cross the Egret Lake at night. After that, our forces will launch a surprise attack against the base at Bread Hills using this route, and as long as we can occupy it, we will have succeeded halfway. After that, we will use the blockaded route from Lictana Citadel to Vanade City to head north. Naturally, we will have to attack Vanade City on the way. However, it's alright even if we don't conquer it. The main priority is over here on the route towards the Sigler province, the Zith Castle. As long as we can occupy this castle, we will be able to seal the Sea Mountain Legion of Duke Madras within their home base, and we will be free to traverse the other 2 provinces. As Lorist finished his explanation, the rest within the tent got more excited. This was a strategy that had a really high success rate, and as long as it progressed smoothly, it would be simplicity itself to let the convoy and the vagabonds continue the northbound journey through the Madras Duchy. The main priority for us now is to secretly cross Egret Lake. Secondly, we have to be quick and gain battlefield superiority before the enemy even notices us so that we have the initiative to be able to decide the flow of battle, Lorist reminded. Charade made some rough calculations and said, "Milord, we might not have enough soldiers on our side. The Ironguard Legion has around 28,000 people, and 18,000 of them are stationed at Lictana Citadel, with the remaining 10,000 stationed at the Bread Hills. Our convoy's forces only number around 20,000, and even if we conquer the Bread Hills base, we still need to protect the rest of the convoy and the vagabonds when they cross and stop the Ironguard troops from the citadel from attacking. We won't have any more forces to attack Vanade City like that. That won't be a problem. After this, I will be reorganizing our forces and start an enlistment drive. We can even borrow some soldiers from the Second Highness," Lorist said as he signaled for the rest to halt their discussions. "Everyone, please quiet down and I will proceed to explain the gist of the reorganization. First, the number of soldiers that constitute a squad will remain the same at 100 people, and 5 squads will make up a company. 5 companies make a regiment, and 5 regiments in turn are collectively referred to as an army. In the future, when we have 5 armies, we will form them into a legion. Currently, we have almost 1 regiment of light cavalry scouts. Yuri, I'll leave it to you to see how many companies you can form it into, and Jim will be helping you out on this. You will be the regiment leader of the 1st Light Cavalry Scouts Regiment, and the extra companies will be handed to Jim. Also, pick out your men who are good at archery and send them to Pete over here so that he will be able to form a company of mounted archers." Yuri stood up and said, "Yes, milord. I understand. You will be the focal point of this strategy, Yuri. The responsibility you have is not light, and you'll have to be able to sweep the whole battlefield with your troops so that the enemy will be blinded and won't be able to communicate effectively with each other," Lorist said.
"Milord, please be assured that my light cavalry scouts will not let you down," Yuri said as he knocked onto his chest confidently. Lorist nodded and waved for him to sit down. Next, he said to Turman, "I hear that you already have more than a company of men in your night brigade now, right?" "Milord, including the attendants and stablemen, our numbers approach 2 whole companies," Turman replied. Lorist fell deep in thought for a while before he said, "Your night brigade will be organized a little differently from the rest of the family forces. You can organize it as you see fit. But the basics of one knight having 2 attendants, 1 servant and a stableman will not change. I believe you have a whole regiment of men, taking into account that a company of 500 silver-ranked knights would have 1,000 attendants, 500 stablemen and 500 servants. The company of silver-ranked knights will lead the charge with their attendants while the stablemen and servants provide rearguard support." "Yes, milord. Pog, your heavy armored cavalry is already as large as 2.5 regiments, right?" Lorist asked. "Milord, if we exclude the logistics troops, we should have around 2 full regiments. If we're reorganizing according to the unit system you proposed just now, we would have 2 regiments and another 2 extra companies." "Our original number for each squad is 128 men per squad," replied Potterfong. "How about this? Transfer command of the heavy armored cavalry to Lowe's and have the logistics troops return to the main camp. Lowe's, organize the troops into 3 regiments of 7,500 people. I give you 5 days to accomplish this, and the heavy armored cavalry will be the main driving force of this operation." Lodwale stood up and saluted excitedly before he said, "Milord, please be assured that I will definitely complete my mission to your satisfaction." "Freyar, your pike infantry has around 4 regiments of 10,000 plus men, right?" Lorist said as he looked at Freyar. 11,358 men to be exact, milord, Freyar said as he reported an extremely concise number. Lorist nodded in admiration before he said, "The command of your pike infantry will be transferred to Pog. Pog, reform them into a heavy armored infantry army with 5 regiments of 12,500 people. You have 5 days to complete it, Dot." "Yes, milord," Freyar and Potterfong said in unison. "That's right, don't forget to arm the troops mentioned just now with the gear of the White Lion Legion. We don't have to ship all the good stuff back to the Dominion. It's better to put them to use right now. That will also serve to lessen the casualties of our forces. As for the old equipment that will be switched out, I'll be leaving it to Freyar and Malek. The 2 of you shall recruit 25,000 soldiers from the Vagabonds and form a garrison legion which is split into 2 armies. The first army will be led by Freyar, who will be appointed the commander of the garrison legion, and the second army will be led by Malek, the vice-commander of the garrison legion. Make sure to finish all that within 15 days. The enlistment will follow usual procedures and prioritize the vagabond youths with families. The main purpose of the garrison legion is to maintain the security of the convoy during the northbound journey, understood?" Lorist said as he looked at Freyar and Malek. "Understood, milord." "Roger, milord." The 2 of them stood up and acknowledged their order. Lorist then turned to Dulles and asked, "Dulles, how's the situation of your Caraballista unit?" Dulles hurriedly saluted before he said, "Milord, the Caraballista unit now has 627 soldiers. Apart from the original 12 Caraballistas we managed to obtain 27 defense sentry ballistas, and we've already modified them for use on a combat chariot. However, they are still slightly heavier than the ones we have and aren't as flexible. The firing speed is also slower and they require more people to operate as well. Among the gear of the White Lion Legion there are 78 siege ballistas which we can modify for the use on war chariots. We can also expand your unit to have a full regiment of people with that. The main advantage a siege ballista held over a defense sentry ballista was its mechanic that allowed it to be raised higher so that the bolts will be able to be fired into the defensive walls of a castle or citadel. Originally, the White Lion Legion's Caraballista regiment had up to 240 of those siege ballistas, but many were ruined throughout the Civil War and weren't maintained well. It was already quite fortunate for 78 of them to remain intact. Dulles was quite happy to hear that, as he was long frustrated with the lack of ballistas that caused his unit to be unable to expand. Now, that issue was solved. "How many people within the craftsman camp know how to construct boats?" Lorist asked Charade. Charade said in a troubled voice, "There are around 1,000 to 2,000 people who know carpentry, but I don't know how many of them would actually know how to make boats." "That shouldn't be a problem. What we need are only small boats, so I believe it won't be too hard. Just have the carpenters nail wooden boards into a box-like shape and fill some parts out with a thick layer of green clay so that water doesn't seep in from the seams. We will only use those makeshift boats for fishing and making the floating pontoon bridge, and we don't need it to be long-lasting or aesthetically pleasing. Also, Charade, you should also have the family members of the convoy troops and the womenfolk among the vagabonds start to make nets. We must act that we're only going to fish so that the enemy doesn't suspect us and strengthen their defense at the opposite bank of the lake, Lorist said as he consoled the fatty.
I understand.
I'll have the people start felling trees and making nets tomorrow, said Charade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 155 The Citadel's Weakness. The Citadel's Weakness.
Here's the first sponsored chapter of the week thanks to Jeremy S. from the USA.
Enjoy the read.
After 5 days, the Second Highness once again visited the campsite of the convoy and he brought more than 40 old and worn fishing boats and tens of small fishing nets for Lorist. Apologies, Brother Locke, this is already all the fishing boats and nets we have within a 50-kilometer radius of this area. Perhaps we might be shipping more here in a few more days. However, that shipment will definitely be lesser than what we have now because there aren't any lakes or rivers nearby the vicinity of Egret Lake, said the Second Highness apologetically.
It's all right, Your Highness Allo.
We're already very grateful that you were able to help us out on this.
We just started fishing this afternoon, why don't you go over there to take a look while we bring the boats and nets there?
Lorist said thankfully. It didn't take more than 30 minutes before they reached the lake and many people working away at the banks could be seen from the distance. Tens of meters from the lake bank was an empty space where a thick reed mat was laid on which tons of fish from the lake could be seen. More than 10 women in their 40s could be seen picking out the fish. They placed the larger fish into a basket which would be carried away when it was filled up for others to start processing the fish by removing their scales and innards and washing them before they would be laid on a wooden rack for to be dried. As the smell of fish was rather pungent, the Second Highness pinched his nose and sneezed.
Charade came over excitedly with his face flushing red before he said, Locke. Oh, my lord, I bet you wouldn't be able to guess how much we got.
The first fishing excursion netted us thousands of kilograms and there have already only been 3 excursions so far.
We have already caught up to 10,000 kilograms of fish in total.
At this rate, we would have up to 50,000 kilograms by today. Currently, only a company of reorganized heavy armored troops who were chosen for their swimming capabilities fishing within the lake. As they stood half-naked on their 30-plus boats, they flung a huge net deep into the lake. The boats they were using were nicknamed Locke fishing boats after Lorist who had designed them. It was basically a wooden box with a sharp point at the front that was supported in the middle by an intersecting piece of wood. The inner side of each boat was also coated with a thick layer of green clay to waterproof the boats, and when the green clay dried, a makeshift deck was nailed over the middle supporting wood. To prevent the boats from flipping over, Lorist had someone install a vertical 1-meter-long wooden fin beneath each boat to better balance them. However, those boats caused a number of experienced boatmakers among the worksmiths to sigh in disappointment because while the boats were able to be constructed quickly, they definitely didn't last long enough and would fall apart after only 1 or 2 months of use. It took at least 2 months to construct a proper small fishing boat, and good wood for boats like those were hard to come by. Those boats were far superior to the makeshift boats Lorist designed. However, Lorist insisted on the idea and instructed the 2,000-plus worksmiths to make 200 of those boats within only 10 days. Hence, the boats were termed Locke fishing boats by the worksmiths. Even so, nobody knew whether it was a sincere compliment and recognition of Lorist's ingenuity or whether they were merely being sarcastic. At that moment, Charade noticed that the Second Highness had brought over the boats and nets. He clicked his tongue before he said, These nets are too small and I've already had some people make bigger ones. I've noticed that the more area of the lake we cover with those nets, the more fish we can get.
You can always stitch these nets together.
That way, you can shorten the time required to make those nets. Just make sure to check if they are stitched together tightly enough, Lorist said. Charade clapped his hands as he said, I see, that's a fine idea, before he turned and left in a hurry after asking someone to bring the fishing boats and nets away. At that moment, the soldiers within the lake were starting to pull back the nets that they've cast, and judging by the difficulty they had when pulling the net up, the harvest this time around must have been quite substantial. The Second Highness said in admiration, I really didn't expect that the Egret Lake would have so much fish. I recall that there was a kind of fish within the lake called the longtail whitefish, which is quite thin and fine-scaled with less bones and quite a lot of meat. It also tasted rather good and was a staple dish within the imperial capital. However, the price of that fish was really expensive because the supply was rather scarce. Ever since the Civil War broke out within the empire, lesser and lesser fishermen fished at Egret Lake as they had either been drafted into armies or have been oppressed by Dominion lords into becoming vagabonds. And after the formation of the Madras Duchy, this lake was chosen to serve as a border between our two nations, so fishing here was naturally prohibited, resulting in these fishing boats being used at other rivers nearby. It really surprised me quite a bit that this lake would end up becoming the very thing that could save the vagabonds from the fate of starvation and death.
Ha ha ha.
Well, we can pick out a few of those fish you mentioned for a meal later tonight, Lorist said as he laughed.
Alright, but don't take too many. Personally, I prefer eating seawater fish because freshwater fish like those in these lakes have relatively more bones that prick my tongue rather easily when I eat them. Just have your men pick the bigger fish, especially those that aren't too bony, said the Second Highness. After that, the Second Highness turned to his back and saw the newly constructed makeshift fishing boats that were being laid in the sun for the green clay to dry before he asked, "How many boats did you order to be made?" Lorist replied, "Around 200 of them." "Why would you need so many?" "So many? Your Highness, the Egret Lake is quite immense. We can't only fish at one spot, right? If we don't have enough boats, we won't be able to venture far into the lake. We can only gain the most haul if we fish at multiple places at once," Lorist said. The Second Highness gave it some thought before he nodded and said, "I see, you truly are thorough with your plans. Personally, I'm not too knowledgeable about matters on fishing." That night, Lorist accompanied the Second Highness for dinner and the main dish was a long-tail whitefish. The Second Highness agilely used his fork to get hold of another large piece of meat and placed it within his mouth with his silver spoon with his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "This truly is good stuff. I wonder how many years has it been since I last tasted this fish. This time, we got quite a huge haul. I've already had a few other fish like these placed in a water bucket for you to bring back. Make sure to let my cousin sister Glacia have a taste of these fish." "It's a shame she didn't come here with you today," Lorist said. "How thoughtful of you, Locke." "Thank you. Glacia was training the newly recruited soldiers, so it wasn't convenient for her to come over today." "That's right, didn't you also draft new soldiers from the ranks of the vagabonds?" asked the Second Highness. Lorist nodded and said, "I recruited around 20,000 people. Since I plan to head up north after the lake freezes up, the convoy would need a substantial force to be able to fend off threats during our passage through the Madras Duchy. These 20,000 soldiers were formed so that they could maintain order of the convoy during the journey and they will be disbanded after we arrive. Given the resource-starved state of the Northlands, there's no way I can afford to feed so many soldiers. If they don't work their share, they won't get any food either." The Second Highness sighed and said, "Darn, that Duke Madras mobilized his Iron Guard Legion to defend the Lichtana Citadel, forcing our Andanak kingdom to have to station some soldiers at Nadega's city to watch out for them. Now that the Walbasia province has once again returned to the hands of the royal family, it's up to us to ensure its safety from the invasion of the Iron Guard Legion. Had it not been for some good news I received just now, I would have had to trouble myself over filling the void of military strength left after the departure of your convoy." "Oh, what news did you receive?" Lorist asked. "It's about the Fierce-Gale Legion. They've assisted Duke Melian in mowing down the Iblia Kingdom's forces at the southern part of the Yenord province, which is divided into 3 commanderies by the second prince. Their forces have already arrived at the royal capital, Winberry City, forcing the second prince to request his father-in-law, Duke Faisablin, to send out reinforcements to defend the city. The two sides have battled for a number of times and victory still seems undecided. Given that winter is approaching, Duke Melian decided to pull his soldiers back to his duchy and the Fierce-Gale Legion will also return," said the Second Highness. Lorist raised his silver cup and said, "A toast for you, your Highness. I believe that the second prince has been taught a harsh lesson by Duke Melian this time around and will have to rest and recuperate his forces for a few years. That way, there won't be able conflict between them and your kingdom so you can start building up your own forces." The Second Highness furrowed his brow before he shook his head and said, "Originally, I was prepared to station the Fierce-Gale Legion at Nadega's city to defend against any attempts by the Iron Guard Legion to invade. However, I received another piece of information that the 4 allied duchies which used to attack the First Prince's Redlease kingdom recently have signed a peace treaty with the First Prince. Even though the First Prince lost some land to them, he didn't lose too many of his forces and is still a force to be reckoned with. That is one of the larger factors that prompted him to agree with the peace talks. What I'm worried about is that the First Prince and the 4 allied duchies would turn their sights on my kingdom after they cease hostilities. Before this, my kingdom was rather unstable and the First Prince was not interested with us and chose to attack the 4 allied duchies instead because there was more for him to gain by doing that. That's also the reason my kingdom didn't prioritize the defense of the border near the Redlease kingdom and it's also why my elder brother refused to take over the Ben Citadel back then. Mainly, we didn't have any extra soldiers nor did we see a need for defending the place. Currently, the citadels around the border there are manned by only a few garrison forces. If the First Prince stops all conflict with the 4 allied duchies, then I will have to send more men to defend that place as well. When the Fierce-Gale Legion returns, they can at most keep only the First Prince at bay. That way, Nadega's city will have a shortage of soldiers and will need to start yet another recruitment drive and that in turn requires more food supply as well." "How troubling." Lorist smiled and said, "If you require some food, then our convoy can leave the nets behind before we leave and you can catch some fish within the lake to use for yourself." The Second Highness toasted Lorist to thank him for the kind gesture.
However, in the long term, I believe that if your highness can occupy Lictana Citadel, you will be able to hold the initiative to act against the Madras Duchy. As long as you modify it a little bit, this citadel can be a source of worry for Duke Madras, and you might even get the chance to take the whole of Jungchandler province for yourself and add it to the kingdom, Lorist said as he looked at the Second Highness optimistically. The Second Highness made a bitter laugh before he sighed and said, "You're right about that. However, even if I'd like for that to happen, I do not have the ability to carry it out. Even if we ignore the fact that the terrain around Lictana Citadel makes it hard to besiege but easy to defend, the presence of the Iron Guard Legion itself will be troublesome enough. Without more than 10 times their numbers and a long period of besieging, I think it will be hard for me to take the castle. How about this? If you can lend me 20,000 soldiers, I might be able to help you conquer Lictana Citadel and hand it straight to you," Lorist suggested during the pause after the Second Highness expressed his worries. "What did you say?" "You have a way to occupy Lictana Citadel," said the Second Highness wide-eyed with surprise. He didn't even notice that he had dropped his silver cup onto the table unconsciously. Lorist nodded and said, "I discovered a weak point of the citadel and I have a plan that I think will work. However, I don't have enough soldiers myself. If you can lend me 20,000 men, I am rather confident that I'll be able to conquer the citadel. I'll lend you 30,000. If you can conquer it for me, it doesn't matter even if you have to sacrifice all 30,000 of them," said the Second Highness emotionally as he started pacing around excitedly. Lorist laughed out before he said, "The casualties won't be so bad either. I estimate that we will lose 6,000 in the worst case." "That's impossible. The ones defending the citadel are the Iron Guard Legion. They are famed for being the best at defending against sieges. How will you be able to attack the citadel and succeed by only losing 6,000 men?" asked the Second Highness as he looked at Lorist with doubt. "Your Highness, I won't be attacking the citadel. In fact, I'll have them come out to attack me. We will be on the defending side," Lorist said. "Wait, what do you mean by that? The Iron Guard Legion will attack while we defend? Where would we defend? Unless they've gone insane, they wouldn't abandon the castle to come and attack us," said the Second Highness. He believed that Lorist was merely bullshitting, as he thought that if he put himself into the shoes of the commander of the Iron Guard Legion, he definitely wouldn't send his men out to attack Lorist's forces at the cost of leaving the citadel unguarded. He. Lorist started to laugh out loud before he said, "Reedy, bring the fortification blueprints of Lictana Citadel out here." But Reedy quickly retrieved the blueprints Lorist bought from the bookstore of Vanade City and laid them on the table. "Your Highness, come here to take a look. This is the situation of the internals of the citadel." The Second Highness was quite surprised that Lorist was able to obtain documents like that, but Lorist didn't tell him that he got them for 1 imperial silver coin apiece and thought, "I better just let him imagine how I got these without telling him." After studying those blueprints, the Second Highness was still unable to figure out how to attack the citadel and felt that the least amount of soldiers they would need was 10 times that of the Iron Guard Legion that was stationed there. Lorist pointed at the small pond within the citadel's map and said, "Your Highness, don't you have any thoughts on this pond over here?" The Second Highness shook his head and said, "While this pond is a little on the small side, it's still enough to sustain the water needs of the soldiers within the citadel and can even be used to extinguish any fires within. I believe that this spot wouldn't be the weakness that you just mentioned. Your Highness, look here. The Lictana Citadel is constructed upon a steep slope and the pond's water is sourced by rerouting a waterfall nearby the mountain peak through the swamp. That's why the water within the pond can last them indefinitely and can even fill up the moat around the citadel. If we can find the rerouted waterway within the swamp and dam it up, we will be able to make sure that the citadel would use up all their water within 10 days. Do you think the soldiers there can continue to defend it at that time?" Initially, Lorist's words made the Second Highness feel a tinge of excitement, but after looking at the map once more, he shook his head and said, "We won't be able to reach the waterfall from our side and must first pass through the citadel and hike the mountain from there. Now that there is also another blockade between the Bread Hills and Lictana Citadel, we will still have to lose quite a bit of people to be able to break our way through." Lorist said, "You don't need to worry about that, and our convoy will eliminate the forces at the Bread Hills. As long as the Bread Hills fall into our hands, we will be able to dig out a trench to build mud walls just outside the firing range of the ballistas at the citadel to surround it. When we cut off their water source, it will be their turn to attack us. That's what I meant when I said that we would be defending against their attacks instead. I wonder how potent they are at attacking. All right, Locke. Your plan sounds reasonable and viable. What do you need me to do?" said the Second Highness as he agreed. "It's simple. Your Highness only has to send your troops to the citadel and station them outside it to attract the attention of the soldiers within. When I occupy the Bread Hills, your troops will only have to dig out a trench. After that, I will leave the defense against the Iron Guard Legion's attacks to you." "Does that sound fine?" Lorist asked.
Yes, of course it does. I also want to see the Iron Guard Legion's offensive capabilities for myself, said the Second Highness as he knocked onto the map with his fist. 10 days, Locke. I only need 10 days to bring our Royal Local Defense Guard over here. Since the Iron Guard Legion shot to fame from battling them, I will use the guards to defeat the Iron Guard Legion this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156 Kill During the Darkness of the Night. Kill During the Darkness of the Night. Hey beloved readers, this is the second sponsored chapter of the week thanks to Sebastian S. from Germany. We're having some action this time around. The clouds once again obscured the silver moon, causing the realm to be completely blanketed in darkness. The once sparkling surface of the lake returned to its former dimness and the view of the opposite bank could no longer be seen. Kill during the darkness of the night, burn when the winds are strong. 1. Lorist wondered why he suddenly recalled that saying and felt that it described their current situation a little too well. Currently, he was standing at the bank of the lake. A breeze from the lake could be felt blowing in his direction and causing the cape he wore around his armor to flap around in the air. Standing behind him was Pat and Reedy, who were both holding 2 horses each. 3 of the horses were mounts for them while the extra one served as a reserve. To the sides of those horses hung quivers of javelins that shook from the blowing wind. Behind the 3 were rows and rows of soldiers assembled neatly in their formations. They were all equipped with the same purple and brown armor, which had a silver-colored insignia of a white lion on the left of the breastplate. In their right hands were long pikes of similar length and their left hands held the reins of their respective war horses. The soldiers all donned the same purple and brown cape with similarly colored riding shields strapped to their left arm, while a sword sporting the similar color scheme could be seen hanging to the left of their waists just beside the tassets near their thighs. They were also equipped with riding boots which were mounted with stirrups. This was the elite force of the Norton family, which served as the main escort for the convoy, the heavy armored cavalry. After switching to using the gear of the White Lion Legion, they looked even more imposing than before. Every soldier stood disciplined and silent as if they were nothing but iron sculptures. Their silence was only broken by a few occasional horse neighs. A whiff of killing intent could be sensed emanating from the companies of soldiers that would send a chill down one's spine, especially so if coupled with the cold breeze of the lake. The silver moon once again revealed its face, shedding a gentle moonlight that once again covered the land. While the lake started sparkling again from the moonlight, the distant bank of the lake was still covered by a dense layer of fog which blocked the view of the opposite side. The lock fishing boats were placed within the lake 1 meter apart from each other, with each connected by a 2-meter broad wooden board which effectively made them into a path that stretched indefinitely into the fog amidst the lake. Further away, 2 silhouettes could be seen, one running faster than the other, causing the pontoon bridge to shake slightly from their quick steps. The 2 were Roar and Mort, who stopped in front of Lorist while breathing ragged breaths. "Milord, the pontoon bridge has already connected to the opposite bank. Sir Els had us come here to report that it's already time to cross." "You did well," Lorist said while he nodded, before he stepped onto the bridge. Roar and Mort helped take the mounts from Pat and Reedy before they followed behind Lorist onto the bridge. The soldiers on the bank started to make their move as well. One soldier after another got into a line with their mounts and started boarding the bridge. Lorist had walked for more than 10 minutes on the bridge that was 400+ meters long, and he could feel it shaking slightly behind him, and the resulting vibration caused waves to form in the lake beneath it. Within moments, one heavy armored cavalryman after another arrived at the opposite bank and gathered at a spot under the guidance of the guards. Soon, they got into their 2 respective companies and were all mounted. Lode Wales got off the bridge and came to Lorist before he said, "Milord, should we depart now?" Lorist said in a soft voice, "Yes, let's go." The whole group proceeded to travel through a dark forest path. On the way, they would occasionally make markings on the trees that shone under the illumination of the moonlight with limestone chalks. All the hooves of the horses were also fitted with thick leather coverings to muffle the sound, causing low and heavy thumps to ring out as they traveled. After 1 hour and a half, 3 hoots like that of a night owl could be heard in the distance. Els, who was at the very front of the group, stopped his horse and caused the rest to follow suit. 3 figures emerged from the trees of the forest, and the foremost figure said something to Els before he brought his 2 comrades back into the forest. "Milord, the enemy camp is around 1 kilometer from here. I believe we should ride the rest of our way there. Even though we've muffled the horse hooves, the slight vibrations we are causing might alert the enemy anyway. We must be able to catch them by surprise before they can react," Els told Lorist. To ensure the success of the surprise attack, Els had led half of the elite guards of the main camp of the convoy to secretly cross the lake and eliminate the sentries over there, and successfully lock down the path from the camp to the base in the hills. "Pass my order down. Everyone dismount and put on the bridles on the horses."
Lead your horses along with the reins as you walk and make sure to not make any sound, Lorist instructed Pat. After an hour of traveling, outside the enemy camp, some guards could be seen leaning on the walls while taking a nap, with the sentries on the 2 tower outposts also seated and relaxing. Perhaps due to the soldiers not being stationed at the front lines, the security of the camp was surprisingly lax. "Milord, I will bring some men to take care of the sentries on the watchtowers and open the gates," El said, before he disappeared into the darkness. "Everyone, stand ready and follow the plan." After Lorist finished giving his order, he kneeled down and untied the leather cloth covering the hooves on his horse. Within but a quick moment, a few figures suddenly reappeared near the camp gates and slain the 4 napping guards within a flash, causing them to slump down against the wall powerlessly and entering their eternal slumber. One of the figures nimbly climbed up one of the watchtowers like a tiger and quickly descended from it before he climbed the other one. As a result, the gates of the camp quietly opened. Raising his pike in his hand, Lorist shouted, "Kill!" The sound of the running horses broke the former silence and tranquility of the night, and the mounted troops traversed the 100+ meters of distance towards the camp gates within seconds. Lorist was riding at the forefront of the troops and began slaughtering away at the still dormant soldiers within the camp. Countless heavy armored cavalrymen squeezed their way into the camp, and before long, sounds of conflict, pain, and despair intermingled. One tent after another within the camp was set on fire. As the mounted cavalrymen rushed out of the smoke towards the half-awake and unarmed enemy soldiers within the camp, they began their slaughter without a shred of mercy. The metal hooves of the cavalrymen's mounts hammered onto the ground, leaving behind their wake flames, corpses, and flowing fresh blood. Lorist, on the other hand, rode straight towards the largest tent within the camp. According to the Second Highness, the Madras Duchy had 1 Blademaster and 7 gold-ranked knights. Naturally, the Blademaster served the Duke by his side while 4 of the gold-ranked knights held posts within the Sea Mountain Legion. The Iron Guard Legion was instead managed by 3 gold-ranked knights. Lorist believed that there definitely would be at least 1 gold-ranked knight stationed at the Bread Hills, given that there were over 10,000 soldiers here. As long as he could take out the gold-ranked knight, the surprise attack would have been a complete success. With a harsh swing of the pike, Lorist broke the central pillar of the main tent into 2, causing the tent to collapse flat on the ground. Apart from the tens of guards within the tent who had died by Lorist's hand, the gold-ranked knight was nowhere to be seen. Just as Lorist was going to ride around the tent and stab his pike downwards to check for any people who were playing dead beneath the tent, a loud clang could be heard from a distance, which was accompanied by a bright burst of golden light. Lorist turned his head only to see the mounted load whale swinging his riding lance with a golden blade of light at the tip against the longsword that sported the same golden glow of a figure standing on the ground. The clang from before had resulted from a clash between the 2 weapons. "Oh, so the gold-ranked knight is over there. No wonder I couldn't find him within the tent. Good thing Los picked up what I missed," muttered Lorist, before he rode towards the site of battle at a leisurely pace while he reached to his back and held a javelin in his hand. After that, he paid attention to the battle between Load Whales and the gold-ranked knight just in case he would be required to give Los a hand. Load Whales danced like a rampaging tiger across the battlefield, using his mounted superiority to slash down at the enemy with his riding lance, trailing a sole line of gold within the air as the blade rushed towards the gold-ranked knight. The knight didn't hesitate either, and he continually used his glowing sword to parry one strike after another. However, as he was unmounted and using a weapon with relatively short reach, he was at a disadvantage, and every parry he made caused him to move a step back. Roaring out loud, Load Whales struck out so harshly that the enemy knight was forced a couple of more steps back. Repositioning his horse, Load Whales pushed his stirrup against the abdomen of his horse and caused it to neigh loudly as it rushed forward, with him shouting out, "Kill," at the loudest volume possible as he raised and slashed his riding lance downward. The knight had just regained his posture when he saw Load Whales approaching and grunted as he quickly got into a stance. He quickly raised his longsword in preparation to parry the incoming blow. The riding lance slashed downwards with lightning speed, and just as it was about to clash with the sword, it suddenly twirled slightly into a semicircular arc that went around the longsword, and its motion turned from that of a slash into a stab. The golden blade of light on the riding lance shone even brighter. The knight hadn't expected that his opponent would suddenly switch the attacking motion like that. He suddenly detected something fishy after his sword didn't receive any feedback from the parrying motion, but it was already too late and he couldn't retrace his moves. His expression changed all of a sudden from surprise to despair before the distinct sound of blade cutting flesh resounded as the blade of the lance pierced into his chest. "Just die," Load Whale said as he raised the corpse of the knight into the air with his lance and flung it to the roadside, causing blood to drip down slowly from the lance. "Well done," Lorist praised loudly. "You're fierce as a tiger and witty and agile at the same time, allowing you to kill your enemy by landing only one strike. You shall be called Fierce Tiger Los henceforth." Load Whale snickered before he said, "Thank you for praising me, milord. I shall be known as Fierce Tiger Los in the future. That's so unfair. I've also contributed quite a bit myself, you know." Locke, give me a moniker as well, said a voice from behind Lorist. Lorist turned his head only to see Els appear out of nowhere beside him.
Alright, your moniker will be Dark Shadow Els, Lorist said. Dark Shadow Els?
Not bad, I like it, Els said happily, apparently quite satisfied with his new sobriquet.
Oh, that's right. I came here for something else.
Milord, look up there, Els said as he pointed his finger upward. Lorist raised his head to look and saw that the Ironguard Legion troops defending the base at Bread Hills had been alerted by the attack at the camp below and were grouping up and heading down the mountains as was seen from the moving torches. They have already descended halfway down the slope. Judging by the number of torches, there should be more than 1,000 people. Our guards only have tens of people sealing off the pass nearby.
I'm worried they won't be able to resist, Els reported. They're merely seeking their deaths.
I thought that they would surrender after we surround their base for 2 or 3 days. Now that they've come out, we might as well slaughter our way up to the stronghold at the hills and occupy it, Lorist said as he looked at the torches at the distant hills. Blow the horn and notify the Second Highness on the opposite side to launch a diversionary attack. Lowe's, the aftermath of this camp over here will be left to you.
Rally a regiment of soldiers to dismount and follow me up the mountains for a fight on foot.
Els, let's go, Lorist said as he rode his horse to the back of the army camp followed by Els who quickly grabbed a horse and rode towards Lorist. Loud blares of horn signals proceeded to echo through the air. The Second Highness who was pacing around incessantly at the army base stopped and listened intently before he said, "Did you hear that signal, Glacia?" The blonde female knight replied excitedly, "Yes. It's definitely the horn signal." Locke and the others succeeded, exclaimed the Second Highness. "Men, blow the horn to send a reply. Get ready and head towards the border." Not too far from the barricades of the Madras Duchy at the border, countless torches were lit like the countless stars in the sky. The soldiers all shouted their war cries and the loud sound shook even the large expanse of land. Torches around the Lichtana citadel were also being lit by the moment, causing most of the citadel to be illuminated brightly. One leather-armored soldier after another appeared before the walls of the citadel and stared nervously towards the countless torches in the distance and thought, as long as they cross the wooden barricades, we will fire at them with our ballistas. The route downward from the Bread Hills passed through a sparse forest. Roughly 50 meters from the soldier camp near the forest were a few tower outposts, but they had been taken care of by Els and his guards when they secured the area. The mountain route was not wide with a breadth of only 2 meters at most. Lorist could tell that the reinforcements from the base up at the hills were about to arrive as he could already hear their curses and chattering when he neared the area. Given that the downward route was curved in an S shape, Lorist still wasn't able to get a view on the enemy forces. However, he rushed up the route with his sword drawn without saying anything else and encountered into the torch-holding Ironguard Legion soldiers at the first corner. Upon seeing Lorist, they thought that he was a messenger of their own and one of them even asked, "Stop. What happened there at the camp below?" Lorist didn't make a sound and as he approached, he cried out "Kill," all of a sudden. As he swooped into the group of soldiers, he swung his longsword in quick flashes, causing one enemy after another to fall and roll down the slope. Lorist's killing spree continued against the flow of people uphill. Not long after, the enemies further uphill shouted, "It's the enemy! It's an enemy attack!" At that moment, the soldiers at the lower section of the slope had broken down into a complete mess. They had to watch their feet for any fallen comrades as well as be on guard for the attacks of their enemy and were unable to pose any meaningful resistance to Lorist's assaults. In fact, their futile attempt to resist only served to further expose them to Lorist's assaults. The enemy at the upper section of the slope quickly began their retreat while those below couldn't even if they wanted to. Lorist moved at a quick pace and he was already halfway up the slope within moments. With nothing but enemy soldiers filling his line of sight, he killed to his heart's content. Those Ironguard Legion soldiers were completely outclassed by Lorist alone. Their inability to work as a unit opened up even more opportunities for him to mow their numbers down one strike after another. The most depressing part was that the mess of soldiers he left in his wake still had to deal with the attack of Els, Reedy, Pat, and the rest, causing some of them to even toss the bodies of their fallen comrades off the slope in desperation so that they could get some proper foothold. As he fought his way through his foes uphill, Lorist prioritized acting against those who held torches. Without any illumination, the Ironguard Legion soldiers weren't aware of how many enemies there were and could only run all over the place in a fit of panic. Occasionally, screams of some unlucky few could be heard as they stumbled their way off the edge of the hill. The clouds once again blocked off the light of the silver moon, causing the hills to once again be shrouded by the former darkness. A little bit later, a familiar voice rang out from behind Lorist. "Milord, milord. Where are you?" Following that, a few torches were lit at the slope and Pat and the rest could be seen ascending the hills. Just as Lorist was going to reply, he suddenly felt an ominous, bone-chilling sensation, which caused him to lie flat on the ground instantly as he shouted, "Careful!
Get on the ground right now." 1. Words of a Chinese poet Ouyang Xiu of the Song dynasty. It roughly means, make your move during the best opportunity.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 157. Burn when the winds are strong. Burn when the winds are strong. Didn't have much time last week, hence the lesser amount of chapters. Will try to get my game up this week though. This is the first regular chapter of the week. Whoosh.
6 loud thunderous twangs ran out simultaneously as numerous razor-sharp bolts whooshed past Lorist's body, causing a few cries of pain to ring out nearby him. The silver moon once again revealed her face from beyond the clouds. Lorist's mind was thrown into turmoil. He didn't know who behind him had gotten hit. Using the dim moonlight, he saw that roughly 20 meters away was a stone gap about 3 meters wide on the ground beyond which rows of tents were placed. Iron Guard Legion troops crouching behind sandbags and rocks near the tents could be seen. Further away at the foot of the hills were countless torch fires gathered together. Those were probably the men of the Second Highness who had come to aid them after receiving the signal. Beyond the gap, a row of torches were lit and the illumination allowed Lorist to see the 6th century ballistas that were operated by a few nervous soldiers. Lorist could also see that one bow-wielding enemy soldier after another approached the gap with some orders being shouted out for the bowmen to engage in suppression fire against the soldiers of the convoy to prevent them from advancing. Garg! With a loud roar, Lorist leaped up from the ground and covered the distance of 20 or so meters within a blink of an eye, crossing the gap and slaughtering away at the bowmen. Among the chaotic crowd or people, Lorist bathed in blood from head to toe as his longsword culled one enemy after another like a knife cutting through butter all around him, causing the surviving bowmen to run away in all directions with their tails behind their legs. Die! A flash of silver light emanated from a pike that was thrust towards Lorist's back like a violent devious snake. However, it was almost as if Lorist had eyes behind his back as he moved his left leg slightly and turned backward, parrying the strike with his longsword. Following that, he jumped into the air and slashed his longsword downward as he fell. The pike-wielding silver-ranked knight didn't space out either. With but a flick of his hand, he moved his pike to intercept Lorist's strike. As the sword collided with the pike, a loud clang rang out before the pike broke into two. With a lightning-fast slash, the sword streaked across the knight's body from his left shoulder to his right. As if the knight had gotten struck by lightning, he slumped to the ground immediately with his body split into two before blood spurted out everywhere. Kill! Kill this demon! Demon! Said a stuttering voice from behind Lorist. At that moment, blood that was not his dripped all over from Lorist's body. He currently seemed like a demonic god of slaughter that had walked out of a sea of blood in the eyes of the enemy. Blade blows manifested on two pikes as two other silver-ranked knights rushed at Lorist at once from both of his flanks with the pikes aimed towards Lorist's two hands. Let's attack together. Kill him. As the stuttering soldier said that, a blade glow manifested on his longsword before he raised it up high and rushed towards Lorist, making a vertical downward slash when he closed the distance. Just as all that was happening, a silhouette appeared by Lorist's side holding a sword with a silver blade glow and thrusting it towards Lorist's heart. Even though it was 4 men on one, Lorist didn't feel anxious at all. From his point of view with his dynamic vision, he could see the attacks and predict the trajectory of each and every one even though they were really fast in actuality. The slightest opening during those attacks revealed a huge opportunity for him to strike back at his foes. The first attack that was about to connect was the pike headed for his left arm. Lorist stepped back slightly and angled his body from the waist up backward slightly as if he hadn't moved at all, causing the pike to miss his body by a hair's breadth. Subsequently, Lorist grabbed onto the handle of the pike and pulled it towards the other pike coming from his right, intercepting the incoming attack. As the two pikes collided, Lorist pushed the pike in his hand upward, causing it to knock the other pike upward as well, forming a cross-shaped guard that blocked the incoming sword strike from the top with a loud clang. Having released the pike in his hand, he jumped forward and flicked the longsword in his right hand, knocking the glowing sword of the silhouette beside him, and with another twist of his hand, the longsword headed towards the chest of Lorist's sneaky assailant. The silhouette had jumped forward with all the force he could muster and had intended to strike when Lorist was occupied with the two other attackers. However, he didn't expect that Lorist would start retaliating by targeting him first. With his sword knocked away, his chest was exposed completely. The silhouette attempted to stop only to find that his momentum continued to propel him forward as he cried out, "No, don't. Ugh." Not much had to be said. Lorist's longsword pierced straight through the chest of the assailant and emerged from his back. Within a short moment of two-eye blinks, Lorist had already killed one of his attackers. The other three silver-ranked knights still had their weapons entangled together and were frantically trying to pull themselves apart. To save time, Lorist didn't pull his sword out from the body of the first one he killed and merely swung it with full force, causing the sword to rip apart the former assailant's body and travel towards the other longsword user. The sword-wielding silver-ranked knight hurriedly pulled his sword away and positioned himself to intercept Lorist's strike. However, Lorist suddenly changed his slash into a thrust, causing the knight to react by swaying his sword around in a panicked attempt to knock Lorist's sword away. Just before the two swords crossed, Lorist's longsword stopped just ever so slightly, causing the silver-ranked knight's sword to not hit anything, creating an opening for Lorist to push the longsword into his foe's throat. Ugh! As the silver-ranked knight was dying from the blood flowing out of him, the blade of a pike suddenly emerged from his body and headed towards Lorist. It was the first pike-wielding silver-ranked knight that had pierced his pike through his comrade's body without any regard the moment he saw him dying from the wound at his throat in an attempt to catch Lorist off guard. Naturally, an attack like that didn't pose a significant threat to Lorist. However, he was shocked that the silver-ranked knight would be so cruel as to use his fallen comrade's body as a shield. In a fit of rage, Lorist's body jerked and avoided the blade of the lance before he drew his longsword with his right hand and swung it forward. The blade of his sword flashed like lightning as it decapitated the pike-wielding knight with one blow. The other pike-wielding knight was already shivering non-stop. Even though it had only been a short while, he noticed that the rest of his comrades had died off the moment he awoke from his stupor. Seeing the knight holding the pike with shaky hands, Lorist said in a deep voice, "Discard your weapon and kneel if you want to be spared." That silver-ranked knight crumbled mentally completely before he tossed the pike at Lorist and ran off immediately. Lorist's body swerved to avoid the airborne pike and he grabbed onto its handle before throwing it back in the direction it came from. That escaping silver-ranked knight's body shook as the pike pierced his body and emerged on the other side before he landed flat on his face on the ground and let out his final breath. After the soldiers nearby witnessed the deaths of the four silver-ranked knights, they ran towards the barricaded area frantically while letting out panicked cries. In their haste, they had cast away their helmets, armor and even their torches, pikes and shields. "My lord! My lord!" Pat's shouting voice could be heard coming from behind. Lorist was glad that Pat hadn't been hurt. He called out, "I'm here. Watch out for the gap on the ground." After taking a few steps, he picked up a still-lit torch that was on the ground. A huge group of people followed behind Pat as he jumped over the stone gap. The next person to do so after Pat was Reedy. "Are you guys alright?" Lorist asked excitedly, before he turned and pointed to the enemies that were running away behind him and said, "Pat, bring some men with you and don't let them get into formation to resist." Pat waved his hand and called out, "Kill them! Go!" The group of people rushed forward and headed towards the area of the tents before they cursed out loudly. It seemed that there was yet another stone gap over there and the first few heavy-armored pikemen didn't notice it and fell into it. It was fortunate that the gap wasn't too deep and the soldiers who fell were merely injured but managed to retain their lives. "Reedy, go and light up the tents over there, both to illuminate the area and to signal for the Second Highness's reinforcements. We will take this base with a pincer attack." Lorist instructed Reedy before he called out to the guards nearby and said, "Hey, turn the sentry ballistas around and push them over there." One tent after another was set aflame, sending thick waves of smoke up into the air. The fire burned ever more brightly with the strong winds, sending out a wave of light that dispelled the darkness around Bread Hills. Reedy didn't set all the tents on fire as Lorist had instructed but instead asked some men to dismantle the other tents and toss them into the fires that were already burning. Without delay, 10 bonfires could be seen at the Bread Hills. "There's a wooden bridge here." With the illumination of the burning fires, some soldiers discovered that a few wooden planks were placed over the gaping stone gap on the ground. They quickly crossed it and resumed their pursuit towards the enemy who were trying their best to assemble in a fit of panic. It was only now that Lorist was able to get a clear view of the Bread Hills. The terrain was truly true to its name. There was not a single tree nor grass on the hills and the whole hill area seemed like a round, long bun that was placed on the ground. It was estimated to be around the size of 2 soccer stadiums and its most striking feature was the 2 large stone gaps that made the hills look like scored buns. At that moment, Lorist was standing near one of the largest bonfires. That spot was the tallest part of the Bread Hills and the Ironguard Legion had probably set up their base there where rainwater didn't gather up. At a barricade not far away, there was still an estimated 1,000 soldiers, around 800 of which were getting into a line formation and preparing to intercept the incoming heavy-armored pikemen. So far, less than 200 of the pikemen had crossed the stone gap with the wooden bridges and they were assembling into a square formation under the orders of their commanding officers to march towards the enemy. However, as more soldiers crossed the bridge, the square formation eventually turned into a line formation. The distance between the two groups of soldiers was around 60 meters now and they would clash within the first moments of a charge. Some soldiers at the enemy lines could be seen moving the tens of sentry ballistas from their original positions. However, it took much effort and time for them to do so, and just as they were halfway done, they noticed more soldiers coming from the bottom of the hills when a horn tune was blown for them to begin their charge uphill, causing the Iron Guard Legion soldiers who were moving the ballistas to argue on whether they should put the ballistas back where they were to fend off the enemies coming from below the hill or continue to move it forward to aim it against Lorist's troops who were about to begin their charge at any moment. Lorist saw Pat step out from the formation in an attempt to give the enemy a final ultimatum as the soldiers behind him cried out, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Gradually, the soldiers standing at the front of the Iron Guard Legion's formation dropped their weapons, causing the rest to follow suit. In the end, all of the enemy soldiers cast away their weapons and surrendered completely. The heavy armored pikemen let out booming cheers as Pat led them forward to apprehend the enemy soldiers, thus occupying the main base area. "Well done!" Lorist exclaimed. He continued to give an order, "Blow the horn to indicate that we've conquered the Bread Hills and hang the Raging Bear flag of our family up at the base." The tune of victory blasted throughout the night sky as the flag of the Raging Bear flapped proudly at the base, illuminated brightly by the burning fires. A blonde female knight quickly rushed up the slope and dismounted before she sprinted towards the barricade that was constructed from stacked-up rocks and vaulted over it, landing beside a ballista nearby. Just as she drew her sword and readied herself for battle, she was greeted only with the sight of the heavy armored pikemen who wore the equipment of the White Lion Legion. Seeing the blonde-haired knight arrive, Lorist stepped forward and greeted her. "Cousin Glacia, why have you come?" Glacia, noticing the blood all over Lorist's body, cried out in surprise. "Why do you look so bloody? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Hee, I'm fine. This blood is not mine." "I'm not hurt in the slightest," Lorist said, before he noticed a crestfallen Reedy walking towards him. "What's wrong, Reedy? Did something happen?" Lorist asked. "My lord. Just now, when we reached the peak of the hills, Brother Els fell off it." Reedy reported the shocking news to Lorist. "What did you say? What happened to Els?" Lorist said as he started in surprise. At that moment, he recalled the ballista bolts that whooshed past him back at the first stone gap. "When we first arrived at the peak and were calling out to you, we heard your warning and Pat and I got on the ground right away. However, the rest that followed behind us didn't manage to react in time and many got knocked off the peak by the ballista bolts. Roar also got hit by one bolt and as he was sent flying back, he banged into Brother Els and the both of them fell down from the peak. At that time, Pat and I were so shocked from the ballista bolts that came flying that we were unable to get up. However, we managed to get ourselves together after we thought of your safety and didn't yet know that Els had fallen off the hill. We only got to know this after two guards that followed behind Els before he fell told us about it when we were setting the tents on fire," said Reedy with an almost crying expression. "Send a search party out immediately. If he's alive, we have to find him. Even if he's dead, we must find his corpse. If anything happens to Els, I will definitely bury the Iron Guard Legion alongside him." Lorist shouted his orders with a solemn face. At that moment, his mind was only fraught with worry for Els's well-being and he no longer felt any of the joy from conquering the base. "Yes, my lord," Reedy said before he gathered some men to begin his search, only to stop when he heard sounds of battle and a horn blowing the tune of charge. "What's going on over there?" Glacia asked as she looked towards the distant, dark army camp. One torch after another in the distant valley lit up and allowed the rest on the Bread Hills to observe the situation. From Lorist's vantage point, Turman could be seen leading his Knight Brigade in a charge straight up the slope of the other mountain valley with no one being able to obstruct them whatsoever. The silver-ranked knights at the front of the charge manifested their silver blade glows on their riding lances and cut through their enemy relentlessly. Within moments, the enemies that gathered at the middle of that valley got completely smashed apart as cries of pain and despair resounded throughout the battlefield. "The enemy is finished," Lorist said without much emotion. Seeing Glacia's confused expression, Lorist explained, "We have already made arrangements for an ambush at the valley over there for the reinforcements of the troops from Lictana Citadel. First, we had our mounted archers release some volleys of arrows to thin down their numbers before we had the Knight Brigade charge in and break their formation with the mounted archers securing the other side of the valley. That's why, cousin, you don't have to worry about any of the reinforcement troops escaping." "Locke, I really didn't think that you would be able to form a Knight Brigade like this. Can you?" Glacia said as she stared at Lorist with a pleading look. "Cousin, if there is a request that will leave the both of us with hard feelings, please refrain yourself from bringing it up. I formed this Knight Brigade through the best of my efforts with the benefits of the family in mind. In the future, I would even expand it into a silver-ranked Knight Brigade. However, if you are willing to leave the Second Highness and return to the family, I will let you lead and command this Knight Brigade," Lorist said, diminishing the hopes of Glacia. "Stingy fellow." Glacia mused before she stopped saying anything else. Within an hour, another horn tune could be heard coming from the valley.
The enemy has been eradicated, Lorist said as he released a breath of relief. The sky is already brightening up. Cousin, you can have your men start to form a defense line right now. I'll leave the sentry ballistas to you. Aim them in the direction of the citadel so that we have something to fall back on just in case. I need to go now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158 Worryless Journey North. Worryless Journey North. Here's the second regular chapter for this week. Look forward for the rest of the releases in the coming days. Lorist felt really worn out as he had firstly killed his way up to the base on the hill and eliminated the Ironguard Legion soldiers who were guarding the base with ballistas. In the end, he even eliminated 5 silver-ranked knights and he was completely drained after that. That's why he later ordered Pat to lead the heavy-armored pikemen who had just arrived to help out in the efforts of conquering the base. But even so, Lorist had no choice but to wait within the main tent as he still had some matters to settle, especially given that Els had fallen off the hill and was yet to be found, causing Lorist immense worry. Lorist's whole body was still covered in blood that was half dried up from the mountain breeze, resulting in an itchy and sticky mess which caused him much discomfort. The moment he returned to the newly erected main tent at the army camp at the foot of the hills, Lorist stripped his bloodstained clothes off and donned only a loose robe as he waited for the news. At that moment, Yuri, Turman and Potterfong walked into the tent. "Milord, the enemy's 5,000 troops were eliminated and we managed to catch up to 3,000 of them alive. Potterfong already killed the gold-ranked knight commander," Yuri reported. "Good work, Pog," Lorist praised. Potterfong said as he smiled and shook his head, "Well, it wasn't completely due to me. Had the gold-ranked knight not suffered 3 arrow shots already, I'm afraid I might get tangled up with him much longer." Lorist nodded and asked, "How are the casualties?" Turman stepped forward and said, "We lost 7 silver-ranked knights and hundreds of other soldiers." A shroud of silence descended onto the tent after that report. After some time, Lorist sighed and said, "Collect their bodies and cremate them so that we can bring them back to give them a proper burial at the martyrs' graveyard back at the Dominion. That place is where brave warriors who have sacrificed themselves for the sake of the family are enshrined." "Yes, milord," Turman replied solemnly. Yuri then asked hesitantly, "Milord, I heard Els is. He fell down from the hill and I've sent a search party to look for him. It's already nearing dawn and I believe we should be receiving word of it now." "Well, the Bread Hills isn't that high up compared to other mountains. Don't worry, I'm sure Els will be fine," Lorist said in an attempt to console both Yuri and himself. "And Yuri, your role in the next battle is an important one. Head to the route towards Vanade City and make sure to seal off the entire road. We must not let news of this incident tonight spread out. Remember what I said before, we must make the enemy blind and deaf to all that is happening. We'll have to depend on the performance of your light cavalry scouts this time around," Lorist said as he patted on Yuri's shoulder. "Don't worry, I will definitely tell you all the moment I receive any news about Els. Trust me, he'll be fine." "I understand, milord. Please be assured that my light cavalry scouts will definitely carry out the mission properly," Yuri replied in a serious tone as he stood straight up. "Pog, the next phase of the plan will be up to you. I'd like you to try to impersonate the men of the Ironguard Legion to attack Vanade City. If we are successful and manage to occupy it, seal off the city and head towards Zif Castle immediately. As long as we can take that castle, we will be able to keep the Sea Mountain Legion of the Madras Duchy within the Siglar province. That way, our convoy won't have to worry about being obstructed by them when we cross the duchy. If it fails..." Lorist paused as he furrowed his brow before continuing, "We must at least keep Vanade City within our control. That way, we can prevent our convoy and the vagabonds from being stranded at the Jungchandler province. Yuri and his light cavalry scouts will surround the Vanade City and Pog, you shall lead the heavy-armored cavalrymen and the mounted archers to engage in stalling warfare. When the heavy-armored infantry and the Caraballista unit arrive, we can attack it with full force to conquer it. If surprise attacking Vanade City doesn't work, Los will have to bring his 2 regiments of heavy-armored cavalrymen to face off against the castle. I believe that even if the Sea Mountain Legion comes, they wouldn't dare to engage in an all-out battle with us. If it's the contrary, I'd like to see how their soldiers perform against our heavy-armored cavalry." In Lorist's original plan, after taking the base at Bread Hills, he would have his men to attack Vanade City and Zif Castle immediately to ensure that the convoy would have nothing to worry about during the rest of the journey. The first group to depart was Yuri's light cavalry scouts, Pete's mounted archer company and Lodwales' 3 regiment of heavy-armored cavalrymen with Potterfang as the chief commander of all those units. As for Potterfang's newly formed heavy-armored infantry army, they would leave with Dullus's Caraballista unit. Hence, Lorist would only have Turman's Knight Brigade and the main camp's guards by his side.
He still had to stay behind to assist the Second Highness with cutting off the water source of the Lictana Citadel, and Charade would be busy leading the convoy's members and the vagabonds to the space beneath the Bread Hills with the aid of Friar and Malek's garrison legion to prepare for the continuation of the northbound journey.
That's what we'll do.
Be careful and Godspeed to you, Lorist said. Thank you, my lord, said Potter Fong and Yuri before they saluted and left to prepare for departure.
Let's go and check out on any news of Els. Why haven't they reported anything yet? Lorist told Turman in a worrying tone.
After exiting the tent and walking for a while, Lorist saw a guard rushing over hurriedly.
My lord, we found him. Sir Els is still alive. Roar, however, was dead. There was still a huge ballista bolt sticking out of his body.
Els was quite fortunate that he wasn't struck by a bolt and was instead knocked off the hill by Roar. At that time, he still wasn't aware of the danger, and just as he was 2 steps away from arriving at the top, Roar suddenly flew backwards towards him. He even tried to catch Roar but was instead knocked flying along with him. As he was falling from the height of around 50 meters, he hurriedly circulated his battle force to shield his body and fell towards a huge tree branch that broke his fall before he landed to the ground. He was severely injured with many of his organs injured by the fall, but he still managed to cling on to his life and would require no less than 4 months to recover. When Lorist met Els, he was still conscious.
With a pale face, Els made a bitter laugh and said, "Why am I so unlucky?
I had only recovered from resting 3 months after the battle at Green Plains.
Now I'll have to sit tight for 4 more months. Sigh.
Letting out a relieved breath, Lorist smiled and said, "Maybe it's just your fate to be injured greatly during every large-scale battle."
Hee, alright, you better go get some proper rest.
Don't worry about the rest of the stuff here, I'll handle it. Els's main injuries stemmed from his damaged organs, so he had to rest and was forbidden to ride on a carriage nor a horse. Lorist had no choice and could only have someone carry Els back to Nadega's city, where he would live within a rented house to recover. He also instructed some guards to stay back there to watch over Els and bring him to the Northlands when he's better. After settling the matter of Els, Lorist returned to the camp and instructed Reedy to get him some bath water with which he could wash off the dried up blood on his hair and body.
After that, Lorist fell asleep half leaning on the bathtub. He slept soundly and only awakened noon on the next day.
Noticing that he was currently in bed, he believed that Reedy must have moved him there during his sleep.
After stretching and yawning, Reedy entered the tent and said, "Me lord, you're awake. The Second Highness visited during the afternoon yesterday and waited until the night.
After seeing that you were still asleep, he left without wanting to bother you.
I believe he'll be coming back later today."
Just as Lorist was having his meal a little while later, the Second Highness did in fact come. Seeing Lorist awake and well, he was incredibly happy. However, he declined the offer to dine with Lorist and settled with a cup of wine and waited patiently for Lorist to finish his meal. In actuality, the Second Highness didn't have anything important to say during his visit to Lorist. He came over mainly because he heard about how Lorist rushed into the base of the enemy alone and started slaughtering away at the troops, something which, even the Second Highness himself, a 2-star gold fighter, felt that it was an impressive feat given his battle force prowess. The Second Highness could feel that Lorist only radiated an aura of an iron rank, and he originally thought that Lorist was only good for his strategizing and planning and didn't take note of Lorist's battle force
ability at all.
Even though he was quite envious of Lorist's many gold and silver rank subordinates, he believed that Lorist had won them over only with his charisma and understanding of the human heart alone. Now that he reconfirmed that Lorist's battle force was really at the iron rank, he thought that it was indeed possible for Lorist to have led his men at the very front, but refused to accept that Lorist had personally went up there before the rest of his men arrived, and thought that the rumor was possibly fabricated so that Lorist, the new family leader of the Norton family, would have a legendary and heroic image. After finishing his breakfast, Lorist went up to the Bread Hills again with the Second Highness and witnessed the busy scene below. Countless non-combatants were currently digging out trenches outside the firing range of the ballistas at Lictana Citadel to build a mud wall that would circle and surround the citadel.
Tomorrow,
we will cut off their water source up at the mountains," said the Second Highness excitedly.
"Didn't the Iron Guard Legion send out anyone to harass the crowd down there?" Lorist asked.
"They did once yesterday, but they were driven off by our ballista and longbow fire and even lost 300 of their men. Seeing that we were prepared, they also decided to begin their preparations for a siege. I'll see how they react when they notice their water supply has been cut off," said the Second Highness as he laughed. When the night came, Lorist received Potterfang's report that Vanade City had already been occupied and sealed off by them. Entry was allowed into the city, but nobody was permitted to leave. Right now, he was about to bring his men to launch a surprise attack on Zith Castle and was making preparations to disguise themselves as a merchant convoy to take the castle gates. Potterfang believed that the company of garrison troops at Zith Castle wouldn't be able to resist the fearsome assault of 2 regiments of heavy armored cavalrymen. After asking around, Lorist discovered that the heavy armored infantry and the Caraballista unit had departed during the afternoon hours ago and had headed towards Venade City. They were estimated to arrive at the city by tomorrow evening, and after helping Potterfang's forces take the castle, there was no longer anything to worry about for the journey back to the Northlands for the convoy and the vagabonds. Afternoon the next day, the Second Highness brought 2 gold-rank knights and 10s of other silver-rank knights as well as a company of longbowmen up to the Lydden Mountains. After circling around it, the waterfall that served as the main source of water for the Lictana citadel could be seen near a slope halfway up the mountain. With a battle force enveloped sword, the Second Highness easily made an opening at the pool of the waterfall to redirect the water. He also found a hidden pipe under the water and blocked it up before he left the mountain with only 1 gold-rank knight, leaving the rest of his men camped there to deal with the citadel soldiers that would no doubt come up to investigate the cause of their exhausted water supply. On the 3rd day, Charade led the convoy's people and the vagabonds towards the border to begin the journey towards the Northlands. When the soldiers at Lictana Citadel saw all the people using the route along Bread Hills to head to the main route to Venade City, they noticed that their plans to keep them out of the border had failed. But they still didn't realize the true magnitude of their predicament. On the 4th day, the soldiers at Lictana Citadel finally noticed that their water supply was cut off, and when they sent someone up to the mountains to investigate the cause, their men were fended off by the attacks of the longbowmen stationed uphill. It was at that moment when they knew that their backup plan had failed completely and there was no way for them to defend the citadel in the long term. On the 5th day, the Iron Guard Legion soldiers at Lictana Citadel sent out 2 regiments of 5,000 plus people to launch 3 test attacks against the mud wall defense lines that surrounded the citadel, only to be beaten back into hiding by the Andanak Kingdom's Royal Defense Guard. Afternoon that day, Lorist once again received a report from Potterfang that stated that the Zith castle had been successfully conquered and the 3 regiments of heavy armored cavalrymen and the mounted archers had entered the castle, hence sealing off the route to Siglar province completely. Lorist was extremely delighted as he thought, now, we finally have nothing to worry about on the journey north. At night during the 6th day, Lictana Citadel mobilized all its forces and launched a night assault. Their main focus was attacking the northern part of the defense lines and hopefully being able to break through it. The ones that manned the defense lines were 2 regiments of the Second Highness's newly formed Royal Defense Guard. They didn't expect that the Iron Guard Legion would go all out and engage in a near-suicidal attack. With the Iron Guard Legion frantically attacking without regard to casualties, the 2 regiments of the Royal Defense Guard also fended horribly. With every squad leader and company leader of the Royal Defense Guard units there dead, their soldiers quickly crumbled and the Iron Guard Legion's forces managed to find an opening outwards. Just when the Iron Guard Legion soldiers thought that they had hope of escaping, Turman, who had just been instructed by Lorist to come over, brought his Knight Brigade along and gave the Iron Guard Legion's forces a full frontal attack. With them being on flat terrain without any cover nor ranged weapons whatsoever, the Iron Guard Legion soldiers stood no chance against the mounted knights. It was basically a massacre, and only less than 3,000 of the original 10,000 plus soldiers from the citadel managed to retreat inside again, with more than half of them injured in some way. On the 7th day of the encirclement of Lictana Citadel, the citadel had a desolate and dark atmosphere. Apart from that, Lorist and the Second Highness were busy cleaning up the battlefield and helping to rescue the wounded. During the era of cold arms, night assaults like that were extremely cruel and terrifying. Of the 10,000 Iron Guard Legion soldiers that left the citadel to attack, more than 5,000 of them turned into corpses, with hundreds more so badly injured that they weren't able to return to the citadel. Only less than 1,000 out of the 5,000 Royal Defense Guard soldiers survived, with all of the military officers dead, some of whom were the former students of the Dawn Academy. Turman was the one who cried the most, as 2 of the students were the elite members of the Swordsmanship Society of the Academy and used to be his close friends and subordinates. On the 8th day, the remaining 3,000 plus soldiers within the Lictana Citadel opened the gates wide and sent a messenger out who held and waved a white flag. That messenger stood before the Second Highness as he shivered and said, "Water, water," with his dried-out mouth. The Second Highness's men proceeded to occupy the Lictana Citadel without any resistance. However, the funny part was that the men that went to occupy the citadel arrived with wooden buckets filled with water from the Egret Lake instead of weapons in their hands. On the 24th day of the 10th month of year 1767 of the Grindian calendar, the Iron Guard Legion, that was known to be the strongest in terms of defensive capability, raised the white flag to surrender to the Second Highness of the Andanak Kingdom, Auguslo. The battle for Lictana Citadel ended within 10 short days, with the decimation of the Iron Guard Legion, with the citadel ending up in the control of the Second Highness. Even though it was one of the shortest battles to ever happen, which concluded within only 12 or so days in total, the casualties on both sides were huge, with the defending side being almost entirely wiped out. The casualties of the attackers, that numbered fewer than 5,000 men, caused many other nations much shock and awe, rocketing the reputation of the Second Highness to fame overnight as a rising star on Grindia in terms of military exploits. The battle began as a result of a convoy belonging to one of the nobles subordinate to the Second Highness that was refused passage through the Madras Duchy on their journey back to their homeland. The blockade created by Duke Madras using the Iron Guard Legion to restrict access to the people of the convoy and the vagabonds spurred the Second Highness to mobilize his troops to eliminate the Iron Guard Legion to remove the obstacle faced by the convoy and the vagabonds. Here is a recounting of the events with respect to their chronological order. The Second Highness first stationed the 30,000 men of his Royal Defense Guard at the Lichtana Citadel while secretly constructing a bridge at the Egret Lake with the newly formed White Lion Legion. The soldiers of the White Lion Legion then proceeded to attack the army camp at the Bread Hills, allowing the Royal Defense Guard to set up a defense line around Lichtana Citadel. The Second Highness then cut off the water supply of the citadel and forced the Iron Guard Legion to emerge from the citadel to try to penetrate the defense line in a desperate attempt, which ended ultimately in their defeat. At the same time, the Second Highness also ordered the White Lion Legion to continue their advance and attack Vanade City and Zith Castle, causing the Sea Mountain Legion of Duke Madras to be sealed within Siglar Province, establishing the foundation which the Andinak Kingdom used to absorb the Jungchandler Province of the Madras Duchy. The various military chroniclers and historians of the continent called this battle the Miracle of Egret Lake. Authors note, due to Lorist's forces using the equipment of the White Lion Legion, his men were seen as the soldiers of the White Lion Legion by the chroniclers and historians. That's why the historical records of the continent described them as the newly formed White Lion Legion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159 Assault during a snowy night. Assault during a snowy night. Here's the first sponsored chapter of the week brought to you by Sebastian S. from Germany. Violin Dank. On a side note, the chapters are getting long again. By the time the snowflakes started falling to the ground, Lorist suddenly recalled that he had forgotten something really important, that was, the arrival of winter. It was the 11th day of the 11th month. In his previous life, that day was celebrated as Singles Day in his country. However, on Grindia, it was just another normal day like any other. For him, it was also the day the last batches of vagabonds arrived at Vanade City. Lorist's face was incredibly glum as the coming of winter foiled his plans for the convoy to continue its journey back to the family dominion. His current priority was to secure a safe place for the convoy and the vagabonds for them to weather through the winter season for now. We took 25 whole days to get to here from the border. A short distance of 70+ kilometers took us so long to travel. How much longer would it take us to reach the Dominion? 1 year? Or 2? How much food would we consume within a single day with more than 100,000 people? I'm sure that after you make some calculations, you'll find that it's something that we can't afford to bear. Lorist said with a stern look. It's all the fault of the vagabonds for slowing our journey down. If we traveled with only our convoy, we can travel up to 30 kilometers each day, Yuri complained. As the leader of the light cavalry scouts who could travel more than 100 kilometers in a day, he was the one who couldn't bear the slow speed of the convoy the most. Look here, there is still around 500 kilometers of distance from Vanade City to Metropolis River, and at our rate, it will take us another 200+ days to arrive, and that definitely won't do. A round of snow has already fallen. Even though Vanade City is the largest trading city of the Madras Duchy and we have obtained a bunch of food and supplies after occupying it, it's still rather tough for us to be able to sustain 100,000 people comfortably through the winter. Thus, we must take certain measures to travel to Kobo City before the snow blocks off the road completely. Lorist pointed at Kobo City on the map and said, this city is under the control of Duke Madras himself, and it is the largest food storage location within the Delamotte province where most of the Duke's produce is stored. We can see from the administrative documents we got in Vanade City that the food trade that goes on here is fully supplied by Kobo City, and last year, the Duke even lent the second prince 40 million kilograms of food which was shipped over from Kobo City. Another document here that shouldn't have been announced officially yet states the estimated amount of food the Duke currently owns, as well as another agreement between him and the second prince to lend him 75 million kilograms of food with the condition that the second prince first pay back what he owed him. It seems that the second prince is pretty drained as well, Lorist said as he tossed a stack of beastskin documents on the table. We've got a huge burden of 100,000 vagabonds on ourselves, and winter is already at our doorstep. However, we're still unable to procure the necessary clothes, food, and shelter for them to survive through the winter. It's already the 11th day of the 11th month, and we must occupy Kobo City before the 12th month when the snowfall begins to intensify. After that, we will be able to move all the people of the convoy and the vagabonds over to spend winter there, Lorist said. Milord, taking Kobo City will be rather difficult. Back then, the third prince led 60,000 plus soldiers of the Royal Defense Guard to attack that place but still had to return due to their complete defeat at the hands of the Iron Guard Legion. The news of our occupation of Vanade City and Zith Castle must have spread all over Delamotte province by now, and I'm sure the soldiers there must have begun to make their preparations. We will no longer be able to rely on the element of surprise, and a long-term attack on the city might wear down the numbers of our convoy even faster, Potterfong expressed his worries.
To allow the 100,000 plus people to survive, we have no choice but to occupy Kobo City. That was then and this is now. We are not the Third Prince's Royal Defense Guard, and neither are the ones who are currently defending Kobo City, the Iron Guard Legion.
According to the captive officers, there is only one regiment of garrison troops defending Kobo City right now, and that's why I'm confident that we'll be able to take it without problems. However, I'm still worried that even if we manage to conquer Kobo City, the 100,000 vagabonds will travel too slowly to arrive there. We must find a way to transport them there as soon as possible and not let them delay us any further, Lorist said worryingly as he tapped onto the table with his fingertip repeatedly. I believe we can use military discipline to manage the vagabonds like the family members of our soldiers who are now within the garrison legion. We can also give them the same treatment as the relatives of our convoy's forces and allocate some carriages for them. That way, at least 60,000 of them will be able to travel at the same speed as our convoy, suggested Friar as he stood up. As the new commander of the garrison legion of the convoy, he was well aware that his men were quite envious of the treatment received by the relatives of the formal soldiers of the convoy escort. That's a pretty decent idea, Lorist said as he nodded. But milord, we don't have enough carriages for that. We only found around 2,000 carriages within Venade City itself, Charade said with a troubled tone. How about this? Charade, do your best to gather vehicles within the city but leave the things of the merchants untouched. We can't afford to be transporting any supplies here and there because our priority now is to travel as quick as we can. During the expedition to conquer Kobo City, I'll leave you in charge over here. Make sure to instruct the worksmiths to construct as many carriages as they can, and if we don't have enough horses, use one horse for one carriage. I don't expect the vagabonds to be able to travel 30 kilometers per day like the convoy, but they must at least be able to cover 15 kilometers of distance a day. Lorist understood Charade's behavior rather well. He noticed that the moment Charade arrived at Venade City, his old ways began to surface and he was prepared to expropriate 1/3 of the goods of the merchants at Venade City to bring it back to the Dominion. That's why Lorist warned him sternly to not neglect the convoy and the vagabonds for the sake of acquiring those resources. Pog, has the Second Highness's Royal Defense Guard been stationed at Zith Castle yet? Lorist asked. Potterfine replied, they've already arrived, around 10,000 of them. After I completed my mission, I handed the castle to him and returned. Los left a little bit later with our heavy armored cavalry regiment and mounted archers and will be arriving here by tomorrow afternoon. Weird, Duke Madras's reaction to this seems a little slow. Hasn't he noticed that we've stopped all traffic outward from Sigillar province, thought Lorist as he stroked his chin. Potterfon laughed and said, Milord, Duke Madras must have long known about the Zith Castle's occupation because when the light cavalry scouts entered Sigillar province to do some probing, they noticed that the Bastides there were more fortified than usual. I believe that the Duke is merely unclear on whether we would attack the province or only defend the Zith Castle for the moment. That's why he didn't send out the Sea Mountain Legion to attack us, fearing that we will take the whole province by surprise if he leaves it undefended. That sounds about right, Lorist said as he nodded. Well, since the Zith Castle is already under the Second Highness's control, we would have to hand Venade City to him as well. That way, he can reconstruct this place into a citadel city as a main base for him to swallow up the Jungchandler province. Right now, the Second Highness only lacks an excuse for us to give this place to him earlier. I believe that all he is wishing for right now is for us to get out of the way as soon as possible before we suck this place dry, resulting in him being unable to benefit from any resources or recruit any manpower from here. I want to move us to the Kobo City mainly because there is a huge stockpile of food there and it is much closer to the Northlands than Venade City. That way, we can return to the Dominion quickly when springtime comes next year. Also, I don't wish to stay over here for long because this place would no doubt become a battlefield when spring comes. I'm worried that we will be involved in the battles if we stay here for too long. Then, when should we depart to attack Kobo City? Potterfang asked. Tomorrow morning. We will leave with Yuri's light cavalry scouts and Turman will bring the Night Brigade and follow us from behind. Lo shall also lead the 3 regiments of heavy armored cavalrymen towards Kobo City. We must move quick as the time we have is limited. We will gather again when we arrive, Lorist said. 6 days later, Lorist was riding on a carriage with 10 plus guards and arrived at a castle at the heart of Kobo City. The carriage he was in was flying the flag of the Tebri family. The one who received Lorist was a white-haired officer in his 60s. Lord Viscount, I am Chief Officer Bloom. I truly apologize because even though Kobo City is under the direct control of Duke Madras, it is both a military base as well as a warehouse area and usually doesn't allow guests within it. Lord Viscount, if you'd like to find a place of residence, you will have to travel around 5 kilometers from here where Count Kalak's Bastide is located. The Count is a friendly man who's extremely welcoming towards guests and I'm sure, Lord Viscount, you will receive the best hospitality and treatment over there.
As for your request to purchase some food, I'm sorry to say that I can't make the decision to approve or deny it. Usually, we are not allowed to provide any food without the authorization of the Duke, said the officer as he respectfully declined Lorist's request. Oh, I see. It's my fault for not knowing better of the situation. Chief Officer Bloom, I also have to apologize for making such a request as this is my first visit to the duchy. I only heard that Kobo City was the central area for food trade within the duchy, so I thought that it would be like the other mercantile cities where trade is usually carried out on the spot, Lorist said sadly, fully putting on an act of a disappointed noble who had traveled all the way for nothing. It truly pains us as well for your wasted trip. In actuality, we usually conduct our trade at Vinade City. We would only ship the required amount of food according to the orders made there. However, I've heard that the city is occupied by vagabonds now, so we can only allow the purchase if the Duke himself permits it, said the old officer as he bowed down deeply. Oh. Then I have no other choice but to find a way to meet with the Duke or wait for a little longer until the situation changes. I really thank you for your guidance, Chief Officer Bloom. I shall take my leave now, Lorist said as he nodded to the officer before he reboarded his carriage and left Kobo City. As he looked at Lorist's carriage depart, the old officer muttered curiously, why would a noble from the Red Lease Kingdom come all the way here to buy food? Would he be able to transport it back even if he was allowed to buy some? The second prince will definitely expropriate more than half of it anyway when he returns. It'll be fortunate if he's even left with a third of it. Lorist's carriage continued towards the east and left the range of Kobo City's security force. Within 30 minutes, they arrived at a thick, lush forest. Past the forest was a huge army outpost. Lorist entered the tent with a gloomy face. Potterfawn, who was looking at some maps, asked curiously, "My lord, why are you back here?" The plan didn't work. I was prepared to get a residence there so our main force can have a conspirator within the city before the attack, but I didn't expect that they didn't allow visitors to stay, even if they're nobles, Lorist said with a deep voice. Taking a blank beast skin and an ink pen, Lorist started drawing while he talked. Kobo City has 2 walls. The first one is as described according to the intelligence we gathered. It's around 10 meters high while the second wall is roughly 20 meters from the first wall and standing at a height of 12 meters. There are a few sentry towers on the 2 walls, but I didn't see any defensive machines of any kind. Those are probably protected within the towers. At the middle of the city is a 5-story castle too. Even if the walls outside were breached, the soldiers can still retreat into the castle to put up resistance. As expected of Kobo City, the city of forged iron. What a befitting name. Potterfawn shook his head as he watched Lorist draw the layouts of the defenses as he couldn't think of a good way to attack the place either. He turned his attention towards the outside of the tent and exclaimed, "Me lord, look. It's snowing again. This is the second snowfall of the year. If we don't have a way to attack Kobo City, we'll have to move our troops back to Vinade City." The snow fell from the darkened skies ever so gently, before wetting the ground outside the tent. Lorist's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he thumped onto the map and said, "Gather all the silver ranks among our troops. I will bring them on a night assault against Kobo City." Lorist's plan was simple. During snowfall at night, the moon wouldn't be visible in the sky and the darkness made it difficult for one to even see 1 meter ahead of oneself. The defending troops at Kobo City would also be more laid back than usual given the weather, as, in Grindian history, battles conducted during snowing nights was without precedent. Having gathered the silver-ranked soldiers, they rushed to Kobo City while the skies were still dark and Lorist himself scaled the walls before he let down a rope ladder, which allowed the rest of his men to climb up the walls. After they took control of the 4 sentry towers, they were able to open the gates of the city and lower the drawbridge to let the rest of the troops into the city. The second inner wall was also taken over rather quickly. As a group of men were opening up the main gates of the inner wall, the other group began their assault on the castle within the middle of the city. As long as they were able to control both of the gates, by the time dawn arrived, the regiment of soldiers would have ample time to take care of the rest of the defending enemy troops on the walls and the sentry towers who were still unaware of the situation. Even so, attacking during the night was not without its difficulties. Mainly, one couldn't see one's own 5 fingers clearly as the snowfall limited the visibility of each individual to only 1 meter ahead. Secondly, Kobo City had a 6-meter broad moat. How would they be able to cross it? It wasn't like they could just get a 10-meter long wooden plank out of nowhere. It was doubtful that a board of that length even existed anyway. However, they were still able to utilize the long siege ladders, but that would increase the risk of some soldiers missing their foothold and falling through the holes of the ladder, shaking off the rest who were also on the same ladder. Lorist's solution to that was relatively simple. The soldiers would use ropes to tie them up together like a daisy chain. Even though they would move slower as a result, it wasn't much of a problem as the enemy troops weren't able to see them either.
Using that method, they managed to reach the walls of Kobo City without any soldiers losing their way in the darkness. As for crossing the moat, we'll use goatskin rafts. The rafts are used by the local fishing folk to cross the river. Given their relatively light weight, they're easy to transport, and there are quite a number of them within the bastide we had conquered yesterday, which were used as makeshift roofs by the residents. We only need one of those rafts for this operation. After ferrying the first group of people to the opposite bank of the moat, we'll use a rope to pull the raft back from the other side for the next batch of people to cross. We'll be able to move our men across the moat quickly that way. When our night assault troops take the 2 gates and let down the drawbridges, they will blow the horn 2 times long and 1 time short. That's the cue for the regiment to light their torches and advance towards Kobo City. And we're done, Lorist said as he concluded the briefing confidently. This is a risk that we have to take. Everyone, go make your preparations. Before he left, Lorist thought of Els, who was currently resting up for his injuries to heal at Venade City. That guy has extremely good night vision, and he's actually the best pick for operations like these. It's a shame that he was hurt and won't be able to join us on this operation. Chief Officer Bloom, who was residing within Kobo City, wasn't able to sleep well given his old age. He only slept for 3 hours during the night before he woke up and couldn't go back to sleep no matter what. That's why he decided to wake up and light a candle to read a book to pass time until dawn. Seeing the snowflakes falling down from the dark sky above through his window, the old officer muttered to himself, yet another year passed just like that. At that time, he thought he heard 3 horn blaring sounds. Those patrolling soldiers must be drunk and fooling around again. They'll be in for a beating tomorrow morning. After that, sounds of thunder rang out repeatedly without pause. The old officer was quite surprised that there would be thunder during a snowing night. A storm might be brewing for tomorrow. I better go to check the warehouses and see if there are any leaks that need to be fixed. Sigh. Hearing some ruckus going on at the floor below his room, the old officer was quite mad and thought, what's going on tonight? Why is it so noisy? If the servants aren't sleeping right now, how would they work effectively tomorrow? The old officer then put on his robe and prepared himself to head downstairs to give his servants a stern scolding. However, just as he opened the door, he saw 3 to 4 people rush up from beyond the castle walls with a ladder. They appeared before him not long after. With the light of the candle, the old officer could see that one of them was the young noble Viscount Tebri from the Redleys kingdom that had visited just yesterday. However, that man was covered in mud and blood, and he even seemed quite oblivious about it. The young man revealed his 2 rows of teeth and let out a standard noble smile before he said, I'm really glad I got to meet you again, Chief Officer Bloom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160 Strategies and Plans. Strategies and Plans. Hey guys, here's the second sponsored chapter of the week, also brought to you by Sebastian Est of Germany. Enjoy the read. After receiving the report on the successful occupation of Kobo City, Charade spent 29 days to lead the convoy and the 100,000 plus vagabonds from Venade City over to Kobo City. That level of efficiency truly surprised Lorist, as they had managed to traverse a distance of over 340 kilometers within a month with more than 100,000 people. Charade's method was simple. Apart from the resources they transported as well as the elderly and children who rode carriages straight to the destination, he had 7 temporary campsites set up along the 340-kilometer route from Venade City to Kobo City, with each camp having 1,000 transport carriages. Each camp would then focus on shipping the people from one camp to the next camp, and the carriages would return to the camp to fetch the next batch, allowing everyone to travel using carriages by taking turns, shortening the length of transport as a whole by magnitudes. The Second Highness's near 10,000 Royal Defense Guard soldiers occupied Venade City after that and headed for Kobo City with the aim of procuring some food. Lorist, on the other hand, didn't mind that request at all, since the city had more than what they needed. After making an inventory of the warehouses within the city, they found roughly 150 million kilograms worth of food, much to the awe of the rest. The Delamotte province did indeed live up to its name as the largest warehouse for food of the former empire. With that amount of food, there was no longer any worry for the harsh season that was to come, and the people of the convoy and the vagabonds would spend it within Kobo City. However, the Second Highness's plan to borrow some food was stopped by Charade, who said, while lending you some food is fine and dandy, you should at least have some kind of mortgage, right? Even if you're of the royal family of the Andenak kingdom and have the status to rule the country, you must still act according to the nobles' traditions and customs. Surely you aren't going to think that we'll just hand out whatever amount you specify, right? In actuality, the Second Highness was currently even poorer than the convoy, and Charade's actions were made on purpose to cause him some trouble. Even so, the Second Highness did not get mad over it and merely returned to Venade City with a smile. 10 days later, he came back to Kobo City and shipped a large bunch of resources to them. Upon seeing those resources, Charade wanted to cry. but he didn't have any tears to shed. Those resources were in fact the stuff of the merchants at Vinay's city that Charade himself had wanted to acquire for a third of the market price. However, the Second Highness was even worse, as he had taken the resources in the name of confiscating enemy goods and used them as a mortgage for the food he was about to borrow. In the end, the Second Highness left Kobo City with 50 million kilograms of food and continued to have people transport the food out of the province despite the harsh winter weather. Curious about why the Second Highness was in such a rush to ship the food, Charade went to ask Lorist privately about the matter. Lorist's explanation was simple: the Second Highness wanted to recruit more soldiers to prepare for war. Taking a beastskin map of the Andanak kingdom out, Lorist explained that when spring comes next year, the Second Highness would face two huge battles. Naturally, one of them would be the retaliation of the Madras Duchy. Lorist then pointed at the border between the Redleys kingdom and the Andanak kingdom and mentioned that he had heard about the first prince's signing of a peace treaty with the four allied duchies and that the first prince still had quite a huge military force at his disposal. With his insatiable personality, he would definitely turn to the Andanak kingdom as his next unlucky prey. Thanks to you, Lorist said as he looked at Charade and laughed, the Second Highness managed to resolve the issue of the problematic nobles within his kingdom and stabilized the kingdom's situation and began production and development. If they can be left at peace for 2 to 3 more years, the Andanak kingdom will definitely rise to be a local hegemon. If we give them another 10 years to develop, the Second Highness's dream of reuniting the empire might even be possible. What the Second Highness lacks most now is time. So far, he's employing the strategy to conquer more land step by step in the north and defend his territory in the south. As for the first prince's Redleys kingdom, the Second Highness will leave the borders of the two kingdoms under the care of the Fearscale Legion. However, given that the Fearscale Legion has been mobilized for many battles over the years and given that they've had to weather the Second Prince's attacks, they've incurred quite a huge loss themselves. The Second Highness must replenish the soldiers of the Fearscale Legion so that they can continue to defend the border in the long term, hence the need for more food supplies as well as equipment. As for the Madras Duchy, the Second Highness would definitely love it if he could conquer it. However, even though he has the will to do it, he's far from having enough military strength to take it. His plan right now is to first take the Jungchandler province so that he can contact the four allied duchies to hopefully gain some support while he suppresses the forces of Duke Madras over here. That way, he can take over the whole duchy after 2 years of preparation. Charade looked at the map in deep thought before he suggested, "Milord, why don't we stay here and don't leave and have the Second Highness give Delamotte province to our family? In exchange, we can help the Second Highness take over the Madras Duchy. It's a win-win solution that I believe the Second Highness would be happy to agree to." Flabbergasted, Lorist stared at Charade for a while before he asked, "Are you the only one who has this notion or does the rest think so as well?" But Charade gave it some thought before he said, 2 days back when I was on the walls to check out the condition of the defensive fortifications of the walls, I saw a bunch of vagabonds gathered up near the moat of the castle, so I went down to see what was going on. They were actually telling stories and folklore about the Delamotte province and Kobo City. The moment I heard that the province has tons of farmland and that was the reason it was the greatest producer of food in the former empire, I was moved. If we can take over this province, it would definitely be a great help to the family. Lorist laughed bitterly as he shook his head before he said, "Don't daydream so much in the future. Good things like this don't really happen." "Why?" "Even if the Second Highness refuses to give the province to us, we can at least ask for the area around Kobo City since it was taken by our forces. That way, we can have the 100,000 vagabonds begin farming and make a firm footing for our family within the Delamotte province," Charade said, still not satisfied without an explanation. Sigh. Lorist said after he took a deep breath, "Brother Charade, your vision of things to come is too optimistic. The Second Highness will definitely not give us Delamotte province nor Kobo City, even if we help him take over the entire province. Even if we forcefully occupy a place, it would not be recognized by the Second Highness. Had the Second Highness been a king that was content with what he had and didn't yearn for anything else, then what you think might have a possibility of coming true. However, it can be seen that he's a person who's full of ambition given that he wants to reunite the former empire one day. That's why, even though he's willing to give the whole of the Northlands to our family, he definitely won't let us touch Delamotte province. If you study the map properly, you'll start to understand the strategy of the Second Highness. Why did he leave so many nobles alive within the 2 provinces of the Andanak kingdom? The reason is simple: the 2 provinces are to be buffers to resist the first prince's attacks and he wouldn't bat an eye even if they are ravaged from the battles that go on there. However, when you sweep the Walbasia province, the Second Highness didn't say a single word and let you hang all the nobles over there. That's because he wants to take the whole of the Walbasia province into the direct control of the Andanak royal family and use that as the basis for the restoration of his family's power. He will definitely not enfeoff any part of that land to any landed noble. Now, take a look at the map of the Madras Duchy.
Essentially, the Jungchandler province is already under the Second Highness's control. Even though the province is desolate and barren right now, the Second Highness has already eliminated the 20-plus noble families here using treason as an excuse for their punishment and left only 7 Dominion lords who were earnest and willing to follow the orders of the Second Highness and serve him. Why would the Second Highness kill off so many nobles in the Jungchandler province all of a sudden then? That doesn't fit his usual way of doing things. That's mainly because he wishes to also take the whole province into the territory of the royal family. Next, he will have to face Duke Madras and the Sea Mountain Legion, which is currently at Sigilor province. Given that the Sigilor province is under total control of the Duke without any other landed noble based there, as long as the Second Highness can take this province, he will start to deal with the other landed nobles at Delamotte province. Food is the most important resource for war to a kingdom after all. Without food, a kingdom wouldn't be stable at all. The Second Highness had once got the short end of the stick in the past because he lacked exactly that resource. As the province that produces the most amount of food in the former empire, there's no way that the Second Highness will let it fall into the hands of any other noble, and he'll also wipe out the noble families within this province while he's at it. Either that, or he'll move the nobles that join his side to the Sigilor province. Now, take a look at this again. If these provinces all fall into the hands of the royal family, what do you think will happen? Lorist took out a map of the former Christian Empire, which was divided into 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies, and drew a line across the Walbasia province within the Andenac kingdom, the Madras Duchy's Jungchandler province and the Delamotte province before he drew a circle on the Northlands. Charade was confused as he pointed to the Northlands and asked, "What's with that circle? Did you forget what the Second Highness said? When he eliminates the Madras Duchy and takes over the land up to the border of the Northlands, if us, the Norton family, manages to take over the whole of the Northlands, he will grant me the title of the Duke of the Northlands in the name of the Andenac royal family." "That circle represents our family," Lorist replied. "Under such circumstances, where do you think the Second Highness will turn his soldiers to next?" Lorist asked Charade. Charade pointed to the Iblia kingdom and said, "The second prince." Lorist nodded and continued, "Right. This is also the other reason why the Second Highness definitely won't give the Delamotte province to us or any other noble. Only when the province is under the direct control of the royal family would he be able to move manpower and resources to the front lines effectively. The Delamotte province and the Iblia kingdom is split by the Sanderson Hill range. As long as the Second Highness mobilizes his troops, he'll be able to easily breach into the territory of the Iblia kingdom, and there's no way the second prince will be able to hold out for long. We all know that the second prince mainly relied on his father-in-law, Duke Faisablin, who commands the frontier legion of the former empire, to establish the kingdom. If the Second Highness launches an expedition against the Iblia kingdom, there's no doubt that Duke Faisablin will mobilize the frontier legion in response. That is when the Second Highness can rely on us, the Norton family. If we deploy our soldiers from the Northlands, and coupled with the assistance of Duke Melian, Duke Faisablin will be assaulted from 3 fronts and be forced to order his men to retreat and sit still as he watches the Second Highness sweep past the Iblia kingdom without being able to do a thing. Understanding what Lorist was going to say next, Charade recited the inevitable moves the Second Highness would take. If the Second Highness really manages to defeat the Iblia kingdom, then the plan to reform the empire will take form, and he will definitely order us to face off against Duke Faisablin while he would force the 4 allied duchies to return to the empire. After that, he'll rally up forces to eliminate the Redlease kingdom of the first prince, and nobody would be able to stop him. The Second Highness will thus be able to complete his ambition to reunite the empire and take the throne as the next emperor and be remembered as a heroic legend in the history books. The Second Highness is really playing a big game here. He has already made up his mind to use us to face off against the frontier legion of Duke Faisablin so that we wouldn't be able to play a bigger part in the reunification of the empire, so that he doesn't have to reimburse or reward us for our troubles. He's really calculated that far ahead in his plans?" Finished Charade before he sighed. Lorist smiled and said, "This is his master plan. With everything being done so openly, he's made it so that others can have nothing to say about it. Then, don't we have any way to glean more benefits for ourselves in this situation?" Charade asked, dissatisfied. Lorist shook his head and explained, "From the Second Highness's request to borrow food from us, you should be able to understand this. The Second Highness could have taken all the wealth within the radius of Kobo City to trade them with us for food. However, he chose to use the stuff he took from the merchants as mortgage instead. Even if we are able to conquer the Delamotte province, by the time the Second Highness defeats Duke Madras, what would we do if he orders us to leave the Delamotte province and hand it back to him? Should we disobey? Or rebel? Does that sound realistic? Don't forget that the 100,000 plus vagabonds we have were originally citizens of the Andenac kingdom. If you have them start working away here, the Second Highness can take them back into his kingdom with but one order, and no one will give so much as a damn to us because we are not the rightful rulers of this place.
Only if we bring them back to our dominion can they truly become the subjects of the Norton family.
The Norton family doesn't lack land at all. Don't forget that the principality the Second Highness gave us is currently unmanaged and unutilized as well. The highest priority for us now is to bring the vagabonds back to our dominion.
Don't think that our convoy's escort is that mighty. In actuality, it's still far from the truly elite armies out there. The main reason they were willing to join the convoy and follow us in the first place was because they wanted a chance to allow their families to live peaceful lives in the Northlands.
If we lead them into battle for the sake of land that doesn't rightfully belong to us, would they be satisfied? And how would we reimburse these brave warriors for the casualties they sustain? No one is truly an idiot, you know. In fact, I think that the Second Highness would be more than eager to have us stay behind at Delamotte province.
That way, he can clean up the nobles in this area without staining his reputation like you did back in Walbasia province. He'll also be able to force us away after that using all sorts of reasons and excuses. What's worse is that he can legitimately order us to support him in battle against Duke Madras. I don't wish for the forces of the Norton family to become fodder for the enemy for the sake of the Second Highness's ambitions. In actuality, many others will be able to figure out his moves just like we did based on the placement of his soldiers and manpower. If he wants to succeed, he'll have to see if the other powers will give him a chance. I bet that during summer next year, the Madras Duchy will definitely turn into a chaotic battlefield.
If our convoy doesn't leave by spring, we'll definitely be dragged into the conflict as well. Lorist then stretched out his finger and pointed at the location of the Iblia kingdom on the map. You're saying that the second prince will mobilize his forces to attack the Delamotte province? Charade asked. It's not just an assault. He'll definitely want to occupy the whole place, Lorist replied. I just said that no one's really an idiot, and neither is the second prince. Anyone can see what the Second Highness is planning with his obvious movements. Even if the second prince can't, Delamotte province is still akin to a juicy piece of meat. Do you think that with his greedy personality, the second prince wouldn't want to give that meat a huge bite? Even if it isn't him, I'm sure someone else will be thinking the same thing. Before this, the Madras Duchy had managed to keep the Andanak kingdom out of the province. However, now that the duchy had suffered quite a loss, someone will definitely persuade the second prince to join in the fray. Think about it, before this, the second prince was planning to borrow some food from the duke. Now that he can get the food as well as the land that produces it, do you think he wouldn't jump for the opportunity? Locke, who is the someone you keep referring to? Those who don't wish for the Christian Empire to be restored as well as those who don't want the Second Highness to come into power. Didn't the second prince just incur a loss not long ago? Where would he find enough soldiers to attack the Delamotte province with? He can just borrow them. Don't forget that his father-in-law, Duke Faisablin, owns the Frontier Legion which has not seen battle and has had quite a lot of time to recuperate and prepare themselves. The second prince just has to borrow 30,000 of the 78,000 soldiers to be able to conquer the Delamotte province. How are you so sure that the battle here will break out next summer instead of spring? The second prince still won't be able to get enough food for his army during spring. After harvesting the wheat during summer, he'll definitely mobilize his forces right away. It truly is a shame to give this place up. Such a big food-producing province. Charade said before he sighed. This place is kind of overrated if you ask me. Aside from being able to produce food, what else is it good for? There's no horse breeding going on here nor are there any ore mines. The biggest disadvantage of this province is that it's completely sealed off from the rest of the world, Lorist said as he shook his head in disagreement. Sealed off? How so? This place is directly connected to the Northlands and the Iblia kingdom. And past Vinade city, it is connected to the Siglar province and the Andanak kingdom. Other than that, the 4 allied duchies can be reached through the route through Youngchandler province. It seems pretty connected to me, Charade said curiously. What I meant by that was that the Delamotte province is only accessible from the territories within the former empire. Look at our family dominion over here, Lorist said as he brought out a map of the Northlands. If we can find a bay where we can build a harbor somewhere at the Bladej Mountains and develop our marine corps, we will have access to the sea routes and be able to reach our other dominion, the island principality that used to belong to the second prince. From that island, we'll be able to travel to the port at Tim's dominion as well as Moranti city. From Moranti city, we can travel to the Relic Islands and the Roman Empire. The degree of connectivity is quite high and we can go many places from there. Now, you understand why I'm so fixated on bringing the convoy and the vagabonds back to the family dominion, right? Over there awaits our lands which we will develop into a haven for ourselves and our people. Locke, you're far more far-sighted than any of us can aspire to be. Naturally. Ha, now you know why I'm the Dominion Lord and you all are my knights. Locke, don't get too full of yourself. I was just trying to butter you up with some flattery. To think that you'd actually take it all seriously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, The Long Wintry Night. The Long Wintry Night. Hi guys, a little sorry for the late release. Managed to crop up some time on the last minute to get the third sponsored chapter of the week done. This chapter is also brought to you by Sebastian S. from Germany. Now, off to work on the first regular chapter of next week for me. I hope you enjoy the read. Lorist put the ink-dipped pen down and looked at the crystal sandglass on his table. It was already around 5 at dawn, but the sky outside the windows still seemed rather dark. Past the green glass windows, he could see dense amounts of snow, each probably the size of a goose's feather, falling gently down to the ground. It has already been snowing for 3 continuous days and a huge pile of snow had gathered outside. On Lorist's table were stacks of wordy beastskin documents which were mostly written by him throughout the night. When he was talking to Charade recently, it suddenly occurred to him that he still didn't have a comprehensive plan to develop the family dominion. His dominion was located at a rather desolate piece of land, while that allowed the advantage of having to defend only the Firmrock Castle to prevent the rest of the dominion from being embroiled within the flames of war. It cost them isolation and impermanence in the minds of others, both of which stemmed from not having a proper method to communicate with the outside world. The Northern Highlands was wide with a very sparse population and spanned an area of roughly 3 to 4 times that of the Delamotte province with only less than 1 million inhabitants. Even the southern area of the Northlands, which was the most prosperous and under the control of Duke Loggins, only had around 40,000 citizens at most. The main factors that had held back the development of the Northlands were the inconvenience of travel and transport as well as the lack of manpower. From the map, it could be seen that the Northern Highlands is not situated to the northmost point of the Grindia continent. Instead, it was located at the mid-upper part of the continent. The center of the continent was considered by its inhabitants to be the magical Dragon Mountains, which incidentally, happened to be the intersection point for 3 mountain ranges. The reasoning behind the place being called the Northlands was because it represented the furthest north humans have ever developed and settled themselves in. If they wanted to go even further northward, they would have to cross the magical Dragon Mountains, and according to the maps, beyond that was the long-stretching wilderness which humans have yet to set foot on. However, the word Highlands in the Northern Highlands was used in a slightly different sense from the conventional meaning. Even though the Northlands is also considered a highland area, the elevation of that place relative to the rest of the flatlands of Grindia was only around 100 meters, with little difference in terms of climate and weather. In actuality, in the Grindian basic language, highlands didn't refer to the elevated terrain of the Northlands but rather its ruralness and wildness relative to the other civilizations on the Grindia continent, and it was used in a derogatory sense. According to Lorist's plan, as long as he was able to bring the 70,000 plus members of the convoy as well as the 100,000 plus vagabonds back to his homeland, he would be able to alleviate the manpower crisis of his dominion and bring in huge waves of development and progress. If he was able to accomplish that, as long as he guarded Firmrock Castle tightly, he would be able to develop his dominion amidst a time of chaos without having to worry about the conflict and battle going on outside. Personally, Lorist approved of the Second Highness's ambition of reuniting the empire. However, he wasn't inclined in the slightest to join in the effort, and he didn't really care for the title of the Duke of the Northlands the Second Highness had promised him either. To him, there wasn't a point. Even if he managed to conquer more land, as he would still be locked within the Northlands as long as the upstream and downstream passes at Metropolis River were blockaded. In the end, Lorist was forced to place his hopes with the western coast of his family dominion where the Bladej Mountains was located. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to find a single place where a seaport could be built. If he does find one, the family would be able to establish diplomatic and trade relations with the other powers from the sea routes, which were far more convenient to traverse than the land routes. He could even have his armada ship more vagabonds to his dominion for more manpower and citizens instead of using the convoy method, which still hadn't completed its first run after 1 whole year of traveling. Lorist noted down the stuff he intended to implement on those beastskin documents, among which included research into making proper glass, improving metallurgy, foraging for more mines, constructing cities, preparing farmland, establishing transportation routes, training elite troops, and so on. Right now, the forces of the convoy and the Dominion combined had around 70,000 men. Lorist was prepared to lay off many youths from his forces so that they can become the main source of manpower for the development of the Dominion's many infrastructures. For the sake of ensuring the safety of the convoy and the vagabonds on their journey to the Dominion, many youths were enlisted into the escort force. Lorist believed that he only had to retain a fraction of that force and reform them into an elite fighting force. With every soldier having at least iron-ranked battle force capabilities, even if he had only 20,000 soldiers, it would be more than enough to ensure that the Norton family dominion can be kept untouched from the conflict in the outside world. Lorist made a mental note to himself that in another few years, when the family dominion has established a proper foundation, he would then think of expanding his influence to cover the whole of the Northlands.
He recalled that he read some book in his past life that had a saying that went like this: without a stable foundation, no matter how magnificent the building constructed on gravel, it wouldn't be able to weather a gust of strong wind and would collapse without question, much like the young La emperor who strengthened the defense of his nation and expanded the growth of crops. He then raised his pen and started writing down a few other things that he'd like to try to make when he returns to the Dominion, namely, gunpowder and catapults. With castles being all over Grindia, using only ballistas for sieges was not the ideal solution. With armaments like gunpowder-powered weapons and catapults, however, he would have a much easier time attacking traditional castle fortification structures around the continent. For example, Charade was only capable of conquering over 100 castles within the Walbasia province because he had the support of the Carabalista unit and the longbowman troops. He also had the captives he caught along the way serve as troops to take most of the brunt of the enemy's retaliation. Lastly, the landed nobles within the province were not that strong in the first place, resulting in only a little more than 10,000 of the captive troops ending up as casualties along the way. Lorist himself also had a few experiences in siege warfare, but mainly, he relied on surprise attack tactics and night attacks to succeed. The only time when those tactics failed him was during the battle against Wild North Town. If he succeeds in developing those weapons, when the Dominion is built up to a point for him to start stretching his claws out from the Northlands, tightly fortified structures like the Lictana Citadel would no longer prove to be an obstacle. Ever since he returned to the Dominion during the third month and inherited the title of the Dominion Lord, Lorist had been going to and fro settling various matters without having the opportunity to sit down and quietly ponder on the future developments of the Dominion. Only when he was cooped up within his residence waiting for winter to pass did he have any time to properly draft out his plans. After looking through some of the beastskin documents within his hands, Lorist gave it some thought before he appended a few more rows of words on one document: cultural education, basic battle force training in papermaking. Cultural education was rather straightforward as it only involved teaching the general populace to read and count. Even though many people knew how to speak the Grindian basic language, most of them couldn't read as they did not recognize the characters. As most of the inhabitants of Grindia were of the peasant class who only had to work physical labor to ensure that they were able to sustain their families, they didn't have the ability nor awareness to let their children receive good education, and that situation continued within families for generations to come. As for basic battle force training, while the dominion of the Norton family was rather huge, it was constantly under threat from magical beasts and the mountain barbarians from the magical Dragon Mountains. Only when the citizens of the Dominion awaken their battle force at the basic level would they have a means to defend themselves. Other than that, people with awakened battle force tend to have better health and vigor with higher life expectancy. To the Norton family, it was a rather fast method to develop the Dominion. On Grindia, the common paper that Lorist was so accustomed to seeing in his past life was non-existent, and the only thing they had to serve the same purpose were beast skins, which were used ever since the days of the magical civilization. According to the legends, the Magi used beast skins to make magic scrolls to record their arcane texts and grimoires. That was because only beast skins could contain the magical power that were embedded within the words of the Magi. That's why the Magi did not consider developing a cheaper and easier to produce material to write on for the common people. Making beast skins was a simple and widespread process. However, large numbers could not be made as it was also incredibly tedious. Firstly, the skin of an animal had to be cut into a rectangular shape before being dipped into water for a whole day before it could be cleaned and dipped into a kind of limestone solution for more than 10 days, with it needing to be beaten and stirred in the solution 3 times a day. That process had to be repeated 3 times, and after 30 days, the skin would be brought out to be dried and the blood vessels and other unnecessary parts on the skin had to be scraped off manually with a small knife, leaving behind only a thin membrane which had to be immersed into a liquid grass mixture for another 2 days. After that, it had to be dried but not under direct sunlight before it would be smoothened and fastened to a wooden rack for 3 more days to be firmed. Lastly, it had to be cut into a document form factor. This was also the reason why books on Grindia were so expensive. If Lorist intended to improve the cultural education of the citizens within his dominion, he had to first find a way to make writing material that was easier and cheaper to produce. The family would never have enough funds to let everyone use beast skin for their studies after all. In Marathi City, the daily newspaper they had would be returned to the publishers so that the beastskin may be washed and cleaned for new content to be printed upon it. They would be reused until the beastskin itself spoiled from wear. If he could make the kind of paper that was widely available in his past life, not only would he be able to further the education level of the citizens within his dominion, he could also sell the paper to the rest of the continent as the staple product of his dominion. It was Lorist's long-held belief that there was no empire nor family that would last thousands of years undefeated. The common folk of Grindia normally distinguished themselves by the place they came from instead of their nations. For instance, Lorist was from the Northlands while Charade was from the Taribo kingdom. Lorist felt that if he could let the people of the convoy feel a pride in being the subjects of the Norton family, he believes that the glory of the Norton family will be able to be passed down for generations to come. Lorist's plan for that was to use long-term propaganda and indoctrination to make the hearts of the convoy members and the vagabonds stay loyal to the Norton family. The Han dynasty of ancient China was able to achieve such a feat, resulting in the Chinese people also being known as the Han. Lorist wanted to try to emulate them so that the folk within his dominion would be proud of their rulers and call themselves Nortons instead of Northlanders. However, that would only take form after a very long time. Lorist thought that maybe he could even dramatize and immortalize the journey of the convoy in the history books so that the generations to come would be able to empathize with the hardships their ancestors had to weather to arrive at the Norton family dominion. Even though Lorist had many plans to go about that, he still required easily produced paper to be able to jumpstart this operation. That's why researching how to produce paper was a rather high priority for Lorist. As he was the owner of a small workshop back in his past life, Lorist was well trained in many crafts such as glass working, designing and even making collector ship replicas. However, Lorist had no proper idea on how to make paper and only knew the basic principle and materials required to do it without understanding the exact process. Thinking of the difficulty of the task he was about to undertake, Lorist sighed and thought, I guess I'll have some craftsmen work on it by trial and error when we arrive at the Dominion. I'm sure they'll succeed one day. The door of his room was knocked on lightly, prompting Lorist to say, Come in. Reedy pushed open the door and came in with a basin of warm water and said, "My lord, you got up quite early today. Even though it's already 6 in the morning, the sky outside is still as dark as it was during midnight." Lorist washed his face and said, "Reedy, even though the weather is like this outside, you must not slack off on your training and continue working hard indoors. Training one's fighting skill requires constant practice and intense dedication. You're already at the 2-star iron rank this year. I hope that you'll be able to break through to the silver rank in another 2 years." "Yes, me lord." "I understand," Reedy said. "All right. Do I have anything else scheduled for today?" Lorist asked. After giving it some thought, Reedy replied, "Yesterday, Knight Charade said that you wanted to join him to patrol the residential area of the vagabonds." "Oh, then bring me my breakfast at 7:30. After finishing my meal, I'll go meet up with Charade," Lorist said. "Yes, my lord," Reedy said before he left. Usually, from 6 to 7:30, it was Lorist's morning training session. After training in the aqua metal technique for one major cycle and moving his body for a bit, his time was up. To Lorist, the most difficult part for his training right now was the fact that he wasn't able to grasp the progress of his own cultivation. In his past life, he didn't even reach the dark stage of the aqua metal technique. Given that he didn't understand what laid beyond and didn't hear much about it from others either, he could only rely on himself to slowly find the proper way to progress in his training. Right now, even though he understood that he was in the dark stage, he had no clue at which point of the stage he was at. For example, back when he was at Maplewood's Bastide after he laid with Irina, he suddenly felt a rush of power that made his body feel light and refreshed. While he did not completely understand what had happened back then, he reasoned that he must have progressed a little further in the dark stage. Sometimes, Lorist also felt that using battle force to train in his ancestral technique was a little ludicrous. However, he hasn't noticed any glaring disadvantages with that. In fact, the rate at which he progressed in the aqua metal technique felt a little too fast. Lorist was quite confident in his current abilities and most gold-ranked fighters could no longer match up to him. However, he still didn't have the opportunity to spar against a blade master properly. Lorist was eagerly anticipating the chance to find out how he would hold up against a blade master in a proper fight. Given that the Kobo city wasn't big, it was filled to the brim by the people of the convoy and the vagabonds. Fortunately, the Second Highness had transported a third of the food away, emptying near 100 warehouses in the process. Coupled with the broad drying fields for the food within the city, it was just barely enough to accommodate the whole group of people. It was still snowing and Lorist and Charade both wore a black leather mantle as they walked along the road that the patrolling soldiers had cleared up to the camp of the vagabonds. "Locke, how did you get the idea of setting up the tents within the snow houses? Not only is it quite warm inside, that method of yours solved the problem of the vagabonds housing almost right away. The snow houses are also cheap and easy to build, it's far too convenient," Charade said as he walked. "Did you know that if we used logs to build temporary houses, the gathered snow on the roofs would eventually collapse the whole structure? That would also require us to have people periodically clean the snow off. I didn't expect that the snow houses didn't have that sort of problem, and if we pat the snow tight, it will further reinforce the structure as well." Lorist replied, "Don't you remember that I bought lots of books during my time at the Dawn Academy? When you were busy looking for people to find, I was reading. I learned this method from the journal of an adventurer who had lost his way in the wilderness, and he used this way to survive the harsh winters. I didn't know whether that account was real or not, nor did I know how effective it would actually turn out, but I drew a design anyway and you really managed to implement it." "You?" Charade was struck speechless. "How could you simply draft out something like that?
Good thing you were lucky this time. If the designs didn't work, it might have cost us some lives. Lorist laughed and said, I was just messing with you. It's your fault for looking down on books like these and saying that the authors made the stories up to make a quick buck and refused to even give the authors a chance. Let me tell you, that book was a proper biography and it was the work of the most prestigious adventurer around 100 years ago, Carmen Pride. The designs I gave you were copied from that book. Sometime after that book was published, some experts even tried experimenting with snow houses according to the design he provided and found that they indeed did have an insulating effect. After a while, Charade asked, Locke, in another few days, it will be the 36th day of the 12th month, which is the day of celebration for the new year. Do you have anything planned for that, Dot? Lorist thought for a few moments in silence before he said, Sigh, on that day last year, we spent the whole night at the Red Grace Inn with the rest of our buddies, but right now we're so far away from them at Kobo City. Fate truly is unpredictable. Do you have any good ideas for the celebration? You're right, none of us last year would have even imagined that we would be here today, leading so many others towards the north. I'm thinking that since we have an abundance of food now, it's better if we give them something extra to eat for the festive celebration. Also, let's throw in 500 grams of meat per person with another cup of ale while the kids can have some sweets and cookies instead. What do you think? Charade asked. Lorist nodded and said, It's really thorough of you. Let's do it your way. If the snow stops falling, we can even organize some physical activities for them and let them spend the new year in happiness, but... Raising his head and looking at the dark, gloomy skies, Lorist muttered, After another month of waiting, we can finally resume our journey home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162 Gentle Spring Rain. Gentle Spring Rain. Here's the first regular chapter of the week. Enjoy. No, Uncle Locke. I took a wrong step just now. Let me redo it. The one who said that was Pog's beloved daughter, Elisa. She was currently playing a game of Magical Beast Chess with Lorist. Magical Beast Chess was a game on Grindia that was similar to Monopoly. The chessboard depicted a confusing maze where several hundred magical beast-shaped pieces were placed. The boss of the dungeon was represented by a red dragon piece in the middle of the maze. The players on the other hand were knights whose movements were restricted to the number of the dice rolled during each player's turn. It differed from Monopoly in that players required good arithmetic ability to play the game because each piece had a score. For instance, if a knight with a score of 10 encountered a magical goat piece which had the number 5 carved underneath it, then the knight would kill the goat without taking any damage and the knight's score would become 15 as a result. Consequently, if a knight with a score of 10 encountered a magical wolf that had a score of 9, the knight would be able to defeat the wolf, but its score won't be the sum of those of the two pieces. Only when the score of the knight is double that of the beast would the knight be able to absorb the complete score of the piece it defeated. Instead, when the battle scores of both pieces were close, the knight would only get to add the difference of the knight's score and the enemy piece's score. In the case of the knight with score 10 and the wolf with score 9, the knight would end up with score 11 after defeating the wolf. There were many junctions in the maze, each of which were guarded by various magical beasts. Hence, every choice had to be made based on evaluating the battle potential of one's piece so that it would survive and arrive at the middle of the maze to defeat the red dragon. That was why Magical Beast Chess was also known as the dragon slaying game. Just now, Elisa had picked the wrong direction and encountered a magical tiger. Given that her knight's score was 37 while the tiger's score was at 42, that meant that the young girl's knight had become the prey of the ferocious tiger, resulting in Elisa having to start all over from the beginning of the maze and return all the monster pieces her knight had defeated back to their original positions. However, she wasn't satisfied with the result and wanted to roll her move back. Lorist pinched on Elisa's face lovingly and allowed her to take back her move. Sitting on a chair near the window was the girl's elder brother, Howard. At that moment, he was intently reading a book he had took from the bookshelf nearby. In the middle of that room sat the gold-ranked mercenary Freeyar's two twin sons who were stacking up blocks in an attempt to build a castle while chewing on some snacks. Right now, Lorist was being hogged by Elisa as the both of them hadn't met for more than 6 months ever since Lorist left the convoy to travel to the Dominion. During all that time, Elisa had missed her kind uncle that would spoil her from time to time. Other than that, given that it was snowing rather heavily and she wasn't able to go out to play within Kobo City, the girl brought her two playmates, Freeyar's twin boys, to play within Lorist's wide room which was located at the top floor of the castle every single day. Initially, Potterfong and Freeyar were worried that their children would bother Lorist and wanted to stop them. However, Lorist halted their attempt as there wasn't much to do during winter and having a few children play around in his room helped liven the atmosphere. Given that he had others working on most of the tasks of managing the convoy and the vagabonds, Lorist didn't have much to do other than showing his face to the people from time to time. He also took the opportunity to test if Howard had neglected his studies during the northbound journey. To prevent the other children from feeling bored, Lorist even had some craftsmen make a few toys based on those he saw in his past life so that the children would be kept humored and busy, indirectly converting his room into a children's playground. A few knocks could be heard on the door to Lorist's room. The one who came in was Pat. "Milord, Knight Yuri has just returned and Sir Charade requests for your presence for a meeting at the Great Hall," Pat said. "Uncle Locke, since you're busy, let's stop playing for now," said Elisa before she stood up and tossed her chess pieces and scorecards back onto the chessboard before Lorist even said a word. "You feisty girl, I would have won in another 2 moves. You're sneaking your way out again," Lorist complained. However, Elisa paid him no heed and cheerfully went to the corner where the twin brothers were and shook her head as she commented on how crude-looking the castle they were building looked. "Let's build a garden instead," said Elisa before she started taking the castle apart. The 2 brothers were pissed at her actions and started quarreling with Elisa. After exiting the noisy room and walking downstairs with Pat, Lorist asked, "What did Yuri say about it?" Yuri said that the road is still in bad condition for traveling as it is still very wet and muddy. The mud would reach all the way up to one's shin. Well, that much is a given since the snow's just starting to melt and the spring rain isn't helping the mud dry either. There's no way that we will be able to cross with our carriages. Without 10 or more days of blazing sunlight, the road will not dry up quickly enough for travel, Pat replied. Also, Yuri said that he went to the river nearby and asked an old boatman there who said that there is no way to cross the river before the 25th day of the 2nd month because a lot of ice pieces will be flowing down from upstream and blocking that part of the river. It won't be able to clear up until the end of the 2nd month. Sigh, I guess there's still another month of waiting. If I have to stay here any longer than that, moss and rust will start to form on my body. Since we're not able to continue our journey yet, why did Knight Charade ask for me?" Lorist said. "I'm not too clear about it myself. He said that he had something he needed to discuss with you." In stark contrast to Lorist's lax schedule, Charade was incredibly busy most of the time. The management of the 70,000 plus convoy members and the 100,000 vagabonds were all rested on his shoulders and he would be troubled by even the smallest squabbles and conflicts day after day. Even though he had more than 50 officers he picked during the course of the journey helping him out with the matters, he was still bothered by many other things that required his personal attention, causing him much frustration. He's not willing to hand it over? On what grounds? Send the patrol guard over there. I don't care if he used to be the town mayor. Give him 10 harsh canes. I don't care if he's older than 80. If he goes against our regulations, he has to be punished. And it's his fault if he dies from it. Whoever sympathizes with him can buzz off along with that old guy. We don't need to feed a useless parasite like him. Quick! 10 canes, that's an order." Lorist and Pat could hear Charade's roaring as they descended the stairs to the 3rd floor and wondered what could possibly make him so furious. When they arrived at the hall, they saw the officer Charade had chased out of the hall run out in terror with Charade fuming with rage. "What's going on?" Lorist asked. "It's nothing big." An old guy past his 70s old insisted that he used to be a town mayor in the past and picked 2 females from the vagabonds to become his maidservants and even took 10% of the supplies we handed them from those who used to be his townsfolk. Didn't we just carry out a cleanup and check of the camps recently? It was then we noticed that he had stockpiled huge amounts of resources which he took from others. Just when we were about to confiscate them, he started an outburst because he thought that we would let him have his way given his age. That's why I ordered him to be caned 10 strokes so that he would remember this lesson. He thinks he still has any status over others despite being a vagabond. How ridiculous, Charade said. Wouldn't it be easier for us if we just hanged him? I mean, given his age, he's nothing but a burden and will only consume our supplies without contributing. What say you, my lord, said the seated Yuri as he sipped on some hot tea. Lorist thought for a bit before he said, forget it. Since Charade has already handed down his punishment, there's no longer a need for that. However, make sure to kick out these sneaky and cunning parasites who only take and don't give by the time we leave lest they spoil the community spirit we have. Just leave them here to fend for themselves when we depart. The reason Charade asked for the meeting was to discuss the matter of the departure with Lorist. Unlike Lorist who wanted to return to the Dominion as soon as possible, Charade was relieved to hear that they had to wait at least another month before they could start their journey again. Given that there was much to prepare for the journey including repairing the carriages, letting the horses warm up and preparing the clothing and food supplies for more than 100,000 people, the convoy and the vagabonds couldn't just leave on short notice. The other important factor was that Charade intended to transport the remaining 85 million kilograms of food back to the Dominion, which would undoubtedly displace some people who were originally traveling on carriage, resulting in a slower traveling speed overall. Lorist was quite troubled by that, as he preferred to return to the Dominion earlier rather than spending more time to bring the food with them. However, the figure that Charade told him instantly convinced him. Charade said that during the 2.5-month stay at Kobo City, which numbered roughly 80 days, the 170,000 or so people at Kobo City had already consumed more than 15 million kilograms of the food stored there. If they didn't bring the food back with them to the Dominion, a food shortage would no doubt occur within 3 months of their arrival. Charade believed that the food reserves back at the Dominion would definitely not be able to accommodate the huge influx of people. Lorist felt that Charade's reasoning was rather sound as well. He recalled that Supervisor Spiel had reported to him that the food reserves at the Dominion amounted to roughly 30 million kilograms, and the laborers at the construction site also relied on the food there as well. Now that the Wild North town had been abandoned, the yearly food produce of Maplewood's Bastide only amounted to about 4 million kilograms of food. If they did not bring the food in Kobo City back, the convoy members and the vagabonds would no doubt have to starve within 6 months of arriving at the Dominion. "Let's bring the food along," Lorist said helplessly. Suddenly recalling something else, he said, "Don't forget that it will be quite troublesome when we attempt to cross the river. Since we still have to wait for a month, have the worksmiths make some small boats and planks which we can use to make a floating bridge for the crossing." "Are you referring to the lock fishing boats?" "Well, something like those. However, since we need to transport the carriages across as well, the floating bridge has to be around 5 meters wide, and each boat has to be filled with 2 layers of green clay. Also, the distance from one bank to another of the river is roughly 300 meters, so make enough boats so that the bridge can stretch long enough to the other side," instructed Lorist. On the 10th day of the second month, the Second Highness once again rushed to Kobo City despite the rainy weather. He came for 2 reasons: to borrow more food and to request Lorist to delay his departure until the 5th month after the harvest of the winter wheat. The Second Highness's reason for his request was so that Lorist would be able to guard Kobo City as he brought his troops to suppress the landed nobles of Delamotte province so that they wouldn't give him trouble during his battle with Duke Madras. He was confident that he would be able to completely take over Delamotte province and have Duke Madras bow down before him. Lorist refused it immediately and said that he hadn't contacted his family since the 9th month of last year and couldn't bear to stay any longer. Ever since the winter passed and the spring rain started falling, he was already rather impatient about leaving for his dominion. He apologized for not being able to accept the request of the Second Highness. Lorist then mentioned that when the convoy departed, he could hand control of Kobo City to the Second Highness, who only had to have around 10,000 of his Royal Defense Guard soldiers stationed to protect it. Lorist also insisted that he believed that the nobles of Delamotte province definitely wouldn't act recklessly. As for the matter of food, Lorist was willing to hand 10 million more kilograms of it to the Second Highness as an early celebratory gift for his defeat of Duke Madras. However, no matter what Lorist said, the Second Highness merely furrowed his brow and said that if he had to use 10,000 soldiers to guard at Kobo City, he wouldn't be able to muster enough military strength to face the Sea Mountain Legion, and that the best method to overcome that was to have Lorist leave at least half of the convoy's force there while he leads the rest of the convoy back to the Dominion. Lorist still refused nevertheless and insisted that he had promised every person of the convoy to lead them home and that he wouldn't leave a single one behind. He was obligated to fulfill his oath, and there was no reason for him to leave his soldiers there either, as the city was not part of his family's dominion anyway and he had no obligation to guard it. In the end, the both of them parted on bad terms. Seeing the silhouette of the Second Highness leaving in the distance, Lorist nudged Charade with his elbow and said, "Now, you understand, right? If he doesn't give Kobo City to our family, any other benefits he promises will merely be shallow ones. You can already see how hard he tried to convince us to stay without mentioning anything about that." Charade laughed bitterly before he said, "I think we have to hasten our preparation work and leave as soon as we can. I suspect that the Second Highness came to ask us to stay because he received word of the Second Prince's eventual campaign on the Delamotte province. That's why he hopes that we will be here to block the Second Prince so that he has enough time to rally his forces. Perhaps, the Second Highness might even be hoping that our forces and the Second Prince's soldiers would wipe ourselves out so that he can reap all the benefits." "Your analysis is correct," Lorist said as he nodded. "I also think the same. That's why he's unwilling to station his own Royal Defense Guard soldiers here. I refuse to believe that having 10,000 men here would affect his battle against the Duke anyway. Didn't you read the letter Els sent to us? During winter, the Second Highness didn't sit idly at all. With the 50 million kilograms of food he got from us, not only did he replenish the numbers of the Fierscale Legion to 56,000 people, he also managed to expand his Royal Defense Guard into a 83,000 strong force. Other than that, he also renovated the Lictana Citadel and formed a 20,000 strong garrison army there. Only idiots would believe his claim of not having enough soldiers. Even if he can't send his Royal Defense Guard out, what about his garrison army? Does he take us for fools? I feel that the Second Highness is a little too ambitious.
Even though we've helped him out so many times, he was willing to give us the short end of the stick without batting a single eye.
Does he think that we wouldn't be able to grasp his true intentions? Charade said emotionally.
Compared to him, you are too soft, Locke. Sometimes, I really don't understand why you're so kind to the point of being taken advantage by others. You should know that you're a Dominion Lord now and no longer just an instructor of the Dawn Academy.
You should act with pride and dignity.
Lorist laughed out loud and recited a saying that Charade found to be very weird. Being cold and calculative doesn't necessarily make one a hero, being kind and considerate doesn't make one any less of a ruler. Lorist then turned and started walking towards the castle as he asked, "Do you feel that following a Dominion Lord like me or a hero like the Second Highness is better?" "Oh, you must have read that saying from some obscure book again." "It does sound pretty insightful though," Charade said as he hurriedly started walking to keep up. "Needless to say, of course I'd follow you. You're my little brother Locke, so I have to make sure you don't screw up and become a joke of a Dominion Lord.
Also, I'd never join the Second Highness no matter what.
Otherwise, I might end up helping him count the money he got from selling me out without the slightest clue.
How bad for me would that be?"
I only feel sympathy for the former students from our academy and some other silver-rank knights that decided to join his side. Even though our convoy didn't suffer any major losses for more than half a year of traveling, within 10 days of joining the Second Highness, so many of them had died. Also, Locke, I think you should remind your cousin sister Glacia that she definitely wouldn't stand a chance to become the Queen or Empress given the Second Highness's ambition and personality," muttered Charade nonstop. Lorist sighed and said, "Fatty, you have so much to say, don't you?" "It's all right. Everyone has their own path and even if we try, it would be incredibly hard to change the paths they've set their minds on.
I'll definitely remind my cousin sister of that.
As for whether she'll take my advice to heart, that's up to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 163 River Crossing. River Crossing. And here's the second regular chapter of the week. Second Highness's douchebaggery intensifies.
On the 18th day of the second month of year 1768 of the Grindian calendar, the vanguard of the northbound convoy led by Fierce Tiger Lows and the light cavalry scouts led by Yuri started leaving for the Metropolis River ahead of the rest towards Baron Silas's dominion where the crossing point was located at. They planned to build the floating bridge there and set up their camp before receiving the rest of the convoy and vagabonds and help them with crossing the river. Els also rushed to Kobo City to report to Lorist on that exact day. He had just recovered completely after resting for the whole winter at Vanade City and rushed there impatiently the moment he was fit enough to move with his 4 other guards. Els brought 2 pieces of intel for Lorist, the first being his sighting of the Second Highness's Royal Defense Guard unit that he encountered on the way back numbering around 10,000 people that would arrive at Kobo City within 2 more days. The second piece of information was about the Second Highness's mobilization of around 5,000 laborers to begin construction of a citadel at the steep mountain path towards Lictana Citadel which was within 5 kilometers of Vanade City. Lorist took a look at the map and felt that something was up. Charade, Potterfong and Turman proceeded to debate about the issue. Charade felt that the 10,000 plus soldiers that were heading to Kobo City must be waiting to receive control of it from the convoy.
Given that Kobo City was the central location of Delamotte province and is also a fortified city which was easily defended and difficult to take over, the Second Highness definitely wouldn't leave the city unattended.
With the 10,000 plus Royal Defense Guard troops, he should be able to hold off the forces of the Iblia Kingdom's second prince for a period of time.
However, not one of them understood the intent behind the Second Highness's citadel construction project near Vanade City.
Practically speaking, he should reinforce and fortify the defensive faculties of Vanade City instead and renovate it into a fortified city. As long as they occupied Vanade City, they would be able to control the transportation route there and maintain the attacking initiative on the battlefield, allowing them to advance or retreat as they pleased. In the end, they settled on Potterfang's guess. He believed that the Second Highness's construction of another citadel was to ensure that he had another place to retreat to. Other than that, the additional citadel could aid in restricting the enemy offense and that they would be able to prevent Vanade City from being completely surrounded. Another advantage that Citadel offered them was that even if their forces weren't able to hold Vanade City, they would be able to retreat to that citadel. It also ensured that the Jungchandler province which had just entered the control of the Andanak kingdom would be kept safe from enemy attacks. Lorist could understand why Potterfong came to those conclusions. However, as the convoy and the vagabonds were about to leave Kobo City for the family dominion, Lorist no longer cared about what would transpire over there and felt that they should be more worried about the journey ahead of them. 2 days later, the troops the Second Highness sent arrived at Kobo City and Charade passed the defense of the city to them as well as the 10 million kilograms of food there. Out of Lorist's expectations, however, was how the troops didn't increase the fortifications of the city. On the contrary, they proceeded to dismantle the fortifications. They spent around 10 days to completely remove the defensive walls and ruin the tens of sentry towers before taking the food and leaving.
Good soul. Charade cursed. What a devious move. He's practically using our convoy as bait now. With a gloomy face, Lorist said, "We have to increase our traveling and transportation speed. It's fortunate that we sent some of us off a few days ahead of schedule. If we only started our departure now, it would have been too late. Order the light cavalry scouts to scan the area and watch out for the movements of the noble families within Delamotte province, especially the ones near the southern border next to the Iblia kingdom. Transport the rest of the people and goods to the river crossing point." Nobody would have expected that the Second Highness would actually send his troops to render the strongly fortified Kobo City useless. The road from Kobo City to the crossing point was around 150 kilometers long. Given the scale and size of the convoy, which was hindered by the additional 100,000 plus vagabonds, they would have to spend at least 3 months to travel that far under normal circumstances. With the crossing of Metropolis River further bottlenecking their progress, it would take them even longer to arrive at the family dominion. It was already near the end of the second month, and even if the second prince led his troops to attack Delamotte province 1 month later, it would take only 15 days for his troops to make their way from the border to Kobo City. When they noticed that the city's defensive capability had been crippled, they would be faced with only 2 options: to advance towards Venaide's city or to tail the convoy and attack them while they're stuck crossing the Metropolis River. Given the amount of resources the convoy had and the second prince's insatiable greed, it was easy to guess which choice he would make. Lorist was currently filled with rage. He had been willing to unconditionally hand Kobo City to the Second Highness and even provide 10 million kilograms of food in hopes that he would defend the city and face off against the troops of the Second Prince, thus allowing the convoy more time to cross the river and arrive at the Northlands. However, he didn't think that the Second Highness would be that savage and sabotage Kobo City intentionally to put the convoy in further danger. Good soul. Lorist cursed towards the skies. In actuality, he wasn't afraid of the Second Prince's forces given the current military strength of the convoy. While it wouldn't be impossible for them to be able to completely fend off their assaults, if they were able to wipe out 3,000 enemies, how would that justify their own losses of around 800 because of the Second Highness's actions? Even if they defeated the Second Prince, what benefits would they get? Nothing. They might even anger the father-in-law of the Second Prince, the mighty Duke Faisablin, as a result. In truth, none of them were fools. Lorist wasn't one and neither was the Second Highness. The reason Lorist wanted to make his way out of the Madras Duchy was so that he wouldn't be taken advantage of by the Second Highness in the first place. He could also head to his dominion and start developing it as soon as possible. However, the Second Highness insisted on involving Lorist in this conflict in hopes that the convoy's forces would be able to buy him some time to prepare for battle, and even hoped that the 2 clashing forces of the convoy and the Second Prince would result in heavy losses on both sides so that he could reap all the benefits easily. As expected of a person who would do anything to realize his ambition. Lorist was forced to accept that he had miscalculated gravely and shouldn't have placed his hopes on the Second Highness in the first place. Now that the Second Highness had pulled a move like this, all the convoy stood to gain from it was losses. "Heed my orders," Lorist said after thinking solemnly for quite some time. Potterfying is to lead his heavy armored infantry to reach the river crossing point as soon as possible and begin setting up camp, as well as have some men start building some defensive fortifications. Lowe's, Turman, and Pete will each lead the heavy armored cavalry, Knight Brigade and mounted archers respectively to expropriate the carriages of the landed nobles of Delamotte province, as well as some goatskin rafts and fishing boats. Try to get as many as possible. If anyone dares to put up any resistance. Lorist paused, before coldly saying, "Kill them without question." After Malak leaves with part of the garrison legion, Friyar will maintain the security and order of the convoy members and the vagabonds. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them off. Also, the worksmiths must use whatever method they can to construct enough boats for us to make at least 4 floating bridges across the river. If we lack materials and tools for that, have Lowe's and his men be in charge of expropriating them. Reedy recorded every order Lorist barked out on a piece of thick beastskin before handing it to Lorist to be signed. Pat dripped some hot red wax onto the location of the signature for Lorist to seal with his ring. After that, Pat rolled up the beastskin and put it into a silver tube and sealed it with more wax before stamping on the seal of the Raging Bear and handing the tube to the guards to be passed on. "We have to hasten our plans as well. By the end of this month, no matter what, we have to finish moving the food within Kobo City and leave this place," Lorist said as he turned towards Charade. Charade merely nodded. By the time Lorist made his way to the crossing point within Baron Silas's territory, it was already the 6th day of the 3rd month. Apart from roughly 1,000 troublemakers who were excommunicated from the convoy and the vagabond group,
the rest of the people were traveling to the crossing point at that very moment. 3 floating bridges had already been built across the Metropolis River, with the 4th one being halfway done. On the opposite shore, a convoy camp could be seen, and the convoy members who had arrived were already crossing the river using 2 of the floating bridges. The 3rd floating bridge was being used to transport the resource-carrying carriages to the other side. The coachmen carefully led their horses and carriages across the river from the bridge. "Milord, you should go rest at the bastide nearby," Potterfong said as he approached Lorist. Lorist looked at the direction Potterfong was pointing in and understood that he was referring to Baron Silas's bastide. He then asked, "Where's Baron Silas?" "Who?" Potterfong asked curiously. "I was talking about the local Dominion Lord," Lorist replied. Potterfong revealed a surprised look and pointed towards the port as he said, "He's over there." Lorist turned his head to look, only to see a high wooden frame where 4 to 5 corpses could be seen hanging in mid-air. "Whose work is that?" "Yuri and Lowe's," replied Potterfong. "Why?" "That Dominion Lord didn't allow us to build the floating bridges and said that 100 kilometers within the range of the crossing point was his territory and that we had to pay if we wanted to cross the river." Angered, Yuri and Lowe's hung him up right away and occupied his bastide in the meantime. Lorist was speechless as he thought, "Yet another fellow who has a death wish. Is he blind? Did he not notice the number of soldiers we had? He still thinks that it is peacetime within the empire and that nobody dared to offend nobles. To think that he insisted on collecting toll instead of withdrawing back into his bastide to defend it. It's his own fault for being so money-minded to the point of being willing to risk his own life for it." Yuri and Lowe's were not the most diplomatic of Lorist's men. One was among the earliest followers of Lorist since the days of Dawn Academy, and the other was a person who had just been given the moniker of Fierce Tiger by Lorist. Given that they had hung more than 100 nobles as they traveled through the Andanak kingdom, they had long lost all respect they had for nobility. Since Baron Silas was considered to be a subordinate of Duke Madras, he was considered to be an enemy, and Yuri and Lowe's didn't have the slightest reservation about sending him to the gallows. "Whatever. Get him down from there and bury him. Since we knew each other, it wouldn't be right to leave him hanging so unsightly like that." "Yes, me lord." After another 10 days, Lowe's, Turman, and Pete returned. It was already their 3rd expropriation run, and they had long taken whatever they could from the nearby territories. So, they had to venture further this time around and brought back around 1,000 huge carriages, as well as more than 100 goatskin rafts and tens of small fishing boats, along with 200 or so resource-filled carriages. These were all the loot they obtained from wiping out 3 noble families that dared to resist. Lorist noticed that the rafts and boats they got, as well as the ones the worksmiths constructed, were sufficient for 6 floating bridges, so he stopped the passionate Lowe's and gang from any further expropriation attempts. He also allocated more carriages to charade so that he could increase the rate of sending the rest of the people to the other side, while also letting the soldiers rest for 2 days. After that, they only had to make the wooden planks to quicken the construction of the floating bridge. On the 18th day of the 3rd month, Yuri rushed to the port and told Lorist something surprising. On the 12th day of the 3rd month, the king of the Iblia kingdom, also known as the 2nd prince of the former empire, Chris and Iblia, proclaimed that on the grounds of sending reinforcements to the Madras Duchy to defend them from the Andanak kingdom's invasion, he would send his 70,000-strong force to attack the Andanak kingdom's forces through the land of the Madras Duchy. This time, the 2nd prince borrowed 3 armies from his father-in-law, Duke Faizablin. Combined with his own garrison army as well as the subordinate noble soldiers, he managed to rally up 70,000 men and led them into the Delamat province. "Sol, where did he get so much food to sustain an army like that? Aren't they only beginning to harvest the winter wheat?" Lorist asked curiously, before he came to an instant realization. "Darn. They're getting more cunning one after another. He's planning to rob the food of his enemy's forces to sustain his own army." However, Lorist wasn't too concerned about the 2nd prince's army because the construction of the 5 floating bridges had already been completed, with the 6th already in the works. The convoy members and the vagabonds that were still on their way no longer had to wait and could cross over to the camp on the opposite bank to rest right away. The only thing that troubled Lorist was the 60 million kilograms of food. If each 4-wheeled carriage carried 1,000 kilograms of food, then 10,000 of those carriages could only transport 10 million kilograms of food each round, meaning that they had to make 6 trips to and fro the river to completely ship everything to the other side. Lorist called for Potterfong and had him lead the heavy armored infantry soldiers to the opposite bank first so that they could guard the camp over there. As the people and supplies they had increased, it was already beyond the ability of Turman's Night Brigade and 1 company of light cavalry scouts to maintain security over there. Potterfong, however, expressed his worries on how he wouldn't be able to defend against the 2nd Prince's forces' attacks after he moved the heavy armored infantry to the other side of the river. Lorist merely laughed out loud and said that there was currently no need to worry about the second prince's forces, as the second prince was planning to get more food to sustain his own army, so there's no way he would be able to catch up to the convoy at the river so quickly. Even if he did send some forces over, it would only be a small squad at most. With Loz's 3 regiments of heavy armored cavalry guarding the place, the small group of cavalrymen the second prince would hypothetically send posed no threat whatsoever. Also, when you cross the river, conquer the town on that side as well.
Get that Viscount. What was he called again? Something Waff. Well, just hang him in front of his town, instructed Lorist.
If I may ask, me lord, why?
It's just a shabby old town, Potterfong said curiously.
Ever since the convoy arrived and started building the floating bridges and transported their supplies across, the people of that town merely stayed cooped up within without even bothering to send someone over to ask about the situation, causing Turman's Night Brigade to not even bother to go check that town out. The messengers you guys sent from the convoy were accused of being bandits, and most of them were killed by the garrison soldiers of that town, with only 5 of the messengers managing to escape. Back when I crossed the river to seek out the convoy the last time, I've already hung the garrison soldiers that were collecting toll at the customs point nearby. Today, I feel like pulling out the roots of that damned place once and for all, Lorist explained.
Your will is my command, me lord.
The moment Potterfong and his troops crossed over to the other side, they launched into a full-on charge and managed to conquer the town without a single casualty. After half an hour, Potterfong grabbed a horse and rushed back without delay.
My lord, that shabby town didn't have many people there at all.
I heard that Viscount Darwaff brought the men of his town to join up with Duke Loggins's forces to attack the Norton family. I believe that transpired more than a month ago.
What did you say?
Lorist was so shocked by the news he almost jumped in response.
Was the Duke unable to accept his loss? Did he start plotting against us again?
Order Yuri to mobilize the light cavalry scouts to gather some information about the situation within the Northlands. Also, have Jim bring a squad of men there to check out on the family dominion. Since he used to be a mercenary, he should be rather well versed with the terrain of the Northlands. Pat, you should follow him there as well, said Lorist as he calmed down and realized that there wasn't a need to be so disturbed at all.
Lorist himself understood how well defended the Firmrock Castle was.
Additionally, with divine marksman Joss guarding the place, he felt that he didn't have to worry much about their safety. Additionally, the route heading towards the middle of the Dominion that the Duke's men used previously had already been destroyed, so there was no way for them to attack the Norton family Dominion without first going through Firmrock Castle.
Is the Duke seriously going to challenge Firmrock Castle with the farmer soldiers of his junior nobles? What a joke.
Lorist felt that he should first get a better understanding of the situation and come to a decision when the rest of the people and supplies get sent over to the other side. I definitely have to give that dog's hit of a Duke a serious slap in the face. For him to dare to provoke me again.
Does he think that I would only defend without taking the initiative to attack?
This time, Charade employed the same method he used to send the people from Benade City to Kobo City. He set up multiple convoy camps spread out 50 kilometers from each other along the route to Metropolis River from Kobo City that acted as interchange stations, and the carriages only had to travel to and fro between their stations to transport the people and resources to the next stop. Before long, they were able to begin crossing the river right away. On the 3rd day of the 4th month, the light cavalry scouts sent to check out on the Second Prince's troops had returned with the news that the Second Prince's forces were busy harvesting the winter wheat while suppressing the resistance of the nobles within Delamotte province. So far, only a fraction of the nobles in that province still survived. Most others had already been hanged by the Second Prince on the basis of collaborating with the Andanak Kingdom and refusing to send reinforcements to aid Duke Madras's ally, the Second Prince himself. On the 5th day of the 4th month of year 1768 of the Grindian calendar, Lorist himself was one of the last people to cross the river, and he ordered for the 6 floating bridges to be destroyed. Thus, the convoy and the vagabonds finally made their way to the Northern Highlands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 164 Conditions and Request. Conditions and Request. Hi guys, here's the first sponsored release of the week, also by Sebastian Est of Germany. There will be one more sponsored this week, and I hope I'll be able to get it done during the weekends.
Within the wide tent, everyone present was listening to Lorist speak as he pointed towards the beastskin map of the Northern Highlands. So far, this is the situation of the Northlands. Given that Duke Loggins covets the riches of our family but lacks the military force to take it, he has rallied up the various nobles of the land and managed to gather a force of 50,000 plus men to attack Firmrock Castle. So far, the soldiers have been there for about 1 month and has attacked our castle 3 times, sustaining heavy losses without any substantial gains in the process. The nobles who lost much of their soldiers are already quite frustrated, and it seems that they're even trying to avoid attacking the castle by using a ballot method to decide which one would be the next to send their forces ahead. Everyone within the tent laughed out heartily at that comment. Lorist stopped laughing as he continued, "We have already contacted Knight Josk, who was defending Fernrock Castle, and he said that we shouldn't need to worry about those shambled and disgruntled nobles, and that even if they had another 100 years to prepare, they wouldn't be able to take down Fernrock Castle. He's also really glad that our convoy has already arrived at the Northlands and expressed his anticipation finally meet the rest of us. Right now, we are at the western part of the Northlands, and it will take us 5 days to travel to the family dominion on horseback. If we're traveling on foot, I believe the time required will be longer than that, and given the scale of the convoy and the supplies it is transporting, it will still take us more or less 1 month to arrive. On the way, I've decided to conquer this place over here," Lorist said as he pointed to a point on the map. "Count Spensiad's dominion. It is half a day of travel on horseback from Fernrock Castle, and it's a great transit point for the convoy members, vagabonds, and supplies. What troubles me is how erratically Count Spensiad has been behaving. To be honest, they've been rather good neighbors to our family. Even though our relationship was not too amiable, our two families have always maintained an unspoken mutual respect. I don't understand why this time the Count has so passionately responded to the Duke's call to arms and was even the first one to lead his forces to attack our castle. This really just came out of the blue." Lorist scratched his head and continued, "Well, we don't really need to know the reason anyway. Since he's willing to become the enemy of the Norton family, then he must be prepared to receive our retribution as well. I have already ordered Yuri to attack his bastide and start scouting the land around it." "Pog." Potterfine stood up and said, "Me lord, I'm awaiting your orders, but set out later with your heavy armored infantry and head to Count Spensiad's dominion to take charge of the castle and start setting up a camp there. The supplies of the convoy and the vagabonds will head there later, and you are tasked to maintain order and security there." "Yes, me lord." "Friar, Malik, your garrison legion shall ensure the safety of the convoy and the vagabonds as they travel towards the Count's dominion. Turman's Knight Brigade will also be there to be the main force to respond to any emergency situations. If anything happens, Friar will be in charge with Turman and Malik being his aides, understood?" "Yes, me lord." "We understand," said the three of them in unison as they stood up and saluted. Lorist continued to give his orders. "The camp over here and the transportation of the people and supplies will be managed chiefly by Charade, with their safety being put in the care of the Guard Division. Dullus's Caraballista unit, Pete's mounted archers, and Loz's 3 heavy armored cavalry regiments will be led by me personally. We will sweep the whole of the southern area of the Northlands and suck the rich lands of the Duke dry. I want to let him understand the consequences of offending the Norton family. Finally, we will gather up at Count Spensiad's dominion before we give the idiots attacking Fernrock Castle a huge surprise and taste of our family's military might. Pete, you shall lead the mounted archers to blockade the area from Bing Mountain to Somme River so that word of our attack against the southern area of the Northlands doesn't spread to the soldiers that have gathered up before Fernrock Castle. I will order Yuri's light cavalry scouts to cooperate with you on that matter as well." "Yes, me lord." Los, you will bring 2 of the heavy armored cavalry regiments over to the Henliff Suspension Bridge's crossing point where Freist Castle is located and force the soldiers defending it to turtle up within the castle. Originally, that area is defended by 4 regiments of the Northland Army numbering around 10,000 soldiers. However, the Duke has mobilized around 2 regiments of 5,000 men with him to attack Fernrock Castle, leaving only 5,000 plus men facing off against 2 regiments of our own heavy armored cavalrymen. You can try to bait them out and eliminate them, but do not besiege the castle under any circumstances. I don't want our soldiers to be sacrificed for no good reason, understood? Your will is my command, me lord." "I won't disappoint you," Fierce Tiger Lowe's said as he stood up straight. "The remaining heavy armored cavalry regiment and the Caraballista unit will be commanded by me personally. Coupled with another squad of guards, we will begin our attack against the dominion of the Duke himself. I want to move everything from riches, food, weapons and equipment, carriages, Northlander horses and various kinds of livestock to farmers, worksmiths and artisans to our own dominion. Confiscate the riches of the nobles, and we will also expropriate all the goods of merchants for half of the market price. Charade, you will also need to prepare a small convoy to ship all our loot from there," Lorist said as he made the decision to deprive the Duke's dominion of every resource he could get his hands on. "Me lord, please wait. You seem to have forgotten that there is a unit of the Duke's army stationed there. I'm a little curious why all 5,000 soldiers of the Northland army would be stationed at the manor at the Duke's dominion's border? The 2 other bastides and 7 towns within the dominion are each only defended by a squad of Northland army soldiers. Even the Duke's own manor is policed by a mere company of men. Could it be that there is a trap waiting for us there instead?" Potterfang asked. Lorist laughed out and tapped on the spot Potterfong mentioned before saying, "It's my fault for not explaining it properly to you. In actuality, this unit here no longer obeys the Duke's orders. The leader of this unit is Knight Hennard. You guys should know that he has been captured by me before. Due to the Duke's insane outburst and accusation of Hennard for not shifting the riches they obtained after the massacre of Wild North Town back, he attributed the fault of the loss to the two knights. Even though Knight Chevany died in battle, Duke Logan still resorted to exiling the knight's family members and tossed his corpse into the wilderness. This action caused some soldiers of the Northland army to revolt. Additionally, the Duke even wanted to get Hennard back by paying a reward fee for a convict instead of the full price of a knight's ransom. I couldn't stand the obscenity of the Duke's actions, so I released Knight Hennard and the other silver-ranked knights. According to some reports, when Knight Hennard returned to the Dominion, he relied on the other silver-ranked knights to contact the subordinates of Knight Chevany who were not happy with how their dead leader was treated and proceeded to take over 2 regiments of soldiers on his own and conquered this manor for themselves and began to ignore the orders of the Duke completely. The Duke couldn't do anything about that situation either and was forced to accept the status quo. Even though they're still technically part of the Northland army, Duke Loggins no longer holds any power over them. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the soldiers he stationed at the Henliff Suspension Bridge and Freist Castle to attack Firmrock Castle. I plan to visit this conquered bastard tomorrow and meet Knight Hennard to try to convince him to just sit by and allow our forces to roam through the Dominion without resistance. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'm pretty sure our forces will be able to wipe his men out completely in an open field battle. Potterfong nodded and said, "Alright, if that's the case, I no longer have anything to worry about. I pray that your plan will run smoothly." "Okay, that will be all. Let's all make our respective preparations to make the flag of the Norton family known across the Northlands and show the Northlanders how the roaring raging bear vents its anger." "Yes, my lord," shouted the rest within the tent energetically before they left. Cherry Blossom Ridge was the name of a manor which was located at a place of impeccable scenery. It was said that the 3rd Duke of the Northlands had built the manor there to be used as a vacation house because he loved the view of the cherry blossom trees. However, at this moment, 2 groups of soldiers were in confrontation with each other at that location. Upon seeing Lorist emerge from the midst of his force, Knight Hennard said in a surprised voice, "Why have you come over here? Isn't the Duke attacking Firmrock Castle?" Lorist laughed and said, "I'm here to see you, my old friend." "Well, the other reason is that I'm here to attack the Duke's dominion. However, I'm a little concerned by your troops which are stationed here. If you can pretend that you don't know what is going on outside your territory, then I will be relieved. Tell me, Knight Hennard, what conditions do you have so that you will not interfere with my forces?" Without answering Lorist's question, Knight Hennard said, "Lord Baron Norton, you should refer to me as Baron Shazine. Last year, I inherited the barony of my father and he has already retired from the position as well." Using his finger to point at another direction, he said, "That is where my dominion is at." Surprised, Lorist said, "Oh, congratulations, Lord Baron Shazine. Well, you can call me Hennard like usual. That's what I like my friends to call me." "Hee, then please call me Locke as well, friend." Lorist gave it some thought before he asked, "Why didn't you bring your troops back to your dominion?" "I can't, the dominion is too barren to be able to support all 5,000 of my men. In actuality, this place used to be within the territory of my family as well. However, the 3rd Duke of the Northlands liked the scenery of the cherry blossoms here and forcefully took half of my family's dominion, forcing us to become a vassal family for them. Now that I have my men stationed here, isn't that the same as having taken my family dominion back?" Hennard said. "Then what do you think of my proposal just now, Hennard?" Lorist asked. Revealing a sly smile, Hennard said, "Locke, you've brought up a tough call for me to make. After all, no matter what, I'm still a retainer of the Lord Duke. The men I have under me are also the soldiers of the Duke's Northland army. If I sit still and allow you to ravage the Duke's dominion, how would I uphold my honor as a knight?" Lorist furrowed his brow and said, "Are you saying you want to engage in a battle with me?" Shaking his head, Hennard said, "I'm not stupid. Look at your men's equipment and the leather armor my soldiers are wearing. I'm not a big fan of smashing an egg against a rock. How about this? I'm sure you wouldn't want to fight against us either, right? Just accept 3 conditions of mine and we'll think of a way to prevent conflict between us. Tell me those conditions of yours then. First, don't touch this manor as well as Evanston town nearby here. My men rely on these 2 places for sustenance." "Agreed," Lorist said as he nodded. "Second, I want to send some of my men along with you on your operation. They want to move their family members back to my dominion so that my soldiers can truly become part of the Shazine family's forces." Lorist pondered for a bit and said, "You're saying that the Duke is threatening you with the lives of the family members of your soldiers?" Hennard nodded and replied, after I inherited the land and title of my father, I wrote the Duke a letter to inform him that I was no longer his family knight but a vassal noble of his now. However, the Duke didn't want to recognize the legitimacy of my birthright and didn't want to give me a certificate of verification and said that if the soldiers leaped to my side, he would punish their family members.
That's why we're currently at a stalemate.
If a family knight of another family was granted a title by his own family, then he would no longer remain a family knight and his status would change into that of a vassal noble instead. In Hennard's situation, as he had inherited the noble title and land of his father, he no longer had to unconditionally obey the orders of the Duke. Hennard's father actually made the decision to pass down his title to his son so that he wouldn't be labeled a rebellious knight by the Duke, allowing Hennard to resign himself and become a vassal noble instead. Leaping was a term for a knight who left his dominion lord to become a wandering or freelance knight due to disagreements in policy. Becoming a vassal noble to leave the position of a family knight could also be considered leaping.
Then, didn't the Duke ever think of sending his soldiers to attack you? Lorist asked curiously.
Of course he did, but he couldn't do it. My men are still technically part of the Northland Army and nobody would be able to fight against their own.
Even if Duke Loggins gave that order, nobody in his army would bother to obey it.
That's why he diverted his attention against your Norton family.
Why aren't you worried about the situation at Fernrock Castle and came here to attack the Duke's dominion instead?
Hennard asked Lorist. I'm sure you've seen the defensive fortifications at Fernrock Castle yourself.
Do you seriously think that the Duke's soldiers and the personal forces and farmer soldiers of the noble families he rallied up would be able to pose so much as a threat to us? You do have a point. So, do you accept that condition of mine?
Sure thing. You can send your men to escort their family members back, Lorist said.
What's your third condition?
I want to send a regiment of soldiers to join your men and disguise themselves as soldiers of the same unit so that I can launch a joint assault on the Dominion as well.
I want half of the loot we get, Hennard requested audaciously.
Buzz of. You'll get 10% at most, Lorist bargained.
Come on, don't be so stingy.
The 5,000 plus men of mine who defend this place only have their bare necessities satisfied and don't have any additional benefits at all.
No matter what, I have to consider the future of my subordinates, right? You can't swallow up all the benefits for yourself, you know.
If you consider me a friend, you should leave some for me, Hennard reasoned. I have more than 10 times the number of subordinates you have.
At most, I'll give you 20% of the cut. If you're not satisfied with that, it's better if we just fight it out, Lorist said.
Hennard revealed a look of surprise and said, You're just bluffing.
I don't believe you have so many men,
However, as he noticed Lorist's gloomy expression, he agreed reluctantly and said, Fine, 20% it is.
I agree. However, I have one final request. Angered, Lorist said, Is there even an end to your requests?
I'm sure it'll be much simpler if we just fought it out.
Hennard hurriedly waved his hands and said, This is a personal request of mine. It's fine if you don't agree to it.
Fine, let's hear it, Lorist said in annoyance, before he saw Hennard fidgeting around in an embarrassed manner.
Ahem. Locke. I was wondering if you'll be okay with sending Mina, Honey, Glyze, and Molina back to me. I've been missing them for the past half year.
Wait, who are those people you just mentioned?
How would I know who they are? I don't recognize any of those names.
Lorist said in confusion. Well. Back during that night when I was caught by you at Wild North Town, they were the 4 women who were in the room with me.
I really fancy them a lot.
You must have kept them for yourself to warm your bed, right?
Can you return them to me? Hennard explained.
Thinking hard to recall that moment, Lorist did in fact remember seeing a few women during the night of Hennard's capture. Shaking his head, he said, I didn't take them as my concubines. They must be with the other women we rescued from Wild North Town.
I even ensured that they wouldn't be bothered by anyone else.
However, I am quite curious how you're able to take fancy to them even though you killed their fathers and brothers.
Aren't you afraid that they would kill you in your sleep for revenge?
Hennard clicked his tongue and said, I wasn't the one who wanted to kill their family members. It's the Duke's orders and it has nothing to do with me. In fact, it was me who protected them from being ravaged by the other soldiers and it was them who wanted to thank me for my benevolence with their own bodies.
I'm quite glad that you didn't lay a hand on them, Locke. You're really the best brother one could ever ask for. So, when can you send them back to me?
You can go pick them up yourself as long as they're willing to follow you back.
If they don't consent, you can't forcefully bring them back either.
I'm sure you understand that nothing good will come from doing everything by force.
Also, if you don't resist my forces as a vassal noble of the Duke, aren't you worried about what others might think about this?
Lorist asked.
That's a small issue.
"Just watch and learn," said Hennard as he turned his horse around and rode back to his camp before blowing the horn signal for battle preparation. He then drew his sword, pointed it at Lorist and announced loudly that he was going to declare war on them for the sake of the Duke's honor. However, when Hennard was charging forward on horseback, his mount fell head first and injured its rider, causing Hennard to be brought back into his manor by his subordinates to defend it and recover. Lorist and the soldiers of his heavy armored cavalry merely stared in stupor as Hennard played out the battle scene he wrote and directed himself, including his glorious fall in battle and retreat into the manor.
"Is this really okay?"
"What the heck was that?"
Lorist exclaimed.
An excerpt from the War Chronicles of the Continent, Northlands chapter. On the 11th day of the 4th month on year 1768 of the Grindian calendar, the new lord and leader of the Norton family, Norton Lorist, led his men to attack the dominion of the Duke of the Northlands. The leader of the 5,000 Northland army troops, gold-ranked Knight Hennard, charged into battle gloriously to resist the enemy attack. In the midst of battle, Knight Hennard's mount lost control and caused him to fall off it. Despite being badly injured from the fall, the brave knight persisted and continued to fight until he was forcefully dragged back into the manor by his own subordinates, causing him to have no other choice but to defend the manor without being able to continue resisting the enemy forces. As a result, the Norton forces swept past the dominion of Duke Loggins and demolished the prosperous lands that the Loggins family had spent so long to build up and nurture. That event would eventually be known to historians as the plundering of the southern Northlands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 165 Plunder, Move, and Destroy. Plunder, Move, and Destroy. And here's the promised second sponsored chapter of the week courtesy of OnDL from the USA. See you guys next week. Kill anyone who resists.
Kill anyone who resists, roared the heavy armored soldiers loudly all over the village. One poor farmer after another brought their meager belongings, farming tools and livestock with them as they squeezed into the small carriages which brought them to an empty space within the village. After that, they were assigned to 3 different groups by a middle-aged man holding a beastskin name list. The group at the southernmost area of the village had the fewest number of people, among which included the village chief, the security officer, the tax officer, the mill owner and some other managerial officers who were the basis of Duke Loggins's government of the southern Northlands. However, that group looked to be the worst among the 3 as their assets were all confiscated and they were only allowed to bring their families with them along with some dried food to head towards the manor of Duke Loggins in Gildusk City. The group of people facing the west also had a relatively small number of people. Most of them were the family members of the soldiers of the Northland Army soldiers and they were to be brought to Cherry Blossom Ridge per Hennard's agreement with Lorist. The group facing the north was the largest of the 3. Their destination was a camp roughly 50 kilometers away where they would be divided into smaller groups to be sent to a refugee camp at Count Spensiad's dominion before finally being brought to the Norton family dominion to begin their lives anew.
"You can start setting the fires,"
ordered a heavy armored officer before his 10 subordinates tossed flaming torches towards the straw huts within the village. The whole village soon became immersed in a sea of flames, from which a thick pillar of smoke emerged skyward.
Some of the farmers began to cry.
Those were the huts that had sheltered their family from the harsh rain and wind throughout the years. A fearsome escort soldier rushed to the crowd and shouted in a loud voice, "What's there to cry about? If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. We've already told you that after we arrive at the family dominion, everyone will receive new farmland and houses which are much better than your pathetic straw huts." Countless pillars of smoke continued to rise from the dominion of Duke Loggins, which was considered to be the most prosperous area of the Northlands. Under the instructions of Lorist, they spent only 16 days to sweep through the Duke's dominion. The 2 manors of the Duke, the 6 towns in Gildusk City had already fallen into Lorist's hands. Within the whole of the Duke's dominion, apart from Hennard's soldiers who were defending Cherry Blossom Ridge and the nearby Evanston town, only around 5,000 soldiers of the Northland Army were guarding the Henliff Suspension Bridge Customs Point in Frist Castle. The Duke's gold-ranked knight, Audiobook, who led the troops, mobilized around 2,500 men to mount an attack against the Norton forces which were forcing the villagers to move away. However, they were met with an ambush by fierce Tiger Lowes and his 2 regiments of heavy armored cavalry.
Audiobook himself fought Lowes on the battlefield and got gravely injured.
However, he managed to escape with roughly 600 soldiers and abandoned the customs point at the bridge and retreated into Frist Castle with the rest of the soldiers with the intent of turtling inside it and defending it. After eliminating most of the remnant Northland Army forces, the Norton family soldiers no longer had anything to worry about and focused on ransacking the Duke's treasury, food warehouses, and armories as well as confiscating the wealth of the Duke's vassal nobles and expropriating the goods and carriages of the merchants who had arrived at the Duke's dominion. Following the order to migrate by Lorist, the Norton family forces then turned their attention to the villages within the Duke's dominion. Below is an excerpt of a book titled Northland's Journal, which was written by a merchant who had been conducting business in the Northlands during that time. The journal caused quite some commotion a few hundred years after it was written, as it described the plundering of the southern Northlands from a different perspective in great detail, eventually becoming the primary subject of study for the rise of the Norton family. This was an unprecedentedly huge, organized and carefully planned maneuver. The forces of the Norton family were known to be even more fearsome than the worst of bandits. They emptied the city's warehouses completely, confiscated all the property of the nobles and didn't even leave behind a single piece of crude pottery. My merchant convoy toiled for an extremely long time to transport our goods to the Northlands, only to be robbed when we were about to check into the inn within the capital of the southern Northlands, Gildusk City. They forced us to sell our goods for half the market price. Even though I personally didn't incur any losses from that exchange, the profit gained is incredibly minuscule compared to what I had envisioned. Poor little Teeny, my heart pains at the thought of my incompetence for not being able to buy you that beautiful dress so that you can show up at the ball like a princess to grab the limelight. Originally, my merchant convoy planned to sell our goods at the Northlands and buy some local goods there to be sold back at home as well. However, given the chaotic situation there as well as our suppliers who had suffered our fate at the hands of the Norton family's forces, I couldn't get my hands on any local goods. Given the situation, I decided to escape the area. Unfortunately for us, my convoy's carriages required maintenance and our horses needed new horseshoes before we could leave. And so, I tried to find a blacksmith. However, I didn't expect that there wasn't even one among the 100,000 people of Gildusk City. After spending some money to get some information, I got to know that the Norton family's forces had forcefully moved all blacksmiths and their family members away from the city. They didn't even spare the common peasants or servants and only left behind the elderly and merchants within the city. Other than that, they also brought many other village chiefs and officers to the city. When I returned to the inn, I realized that I no longer had to worry about my carriages as the Norton family's soldiers once again showed up before me and were here to expropriate them. I didn't bother to resist or object and let them have their way. But they were much better this time around as they paid for the carriages and horses according to the full market price using gold fords as currency. That day afternoon, we left Gildusk City and began our journey back home on foot. It was only after we left the city that we noticed the villages of the friendly Northlanders had been set on fire with smoke forming everywhere. The villagers who were hefting their belongings and protecting their wife and children were tearing up as they were escorted away by the forces of the Norton family. Along both sides of the road we took were numerous tall crucifixes where the nobles within the villages or the brave men who resisted the Norton soldiers' violence were hung. We didn't dare to collect their corpses as there were mounted Norton patrol troops passing us by from time to time. When we left the city, we already obtained a permit to travel, so the soldiers didn't pay us any heed. However, the regular checks we received caused us much trouble and frustration. As we no longer owned any carriages, we could only travel on foot while carrying our luggage on our backs. We even used some wood to make a sledge which we stored our camping gear on and pulled it along with us, resulting in an even slower traveling speed. If we were on horseback, we would be able to arrive at the Henliff Suspension Bridge within a day of travel. However, it seemed that we wouldn't be able to arrive there within 3 days at this rate. When we halted to camp at night, a group of patrolling soldiers stopped by and borrowed our campsite for some rest. I noticed that there was an insignia of a white lion on each of the soldiers' breastplate. A mercenary leader traveling with us secretly told me that those were the equipment that belonged to the famed White Lion Legion of the former Christian Empire. And so, I brought out a few bottles of fruit wine and treated those soldiers to some drinks and pretended to be surprised and asked them whether they were the soldiers of the White Lion Legion. Those soldiers merely shook their heads and said that they were the soldiers of Count Norton. I exclaimed that I thought that the head of the Norton family was only a baron and not a count. The soldiers then told me proudly that along the way on their journey to the Northlands, the Norton family's convoy helped the Second Highness of the Andenac Kingdom to wrestle control of his kingdom, hence stabilizing the state of the kingdom. That's why the Andenac royal family, being the recognized heirs of the legacy of the Christian imperial family, elevated the rank of the Norton family from that of a baron to a count. The Second Highness even infeft his own principality to the Norton family. The equipment of the White Lion Legion was also offered as a reward for their efforts. I then asked the soldiers why they were forcing the poor villagers to leave and even burned their villages, to which they replied angrily that it was to teach the greedy Duke of the Northlands a lesson so that he doesn't cause any trouble for the Norton family again. Due to wanting to develop the Norton family dominion into a haven during chaotic times so that its people would be able to lead blissful and stable lives, the Norton family leader ordered that everything and everyone within those villages to be moved to the Norton family dominion, as well as the destruction of infrastructure within the Duke's dominion so that the Duke would no longer be able to recover his power to once again cause the Norton family and their citizens any more trouble. Perhaps because they were grateful for my fruit wine treat, the soldiers left an old horse for me before they departed and even wrote a document for our group to signify that we were merchants who had treated the Norton forces well. That document later saved us lots of trouble during the rest of the journey. Before he left, the squad leader even informed me of a business opportunity. After crossing to the other side of the river from the Henlift suspension bridge, we could get our hands on some carriages which we could resell to the Norton soldiers at the campsite near Freist Castle for a high price.
That was indeed a good idea.
Originally, I was planning to purchase more carriages when I crossed the Henlift suspension bridge to make my way home. However, I thought that the squad leader's idea made sense and decided to try to see if I could make up for the losses my convoy sustained during this trip. And so, I instructed the rest of my men within the group to leave immediately to head for the Henlift suspension bridge.
That felt great, exclaimed Knight Hennard delightedly as he put down the wrecked chair within his hand and looked at the mess within Duke Loggins's study which was created by him during the last half hour. Raising his head, he saw Lorist looking at him like he was a madman. A little embarrassed and mad, Knight Hennard said, "What kind of gaze is that? Why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you something. Wrecking the Duke's study has always been something I wanted to do very badly. In the past, when we reported to the Duke and said something that angered him, he would start smashing this room up in front of us in a fit of rage, causing us to have to wait nervously until he calms himself down. That's how I eventually started imagining how good it would feel for me to smash this room up myself. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled." Lorist snorted from his nostrils and said, "I didn't know you had this side to you. Being by the side of the Duke must have caused some sort of trauma or complex to develop within your mind. That's why you feel so fulfilled after smashing up the room like a kid." Hennard jumped and said, "I'm not afraid of him at all. It's only because he was my lord and as his knight, I couldn't disobey his orders. Now that I'm Baron Shazin, I can ignore the unreasonable orders of the Duke openly as a Dominion lord." Loris said in an annoyed voice, "All right, did you have your fun? Let's go if you're done. I have many other things to handle." "Fine, fine. What's so important that you have to attend to them personally? Can't you just let your subordinates do it? You don't look like a Dominion lord at all, being almost as busy as a lapdog," Hennard said as he put a gray-colored linen scarf around his face. "Wait, I need to cover my face up so that others don't recognize me." As Hennard was the rumored heroic knight who had attempted to resist the forces of the Norton family before he was injured and forced to retreat, he had to disguise himself when walking beside Lorist. The night before, he showed up at Lorist's tent and said that he wanted to follow Lorist back to the Dominion to look for his 4 concubines, when in fact, he was to act as a guide through the Dominion of the Duke for the Norton family forces. Lorist also treated him rather well. Seeing that there was an opportunity to be taken advantage of, Hennard didn't hold back and brought a whole regiment of troops to collect their metal armor, leaving behind only less than 300 men defending Cherry Blossom Ridge. By the time Hennard's men emerged from the campsite of the convoy, they had already donned a set of metal armor which was previously used by the convoy's forces. After donning the guise of the Norton family soldiers, Hennard's men behaved even more savagely and made sure to plunder the Dominion of the Duke thoroughly and were especially cruel to the nobles and officers within the villages. With the 5,000 men who were familiar with the area, Lorist led his men to sweep through the Duke's dominion without much resistance. The only downside was that Hennard's silver-rank knights went to recruit another 2,000 soldiers of the Northland army from various areas and went to Lorist's convoy's campsite and shamelessly asked to be allowed to switch their gear for metal armor. The company of Northland army soldiers that defended Gildusk City had also surrendered because of Hennard, who had tasked his silver-rank knight to inform the company leader to not put up any futile resistance and make pointless sacrifices. He advised the company leader to surrender first so that they would be able to retain enough strength and retreat to the Cherry Blossom Ridge for now and unite under the leadership of Hennard himself to re-establish the glory of the Northland army. With only that, Gildusk City fell into Lorist's hands, followed by Hennard's pestering of Lorist to go to the Duke's manor because he had a dream that he absolutely wanted to fulfill. Lorist only just realized that smashing up the Duke's study was that dream. At that moment, Reedy approached them and said, "My lord, we discovered someone within the water dungeon of the Duke's manor." After hesitating for a while, Reedy said, "It's Baron Kimura." Stunned, Lorist exclaimed, "Who? Did you just say Baron Kimura?" Hennard, who had his face covered, started as well. Why would he be locked up in the water dungeon? No wonder I couldn't get hold of him no matter how many messengers I sent. Bring him here, quick. Naturally, Reedy also knew who that masked knight was and he nodded to Lorist before heading off into the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166 Battle Preparations at Firmrock Castle. Battle Preparations at Firmrock Castle. Here's the first regular chapter of the week. This arc is finally nearing its end. Baron Kimura was quickly brought over. According to the guard who was tasked to watch him, he had been placed in the water dungeon for more than a month.
Had it not been for the guard's secret care of the Baron, that is, allowing him to rest somewhere dry during the night, the Baron's legs might have long been wrinkled to the point of rotting by the constant submersion in water. Currently, Baron Kimura was still unconscious. After reading his pulse, Lorist noticed that even though the Baron was currently very weak, he only needed some time to recover and let out a breath of relief. He then instructed Reedy to let the Baron rest and recover for 2 days while he himself would find some time to concoct some medicines to help boost the Baron's recovery. After finding the butler and servants of the Duke and asking for some information, they got to know the real reason behind Baron Kimura's incarceration in the water dungeon. It all began from the mistake made by Knight Chevigny. When the Duke first decided to send Knight Chevigny and Knight Hennard to go on an expedition against the Norton family, he told a slave trader acquaintance of his that he would be getting a group of young female slaves sometime in the near future to be sold to him. In the end, that expedition of his ended up with more than 4,000 casualties, with 1 gold-ranked knight dead and another captured. Angered beyond belief, the Duke decided to exile the family members of Knight Chevigny so that they would live their lives as beggars. After that, he sent Baron Kimura to the Norton family dominion to pay a fee to bring Knight Hennard and the other silver-ranked knights back as criminals because he intended to punish them, only to be refused by Lorist, who instead was unable to accept the fact that the Duke had so casually humiliated the knights that served him and released Hennard and the rest without demanding anything in return. When Baron Kimura returned to the Duke's dominion, he was harshly scolded by Duke Loggins, who thought that the Baron had failed because of incompetence on his part. Hennard and the other silver-ranked knights instead rallied up 2 regiments of roughly 5,000 soldiers of the Northland Army and took over the Cherry Blossom Ridge to protect themselves. That act caused the Duke to be even more infuriated, but he was unable to do much about it, so he vented his anger on Baron Kimura instead. At that moment, the slave trader acquaintance of the Duke rushed over excitedly for his purchase, but the Duke didn't have any slaves on hand because of the failed expedition. In the end, Duke Loggins ordered that the beggars, the farmers who had lost their farmland as well as the unemployed people in his city, to be captured and made into slaves. He even made sure to specify for the family members of Knight Chevigny to be among those people as well. In the end, the Duke's guards were unable to locate the family members of Knight Chevigny, and upon seeking out some information, they got to know that they had been evacuated from the Northlands by Baron Kimura. And so, they made their report to the Duke, much to the misfortune of Baron Kimura, who was in a rush to the Duke's manor to stop him from carrying out such a ridiculous order as catching his own citizens and selling them to a slave trader, as he believed that an act like that would definitely tarnish the reputation of the Duke and cause the rest of the citizens to lose all their loyalty towards him. In the end, the angered Duke, who had just heard about the evacuation of the family members of Knight Chevigny, saw Baron Kimura, who dared to rush into his manor to stop him from making slaves out of his own citizens. Not only did Duke Loggins rescind the honorary title he had given Baron Kimura, he even tossed him into the water dungeon for him to starve and rot to his death. After waving for the butler and servants to leave, Lorist shook his head and sighed before he said, "Duke Loggins really has gone insane this time." However, the guards of the water dungeon weren't lying about secretly taking care of Baron Kimura all this time. Otherwise, he would have starved to death already. Reedy, give each of those guards 5 gold fords as a reward for taking care of the Baron. Also, give them an invitation to bring their family members to follow us if they're willing, so that they won't be punished by Duke Loggins by the time he comes back. "Yes, my lord," Reedy said before he left. Hennard, who was standing beside Lorist, said hurriedly, "Locke, you aren't planning to take in Baron Kimura, right?" "I was about to bring him back to the Cherry Blossom Ridge's castle." "Forget it," Lorist said as he glared at Hennard. "If he follows you, his talent and potential will be limited. Think about it yourself, would Kimura have a bright future with you? He will at best be used as a butler or manager. As for me, I appreciate his talent and will definitely allow him to reach his full potential. Heck, maybe I'll even be able to make him a landed noble one day." Hennard was rendered speechless as he understood that Lorist was already a count and not a baron like him. As the aide of the general of the Northland Army, Knight Chevigny, Hennard understood Kimura's talents well and knew that without Kimura's support in management and logistics, there was no way that the Northland Army would be able to maintain a scale of over 20,000 people. That's why, unlike the gold-ranked Knight Tabak, Hennard didn't look down on Kimura one bit. However, now that Lorist had set his sights on Kimura and has further plans for him, Hennard believed that it was best for him to back down for now, as there was no need to offend his benefactor for Kimura alone. "Alright, you can have Kimura. However, I want some compensation for that," Hennard said with a dissatisfied tone. "Buzz off. You still want more compensation? Tell me how much benefits you have received from me so far. You even managed to get 2,000 more subordinates and had my force equip them with metal armor," Lorist said as he ignored Hennard's request. We're friends, right? Good friends shouldn't be so calculative. I just want one person. Is one woman okay with you?" Hennard said with a smile. "A woman? Who else have you fallen for now?" Lorist asked curiously. Hennard looked around his surroundings, and just as he was about to lean on Lorist's shoulder to whisper to him, "Hey, don't get too close. If you have something to say, be more candid about it. You're a grown man, so don't be so creepy like the way you're behaving now. Sheesh, I really don't know how a secretive person like you managed to become a proud and glorious knight," Lorist said as he pushed Hennard away. "Fine. The one I want is the Lord Duke's most coveted mistress. However, I need you to help me out and send some men to kidnap her before I rescue her heroically as she passes through the Cherry Blossom Ridge," said Hennard shyly as he shamelessly recited his plan for him to be the hero that would save the beauty and be thanked with her love and affection for his deed. "Soul, I bet you will one day die because of a woman. When Reedy returns, you can discuss with him how you want that little act of yours to play out. However, I must advise you to wait for a while for now. Don't forget that you're still injured and resting up within the Cherry Blossom Ridge. There's no way you can be both an injured knight and a hero at the same time," warned Lorist, even though he agreed. Elated, Hennard rushed away to look for Reedy instantly. 2 days later, within one of the guest rooms of the Duke's manor, Baron Camorra awoke on his bed and looked at Lorist with surprise. "Why are you here?" Lorist smiled tranquilly and said, "Why wouldn't I be? The Duke personally rallied up the various nobles within the Northlands to attack my family. Naturally, I noticed how scarcely guarded his dominion was, so I took the opportunity to make a visit." Baron Camorra laid back on his bed exasperatedly and said, "The Lord Duke is far too stubborn. I have warned him time and again to not disturb the Norton family. Why wouldn't he listen to me? You shouldn't bother worrying about that Duke of yours anymore. The sane can never reason with the insane. He even revoked your honorary title and tossed you into the water dungeon. Had it not been for the few guards who pitted you and fed you enough to keep you alive, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now. Don't think too much about it. Just rest up and recover. In 2 days, I will gather my soldiers to meet that Duke of yours. I will also be bringing you along," Lorist said. "Wait. Lord Norton. You have already conquered the Duke's dominion. Why would you leave now? This land is the most prosperous area within the Northlands. Are you really willing to give it up?" Camorra asked. He. Lorist laughed before he continued, "Given the distance between here and my dominion, it would take 5 days for a messenger to be able to get from one place to another. In essence, occupying the Duke's dominion would be akin to splitting the might of the Norton family into two. I am not that irrational. Before the Norton family builds up a stable foundation, there's no way that I will set my eyes on the rest of the Northlands. As for how this area is the most prosperous area of the Northlands, that's already a thing of the past. Milord, Knight Freyar has arrived," reported Reedy. "All right. Camorra, rest well and recover. When we return to the family dominion, there's quite a number of things that I would require you to help out with. If you have anything you need, just tell the guards and don't hold back," Lorist said before he waved goodbye and left. Within the lounge of the Duke's manor, Lorist asked, "Freyar, how are the workers and villagers that we have moved feeling? Are they causing you any trouble?" Lorist asked. Freyar shook his head and said, "Milord, the situation of the villagers are still fine. Instead, the skilled workers from the city are causing more problems relatively." "Is there a reason for that?" "Milord, I believe you are unaware of this, but Duke Loggins collects 60% of the harvest of the farmers within his dominion. To the farming folk, the remaining 40% of their income is not enough to raise their family, so they usually have only 2 meals a day. To add to that, half of their livestock produce automatically belong to the Duke and the other half will be sold to pay the rest of the taxes, with the meager remains of that money being used to purchase other living necessities. They are definitely no stranger to hardship. However, this time we appeared and purchased their livestock with cash and even provided them with 3 meals each day during the migration process. That's why the farmers are the first to believe our sincerity and were the most cooperative of the bunch." Freyar sipped some tea before he continued, "After receiving your orders for us to form another garrison squad to maintain order, Malak and I decided to recruit the men for the squad from the migrating villagers. Those villagers were also really eager to join, and we already have enough men for the new squad, and we have equipped each of them with a pike and leather armor, which will be more than enough to maintain security and order during the migration process." Lorist nodded and said, "You and Malak have done well. I am incredibly happy with the results. My intention for you to lead your 5,000 mounted garrison soldiers here was so that you can replace Lowe's and his soldiers who are stationed near Freist Castle. For now, Freist Castle still houses around 3,000 Northland Army soldiers who are still defending it from within. Knight Lowe's and his 2 regiments of heavy armored cavalrymen are stationed outside to suppress them. After this, we will be attacking the enemy soldiers who are attempting to take over Fernrock Castle. That's why I need Knight Lowe's and his 2 regiments of heavy armored cavalrymen to be my main force for that operation. Your task is to make sure that the enemy within Frist Castle don't come out and harass our men who are busy with the migration process. Even though Knight Dem, the leader of the Northland army soldiers within Frist Castle, has already been injured, you shouldn't be careless, understood? Milord, please be assured that I will carry out my task properly, Knight Freer said as he saluted. 3 days later, Fierce Tiger Lowe's brought his 2 regiments of soldiers and headed back to Gildusk City. Let's go into the last battle prior to our arrival home, Lorist said to Els, Lowe's, Reedy and the rest as he mounted his horse. The disguised Hennard looked at the empty Duke's manor behind him and said, Locke, why didn't you just set fire on that building like you did the rest?
There's no need for that.
When the Duke moves back and fills that place up with valuables again, I'll be able to loot it when I return. If I burn that place down, the Duke will no doubt move and it'll be troublesome for me, Lorist said as he laughed.
Today was the day they retreated from Gildusk City.
Lorist pointed with his horsewhip towards the distance and said to Knight Hennard, on our way there, we will pass through the dominions of 7 noble families. Since they have decided to side with the Duke to declare war with the Norton family, we don't have to spare them either. We will sweep past their lands as usual. Hennard, I will leave the bastides and towns of these nobles for your men to occupy, and I will also have Dullus's Carabalista unit provide support for your men.
Knight Hennard merely nodded.
For this operation, Lorist would lead 3 regiments of heavy armored cavalry himself, Dullus would lead the Carabalista unit and Els would lead a company of guards. Compared to Hennard's 1 regiment of men who were pretending to be the forces of the Norton family, they were definitely not ideal for the task of taking over the towns and bastides.
7 days later, Lorist brought his troops and arrived at Somme River.
The Somme River was a small river within the Northlands which connected to the Metropolis River at the south, with its origin being the Bing Mountain.
After crossing Somme River, one would arrive at Fernrock Castle within 1 day of travel. Yuri and Pete stepped forward to deliver their reports.
During the past month, you have done really well and managed to stop the enemy from noticing our recent exploits.
What is the situation of the enemy camp right now?
Lorist asked.
Milord, we didn't do as well as you said we did.
Before the end of the 4th month, many of the letters of the 37 messengers we captured were love letters of some knight, with only a small fraction of them being official documents. The Duke did write a few letters himself to reprimand some nobles who did not send any troops to join him on his expedition against our family and demanded for them to come right away.
However, we managed to intercept these messengers without issue.
During the 5th month, however, the enemies seemed to have begun suspecting something. During the past few days, some of our scouts encountered 10+ enemy scouts whom they battled but weren't able to stop completely. 4 of them managed to escape in the end, and I believe the enemy is now aware of our presence, Yuri said with his face facing the ground.
It's fine, Lorist replied as he patted on Yuri's shoulder.
With our victory already at the horizon, it would make no difference even if they discover the truth. Don't worry, they are no longer able to turn the tables on us.
What of Potterfang's side?
Yuri replied, Milord,
Sir Potterfang already left with the heavy armored infantry army yesterday. Following him are Turman's Knight Brigade and Malek's 2nd Division of the Garrison Legion. They will rendezvous at noon tomorrow at Fernrock Castle.
Also, Sir Potterfang sent a message saying that he had captured Count Spensiad and his 100+ men who were attempting to return to their dominion. But
Count Spensiad? Wasn't he the first to join the Duke to attack our castle? Why is he heading back now? Whatever, have him apprehended for now.
I'll settle this issue after the battle.
Lorist then looked at the map and said,
have the soldiers rest earlier tonight. We will have breakfast at 5 tomorrow and set out at 6 so that we will arrive at Fernrock Castle by noon.
Yes, milord.
On the 9th day of the 5th month of year 1768 of the Grindian calendar, the great battle at Fernrock Castle that shocked the whole of the Northlands commenced. During noon at Morgan Hills, where the Fernrock Castle stood, the Norton family's forces that were at the southwest of the area began their assault. The heavy armored infantry legion led by Potterfang got into 5 square formations, 1 for each regiment, and began their march towards the camp of the allied nobles at the east. The allied noble army of roughly 46,000 people led by Duke Loggins was evenly matched in number against the Norton family's forces, which had roughly 43,000 men. In the early moments of battle, the Northland army's 1,000+ longbowmen fired their arrows towards the heavy armored soldiers of the Norton family. However, after 3 volleys, they realized that their arrows weren't able to pierce the White Lion Legion armor and cause any harm to the Norton forces, plummeting the allied noble army into distraught and confusion. Immediately following that, Lorist ordered Pete and his company of mounted archers to dismount and begin their suppression fire along with Hennard's 1,000+ longbowmen. After 3 volleys of arrows, the allied noble army sustained huge casualties. Turman's Knight Brigade and Fierce Tiger Lowe's 3 regiments of heavy armored cavalrymen began their charge, causing the remnants of the allied noble army to disband before both sides even clashed. Baron Phelan Shelvode was the first one to escape with the rest of his men, followed by one noble after another. Within moments, the head-on clash transformed into a pursuit instead. The whole battle at Fern Rock Castle lasted for 3 days, that was to say, the forces of the Nortons pursued their retreating enemies for 3 days. However, most of the nobles managed to escape in the end. This time, the number of nobles who answered Duke Loggins's call to arms was above 60, which included roughly 2/3 of all the nobles within the Northlands. After the battle, 11 nobles perished in the midst of their escape, with 16 others being taken captive by the Norton family forces, with the rest of the nobles managed to make their escape. The Duke of the Northlands, Duke Loggins, managed to escape to the territory of Count Lopez, which was ruled over by the Kenmays family thanks to his gold-ranked knight and second in command of the Northland army, Bitsun. Knight Bitsun himself was turned into a pincushion by the arrow rain of Pete's company of mounted archers and sacrificed himself on the battlefield. The Battle of Fern Rock Castle resulted in roughly 8,000 casualties for the allied noble army, with another 30,000 plus men captured, with less than 50 nobles and knights dying in battle. The Norton family, on the other hand, suffered minuscule losses and triumphed completely, much to the shock and awe of the rest of the Northlanders. The migration had lasted from the 5th day of the 4th month to the 27th day of the 8th month. Countless resources and food were brought to the Norton family dominion. Other than that, more than 300,000 people were moved into Fern Rock Castle. After receiving news about the Nortons who had returned to their dominion and ceased all aggression during the 8th month, Duke Loggins, who had been hiding at the Kenmays family's castle, was finally willing to return to his own dominion. Upon arrival at his dominion, the Duke's face paled instantly as only the burnt remnants and ashes of the buildings that once lined the streets of his land remained, with not a single soul to be seen. Other than that, the fact that all the valuables within the Duke's manor being taken, as well as the nobles and officers who demanded compensation for their losses, caused the Duke to be so enraged that he vomited blood on the spot and fell sick without being able to recover. Viscount Kenmays sighed and muttered, "It's the end of the road for Duke Loggins." After that, he left the Duke alone, and the Kenmays family no longer had to obey the orders of the Duke in the future. Author's note that was included in the chapter text. A great big thank you to all my readers of your support, praise as well as recommendations to others. I deeply appreciate all your fervent love for my story. To be honest, I'd like to post more chapters myself as well, but one can only write so many words within 9 hours. If I sat there for 2 straight hours, I can indeed write another 1,000 characters to split this chapter into 2. Ryagawa, in case you didn't notice, this chapter was super long. However, you, my readers, have paid to read this VIP novel, so I personally can't find it in my conscience to screw you up. That's why I believed that it was better for me to compact the story into one chapter with roughly 5,000 characters. Once again, I apologize for not being able to churn out more chapters, as my hand is quite sore and that impedes my typing quite a bit, so I hope you all will understand. My writing process doesn't finish right after I complete the typing of the chapter either. After I finish typing, I have to check the chapter with my draft to make sure that there are no errors or anything that I have missed out. These corrections require quite a lot of rewrites as well. As for the map, I won't be posting it. Given that my computer is relatively old, I only have the map drawn roughly on paper for my own reference so that I don't make any mistakes. If anyone is interested in making one, please tell me your QQ email so that I can tell you more about the map. Once again, thank you very much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Auguslo's Counterattack. Auguslo's Counterattack. The second regular chapter of the week is here. Enjoy. After the convoy forces led by Lorist that had crossed Metropolis River towards the Duke's dominion to pillage it and subsequently defeated the allied noble army, when they were moving all the wealth and people of the Duke's dominion towards the Norton family dominion in the Northlands, various new developments occurred in the Andenet kingdom. On the 25th day of the 4th month of year 1768 of the Grindian calendar, the king of the Redleys kingdom, the first prince of the former Christian Empire, Christian Redleys, announced that the crown prince of the Andenet kingdom, Second Highness Auguslo, was a vile person who had went against his own brother and made his father a puppet leader, and said that he would punish the Second Highness on the grounds of tarnishing the name of the Christian imperial family. After the first prince's declaration, many people laughed cynically at it and felt that it somehow sounded familiar. After someone did some research and checking, they found that the third prince of the Christian Empire, then the regent ruler of the empire, had used the exact same reasoning as justification to act against the first prince at that time. This time around, the first prince merely changed a few words before throwing it back to the Andenet kingdom. Even though the declaration was treated as something of a joke, the first prince's 70,000 soldiers were not fooling around. Within but 10 days, the Andenet kingdom lost up to 7 citadels situated near the border of the Andenet kingdom, and the Redleys kingdom and the Fearscale Legion could only retreat one defeat after another from their heavy casualties and rely on the bastides owned by the landed nobles to resist the first prince's army. On the 32nd day of the 4th month that year, the Madras Duchy's Sea Mountain Legion incurred more than 5,000 casualties to take over the Zith castle that was defended by 2 regiments of the Royal Defence Guard of the Andanak Kingdom, thus opening up the route from Siglar province towards the outside world once again. The Duke eventually received help from the second prince, the ruler of the Iblia Kingdom, and managed to retake Venade city. At that time, the Royal Defence Guard that had roughly 5,000 men retreated from the Zith castle back to Venade city right away after losing around 1,000 men during the siege. With the soldiers stationed within Venade city numbering more than 5,000 men and the enhanced fortifications of the city, the Second Highness believed that he would be able to resist the joint attack of the Sea Mountain Legion of Duke Madras and the Second Prince's forces. However, nobody would have been able to predict that just before the soldiers of the Second Prince and Duke Madras finished constructing their siege engines, the soldiers of the Andanak Kingdom abandoned the moat of the city and headed for the highway towards the newly built citadel in the mountains. When Duke Madras and the Second Prince realized that Venade city was undefended, tension built up between the two forces as they scrambled to occupy the city. In the end, the Sea Mountain Legion took 2/3 of the city with the remaining parts of it going to the Iblia Kingdom's troops. After that, the Madras Duchy and the Iblia Kingdom entered a period of dispute, completely ignoring the forces of the Andanak Kingdom which were at the citadel not far from Venade city as they fought over control of the city. In the end, after some mediation between the two parties, Duke Madras and the Second Prince came to an agreement. After being paid a huge sum as compensation, the Iblia Kingdom's forces left the city, leaving behind the remaining ravaged territory that they occupied for Duke Madras's forces to take over. Immediately following that, Duke Madras and the Second Prince both led their forces towards the new citadel built by the Second Highness and were prepared to press on until they conquered the whole of the Jungchandler province. Under the leadership of Duke Madras, the soldiers launched 2 attacks against the citadel, after which the Second Highness wrote a personal letter to Duke Madras himself. In the letter, the Second Highness reminded the Duke that the Second Prince is constantly on the watch for an opportunity like a hungry wolf. The Second Highness said that if the Duke was hell-bent on resisting him, he would withdraw the forces of the Andanak Kingdom and even give up Liktana citadel. If that were to happen, by the time Duke Madras decides to bring the Sea Mountain Legion into the Jungchandler province, the Second Prince might just conquer the citadel on the mountain path which he will use to seal off the Duke and his forces within Jungchandler province. After reading the letter, Duke Madras began to worry and understood why the Second Highness had constructed a new citadel merely a few kilometers away from Venade city. The Second Highness had intended to swallow up Jungchandler province and establish the new citadel in Venade city as the new border between the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy. It was then when the Duke began to hesitate. Of the 3 provinces within the duchy, the Jungchandler province was easily the most impoverished and undeveloped one with not much farmland available as most of the province was covered by mountainous terrain and swampy forests. If he gave the whole province to the Andanak Kingdom as remuneration, he believed that he would have given the Second Highness face and caused him to cease the hostilities happily. To Duke Madras, he could even shed a burden that did not benefit him much. The cost of stationing his soldiers to defend both borders of that province was also tremendously high given that he would require the logistic and resource support from the other 2 provinces within the duchy. That was no small spending to the Duke. While the Duke would lose some face and pride by presenting the Andanak Kingdom with the Jungchandler province, he would gain peace. To the duchy, the most important thing was the production of food within Delamont province as well as Venade city, which was the commercial center of the duchy. Even though he had completely recovered Venade city, a large part of the Delamont province was still under the control of the Second Prince. While there was little possibility that the Second Prince would actually forcefully take over the whole of Delamont province, Duke Madras didn't really trust the Second Prince given his understanding of the latter's personality. Additionally, every day some landed noble within the province would send messengers to the Duke to complain about the troublesome actions of the soldiers of the Second Prince. Given that the Second Prince didn't make any indication to stop despite the complaints, it was obvious that he didn't consider the Duke in any serious light. Duke Madras pondered on his decision while holding the letter of the Second Highness in his hand. If he were to rely on himself to take back the Jungchandler province, then the Second Highness would retreat from the new citadel on the mountain path to the Liktana citadel. If that were to happen, then the Second Prince's forces would be able to conquer the citadel on the mountain path when the Duke's men besieged the Liktana citadel, the result of which would spell the end of the Madras Duchy. That's why on the next day, Duke Madras requested an audience with the Second Prince, during which he requested the prince to help him recover Jungchandler province with the reason that even though the Second Prince claimed to send his troops over to aid the Madras Duchy, they have never once actually went into combat with the forces of the Andanak Kingdom and were merely following behind and providing superficial support. The Second Prince was not an idiot either as he had come to help the Duke out because he merely wanted to glean as many benefits as he could. By helping out, he would no longer have to pay the debt he owed the duchy for the food he bought. He might also attend to gain the gratitude of the Duke along with some other rewards. Also, there was a chance that he would be able to take control of Delamont province in the midst all the chaos. However, he was quite unhappy with how the Second Highness didn't defend Zith Castle properly and allowed the Duke's forces to leave Sigillar Province, causing the Second Prince to only be able to conquer half the area of province as a result of the Duke's timely intervention. If both the Delamont Province and Vanade City fell into the Second Prince's control, Duke Madras would have lost his standing as there was no way that he would be able to pay the appropriate ransom to regain control of the conquered areas, thus allowing the income generated from those areas to fill the Second Prince's pockets. That was also why the Second Prince was pissed to hear Duke Madras's request for him to attack the mountain citadel to retake the Youngchandler province. He instantly refused the Duke's request and pointed out that he merely brought over a support army and not a vanguard force. He mentioned that his turn would only come if the forces of Duke Madras were completely defeated. After hearing that, Duke Madras felt an immense urge to cull the shameless and thick-skinned Second Prince with a stroke of his sword. Even though the Second Prince was obviously trying to take advantage of his predicament, he worded it in a way that it made it seem legitimate. However, after remembering the fact that he was currently within the army camp of the Second Prince's forces, he resisted that urge and took his leave. There's no way that I would fall for that guy's sly trap," said the Second Prince to his general audibly for the Duke to hear. After that, the Second Prince truly got the full brunt of the Duke's rage. Nobody would have expected that Duke Madras would lead his soldiers on an assault against the army camp of the Second Prince, completely crushing the 30,000-strong force of the prince in the process. Apart from a few nobles and the Second Prince as well as some knights who managed to escape, the rest of the forces of the Iblia kingdom was wiped out completely. That event was known as the Daybreak Assault. On the 7th day of the 5th month during 7 in the morning, Duke Madras annihilated all 30,000 troops of the Second Prince that had been sent to reinforce his own. Fortunately, the Second Prince managed to escape under the protection of a few of his personal guards. This sudden incident flabbergasted everyone who was paying attention to the ongoing developments, as they didn't understand why the Duke had suddenly turned against the Second Prince. However, Duke Madras later claimed at a later date that the Second Prince had conspired to entrap him and swallow up the duchy for himself as a justification for his turning against the Second Prince. The Second Prince, who had escaped to the Delamont province, fumed with rage. He had never suffered such heavy losses and humiliation before. Apart from the complete defeat, his own 20,000 soldiers that he gathered from his various vassal noble families, a division of the Frontier Legion that his father-in-law Duke Faisablin had lent him was wiped out as well. And before he could even say anything, Duke Madras had painted the Second Prince in a wrongful light and accused him of many other transgressions as well. In the end, it could only be blamed on the Second Prince's personality that didn't inspire any others to trust him. On one hand, he appeared to be helping out Duke Madras, while in actuality, he was always ready to take advantage of the Duke should an opportunity have presented itself. Enraged that the Duke had shaken him off so blatantly, the Second Prince announced that he would not let Duke Madras off scot-free and said that he would summon more soldiers from his kingdom and allow the men he had left stationed within Delamont province to start pillaging and destroying the surrounding settlements. At the same time, Duke Madras strengthened the defenses of Vanade City and Zith Castle while also rallying the other nobles within his duchy together to form an alliance whose purpose is to chase the ravenous Second Prince and his bandit soldiers out of the duchy as soon as possible. It didn't take long for those two sides to completely neglect the forces of the Andanak kingdom that were stationed at the citadel of the mountain route during all the conflict that ensued. At the same time, when Duke Madras was about to turn the tables to his advantage, however, the Andanak kingdom's Belimo citadel, which was at the border near the borders, got conquered by the troops of the Redleys kingdom led by the first prince. The Fearscale Legion's gold-ranked knight commander, Knight Nedram, and 5,000 other Fearscale Legion soldiers died heroically on the battlefield, taking almost 20,000 casualties among the first prince's forces with them before their deaths. Nevertheless, upon conquering the citadel, the rest of the expedition of the first prince would sail smoothly without obstruction. The first prince led his 30,000 soldiers gleefully towards the imperial capital. Little did he know that just when his forces were around 50 kilometers away from the imperial capital at Flowwater Creek, the first prince and his 30,000 troops fell into the trap set by the Second Highness, who had long been anticipating their movements. Near 70,000 warriors of the Royal Defense Guard circled the soldiers of the first prince. While they managed to surround and entrap the first prince and his forces, they didn't launch any attacks and merely took a defensive approach, using the terrain to their advantage with the aim of waiting for the supplies and resources of the first prince's men to run out, which would no doubt lead to the eventual starvation of all 30,000 men. It ended with the Second Highness's complete victory at Flowwater Creek after he commanded his recently expanded 70,000-strong Royal Defense Guard using a passive-aggressive approach by exploiting the terrain to defeat the 30,000 soldiers of the first prince within a month with only a casualty count of roughly 20,000 men. The first prince, on the other hand, managed to escape by casting away his armor and helmet and donning an old, torn farmer outfit as a disguise to sneak away through the mountain paths with his 2 attendants. On the 3rd day of the 7th month, the Redleys kingdom's 70,000 soldiers had been completely decimated, followed immediately by the Second Highness leading 40,000 Royal Defense Guard soldiers straight to the Redleys kingdom to fight against the landed nobles there. Under the leadership of the Second Highness, the Andanak Kingdom's forces managed to rush unabated all the way to the capital of the Redleys Kingdom, the royal capital of Frederica. On the 15th day of the 8th month at the royal capital of Frederica, the Redleys Kingdom and the Andanak Kingdom signed a peace treaty, with the first prince handing the two southwestern provinces of his kingdom to the Andanak Kingdom as compensation for being the side to take up arms first. With hostilities ceased on both sides, the Second Highness brought his soldiers back to his kingdom. On the 21st day of the 8th month, the Battle of Kobo saw its end. That battle had occurred within the Delamot province at Kobo City, involving the 50,000 allied noble army led by Duke Madras and the second prince's 40,000 soldiers that had invaded the duchy. The second prince was forced to retreat from the duchy with his forces in utter shambles. Against the wishes and objections of his vassal nobles, however, Duke Madras signed a peace treaty with the Andanak Kingdom after recovering Delamot province and allowed the Jungchandler province to become under the jurisdiction of the Andanak Kingdom in exchange for the tolerance of the Andanak Kingdom and 5 years of peace. Immediately following that, Duke Madras began to construct defensive fortifications within his two provinces on a large scale. Not only did he construct multiple citadels at the border of the duchy and the Iblia Kingdom, he even erected a long barricade roughly 50 kilometers away from the deceased Baron Silas's ferryport near Metropolis River, thus sealing off the Northlands from the Madras Duchy completely. In the historical records of the Grindia continent, the conflict that had began with the assault of the Andanak Kingdom's Royal Defense Guard and the White Lion Legion, which were in fact the forces of Lorist's convoy unbeknownst to many on the continent, during the 10th month of year 1767 lasted up to the 8th month of year 1768, which was the month when the peace treaty between the Madras Duchy and the Andanak Kingdom was signed. The events that spanned that year would be henceforth known as Auguslo's counterattack. The series of battles have shown the military and strategizing prowess of the Second Highness Auguslo. Not only did he manage to stabilize the Andanak Kingdom from within, he also managed to cause strife between Duke Madras and the second prince and forced the Redleys Kingdom and the Madras Duchy to cede some land to the Andanak Kingdom for reconciliation, effectively doubling the territory of the Andanak Kingdom and allowing it to become a local superpower. The reputation of the Second Highness instantly skyrocketed, causing him to be known throughout the continent as one of the most brilliant military minds of the new generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.